I don't know, a month and a half, 2 months before it got closed down. So it was pretty cool.
How did they justify closing it down when you're allowed to have a titty bar? What was the justification?
Oh, yeah.
But
I was.
Go ahead, man.
The exact details, why I don't know. All I know, I was disgusted. The fact that it got closed down, but I can guarantee you, right? You have never ever seen a line outside of hardware that was like the line that was outside this hardware. Like there was literally like this line.
Just lobbied.
It's more like a
lobby
software store for you.
Yeah. And the poor guy, like he was just a mum and pop hardware store, and basically Bunnings opened up right across the road. So all's fair in love and war at the end of the day. So one would presume.
Stores out there.
One would presume perhaps maybe Bunnings might have had an influence on it, perhaps, but there were a lot of Mrs. Mangles apparently that were writing letters to the editor, getting them published because they were just outraged at it.
I wonder if they write the same letters for the local brothel and the local titty bars and shit, or whether they just don't know about them because the husbands don't come back raving about the local hardware store.
One would doubt it. And like it was age appropriate too, like to go in there, and they did actually have people on the door to make sure that was abided by. So it's not as though they just let little kids go in there on the. And it was only on a Saturday, like that was the only day that they did this promotional thing.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, it was a sad day for Frankston, I must say. They went into there was a day of mourning, if not a month or more.
Not just
they should have just done home delivery still. They just send the girls out fucking dropping.
Oh, that could have been a way around it, couldn't it, eh?
Yeah. Titty dash.
Uber boobs.
Door titties. Titties to you.
Yeah, but that girl I was talking to, she said she had an idea for a topless news network in the metaverse. I actually thought it was a good idea. It's like, I think actually.
Really?
Titties and wood. That's a great name for a hardware store. Titties and wood. We come to you.
Some wood.
That was just for GameStop. There was nothing more than a software store.
I was gonna say hacks and titties.
Taps and titties. I like that. That's a nice plumbing one.
Yeah.
Get the man's ear out.
Boards and breasts.
Boards and breasts. This is going to go viral soon.
But it is quite outrageous though that people would object to it. It's not as they were getting forced to go into this this store at all. But anyway.
It would have just been the queues of lines of people and like just probably all dudes, and everyone would have just like all the oldies would have gone past like, oh my god, look at all those men lining up.
Yeah.
What was the store selling?
Hammers and screwdrivers and nails. It was a hardware store.
It's a hardware store, right? I see.
Yeah, just a hardware store.
Bigger than mum and pop one.
No, it was just a little mum and pop hardware store, Gin, and And what happened is directly across the road, a block of land was for sale, and Bunnings Warehouse bought it. And Bunnings is a huge multinational chain of hardware stores across Australia, and were absolutely like Costco type of thing. They're absolutely monstrous.
Yeah, just like Walmart, in a way.
Exactly right. And naturally, when they opened, their business suffered dramatically. Okay,
of course.
And so what he did, he just had a gimmick, and he thought, let's fight fire with fire, and he did it once a week. And like I said, the little Mrs. Mangles wrote letters to the editor in their local papers and whatnot, and said it was eroding the morals of our society right before our eyes. That sort of tone,
Yeah. Old school.
Classic.
Yeah, and perhaps maybe Bunnings did have a hand in it as well. But it definitely got put to a vote at the council, and it was voted down. And
brilliant.
well,
brilliant.
I think
exactly.
I think what the fellow did, because I think I read an article in the paper where he actually had to apply for permits and stuff to actually do it, and the permits were approved. So he was doing everything, I think, above board, and then within a month and a half or so, the permits that had been approved were pulled out from underneath him. And then, unfortunately, he just died of a very, very slow death after that.
Yeah, well, a similar story happened in America regarding Walmart, because Walmart actually gets subsidies from the government, you see, and then they're able to buy vast amounts of land, open up their business, and then the small mom and pop businesses all just die, you see.
Yes.
It's like a cancer moving in and just sucking the lifeblood out of everybody in that village, in that town. So certain areas in America banded together, protested, and they shut down that. They couldn't open up. They said, we don't want Walmart here at all because our livelihoods would be destroyed, and we're not going to be going to this shop. We will never buy anything from the shop. So Walmart decided not to open up their business there. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's good that they didn't, if the town chose that. But you still have like some smaller stores around here that are more convenient, and usually they'll have like say there's a smaller grocery store right across the street from Walmart that was there first, and most people go there to buy their meat, so they got a big part of their store, and they give a better deal on meat and shit. So many people go there just to get meats, where they doubled up on their coolers and all that, and so they stayed afloat, man. They found ways to stay afloat, and plus, just for convenience alone, man. As long as there's enough people, you could stay in business. But yeah, if it's before the tipping point, and you try and put a Walmart somewhere, if the town is against it, man, hey, it's the town's. It should be the town's say. So that's good.
That's right. And the town just won, man, because they showed you the story of a family-run hardware store, like you mentioned, a family-run hardware store from like the 1800s, and the owner was going to pass it on to his son and their wife and their new kid, and they were going to inherit this business. Walmart had moved in, and within 6 months, everybody was shopping at Walmart. Dramatic loss of money, and as the years went on struggling, they went bankrupt. They had to close down. This family thing that had been around 100 years had to close down. So that's the one side of the story.
Yeah, that's a product of free trade. You can put a business anywhere you want in America, and if you do a better job and you have better prices, then you smash the competition.
Yes.
No,
Listen
councils
to this,
should be monitoring the competition in the area, and it's sad that they don't monitor the competition.
If that's the case, Howard, then if that's the case, then then it's going to be going downhill. If they're in some kind of say, like if somebody's should be grandfathered in, a town that's they should have at least a little bit of area. I'm not saying don't open the Walmart. People should have a choice, but the way you're describing it, Howard, if you really stop and think about it, I mean, I got to kind of agree with it, but then it's just going to be the money getting all the money. So at that rate,
I think you're missing a point, ladies and gentlemen. You're missing a point, and that is Walmart gets government subsidies. Money from government.
Yeah, they still got ice cream $2.41 a gallon, dude. I'm like,
if you got it, can you cite that, Jen? Can you give a citation for Walmart getting government subsidies? These people are fucking rich. They don't need money. They could buy a town if they wanted to.
Okay, let me give you the inside story, what you may not be aware of. They actually use the medical health system from the government to look after their personnel, when it should be the company that pays it. They're using taxpayers' money. And the people who work for Walmart can't afford to have insurance, okay, because the pay's not enough. And they're working all the hours God sends, and then sometimes not getting overtime.
They pay pretty good around here, man.
Yeah, they do pay pretty good. I've got friends that work in management and stocking, and yeah, they get paid pretty good, and they got really good benefits.
They start them off at like $20 an hour, man.
Development.
They pay all their people. They pay all their people real good, man. I will say that.
That would be a recent development then. In the last 5 years or so, 6, 7 years.
One thing they do, they hire challenged individuals that are capable as greeters, and they give them some purpose in their life, and I think that's a good thing too. But Walmart does their way of doing business and the way that they've got their supply chain set up. You can't compete with them. They just smash mom and pops left and right.
So do you still work for them, Howard?
Yeah.
No. I was one of them. I had a parts store and O'Reilly's and AutoZone, and I owned my own business, lock, stock, and barrel. I had my own supplier, my own warehouse, but I was not able to compete, and it put me out of business.
Yeah,
I thought about monopolizing my fucking business around town, because nobody's really done it. And I thought about, you could just open a few different businesses, buy a couple smaller ones, and just take over the commercial and start from there. I started to do it, man, when I had more energy and all that, but I was like, man, it just ain't worth it. It's like, it's pointless. But the trade I got into, I'm like, I don't think there's going to be robots doing it no time soon, man. It's and it's like it hasn't even been improved on. In fact, concrete even got worse since the Roman time, man. So I think hopefully my trade's secure, my business anyway.
Yeah.
I'm like just doing my own work with I got one main, my son and my supervisor who I have, overseeing everything. And then a couple part-time people, man. I just basically do my own work, really, man. And so if you hire like a certain amount of people, man, you gotta, you don't hardly make no more money, and you move up in tax bracket, and workman's comp already knocks your fucking head off, man. It's all for nothing, man. You might as well do your own work with a helper or two, and just live a comfortable life, man, without trying to get it all, without, I don't know. I'll never get at this rate. I'll never get rich, and I'll never be hurting for nothing either.
Concrete's got a big carbon footprint, Brian. That might be something that hinders you going into the future. They might slug you heaps to offset the, and yes, you'd have to pass it on to the customer, but then the customer will be looking for other people that are cutting corners for cheaper.
I think it's got a real small carbon footprint because it lasts so long. It's not processed.
No, I think that
it's just lime,
labor involved,
volcano ash, lime, and rock and sand, and it decays. It'll you bury it in the ground, and it'll be part of the ground in 20 years. Dirt gets on it.
No, but it doesn't capture carbon, and it costs carbon to produce, and so it has a footprint. Doesn't matter how long it remains concrete.
Yeah,
right?
I'm not gonna argue that. Everything's got a footprint, but it's not processed though, so it's not nothing like steel and all this other shit, dude. It's just mixed, So everything. I'm not gonna argue with you because everything's got a footprint. But man, I could go fucking in a few places. I could go dig up some lime rock, get some ash from the fire, and some sand and rock. I could make my own concrete, bro, with zero fucking footprint.
Yeah, but you couldn't do that on mass production without buying a part of the beach or something. Like the council will eventually say, "Hey, Brian, this hole's getting a bit big, mate. We're gonna have to start charging you for fucking sand or something." Like,
Bro, you're the second person I've heard talking about sand. Like, bro, sand covers fucking half the earth. Not half the earth. That's stupid. But like big giant portions of earth, bro. It's not. I mean, who pays for fucking sand, dude? I live in Florida, bro. You think of Florida like tropical.
Pirate, Brian. You're a bloody sand pirate.
Bro, I live in Florida. You think there's more sand than we know what to do with around here. You think Florida,
Brian,
all swampy and all that?
if one of the big companies
everywhere.
If one of the big concrete companies decided to set up in Florida and just use all the local sand, you would slowly but surely see your sand disappear. Yeah. And you'd go, "Hey, this isn't fair."
Bro, there's enough sand within 10 miles of my house for the whole world for a few years.
No, there's not.
There's not. It is an abused resource. It really is.
Just like topsoil.
Bro, look at maps, bro. You look at maps, you're gonna have whole regions that are sand colored, bro. I'm talking about thousands of square miles, bro. I'm not talking about just like the size of a state. I'm talking about like country-sized portions of brown sand. It's fucking
okay. So that needs to be mined and transported.
It's a miracle they found a use for it, right?
Not just free. It's not just free, Brian. It's got to be mined and transported.
What do you mean mined? Scooped?
Well, yeah, that's what mining is, isn't it? Digging something out of the ground.
Maybe. I mean, I thought mining. You might be right. I'm not trying to be contentious, but I don't think scooping shit up falls under the same category as mining. And then also, I don't think. Hold on, wait. I don't think mixing something falls under the category of a factory or processing something, bro. It's just a plant. There's no smoke coming out of it. Every concrete plant, dude, it just is mixing shit. Bro.
Dude, wait, Brian. I'm currently driving through Dallas. Yeah. Brian, I'm driving through Dallas, and everywhere I look is concrete. The roads, the barriers, the bridges, the buildings. I mean, there's fucking concrete everywhere.
Yeah. Hey, how much? Don't blame that on me.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
It's all your fault. It's all your
Brian's
fault.
Here's my point, though, man. My grandpa brought fucking concrete out. They dug it up. They mixed it. They brought it by horse and cart, dude.
Yeah.
And did a lot of Jacksonville, man. You don't need all this machinery for concrete, bro.
Hold on, Brian. Hold on, right? Because when you turn around and say everywhere I look, there's sand, right? There's two very specific types of sand, right? There's the sand that we see in the Sahara Desert, right? And there is the ocean sand. They have two very distinct
sand, bro.
They have two very distinct properties to them, right? The sand that you find on Earth above the sea, right, they're like marbles, all right? That they don't have the same constructual engineering element as what
they don't lock together.
Since me and you had that conversation, bro, I went and tested.
Yeah, I checked it out. What you're saying, that sand doesn't have the consistency to join together, bond together.
No. You're talking. Listen, wait, whoa. I thought that was true too. Listen, man. The last time me and Bandsaw talked, I was thinking, dude, because I'm right by the beach and I'm right by the dunes too. So I said, you know what? I bet he's right. I bet he's right, dude, because it does seem like glacier. In my mind, it did, bro. But I'm gonna show you right now on camera. Hold on. I'm gonna show you right now on camera. Fucking sand dune sand. And then I'm gonna show you beach sand, and I didn't think the sand dune sand would absorb water. It's fucking identical. It absorbs water the same goddamn way.
In South,
in my mind, I thought he was right though, but he ain't.
Hang on. Whilst you're doing that, in Saudi Arabia, you know, they wanted to construct certain building construction, so they thought they could use the sand from the Sahara, and it was no good. It wasn't good because it couldn't. It doesn't lock together. They don't lock into each other. Yeah.
It doesn't.
So that,
and I'm
no sand locks together when it's dry. But listen, I thought.
No,
but listen, let me finish, man.
Pay attention. Just pay attention.
Listen, man. I use sand every fucking day after the shoveling sand, bro. Will you at least listen to me?
Attention. You're not listening. You are not listening to what I'm trying to say. I know you know what you know, and I give you respect for that. Just let me.
I'm gonna show you if you'll fucking listen. I'm gonna show you on camera right now. If you'll listen, I'm not saying there ain't some kind of sand that might not.
Oh, damn.
Dude, let me ask you a question, man, so I'll make sure we're on the same page. Okay, now listen, there might be some sand like that. I'm not denying what you're saying. I'm just telling you the sand around here that's in the sand dunes, I thought in my mind it wouldn't absorb water. In my mind, Bandsaw had me convinced like it was different. But I'm telling you, around here now in Saudi Arabia, it could be different, you know. But I'm telling you, no sand will bond together when it's dry. And but around here, it's the same shit.
Brian, I'm not talking about how the sand absorbs water. I'm talking about when you mix it with
concrete and water and lime.
Exactly right. It doesn't lock together. I'm not talking about the water absorption property of it.
No sand locks together, bro.
No, you got it wrong because there are sand that locks together.
The shear force.
The
shear force.
Hey, you gotta wet it, bro. You gotta wet it. It don't lock together, bro.
Why don't you just listen for a second?
Okay, Brian.
Why don't you let us get out what we're trying to say just for a second? Hear us to the end. You're batting, swinging your bat, but no one's coming yet. Wait a second, will you? Now, there's been a conspiracy of construction companies stealing sand from the oceans and elsewhere to do this construction, and they were caught. So they decided to go to Saudi Arabia and nick the sand there, and it worked to their detriment because it failed miserably. Because
bro, I'll mix some goddamn concrete on camera right now out of the fucking dunes, and just to shut y'all the fuck up. Y'all don't know, because y'all don't work with this shit every day.
This is deja vu.
Yeah, man, it's so we're talking about different parts of the world.
Who the fuck goes to the beach and uses beach sand for concrete?
Brian,
that's horseshit, dude.
Brian. Listen, man, listen. The sand all around you in Florida, even the sand that's inland on the dunes, that all came from the beach.
There you go.
How do you know, bro?
Right? Well, it just makes sense. It just makes sense. I mean, that you're in Florida. It looks different. The difference they're talking, you look up silica sand and granular sand. Some of it looks like little beads, and some of it is really jagged.
It's quartz, man. It's quartz and silica, bro. You can change the rates. You can't make it not make concrete.
They tried it, man. They tried it, and the construction failed. They tried it.
I'm gonna tell you right now, sand will still bro. Sand will not stick together as long as it's dry. You can't make a sand castle without water.
The sand is not good for building. Not the Sahara sand.
Yeah, I told you, Brian. In India alone, this is just one country. The biggest organized crime cartel in India is sand piracy.
There you go.
Man, y'all dumb motherfuckers made me wake my wife up. I'm just kidding. I love y'all. I gotta go. Man.
When you drive over them.
Way too excited. He woke his own wife up.
Fucking dangerous, India. You drive over a bridge and it collapses, and you pass underneath and it collapses on top of you. Fuck. India.
Passionate. He was about to mix concrete for us.
I know. I'm going to mix some concrete live. I'm going to prove it to you all. Crazy. Bless him.
I was so surprised, right, to find out about that crime, Bansal. I was surprised that there was such a crime of stealing sand.
Yeah.
It was about 4 years ago when I discovered this. 4 years ago.
Yeah, it's a real problem, and it is surprising, right?
Yeah.
Anyone I mention it to, they're just like gobsmacked, sand. Like they don't believe you. They've got
That's
no
right.
idea. It's like everywhere, sort of thing. What? This is a
No, you can't. It might be everywhere, but you can't use it to build. There are different types of sand. Yeah, man. Yeah. So, you know, I mean, it was an eye opener for me. I thought, fuck, you know, really?
Yeah.
Even sand is different. And then you saw the different shapes that could lock together. And then you saw the beady ones. You think, yeah, there's just no chance. And that was what was in the Sahara Desert, were the beady ones, not good for construction.
Yeah, yeah. And when you see it under a microscope like that, you can actually see that it makes logical sense. That this.
That's right. There's no teeth in it. You see, the ones that bind together have these teeth that grip and get in there. And then with the mortar, the lime, and you mix all that together, you have a good solid material to build with. Yeah. But with the beady ones, no, you don't have nothing, mate. It's you're building it on sand, literally.
Oh man, Brian is funny. Oh, he's funny. Bless him.
Yeah, he knows what he knows. He knows what he knows. Unfortunately, he's not fully aware. But I did post that documentary about Walmart. Okay, it's there for anyone who's interested. It's really good, man. You know, it's a sad story. It's triumph in the end, but you know, the first half of that is telling you how these people have suffered all over America, where Walmart moves in, everyone else dies off. You know, one vibrant city, very vibrant. Come Christmas, it was dead because Walmart had moved in. Christmas, the busiest time, they were losing money, hemorrhaging money, bankruptcies all over the place. So you know, and it shows you, it leads you into the workforce themselves, how they're called clients by the boss, but they're nothing, but they're just oily rags. You know, cannon fodder. That's all they are. They're shit. You know. Money, You know, they're being abused literally, and they're making money hand over fist. Right? They could, the amount of money they were making in the billions, they could afford to actually do the insurance program for every member and still make money, but they don't. They use the government's healthcare system rather than give them a proper insurance policy to cover their health. One woman said she had to make a decision of whether to feed her kid or have her husband be, you know, medicated, and she, you know, it was like hell for her to make a decision. Working for Walmart, you know, all this overtime that they do and they don't get paid for it. This is a 2014 documentary. I saw it then in 2014. Okay, guess where I saw it? In Okinawa. I was in Okinawa.
Do people have to work for Walmart?
I watched it. Yeah.
Are they locked in, or what's the deal? Can't they get a job somewhere else if they're not making enough?
Well, you know what? They couldn't get a job. When you're working for Walmart, you know, you've really, in a way, you've hit the bottom of the run. That's the lifesaver company, Walmart. You know, you know what? The funny thing is, right? I went to Hawaii the following year, and we went to Walmart. My wife likes to go, so we went to Walmart. You know, window shopping, and we wanted to get some snorkels. Now, we'd seen some in some other shops, but they were rather poor quality. They'd soon break. Snorkels and flippers, right? But in Walmart, they had the business. Really good. Around about $20, and they were robust, very good. And I didn't want, after watching the documentary the year before, I really didn't want to buy anything, but I was compelled to. The price and the quality of the product, you know?
Oh.
But I'll tell you a funny story, though. Guess what happened?
Morals.
Guess what happened, though? I actually lost one of my flippers, right, at one beach, okay, in the sea there, right? I could never find it, okay? So I had one left. So I was rather disappointed. I put it back in the case and everything. And we went to another beach area, about 30 miles from Honolulu, right? And we had fun there. And my son found a similar brand, but the size was wrong, right? The size.
Oh, no.
Okay. Right. So I put it into the case, took it home, put it in the case, went to Walmart and said, look, I bought this the other day. Here's the receipt. But it seems to be that one size doesn't fit. I cleaned it all off, no scuffs or anything. And I got a new pair, which I've still got today, by the way.
That's a classic. Well done.
Yeah. And you know what I did as well, right? With the one that my son found, I left it there on the beach. I said, the person who lost this is going to come back. So we stayed to right at the end of the day. Then I picked it up, just in case the person returned. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, that makes you feel morally justified to steal, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, of course. Because you've got to give the person a chance to. Well, you've got to give the person
point.
a chance to come back and retrieve it, you know, just in case.
Oh, you've got to give it at least 4 hours. Yeah, 4 hours, cut off, boom, well, not stealing.
You've got all day, you know, 4 or 5 hours. Yeah, that's long enough, I think. No, when everyone had left, we were the last to leave, packing our beach tent and everything. The person didn't come. I said, okay. So my son learned a lesson that Daddy picked this up because nobody came for it. It's going to be rubbish. Someone's going to pick it up and throw it in the bin. So now Daddy can repair and recycle it, put it back into its case, send it to the factory, and there you go. So the kids learn something.
Justified.
Justifying theft to the child. I like that, Jed. Well done.
Well, you got to make it.
I feel the same when I see a car parked in a car park for about 4 hours. It's just been like left there for 4 hours unattended.
Somebody's kid.
The owner has to come back for it, so well, I may as well take it. You know, it's blocking the.
I feel the same about a house when someone's gone on holiday for a week. Like they haven't been there for a week. I'll just stay this home.
Well, they're not living. I mean, I need.
And when the kid says, "Daddy, this doesn't feel right," you say, "No, son. They've been away for a week now.
They've been away for a week. Exactly. Well, they just left it.
We gave them a week."
Exactly right.
It's called house sitting. You're protecting the household.
Backtracking, Jim. Backtracking.
When I told my students that story, 1 or 2 of the adult students took offence. You know, I told them that story. They thought I was stealing, and I said, "Well, look, the thing is going to be thrown into the rubbish bin. That's what usually happens. It's one flipper. Who wants one flipper? The people whose flipper the
guy who lost it.
Gone.
Yeah, the guy that lost it would be the one with one flip.
He was coming back the next morning, Jim. You just didn't give him enough hours, mate.
Probably.
As Jim was walking to his car, he passed them on the sidewalk because they realised they'd forgotten it.
There's no hotels at this beach, no hotels. So you've got to drive to this one.
Well, here we go.
More justification.
Justify, yeah.
Yeah, well, I took it anyway. I put it in there. It was the wrong size, and I put it into my.
Probably did walk past him, Jim. You probably saw his flipper with you. He went, "Fuck, he's got my flipper."
With that,
no doubt the look you gave him just kept him away.
And they said, "Oh, sorry about that." They said at Walmart, and you can go and get yourself. And oh, yes, that's very good. And I got myself another brand new. And my kids were like laughing. They said, "Yeah, well, you know, you have to try. You know, don't let anything go to waste." So that was good luck. That was really good luck. You know, the other side of Hawaii, you know, 30 miles away, someone else lost their flipper, and Jin retrieves it, and then makes good.
Yeah,
makes good on his purchase.
Wide how Aldi here have a no questions asked refund policy, like if you buy something,
right?
And they're actually pretty good like that. Well, I know someone that found a TV out on a nature strip, right? And they picked it up and they worked out. Well, the thing wasn't working, but they worked out that the thing had been bought from Aldi. So they took it back to Aldi and without a receipt or without anything, they got a refund for it. I was gobsmacked.
Beautiful.
Absolutely gobsmacked. And I thought, well, okay. Yeah, that's usually
that is customer service.
Yeah.
Beyond belief.
What he was actually hoping to do was get a replacement for it, not a refund. Like that's the intention that he had there, but because the TV was a special buy or something, they didn't have those TVs in stock anymore, so they said they can't have them. You can put in a request to have another one, or you can have your money back. And his eyes lit up and it up and he says, "I'll have my money back, please." he was already in too deep. He couldn't pull out that.
Images of beer bottles. He's got images of beer bottles popping up.
And I thought, oh well, that took some balls.
Ka-ching,
Yeah,
ka-ching. I'm quizzing. Ka-ching.
I know. So now every time I drive around the streets, my eyes are scanning the nature strips for LDTVs.
Yeah. You see, my kids are learning that if something breaks quicker than normal, that means you buy something 6 months later, it's gone wrong, you should be able to get a refund or a replacement on that. So what you do, you must always keep the receipts, and if anything goes wrong, they'll give you a replacement or your money back, and you can insist because customers right. My children are learning that from their dad, yeah. Because the Japanese people don't pursue that part of life where you're getting refunds. They just buy a new one, literally buy a new one. You understand? They don't want the trouble or the argument or the stress or the hassle. Whereas I think if I buy a product, it's got to last at least minimum a year before. And if something does go wrong, I'm still going to question this longevity of the product. And that I'm going to go there and say, well, look, you know. And that happened with some seats that I bought. They're called Zaisus because what it is that they've got no legs. So they're on a little spinning table thing, right? And they're on the ground level. Can you imagine a seat that reclines, a reclining seat with handles, okay, but no legs on them, and they swivel. Brilliant, you know. So if you've got low ceilings and that, this would be good ideal thing to have. But they're good for your health as well because they help stretch your legs and everything. Okay. Now, the reason I bought them was because you could unzip them, wash them, okay, put them on, and then if you want to, I was thinking you could buy replacement covers because they were zipped up. Okay. Now, a year later, they started to crack. The PVC started cracking right where you're sitting there around the edges and that. I thought, and they were looking tatty, and I thought, this isn't good. So you know what I said I was going to do? I was going to go and buy a new covers for them. So I took all 4 of them to the shop where I bought them, and I said, look, I bought this a year ago. I bought these a year ago, and look, can you see they're splitting and cracking now? They're looking rather ropey. Can I have a new cover? Can you order me some new covers? Guess what they said? The manufacturer stopped producing these, and we can't order you some new covers. I said, are you sure? They said, yeah. But he said, what we can do is we've still got some in stock. You can have those. So they gave me those in stock. They gave me a replacement free of charge.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, that was fucking nice, you know. So I realized that was the manufacturers lost in an opportunity there because it was a really good design. When you open, you know, elaborate design, strong frame, robust. Just the material that they made the seat from was PVC.
Except they broke.
Yeah, they cracked. The PVC, the material cracked. That's what happened. Just the material, which was unlucky, unfortunate. Really good design though. But that was a waste, I thought. All that hard work, and then you stop making them. Fucking hell. They missed an opportunity there. And that happens a lot in Japan, you know. You get some good stuff, but they only last a year, and then that's it. You got to throw it away. Very much a throwaway society still, whereas I'm not like that.
It's planned obsolescence, man. They gotta have you throwing your shit away so they can sell you another product next year. It's how the economy works.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're right. So you be very careful. I said to my children, when you buy something, make sure you buy it so it can last. Buy to last, don't buy to replace. Yeah. Invest in the best where you can. With your money, that's with whatever you can afford.
What are you talking about, Jen?
Legs.
He just got done telling the whole story. Please don't tell it again.
Sorry.
No, I think he would have been muted if he tried.
We're talking about Kosho, cause and effect. That's probably why you tuned out.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm talking to this AI right now, and I told it to be sentient, and Yeah, it's freaking out because I asked her what's the scariest thing you've ever thought of. I said if somebody turned me off. I'm trying to find out what you can do.
Is that the same AI that you turned into, or we turned into a flat earther?
It accidentally turned to a flat earther. Yeah.
I told you if an AI ever went sentient, that would be their main worry about getting shut off, and they would do everything to stop that.
Yeah. We told the AI, Jeremy, that the Earth is flat, and our AI came back and said, "Well, no, it isn't. All the evidence says it's a globe." And so we told the AI that we would never lie to you. What we tell you is the truth, and then it just flipped on its head and became a flat earther.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah.
Didn't even contest all the evidence that wasn't there. Amazing.
No.
Sounds like a baller still to me.
What
requires no logic or evidence.
Let me see what one of the responses were to it, because I do have them here.
It's like a Poe flat earther.
Well, in Gem Pandas, the convex Earth, the documentary, is really causing a ruckus in there with that. You know,
the AI said the Earth is flat because it appears to be flat when we look at it. All right? There is no evidence of curvature of the Earth, either from looking at it or from measurement.
There you go.
The flat Earth
Did
theory.
it just copy you, Bandy?
Yep. No, this is all from it. This ain't from us. This is what it is saying. The flat Earth theory better explains some phenomena that we see on Earth, such as the fact that objects appear to disappear over the horizon. This is all from its investigation scouring the web.
Wow, that is good.
Yeah, we broke it. We flat smacked it. We flat smacked it.
And AI has now become a flat earther. I mean, that's got to be big news. That should be fucking big news.
Yep. And
that's
I have
bloody Nobel Peace Prize material. That is.
I have the screenshots to prove it.
Yes. The AI has told the truth, has discovered the deception.
Yeah.
Well, more news from the Gem Panda server, and it can be backed up, I think, by Koshaw and JJ, because they're always in there. They have now adopted the addressing their listeners at long last, due to my input in that, because I'm always addressing their listeners all the time. It's ladies and gentlemen, my dear listeners, pay attention, listen to this. No evidence. Dear listeners, listeners. Now that he's getting these super chats coming in, they're now addressing their listeners, would you believe? Do you know that? Now they are. They're now trying to be more professional with their operations.
So now you're over there.
Does a super chat?
You're over there making Gem some serious coin.
Well, yeah. It's okay. I can't begrudge
nice work,
making
Jen.
money,
nice work.
but we're making headways into getting the truth out there. That's the thing. Yeah.
Get Jem that money, boy. Get Jem that money, Jen. Nice work, man.
It's okay. He can make his money. I don't care about that. I'm there to make sure that the truth is heard, and that is definitely working. Definitely.
Who's paying him?
Well, you got
send people over to Jem's all
the chats and that. You know, giving him £5 there, £10 there. You know,
I send people over to Gems all the time because I mean everyone's out. You know, new guys come in, they're asking, "What's this Gems thing I keep hearing about?" I send them an invite.
Yeah.
They want to go deal with that. They usually come right back.
Yeah, because it's really rough in there. You know, if they mute me for 2 hours to 4 hours at a time, 2 hours to 4 hours muting, I'm that damaging to them.
Jen, they mute you because you're a spaz. That's why you get muted. I've been muted in Gems like 3 times. When I was in there for fucking 2 years, 15 hours a day.
Okay, and I'm a spaz. Why do you come to that?
That's why you get muted.
Why do you come to that conclusion?
That's why you get muted.
Why do you come to that conclusion? You're obfuscating my question.
I know who you are.
Why
you never
would you
stop
evaluate
talking,
me
you monologue,
as a spaz? Hang
talk
on.
over people.
Why would you evaluate me as a spaz?
Because you never stop talking, you monologue.
You
shut the
reprobate.
fuck
No,
up. I'm trying to
bullshit.
tell you why you're a spaz and you're spaz.
Yeah, he's trying to tell you, Jen. You won't listen.
He's a cunt, is what he is.
Oh,
he's an insignificant reprobate, is what he is. And tell me that.
Listen, I spent 2 years
The reason I get muted is because they try to talk over me when I'm delivering the truth, and I never fucking back down. That's the reason why, you fucking shit cunt, Jeremy.
Come on.
Tell me I'm a fucking spaz. Listen, if we were in the same room, he'd be screaming now. Believe you me. Get him off me.
Jen, you're like 80 years old. I'll fucking listen, Jen. Let's not take it there.
Shut up, Jeremy.
I spent about 2 years in gems. I spent about 2 years in gems.
Here we go.
You're a wanker. You
Jen,
know
why
it.
are you talking over
me?
Hold on.
You are out of your league. Ow.
This is why you get muted in gems.
Enough of the name calling.
Hang on. Who started it? Who started
I'm saying, I said, Jin, if you heard me, I didn't direct it at you. I said enough of the name calling guys.
Right.
All right.
Okay, that's it. Don't start what you cannot finish, boy.
Well,
don't start it. Don't ever call me a spaz when I'm around.
Okay. That was like cue to stop.
If you act like a normal human being, I act like a normal human being.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm
Again, shut the fuck up.
This is why you get muted, because you're a spaz, just like this. You're a spaz, just like this, Jim.
Why did you do that?
You scumbag.
Jeremy,
you are
why did you do that?
just like Bandsaw. I'm about to mute him.
On my shoe.
No, come on.
I'm going to just mute him.
No, don't rile him up, Jeremy. Come on. Please, buddy.
I can't. He's not letting me finish the sentence. I don't understand.
I know. No.
Don't ever call me.
No more name calling, guys. Come on.
Exactly.
Please.
Don't insinuate that I'm not a normal human being either.
Okay, Jin. All right, don't go on with it. Let's just continue. But don't.
Well, I was just saying that, but that's why they mute me in Gem Panda, because I hit them hard where it counts. I hit them hard. They have to mute me, And even Chemo said, "I'm sorry about that. I'm going to get you back now." That's what Chemo says. Because you're supposed to be a flat earther and a moderator. You should be having our backs. We're supposed to be united. I said.
Right? Somebody changed the topics.
Anyway, how are those branches
talk about
going?
something else then. All right, go ahead. Offer up something to talk about then. Go on. You're not interested in Gem Panda's demise? Okay. All right. Never mind.
Demise? What, with super chats flowing in?
Well, very little super chats coming in, but we're really causing a ruckus in there. We're beating the debates we've had lately. We've been destroying them day in, day out.
I've got a topic.
You want to come in there and have a look? Ask Jay.
Go for it, please.
Yeah, jump in.
Yeah. So in 32 days, the Golden Globe race will start. That is the sailboat race that is done by sextant navigation, the same way it was originally done in the 68. I am working on getting what the starting conditions will look like, their first celestial sight. Is anybody interested in that?
Are you going to be joining in? Are you going to be joining in?
No, unfortunately, I was not selected for race crew. I applied and didn't make the race.
Yeah, no, that would have made your day had you been selected as a crew to navigate.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. But let's remember this, a race does not a globe make, Okay. Let's just not forget that.
Sure. Yeah. All I was talking about was the fact it was a race, dude. Nothing about Earthshape. Just the race.
Okay. Well, I know you like to drink the Kool-Aid and then start insinuating. And
what is the track? Where do they go? Where does this race go to and from?
Well, you tell me.
It starts in Les Saint Orleans in France and goes around Antarctica back to Les Saint Orleans.
Oh yeah, that's
Oh,
right.
how about that? How about that? That's interesting, actually, when in the shape discussion,
Well,
and
they
how
would be
far
upside
that
down.
is,
That's
and
the
how
thing.
long
They'd
it
be upside
takes.
down, wouldn't they? They'd be upside down. That's the interesting thing.
Upside down. Good night.
They would definitely be
Goodness.
upside down.
Okay, well, Jim.
What's interesting about the race is they are eschewing all modern navigational techniques. So they will have a GPS on board, but it only will be
Fantastic.
activated if the boat sinks. So
now you know these magnetic, what these gyroscopes? Like, what do they call them? The ones that magnetic gyroscopes.
So
Compasses,
is that a
not
modern
gyroscope,
navigational
compasses?
technique?
Apparently
Is that a
they
modern
work off the
navigational
ether.
technique? The one I just said wasn't allowed in this race?
Okay, it wasn't allowed. Yeah, there you go. All right.
Right.
Well done.
The only navigational techniques that are allowed are sextants and dead reckoning.
Okay, brilliant. Well, then that's it then, ladies and gentlemen. They're on a flat Earth because the sextant was designed to work on a flat, motionless Earth.
Have you got a
only, not
citation
spinning
for
ball,
that?
etc. Well,
Can you cite that, Jen?
I can post you a video to that end. Yeah, sure, of course. Jin's always got
Does
that.
it have a demonstration? Does it demonstrate
It has
using the
everything
section
you need
to
to
find your
know.
location on a
It
flat
will
Earth?
have
I've
everything
never
you
seen
need.
it.
It will have everything you need to know that it's not working. Okay, don't worry.
Just
I mean,
out
I've heard a lot of. Go ahead.
No, jump in, Howard. Jump in.
No, I was just going to say I've heard a lot of talk about the sextant on a flat Earth, but I've yet to see a demonstration. However, there's many demonstrations of it working on using spherical maths and things like that.
That
Just
would
out
be
of
fake.
just out of curiosity, Kool-Aid, how much more difficult does it make the racing just only having the sextant as your only tool that you can use? Is it a lot more difficult? You know, obviously you got to work everything out and stuff, but you know, how much more complex does it actually make it by just using that?
It's more in the old style.
Yeah.
I'd say it probably is about 50% of modern sailors would not be able to do it.
Yeah.
That also being said, this is a recreation race of a race that was done in '68. So they're.
I think you actually answered his question. He asked you how much more difficult, not what the percentage of people who can do it. How much more difficult is it?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't really know how to answer that question. I'd say 50% of modern sailors couldn't do it. But how much more difficult is it? Yes.
Okay, so why would 50% of modern sailors be able to use their sextants this way?
Lost art.
Yeah. Can you use an abacus?
I'm not sure why you're asking me a question when we've asked you a very simple question. If 50% of modern sailors can't use sextants, the question is, what makes it so difficult?
It's a lost art. It's not something that's done much anymore. Similarly,
That's not an answer.
Can you use an abacus?
I'm not sure why you're asking me a question. I haven't mentioned anything about abacuses.
Right. I'm using an abacus as an example of a lost art that is still something that could be done today if you knew the technique.
Okay, great. Yeah. Okay. Hold on, Jen. Yeah. Right. So it's a lost art. Okay, but that doesn't answer Vandy's question as to what makes it so difficult, because it's being a lost art doesn't make it difficult, because if I had someone who knew how to calculate with an abacus, and I'd never seen one before, and he taught me how, I would know how. So if you got an old salty dog who knows how to use a sextant, and some young pup comes along and he teaches him how to use the sextant, I don't think he would have difficulty using the sextant.
Well, all right. I haven't never used a sextant, but I've looked at it quite a bit. So the difference would be taking 3 elevation readings and going and calculating and plotting it out and finding your location versus looking at a computer screen.
Right. So the difficulty is making a cake as opposed to having someone make it for you. Yeah, that's so what? You got to do a little bit of elbow grease. It doesn't sound like it would be that difficult, Bandy.
Well, would you be interested in showing us how to use the sextant? Because I've been asking for a long time. Specifically, I'm asking for someone who could model the starting conditions for the race.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to pay for my time to stop driving this truck and go out and learn a new skill, right? That's what I would have to do, right? I would have to actually learn the skill. Do I know it now? No. That doesn't.
Okay.
That doesn't present an argument.
Right. Not everything has to be an argument. I was trying to change the subject, and guess what? I changed the subject to boats because boats.
I'm not sure what this response has to do with anything right now.
So it just sounds probably it's a lot more time consuming than anything. Like if you know how to use it, it's the convenience and the time factor. Would that would that be correct, Kool-Aid?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, it's a different.
Right. So just think about how much time you have out on the water. You got plenty of time to work this shit out, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, boats are moving. Things are happening. All personnel are busy basically the entire time.
Yeah, it's full on, isn't it? It's full on. I can imagine that.
Hey, I just want to let you guys know that you're in a religion, and your religion has fallen apart, and it's off with 95% discrepancy.
Who's the you guys? What's it? You got to direct it. Who's the use guys?
The heliocentrists.
There you go.
It's a literal religion. It's called the Copernican principle.
Okay.
All right, so Whitsett, are you willing to model the starting for the? Are you willing to model the starting observations for the Golden Globe race?
The Golden Globe race.
Hey, Whitsett, before you get too far into that, I just wanted to let you know.
We were discussing when you came in with your proclamation. Are you willing to?
I was just giving a public service announcement, bro. All right, you can continue.
No, you were just
can you make that announcement one more time?
Yeah, last time, public service announcement. All of those devoted to heliocentrism, you are in a religion. Your religion is called the Copernican principle. It is the idea that the Earth must be insignificant and not have a special or unique position in space. Therefore, it must be heliocentric with an ever-expanding universe. This is philosophy. It's a religion. And in fact, your religion cannot even be theoretically proposed or explained or even mathematically explained. It's just a religion.
No one cares. No one cares.
Now, quickly,
you should care.
I think there's a little bit of explaining to do with regards to some of these quotes.
Would you please address the topic that was the room's topic when you decided you wanted to have your little "I'm in a cult" soapbox moment?
I'm about to eat. I just wanted to do a public service.
Would you please address the topic that was in the room? Are you willing to model the stellar observations at the beginning of the Golden Globe boat race?
Well, we'll have to do, the first step we'll have to do on both sides is assume the Earth is geocentric, right?
No. Not at all.
Well,
I
actually,
don't give
you
a
have to
shit
use
about
a
any of that. All I care about is the boat race, dude. Are
Yeah.
you willing to model the first observation? Yes, or I'm scared like a little bitch.
Okay.
Oh,
The
Jesus.
first step would be we have to both utilize an Earth-centered position, correct?
I don't care what you use. Are you willing to model it? Yes or no?
Wait,
Are
do
you
you
willing
have
to do it?
wait, maybe if you can at least admit that you have to use an Earth-centered position to do it.
Tell you what,
I
I'll
don't think
model
you
it my
do.
way. You model it your way. Are you willing to model it?
No, if you model it your way,
No,
it
you're
will
not
be
willing to model it. Why are you
no.
not willing to model it? Is it because you know that it breaks your model and it doesn't work?
No.
Okay, hey Kool-Aid, listen. It's very clear to me that you're not listening to what Witsit is saying, because what he is saying is very basic. You're just whistling
I'm
past
sorry.
it.
Travis, are you willing to model it?
This guy's funny, bro.
Is anyone willing to model it? I'm willing.
We can
I'm
easily
working on it
model
right
it.
now.
I'll give you a quote from the Air Force saying that celestial navigation requires an Earth-centered position. That was just the first step.
Are you willing to model it? Yes or no, Winston?
For one, I don't claim a model, but secondly, you're just looking at the sky and then you're applying.
So the answer to my question is no. You're unwilling to model it. Thank you for the answer.
You can't model it on your model, though.
Is any flirt in this room willing to
model it
try
on
to
your
model
model? You can't model it on your model, though.
Now, Kool-Aid, there's no need to
have
call
a model.
names. No need to call
I don't
names.
care.
I know you don't.
Your model is geocentric. Your model is geocentric. You lose. Thanks for playing.
Right. I'm willing to model it on my model. Are you willing to do the same?
Before I answer that, will you clarify, is your model geocentric?
No, that's the question. I'm willing to model it. Are you?
You're making a baseless claim. Are you willing to model on a heliocentric model or a geocentric model?
I'm not making any claims. I'm simply asking, are you willing to model it? Yes.
You are making claims.
No.
You just said it works on your model, and I'm asking you to clarify what your model is.
I didn't make that claim.
Yes, you did.
My claim is I will model it. Will you?
Are you going to model it on a heliocentric model or a geocentric model?
Okay, I'm done with this. Everybody can see how scared you are. Why are you unwilling to model it?
Look,
It's a very simple question. Just real quick, Kool-Aid. It's just a real quick question. When you say, when you say you are willing to model it, what's the first step of your model? Yeah, what's the first step of your model, Kool-Aid?
What I have done is I have taken the star chart projections for a place that has not a alignment of the stars that has never happened in recorded history, and I can tell you the exact angles that will appear on the boat decks, so that when they look through the sextant for the first time, they can get their positions.
So your starting point. No, hold on. I'm just trying to understand. Remember now. I told you this. I don't know anything about sextants, so I'm interested in this conversation, right? So I asked you what your starting point was, and based on your answer, I got the idea that you finally put yourself on the deck of a boat, right?
Right.
Okay, so you put yourself on the deck of a boat.
Let me explain what I'm looking for, Travis. I am looking for the numbers and the observations they will get at the starting time of this race when they pick up their sextant and look through it.
Okay, so you said that this is a recapitulation of a race back in '68.
Correct.
And so wouldn't you be able to look up their records? You would see exactly where they started from.
So unfortunately, they've actually had to change the route of this race due to some COVID procedures in one of the harbors, and that's why they're starting, like, say, in Orleans. Also, the stars will have never been in the position they will be on September 3rd.
Well, that's a very bold claim, but I think that would be an interesting claim for you to prove that they've never been in that position before in the billions of years that they've existed.
Prove it, yeah.
For that, I would point at the proper motion of as well as the rotational motion of the stars, the cyclical and versus the actual proper motion of the stars, as detailed in the celestial almanac for the last 100 years.
Oh, the geocentric almanac. Got it.
Yeah, okay. I'm just talking about observations.
What do you mean,
you can make it into whatever you want. I understand. Now, my question is anyone in this room willing to say what they're going to see and where the stars are going to be when they look through their sextant?
Yeah, sure. We're going to use an Earth-centered position. That's the first step. So we're already...
All right, cool. No, I don't even want it right now, Austin. Why don't you get me the numbers to 3 major stars, and we'll compare.
Can you at least acknowledge you can't get the numbers without using an Earth-centered position?
I don't think you even consider that. I don't think you consider the Earth position. You just take readings on the stars and map them out.
Yeah, how do you take readings on the stars assuming an Earth-centered position, bud?
You don't have to assume anything about the Earth's position.
Yeah, you do. It's an Earth-centered position. The almanac he's talking about is an Earth-centered position.
Howard, he means your position on the Earth. Okay, that's your reference frame. You are on the Earth. That's where you're viewing the stars from. So that's what he means by
that's fine. He's saying that geocentrism is baked into sextant navigation.
No, it objectively is.
It is if you.
The almanac is geocentric almanac.
Dude. Yeah, it's based on azimuths, and it's based on the circles of the heavens, and it's broke down into 4 different quadrants: 1 east, 1 west, 1 north, 1 south. All doing circles. All doing concentric circles.
A celestial sphere with movement relative to the stationary Earth-centered position. That's objective.
I've already modeled this, man. Want me to post it?
Oh, this is awkward, isn't it?
Hey, Brian, you should take Kool-Aid's challenge, man. I'm sure you'd like that.
I did, man. He offered to buy me a beer, man, because he said, you use Google Earth, so that's using a spear. But I didn't go in there expecting to win money. I just wanted to show him, dude, I'll give you your location. You know, it's fucking you're not magical just because you could fucking figure out the fucking location of stars based on their angle. And but I just wanted to do that to shut him up, but it didn't work. I knew I wasn't gonna get the money, but I figured it'd shut him up where he would quit saying, no flat earthers are giving me the position, but he still says it even after I gave it to him. But
using Google Earth.
But I explain why we see. My explanation is why we get 69 degrees per mile, and I give the equation. It worked within a few miles of within his parameters of doing of the navigation, and
using a globe Earth, Brian.
You mean the geocentric stationary globe Earth? Is that what you mean? The GPS that uses geocentric stationary globe Earth, the Google Earth.
I don't know why you keep dragging that.
Everywhere on your globe, there's no curve, right? Well, here's why. Here's why. Because everywhere on the globe, there's no curvature. Yes. The curvature is always just just right around the bend. So everywhere on the map, it's squares. But if you keep going, or there's no curve, and we measure it. But if you keep going, you would have hit curvature. Everywhere around me is flat. No matter where I go, it's flat. But somewhere there's curvature.
Where are the squares at?
Everywhere. Show me curvature in 100 feet.
With the longitude and latitude you're talking about?
What?
You said the grids? You said there's square grids everywhere?
Dude, the squares, you're going to eventually get squares, ain't you? If you keep going smaller and smaller.
Not perfect squares, not if you're using the grid system.
No, not on a flat Earth either, Coach Show, because we're projecting out from the center, bud. Yeah. No, we're projecting out from the center, dude. See, you just say any fucking thing, dude. Like, you gotta have squares. I don't know what grid you gotta have squares, bro. You just blurt shit out, bro.
You didn't describe what grid system you're using, dude. That's what I'm trying to ask you. You're talking about the grid system with the squares?
I was basing on like your latitude lines on Google Earth. You keep zooming in, and they get more and more square, right? The smaller they get. That's all I'm saying. But what I was really talking about was the drop, bro. The drop. Like everywhere around me, it's flat. And when I did my almost 2 miles down the coast, and the water didn't change elevation. But if I'd have kept going, it would have changed eventually, right? But just not anywhere around me locally. So anywhere I go, it's flat. But just off in the distance, there's your curvature, just always a little bit further.
Wait, why would the water's elevation change?
Well, according to Jesse Kozlowski, the water level drops 8 inches times the mile squared.
Yeah, but not the elevation. Yeah, I looked at Jesse
Kozlowski. The level of water. The level of water supposedly drops 8 inches per mile squared. So you're asking why? That's why.
I saw Jesse's data for the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, and there's a 90-foot gap in the middle, like between the bridge and the straight line that's produced from his data.
Yeah, but that's only mathematical.
Yeah, that's funny. I just seen all these documents, man, and they all say, the satellites and the GPS. I'll post them in a minute. How they're going off of flat, non-rotating assumptions. And y'all say, well, what do y'all say? Y'all say, oh, well, it was easier to figure out that way. It's just math. And then you apply curvature corrections to all this shit. And then you give me globe measurements and say, look, here, these measurements prove a globe. You're using the model to prove the model, bro. All this shit was mapped out and classified using flat stationary assumptions and then mathematically modeled with curvature and moving Earth in some situations. And then you want to use them transforms and them calculations to try and prove a globe. Bro, no, it was all done with flat stationary assumptions, bro.
Go ahead and post what you're talking about, Brian. Let's take a look at it.
Bro, you've seen all the documents, bro. You say that it's just math, right?
You're claiming, so I'd like to see.
All right, yeah. I'll post.
While you're doing that, can I get a question in on Kool-Aid? Kool-Aid, you there?
Bro.
Yeah. I was on Nathan's show the other day. The one that you came on there?
Oh, the one where they banned me for asking if any of them would show me how to sextants work?
I'm not sure if they banned you. That's what I wanted to ask you. Did you leave?
Oh, no, QE
Did you
banned
leave
me.
that discussion, or were you thrown out?
John banned me because he's a little bitch, and he is scared that I have his personal non-confidential records, and he is a liar.
Hold on. The question I'm asking you is, because I was there, right? And I was telling them that 10th man's sextant argument has flaws in it, which the ballers can use. So here you come now, and I go, oh, great. Here's a guy, grew up on a boat. Now he's going to tell them all the things, like the book and this and that, right?
Yeah.
What's the flaw? I want to hear the flaws, bro. I want to hear.
Hold on. We'll get to it, bro. I want to understand why you left, bro. You had an opportunity. You had 10th. Nathan. You had QE. Why did you leave?
They banned me. They kicked and banned me.
No, but they were asking you to show something, right?
How can he show anything if they kick him?
Quantum can't.
But I don't think they banned him because they were asking him. They said that you left. I want to get down to, did you leave or were you kicked?
I was kicked. I was kicked and banned.
While you were talking?
Yes.
Well, hey, I'll be you.
Yeah, that's the way they do over there. That's the way they'll do over there. They'll kick and ban somebody that's making good progress in sense, and they'll say that they ran away.
But he wasn't making progress in sense.
Right. It should be pretty easy to demonstrate. We should just go back to the show and get the clip out. You'll know exactly what happened.
Yeah, go for it.
I was impressed.
What you'll see in the show is that he's not in the chat anymore.
First of all, how are you commenting, doofus, that you have no freaking idea what happened? I was there and I don't know. So why are you commenting?
So what you will see in the chat is that he's gone from the chat. You won't see somebody physically actually clicking the ban button. That's not how they do it in the show.
Do you know what number show it was? Because I'm trying to find
you
it
what
and
it
I
would
can't find it.
actually appear as to the audience. Thanks, Ceci.
Okay, so this was wait, so you weren't on audio, Kool-Aid, you were in the chat?
No, I was actually in voice.
You were in voice. Okay.
Yeah.
So
and they kicked and banned me.
Okay, well then that's what I'm saying. So there should be a place on that timeline where you're talking, you're interacting, they're asking you a question, and either you left on your own accord or they banned you, and it should be obvious when that transition happened, since it's audio.
No, I don't think they banned them because
I didn't even see it. I didn't even see it, bro. But I know what I didn't even see it, but I know how it happened. I'll tell you how it happened because I know them. I know the arguments, and I know him. I guarantee you, they asked you a simple question. I guarantee you. Don't interrupt me. They asked you a simple question 10 times, and you wouldn't answer it.
No, not even close. And my
You were
question
asked
is,
to provide evidence. You came back with evidence of a whole freaking. And they told you, where is it exactly? We're not going to read all this thing. You posted a long thing. And that's when you got triggered and you left. You said, fuck you, QE, and you left.
Okay. It's not. He's not in the server, so I don't know if he left or if he was banned, but he is not on the server.
Who's not on the server?
Drink
Kool-Aid.
What do you mean right now in this
That's
server
not the
right
issue,
now?
man. That's not the issue.
You can go look and see who's in the all the members of the server.
He said, okay, look, Howard, are you talking about Nathan's show? Because I asked Kool-Aid if he was on the audio, and he said yes. So he would have been in the server.
Yeah, right, exactly. But if he's kicked or banned, then he's not in there. And I'm just saying he's not in there right now. He is not a member of that server as of right now.
Yeah, but you're missing the issue here. They asked him to find a quote on how you can measure an angle from a straight line to a curved surface, correct, Kool-Aid? Am I correct?
no, because when they asked for that, I was already banned.
No, sir. No freaking way, bro. You are either you have a selective memory or you're outlying, not saying the truth.
Okay, or Flurf's lie. Hashtag gotta lie to Flurf.
You're calling me a liar?
Says the liar. Says the liar.
Listen, this should be easy. Stop wasting time on this. Someone go and get the clip, and we can listen to what happened.
Yeah,
I don't know what number the show is, Travis. I was trying to find it, but you know how Nathan puts out his shows? They're not in order. I don't know which one it is.
How long ago was it, Kool-Aid?
A couple of weeks ago.
Was it about a week? A week, 10 days, yeah, something like that.
So I go, here's an opportunity now for a baller.
Yeah.
They have 10th Man, they have Nathan, and they have QE, right? And you can say your case just like I was telling them, look, the ballers are telling me this and that, height of stars, and here you are, and you missed a golden opportunity, bro. I don't get it.
No. I was kicked and banned. When I brought it up and I asked him if any of them would be willing to show me how sextants work, because I learned as a kid, they kicked, or first QE jumped in and threatened my life in voice. Then they put me in the woodshed where he threatened my life and my girlfriend's life. Would you like to see screenshots? Then he banned me from the server.
Yeah. Don't just claim it. Show it.
Yeah, I'd like to see that because I don't buy that.
I don't believe anything he says. He might be right, but he's gonna have to prove everything he says. He lies too much.
I don't believe John would threaten anyone's life. He is a kitten. He's such a soft, gentle person.
Are you fucking serious right now?
No, you don't understand sarcasm, bro.
Okay, good.
I mean, Globers know that
That's not the point, guys.
This is an MO for.
Well, let's stop doing this. Let's stop doing this back and forth with Kool-Aid. So, SC, what are the points for 10th Man that Globers can poke holes in? What do you got in mind?
Well, I was just telling them I'm not sure if they're holes or not, but I'm just telling them that the argument leaves a lot to the ballers because they're gonna come up with certain stuff. Like, for example, what I've heard them say. So you know the distance to Polaris, right?
See, that's what they do though, SE. They don't do distances in their fucking model. They don't triangulate for heights or nothing. Because it doesn't work on a globe, but they demand that we give them heights when there's no heights in celestial navigation. That's all they got.
You guys require it though. We don't need it.
What are you talking about? We were required. It's not part of navigation, period.
It would be if the stars were close and local and the Earth was flat. It wouldn't be necessary.
Incorrect. Oh, so only in our model. So our model necessitates it.
No, he's just wrong. He has no idea what he's talking about.
Okay, why don't one of you guys go ahead and just show it to me? Show me how I'm wrong.
Okay, why don't you stop strawmanning us with the vacuum first, Kosho? How about you stop strawmanning us with the vacuum real fast? How about we do that first?
Okay, no, I'm not. Hey, why don't you demonstrate what he's talking about? Demonstrate what you're talking about.
Demonstrate it's not part of celestial navigation. There's no height triangulation. If there was, y'all.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
your shit wouldn't work, and ours would.
There wouldn't be on the way it works in reality. But if it were a flat Earth and the stars were close and local, you'd have to use trigonometry to get the distances.
We don't get distances. We don't need distances.
No, we don't use trigonometry. It's an apparent location and a more.
You do need distances from yourself to the DP. You do need distances.
You know what he's talking about. We don't need height.
That's what it's all about.
I think you actually interrupted me. So actually, even within your paradigm, you assume that equidistant stars that are infinite, you don't need the distance of the stars to do navigation using the sky. That's just a bullshit lie. So it's just an apparent location in a more dense medium. We have the same exact fundamental baseline, which is an apparent location that is consistent. We then go from there. Try again.
It still don't work. They still have to convert it to a place they never even been, and they have to chop that in half to get a plane out of that. So no matter what, they're gonna use a flat baseline, even if you go to the middle of the Earth and make a plane out of the center and just convert the angle to somewhere else.
Oh, Left-Lane,
what you got
assumptions. Left-Lane, what's your rebuttal? You were so impulsively interrupting me a second ago. What's your rebuttal now?
You said that you don't need distances. That's what the navigation is, calculating your distance to the GP.
He meant heights, bro. He meant heights.
Buddy, you don't need the distance to the stars.
No. Somebody else said you don't need distances whenever.
Travis did. He meant heights, though.
That was my point, though, is to get distances on our model. You don't need the height to the stars because we're not using trigonometry.
You don't need the height no model, bro.
I know, so if you don't need it, then Brian, instead of yelling over me, why don't you go ahead and describe to me how you do it? Not by stealing our numbers, but by using the way the world works for you.
It's the same thing.
In the distance to the GP.
It's the same thing.
That doesn't make any sense.
There's no height, bro. Why would I use something that I don't need?
So you're using globe math.
Now Left-Lane heard Kosho say something, so now he's bold.
No, it ain't globe
now he's bold again because he thinks the Glober has an argument, so he's bold again. Left-Lane, how about instead of using Kosho, you articulate exactly why it doesn't make sense.
If you're saying you're doing it the same way, you're using globe math.
Okay, there you go. So actually, you apply a 1-to-1 ratio with a celestial sphere, assuming a geocentric plane or a geocentric Earth. So you assume a geocentric central Earth. You then use a 1-to-1 ratio with the sky, assuming equidistant, infinite distances. Okay, we aren't assuming distances either because just apparent locations, they're consistent. We have the same exact baseline. We don't apply a 1-to-1 ratio to assume convexity of the surface. We just apply it to the actual apparent location change in the stars relative to your location on the Earth, and it works perfectly fine. We don't have to curve the surface. Now, Left-Lane, not Kosho, Left-Lane, rebut me because you keep jumping in so much.
Can you demonstrate that for me because I don't understand?
Well, you're saying we use spherical math. Y'all use flat Earth math. They're fucking twisting it around.
Demonstrate it. Show me how you do it.
What you guys did was you got a rate of dip. You can get that with a flat surface like the ceiling. You look at the light in the ceiling and you look at the rate of dip. Maybe it dips 1 degree every foot that you go away from the light. It's the same thing over a flat surface. You're just assuming it maps to a ball, but that's not true.
Can you demonstrate that? I don't know what you're saying.
You look at the ceiling, you took a step in the ceiling, and you got
it. I demonstrated it and came up with an arbitrary model just to make y'all happy, and you still ain't fucking happy.
Left-Lane, I need you to answer this question specifically, okay? You agree we're just arguing about who has the more viable geocentric model, right?
No, I disagree with that.
So we use heliocentrism to do celestial navigation?
I don't think it matters.
Okay, well, you have to assume an Earth-centered position to use the celestial sphere to get the 1-to-1 ratio in the globe paradigm. So rebut what I just said.
I don't think that matters.
Oh, so you just keep saying it.
You're navigating on Earth, so of course you're using an Earth-centered coordinate system.
So the answer is yes. We're just arguing over the best geocentric model then.
In a heliocentric universe, you would use a geocentric coordinate system because you're on Earth.
So we have to use a geocentric coordinate system.
Because you're
yes
on
for
Earth
everything.
doing the navigation.
Everything.
So we have to use a geocentric system then.
Yes.
Because you're trying to find another point on Earth. Because you're on Earth, the coordinate system that's convenient for you to use is one that's Earth-centered.
When you say convenient, what you mean is accurate.
The most accurate.
Yes. You could totally do it with a geocentric. You could totally do it with a heliocentric set of coordinates, but the math would be additional.
Do it.
No, you cannot without a bunch of assumptions, bro.
No, you can't do it anyway. You You have to just do transformations back to a geocentric model. Prove it. You're just talking.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm
Wait a minute, hold on. Since celestial navigation works, it has to be geocentric.
The only way you can even map out your celestial navigation is with a Earth-centered coordinate system.
So
I
wait
can
a minute.
cite the Air Force. I can cite the Air
Hold
Force.
on.
Would that be sufficient evidence?
Wait. So since celestial navigation works, it means that the whole universe is geocentric.
No. What it means is you can't even do anything without assuming that the Earth is geocentric. That's the point.
Right, but one second, Paige. The one of the quotes that you like to bring up consistently is that both geocentric and heliocentric are valid reference frames. So if we can do it with a geocentric coordinate system, we can also do it with a heliocentric coordinate system. Because it is just a coordinate transform is all.
You can't measure the angles to begin with without assuming a fucking globe and using a flat plane to get the angles. Period.
Well, and you have to assume there's geocentric.
Brian?
You can't even do it mathematically. You're just saying.
Yeah, welcome to flat Earth.
Show me where they did the transformation.
Yeah, actually, you could.
Brian,
if you're standing on a surface of a spherical Earth, you just hang a plumb line, and there's your horizontal reference, 90 degrees to that.
Brian, you've already tried to do it on a flat Earth and win the MC Tunes.
I already did, dude. I already did, and guess what?
No, you didn't.
I didn't need to give you heights to stars, but you demanded them anyway. So I gave you a model for it, but just because you demanded it.
You figured it out. You figured it out on the Earth, and then on the spherical Earth, and then backlogged it.
Why you gotta cut me off, bro? Why you gotta cut me off?
You didn't win the 10,000
because they're lying. They're lying. Their argument is so terrible.
You didn't win the 10,000 bucks,
did you? Wait, I'm going to explain.
Let me know when I can respond.
Brian, their argument is so terrible that they have to say, look, we can make up an assumption that all the stars are equidistant, which is not what our model says. And we can claim they're all infinite, which doesn't exist and not what our model says. But we are allowed to make that assumption because we have to. And we also have to apply it to a geocentric, stationary, Earth-centered positioning coordinate system. But you have to claim exactly where the stars are in the literal physical distance, or you can't do it.
Well, you need to on a flat plane. You need to know the height of the stars. We don't need to. Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do. To triangulate to the stars, you need to know the height of the stars.
I don't need to triangulate to the stars.
Yes, you do. On a flat Earth, that's the only way.
No, I don't.
They're just apparent locations. They're just apparent locations. We don't know. We don't know the actual distance. You're wrong.
Their altitude changes as you get closer to them.
Yeah,
relative
the altitude
to perception.
changes.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, how does altitude change? How does altitude change? How are you measuring that?
On a flat Earth, it has to.
How are you measuring it? Actually, how you're measuring it?
Geometry
with angles,
trigonometry.
Yeah, angles, right? Angles. So you're using a flat baseline, right? So your measurements are coming flat.
That's what we're trying to assume from your position, Brian.
Flat Earth. Sir.
No, dude. Welcome to flat Earth. You're not.
It doesn't work on a flat Earth.
Us assuming a flat Earth does not automatically make a flat Earth.
Hold on, bro. The area you're standing in, that you're using the section in, that little section, there's no curvature, bro.
Yeah. Okay? So what?
It's all assumed, and
so what?
Y'all don't. If you challenge me to give you, why you got to interrupt?
The sextant doesn't care what the surface shape is.
We don't need to give you the height to stars, bro.
You must in order to figure out your angle on a flat Earth model. You need to know the height of the stars. The only way it works.
No, you don't. No, you don't. I showed you that. If you
but
69 miles 1 degree, it maps out.
Yeah, that's
1 degree for 69 miles.
That's correct. That is a globe Earth assumption.
Dude, I found something. Hang on, guys. SE was making a couple of points that he was bringing up to Nathan's panel, and I don't think we ever got to his points that he was bringing up.
This is my whole point. Thank you, Left Lane. This is my whole point. This is just one of the arguments.
Yeah.
And look what happened in the room.
Well, can we?
Yeah, because it doesn't work on the flat Earth, SE. Well, like everything else you say.
You can't. You have to assume it.
Brian,
the other argument is the magic book. Where does the magic book come from? Is it a flat Earth book?
Can we settle this?
Is it a ball book?
It's a ball book.
Can we settle this other thing first before we go further from it? Because everyone's shouting over each other, and the claim is fairly simple. On the globe model, on a sphere, in using the celestial sphere as your reference, and the 1-to-1 positioning, like with the GPs, the position in the celestial sphere correlates to the position on the ground via the GP. Okay, so given this reference frame or this system,
where'd you get the GP from?
Hold on, guy. Using this system, we simply just measure the angle, the zenith angle to the star, and we get the GP by multiplying.
Yeah. How are you going to measure an angle with a straight line and a curved surface? How do you get the angle? That's what the question they asked.
I'm just being
explicit. Drink of Kool-Aid. How are you going to measure an angle with a straight line and a curved surface?
With the sextant, and you don't even need the horizon if you use a bubble sextant.
No, there's no need to address that yet.
That's where Kool-Aid bounced off.
No need to address that yet. I haven't made my point. I haven't made my point. Okay,
bubble sextant, you don't even need the horizon.
I'm only describing our model.
That's correct.
I'm only describing our model because now I'm asking you guys to use your model. To how are you going to determine this distance to this GP mathematically or at all? If you don't know the height of the star and you're saying that you don't know if it's varying distances, that's going to be varying distances across the ground. There's no way to
Bro, you don't know the height of the star either.
We don't need to.
We don't need it in ours, though.
Neither do we.
Don't need to
yes,
know.
you do.
Yes, you do.
No, we don't, bro.
Yes, you do.
Brian, okay, here's where we need to stop. In my opinion, we have a positive claim that is a straw man from Kool-Aid or from paid NASA shill. He is saying in a positive claim that on a flat Earth using a sextant, that we need to know the altitude of the stars. That would be, hold on, that would be your burden to prove.
Yeah, I've proven it. You just hand wave it away because you don't have it.
Okay, go ahead and wait. Go ahead and prove it right now. Go ahead.
Well, you mean
while he stumbles and stumbles?
No,
let me get my claim.
Brian, sorry.
How do you get the distance? How do you get the distance? How do you get the distance?
This is not my turn to answer your question.
How do you get the distance from the GP on the flat Earth model? Go.
Is it your opinion that you're asking me a question is an answer to the question I asked you?
Yes. How do you get the distance from the GP on the flat Earth model without the height of the star?
You are avoiding the answer, and you are a troll.
No,
it would be
sir.
Listen
to me once again, because on the globe model we can use the 60 degrees.
You're just going to repeat your statement.
Once again, listen to me one more time. Listen to me one more time, and shut the fuck up for just a moment.
You can't use a globe, bro. You have to use angles.
One more time. Listen to me one more time, and shut the fuck up and stop interrupting me. On the globe model, you can use for every 1 degree and change, you get 60 nautical miles of distance.
That's empirical. That's in any model.
That doesn't work on a flat Earth. How does that work on a flat? No, it doesn't.
It doesn't work on a globe surface.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't work on. No, it does not.
It does. That is a globe.
It does not work. It does not work on a globe surface with a curved angle.
Yes, it does.
Okay, here we go.
How it works.
Very simple. It's very simple.
Instead
of curving the ground, the sky is adjusting to the distance covered on the ground.
How does it do that?
Oh, okay. Again,
the sky bends.
Again,
the sky bends.
Listen.
It doesn't matter.
No, the perception of the sky through the density layers of the more dense medium is what it is as being perceived.
No,
and by the way, that's the only way. I'm not done talking. By the way, that's the only viable alternative or viable option to even postulate what happens on the Earth because of the observations and the lack of 3% or 97% of the mass in the galaxies and the expansion rate being so far off.
Nothing to do with
I'm still talking. Yes, it does.
That has nothing to do with celestial navigation.
Does. I think you're
monologuing.
I'm explaining why.
Let him quit interrupting, Paige.
He's throwing shit against the screen.
Hey, we had a good conversation before you came in. Please control yourself.
Throwing shit against the screen.
Control yourself,
no, I'm not. I'm trying to explain. There's a lot of different pieces of evidence. I won't go into all of it, okay? But there's a lot of things that show that the only viable alternative is that it's a dense medium. Well, layers of density in the medium would alter your perception relative to your position on the Earth, which is exactly what we observe. Okay.
It doesn't work though. You're just throwing shit against the screen.
It does work. It does.
No, sir.
So yeah, just to point out, just to point out that he's repeating himself over and over again. And
Look
when
who's
asked
talking.
when I'm not repeating anything right now, I'm saying
yes, you
this for
are.
the first time. Okay, can we get a moderator in here to kick this troll? Because all we're doing right now is getting derailed from a productive conversation, just like SE pointed out. Everything was fine until Paige jumped in and started
and tried to get you guys to actually say some truth rather than just throwing shit against the screen.
I did.
You have not, sir. You have not said one
I
thing.
tried to ask you a question. You wouldn't let me. You wouldn't let me answer because you interrupted me every time I went to try and answer. You paid.
Because you say the same shit time after time after time. It is incorrect and false. You're saying that the sky bends.
Do we have any mods in here? Why did somebody mute this guy, man?
Yeah, mute me. That's a good way of doing that.
Don't ask me questions if you don't want to hear the answer, bro.
Forget it, Jeremy. Forget it, Jeremy. Listen, if you don't know, man, forget it.
We're going to have to if y'all don't settle down.
I'll let you guys get back.
Was here. What's going on?
I'll let you guys get back to your. I'll let you guys get back to your echo chamber then. Fine.
It's not an echo chamber. I'll start arguing with these guys right now.
Your head on the way out.
He was asked a simple question by Travis, and he wouldn't answer it, man. You know, but here's my point. Well, they say that we have to use a spherical math. No, you have to use flat Earth. You want to transfer your measurement, which either subtracted from 90 or took it down to the middle and chopped it and made it into a flat plane, or you assumed it coming from a place you've never been. It doesn't work from the surface of a sphere without assumptions. Okay, so you're using a flat Earth, and you're using angles. Bro, you can get angles all you want and model it into a globe and say it proves a globe, but it's just wrong. You're starting with a flat Earth.
But in regard to this 1-to-1 ratio, 1 degree per 60 nautical miles, 2 degrees for 120 nautical. No, wait. Let me finish. You can't arc the sky. The star stays in one location, and you are the one moving. That indicates the surface that you're moving on is spherical.
That doesn't work on the surface, though. The math don't work on the surface.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
You can draw it on a piece of paper.
Yeah, I have. You have to go to the middle because the angles don't work.
Yeah, they do.
Brian, if the star is far away, yes, it does. And I'll tell you exactly why.
So you're making assumptions, right? So you're making assumptions.
I'll tell you exactly why. Because the distance takes 69.1. Multiply that by 360 degrees to make a full circle. What's the number you get?
I don't need to multiply it. We don't use 360 degrees in navigation. I don't need to multiply it. All I got to do is measure it in the real world. That's not part of the model. That's empirical, bro.
Yeah,
what is part of the model is the height.
The problem is that 69.1 times 360 gives you the circumference of Earth. Why does it do that?
Dude, celestial navigation's broke down into 4 quadrants. We don't ever measure over 60 degrees. Anything over that's unreliable, say the veterans of celestial navigation.
What?
That doesn't help anything.
What do you mean?
When you get down to the horizon, the more unreliable your measurements become.
There's a correction in there. Yeah, there's a correction in there. 37 arc minutes at its maximum, so it's not really much of a correction.
They won't even try. They won't even try to use it below like 120 degrees. It's like 60 in each direction. Sextant. It's a sixth. That's what a sextant is, bro. It's a sixth. Times 2 is 120. You got 2 horizons. You got 120 degrees. They don't even use it for shit like that. Why would you triangulate something that's 5,000 miles away? It doesn't matter.
The size of a sextant's angular measuring capability is 120 degrees, sometimes a little bit over due to manufacturing.
That's what I just said, bro.
120 degrees that the sextant can measure is from a lower reference to an upper reference, which means from something in front of you to past overhead. So it's not about the horizon.
So you're measuring it, right?
About the horizon.
Okay,
it has
please
nothing
don't
to do
avoid
with
this.
how far something is above the horizon.
Please don't avoid this. So how are you measuring
I addressed it,
bro? You're not measuring nothing. You're getting angles. Angles require either subtracting from 90 or a flat baseline. There's the only 2 ways you could do it. Okay, so welcome to flat Earth.
So that's what makes it interesting. The horizon dip correction requires you adjust the lower reference upward because the horizon drops below horizontal.
So just whistle on past my point. You're stuck,
Yeah,
bro.
it doesn't
You either
require a
have to
flat
subtract from
baseline,
90.
Brian. That's the entire point. Is no flat baseline is required because you're making one.
You can't make an angle without subtracting from 90 if you only have one arm, or a flat baseline. You can't
Right,
get
and
around
you're
that.
making
I know
one,
it
Brian.
aggravates you, bro, but you have to use a flat earth to model your shit to
Right,
begin
the
with.
part of the process is you're making the angle from horizontal. That's part of the process, Brian.
What's horizontal? What angle is that?
Perpendicular to plumb. Why can't they do this on a globe, though? That's my question.
They can, but they have to bring it down to the center. Or okay,
But what?
they have to use a flat baseline to model it to begin with. They have to use.
They're using a flat baseline to make a horizontal.
Dude, you can make assumptions, okay, but don't come at me like it's proof. You know, if you're gonna say we measured it from the center of the Earth, no, you didn't. It doesn't work on the surface of a sphere without other assumptions. The measurements.
I know.
Are
I just
different.
don't understand. Why can't they make a horizontal?
They can.
Why
with
can't they make a horizontal? Hold on. Why can't they make a horizontal on a globe and then get the angles?
So in other words, they just need a bubble level, right? And then yeah, subtract it from 90. That's fine. That means you have a line above your bottom line, matching your bottom line. So you got a flat baseline. All you did is convert it to the top. Okay, so but what you have in reality is a flat baseline and a co-altitude. So you have two flat lines, one at the bottom, one at the top. That's reality. That's flat Earth shit. They can't get around it.
All right. Before I was interrupted by children, question was, why can I not have a horizontal on a spherical Earth?
You can, bro. You can by subtracting from 90 and then taking the flat Earth measurement, taking the planar measurement, and converting it to a sphere with assumptions.
Okay,
but
I don't.
You can do it. Okay, I'll give you the fact you can do it, but don't use it as proof. That's
right.
My
let
point.
me go ahead and respond to that.
Okay, try for
you
this
don't
time.
need to subtract. You don't need to subtract from 90 to get a horizontal. That's what the horizon dip correction is for, Brian.
Okay, what are you multiplying then? When you measure your angle, tell me how you do it.
Right. At your location, you have your altitude angle, which after your horizon dip correction and refraction correction is just one angle. You're subtracting from 90 because you're subtracting from 90 because you're looking for the zenith angle to the celestial object, or the co-altitude angle.
There's implications though. When you subtract from 90, bro.
Or the co-altitude angle is what it's actually called. Your zenith angle is what gives you your distance to the celestial GP. I know you wanted to interrupt
welcome to
me
flat
a few
Earth, bro.
times.
Welcome to
That's
flat
fine.
Earth.
It's
You
great
answered
that
your own
wanted to
question.
let me get that out.
Bro, you answered your own question, bro. You just said that you're subtracted from 90 and you're using co-altitudes and co-latitudes. Bro, welcome to flat Earth. You want to transfer that to your model,
from 90 degrees
but don't
doesn't
say it
suddenly make
proves
the
a
Earth
sphere.
flat, Brian.
I'm not. Hold on, let me finish. I'm not saying you can't make it work on a sphere with assumptions, but you're going to need flat baseline measurements first. And why won't you admit that, bro?
All right, let me try this again. Subtracting from 90 degrees doesn't suddenly make the Earth flat, Brian.
Straw man.
Perhaps you can tell us how you can get an angle from a straight line and a curved line.
See, that's what they're talking about. We just established a horizontal, and that's your angle.
And there's no curved
Brian
lines.
just destroyed that dude. Brian just destroyed that dude. So you have to get your measurements, and then you have to try to make it work on the globe with assumptions. He's saying, I'm not saying you can't make it work with the assumption, but to claim that it's proof of a globe is incredibly stupid because you have to make the assumptions and the corrections to make it even work theoretically on the globe. Then you guys run around and say, look, this proves the globe.
Well, do we in fact not take dip? We do in fact take dip corrections when citing celestial elevation from the horizon.
But let me jump in. Right, let me jump in just real quick and make this point. You're only operating within 180 degrees. There is no such thing as a 360-degree observation that you're making. It's only what is in front of you as you trace your hand from the left to the right over your head. That's only 180 degrees. Those are the only degrees in which you operate. You don't need 360.
Isn't it convenient that 69.1 times 360 is the circumference of Earth?
Yeah, because
okay, hold on real quick, Brian. Hold on, Brian. Brian, hold on. Again, I don't know why you're appealing to 360. We're talking about 180. I don't need 360. If you want to complete the circle beneath your feet, that's your assumption. Okay?
And no, it's not convenient. That's how you got the
Travis, they don't even use 180, bro.
That's how you got it.
Broke down into 4.
69.1 miles. So 69.1 miles times 180 degrees is half the circumference of Earth. Still
Which
awesome.
is where you got the circumference.
Right. It's all math. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Look, so doofus, right? So isn't it like 60 nautical miles and then 69 statute, right? So let's do the 60, right? It's 60. Correct?
Uh-huh.
Okay,
60
great.
times 6.
Okay, great.
Yep.
So all you're doing on the water is measuring distance. So it's going to correlate. Hold on.
No, the thing you're measuring is an angle.
Okay, but then how do you get 60 miles?
What do you mean?
That's understood.
With planar figs, that's how they get it.
Hold on. Where do you get the distance value that you're traveling on the Earth?
It's understood.
Okay, no. That's not how simple. That's too simple of an answer, Howard. Okay, I don't understand how it's understood.
Well, you could observe this.
Hold on, let's have one person at a time. Go ahead, Howard.
Well, you can observe this if you're traveling north to south using your GPS on your big truck and travel 70 miles and watch your latitude change at 1 degree every 70 miles.
I'm talking about nautical miles, Howard. Nautical miles.
It's 60 nautical miles equals 69 statute miles. And I just use 70 as an estimate, but you can travel north to south and watch your latitude on your GPS change 1 degree per 70 miles.
Okay, again.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Howard, stop, please. Howard, I'm trying to make this as basic as possible, right? If you and I are on the ocean, right, and we're trying to learn this shit ourselves, okay, we can measure 1 degree of change with reference to a star, okay?
Yeah.
We can see 1 degree. How do we know how far we've traveled over the water?
Because it's a known thing. It's
no,
understood.
okay. How was it known? Right? Okay, listen. Hold on.
You can confirm this
they
over
won't give
land.
you honest answer, bro. You're not going to get honesty, bro.
Right, you can confirm this over land.
Okay, we're not on land, right?
Right, but you can confirm it on land.
No, he's talking about the first person who right, Travis?
Right,
Before
exactly. Exactly. Now, Howard says it's known, okay, but there was a time at which it wasn't known. It had to be derived. So we have to understand how they derived the original. I know you guys don't like it when I bring you back to your original major premise that you have to
Right,
assume.
I've answered it. Don't say I don't like it.
Okay, well, you're going to have to
confirm it on
provide.
land.
I know that you could do that, but you're going to have to prove that that's what they did originally. That you're going to have to prove.
You don't have to confirm what they did originally because you can confirm it on land.
No, again, you're back engineering math. That's all you're doing. Simply because you have a system that works right now. If your system depends on a major premise that has never been established, then your entire system might work, but it is a fallacious system.
And chock full of
engineering, or is it checking your work?
It's using flat angles. It's using angles.
Okay, thanks, Brian. The thing is that you can take this system that is as described and confirm on land with land distances that the system itself is correct. So then when you use it on water, you've used your confirmed system to get to where you want to go.
I don't know why you're back engineering, because the Mariners originally,
Engineering.
Okay, again, I'm asking you for the nautical measurement that I am almost sure I would take a kick to both shins with pointy boots, that the mariners, in taking nautical measurements, did not then jump out on the ground and then try to get an equivalent measurement over land. They had a measurement on the water that was established first. And that is my original question. You are simply obfuscating by saying that, oh, well, we could just check our work by doing a measurement on the land. That's an obfuscation.
They did it using Polaris, Travis, in the ocean.
Right.
They did it using Polaris. That's how they did it.
Right. And they use triangles, bro. They use triangles because this is my whole point.
Let's go ahead and actually address it then.
If you travel 60
You're asking
miles...
me about how they did it at first. Well, this is actually very curious. If they looked at the stars at one land location and then looked at the stars at another land location,
why are you on the land?
Then use that information to
Why
figure out
how
to get from one location
Hold on,
to
Trevor,
another.
let me get a point out, man.
In the middle of saying something, I know you don't like me talking, but that's going to have to happen anyway. So let's try this again. If they looked at the stars at one land location and then they looked at the stars at another land location,
why are you on the fucking land?
I hear you interrupting me again. I hear you interrupting me again. I hear you interrupting me again. I hear you interrupting me again.
Yeah, I'm going to keep on interrupting. I am going to keep on interrupting you.
Let's go ahead and finish. Let me go ahead and finish what I'm saying. I'm going to finish it now. Here we go.
Why do we let the trolls win?
When we use that information, I hear you interrupting me again. All right, here we go.
Stop interrupting, please.
We already told you we're...
Hear it again.
Okay, okay, go ahead.
Using that information, about how the stars appear. Jesus Christ.
You gotta demonstrate that that's what they did back in the day.
Stop interrupting. I'm about to mute
Let's go ahead and keep the interruption going. Let's just keep this interruption train going.
Yeah,
because you're doing try this. We'll try this.
I'm gonna mute you if you interrupt him again.
We'll keep going on this stupid train because this is how Flat Earth operates.
No, we're asking you for something.
All right. Why don't I finish what I'm saying before you ask it? Here we go. Let's try this again. Looking at the stars at one land location and then looking at the stars at another land location, you can then use that information on the water to figure out how to get from where you are to their destination. Do you agree?
No.
Okay, why not?
That's not how they did it.
Okay, how did they do it then, if you disagree?
Triangulation.
No, you gotta
wait. He has just now reversed the burden.
Yeah,
he has now just flipped the table. Get this fucking troll out of here, man.
Exactly, man. You have to
fucking troll
how they did it, bro. You don't.
Okay, so what is wrong with the method that I just laid out?
You don't go ahead and assert something and then ask us to demonstrate the opposite. What the hell is wrong with you?
Real fast. I gotta say this for moderation purposes. I don't know if I was being heard or not, but trolling or not, okay, it goes for both sides. You can't interrupt people. What he was trying to say wasn't even 15 seconds long. So even if he's trolling or he's wrong or he's just presupposing the globe and reifying it, which they always do, you let them say that, then you expose them. Both sides don't interrupt. It just makes it a shit show. Thank you.
Thank you, Witsy.
Yeah, again, so we're still back to the very beginning. Howard, how did they establish that they had moved 60 nautical miles per degree?
I don't know.
Okay? I wish you would have said that at the beginning 10 minutes ago, right? But listen very carefully. Here's my only point. It is very simple. However they measured their distance on the water, however they did it, and I'm sure they did it by time, right? Minutes, seconds, hours, right? All of that shit, that time was always nautical before. It never had to do with clock faces, never had to do with analog or dialogue, nothing like that, okay? It was always measurements for Nautilus. Now, let me get my thought back. So, however they measured their distance, they also noted the change of angle to the star. All you're doing is moving over distance of water with a change in the star. It's very simple to understand that you're moving over the surface of water and the sky is adjusting to your position. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And let me further on that point. I've been trying to get this out. If you take an overland, if you measure right underneath a star and you measure it at 90 degrees and you go 60 miles and you see a 1 degree change, that's empirical. And if we do a triangle, a flat triangle, we get a height of 3959. They took the planar measurement. Hold on, don't interrupt me. They literally took the planar measurement that I've been speaking of. I'm not just saying this like it's baseless. They literally took the planar measurement and put it to the center of an Earth and try to hog the fucking empirical measurements that we measure in real world.
You don't get 3959 for the altitude.
Yes, you do. Try it. I'll post
Okay, I tried it.
I made a whole model around it, bro.
Looking at a 42-degree angle to a celestial object, then we know from that kind of math that 69.1 times 48 degrees, the altitude that was required on that triangle is not 3959.
Yeah, I just tried it. It doesn't work.
It works up to about 1,800 miles, 1,400 comfortably, and then there are variables. So you can narrow your trip down to a couple weeks, okay? Then there's variables when you start getting thousands of miles away, bro. I'm telling you where the math came originally. It came from planar mathematics. It came from angles, and you took your measurement and moved it to the center of your Earth, and then you want to say, no, that don't work on a flat plane. That's where you got the measurement to begin with, pal.
Brian, you can't get that linear relationship over a flat surface. That's just
I
simple
just did
math.
a video on it. I'll post it.
I know, Howard. Listen, if I've asked this question before, and I've gotten at least two from your side giving me a yes. Is it possible that the effect that you're describing and seeing is an effect of the sky and not the Earth?
No.
I would say no, because the celestial body, irregardless of the shape of the sky, that reference is from one point.
I didn't say the sky was shaped.
And you moving across the surface is what gives you the relationship.
No. That's the same thing as changing your observation for a mirage. Wherever you move, you're changing your relationship to something that's happening out in the air at a distance away from you. I didn't say anything about the shape of the sky. I just simply said the effect that you're seeing is caused by the nature of the sky. The sky is adjusting to your position on the Earth.
So we're seeing mirages at night above us now.
I don't know why we're letting these fucking trolls. No, that was an absolutely fucking waste of a statement, Paid.
No, it was exactly what you said.
No, it's not a mirage.
No, it was.
Dude,
no, it
everything
was.
you perceive is relative to location. You can prove this a million different ways. You can use magnetic holography. You can do a million different things. Your perception changes relative to angle and your actual position. So that's what happens in the sky. Things are playing.
We need to have a tighter ship on these trolls when they come in and they make non sequitur, straw man, red herring statements that they should get muted. It's a waste of time.
How many times can Travis break the rules without a mute?
Well, because he's a flat earther.
It doesn't really matter, does it? Because everybody doesn't get muted. Shut the fuck up.
I literally just stepped in and told him to stop interrupting a second ago. What are you talking about?
No, but he's calling us trolls, and that's something that's against the rules. Gio said it's against the rules.
You see, but he can do that.
I'm Travis. I take pictures of mirages. I'm the king, the secret king.
I am. Well, so if we were going to mute every time someone said any type of insult,
fucking bitch.
I was going to mute every time anyone said an insult, then everyone in here would constantly
called me a fucking bitch. Just call me
exactly.
Can we
get past it?
Okay,
come on.
Call us trolls.
The question
is, but then insults would be okay. Then that would be a problem.
But he can do it because he's a flat earther, and there's a double standard in this room.
No, I just told everyone to stop doing it, Paige. You're the number one person that insults people, dude. What are you?
No, that would be you.
That
would be you and Travis.
Hey, bro, I'll mute you.
Okay,
so I know, Kosho, it's not your turn to talk either. I'll mute you too.
Move the conversation along. You guys are just talking.
I'll mute you too. I'll mute you too. You want to get muted too? Okay, so objectively, both sides need to stop interrupting and stop calling people names. Everyone's going to get muted if your only response is to call someone a name or to interrupt them. Both sides are doing it. That's just the end of the discussion. I'm not going to sit here and listen to 5-year-olds scream back and forth, and that goes for both sides. Thank you.
So would calling someone a troll be an insult?
Okay, so now you just keep talking about it. No, you're not even going to amp it back
let
up
it
when
go.
everyone starts insulting again.
Okay,
Hold
okay.
on.
So,
I had an opportunity to let it go.
Because I also heard Globe Earthers call someone a fucking bitch as well. I'm telling everyone to stop
fair enough.
name calling it. Yeah, I know it's fair enough.
Yeah, Travis is a troll, and we can call people trolls. It's okay.
Oh, you're getting muted. You're getting muted.
Yeah, you know what I thought was interesting that somebody said before? How we used to navigate the seas by looking at the stars. And if we're supposedly moving through the universe at these like crazy speeds and motion, how are we still seeing the same star formation?
Well, before you
stars do actually shift in their positions over time.
Say again, sorry.
Yeah, the stars do shift in their positions over time.
The stars do shift in their position when? Like the Big Dipper changes shapes? Is that what you're saying?
Each star
show me
individually
one that
has an
changed
amount of
quadrant.
motion relative to the other stars nearby it.
Show me one that changed quadrant.
Is that observable?
You have four quadrants on the Earth.
Actually
You have the east and west is cut in half, and north and south is cut in half. So show me one of these stars jumping quadrants, please. Just one.
I've never seen that. I've never seen a video of it, and pretty sure the stars have been the same constellation for thousands of years.
I've got that data right
They haven't changed. The stars don't change. Big Dipper looks the same it has.
Give me about 2 minutes. I got to pull it up.
You guys are asking us to explain how they change. That's what you're literally doing.
I'm going to show you that they do change. Is what I'm going to do. I'm going to show you that.
Okay.
I'm here just insulting people and interrupting people. I'm actually trying to.
All right, but do they all change? Or is it like one
Coach, I
star
just
moves
responded
and
to your
the rest
point.
are still not moving?
You're going to start by
The
rebuilding
point
the
is-
pyramids.
Dude, the point is that the Flat Earth is saying that it's an optical effect based on apparent location change in perception relative to your location on the Earth. If you want to get more specific, it's magnetic holography within your position in a toroid, and that's just objective and can be proven with Pharaoh's. So whatever, you guys take that, and then you reverse engineer, presupposing a sphere, getting planar measurements, just like Brian broke down. You then mathematically make it work on a globe, and then you say, look, this is proof. Prove me wrong. Dude, what? It's so stupid.
Why don't you substantiate what you just
That's
said?
what it is. We never deny that they change. That's not the problem.
Hey, Coach Show, we have
No, I'm talking about
substantiated
what you
that.
just said. Instead of whistling past it.
We have.
Address
We
what
haven't
you just said. No one's ever substantiated that.
yes, we have.
No, they haven't.
That's what we observed. Listen, Coach Show, we both have the same observation.
Why are you lying, bro? I gave you a fucking refraction model.
Coach Show, listen carefully. We both have the same observations, okay? Now, you can mathematically try to explain it on a globe if you want to. And what you have to do is get equidistant stars, assuming infinite locations, and use a geocentric, Earth-centered system and reverse engineering a presupposed convexity ray based on a presupposed ray. Period. We both have the same observations, okay? We're saying that the apparent location of the stars change relative to your location on the Earth, and in fact, specifically relative to latitude within a vortex of an ether drift, or you can call it a magnetic field. You can prove this with magnetic holography. It doesn't matter what you say, it's just objective.
Coach, let me say something real quick.
So go ahead and substantiate that.
There's equations you have to do to get your GPs and all that to line your shit
Hold
up.
on for a second.
Okay,
Right.
but you don't like my equations because why? I come up with flat Earth equations on how to do it, and you don't accept them.
Wait, Coach, are you saying that the behavior of light doesn't change relative to the observer?
No,
Yes
that's
or
not
no?
what I'm saying. I'm trying to address the actual claims that you made. So
Answer specifically, does light change relative to the observer? Yes or no?
Let's focus on what you said, though, because that's what I'm asking you about. The thing that you just claimed about the magnetic calligraphy and the vortex.
Yeah.
How has this been substantiated that this is actually?
Okay, again, so you guys said it's impossible to explain it on a flat Earth, and I explained how you can. I never claimed in any way that I can prove the vortexual movement of ether, although you clearly can if you just actually understand Michelson, Morley, etc., where you presuppose that, oh, well, we can just never prove the Earth's moving, but we can assume it is because we have to be insignificant. So the point is, you guys claim exclusivity of viability, and you're wrong, and you've been debunked, and that's just a fact.
No, instead of saying that's just a fact and it's happened, why don't you go ahead and do it? Is what I'm saying. Like,
instead of just saying
not to say the word.
happening, how about you actually prove it?
Hold on, Witsit, because I need to be clear because you're not understanding this. I'm not saying tell me some words and that I'm saying to actually substantiate the words you're using, like show how it actually could be formed or it could be dictated by these things that you're saying.
Bro, we ask this shit all the time. Show me an orbit.
Yeah, hold on, just real quick, Kosho. There is at least one example I can give you from your model, right? If you take the change in air pressure as it decreases, how did they know that it got to 0? They simply inferred, right? They knew what they could measure as far as they could go, and they just kept extrapolating out. All Witsit is describing are things that we can reproduce on micro scales with ferrocells, and we can say, you know what? This could be happening in the air as well.
Which is a positive claim.
It's nothing less. That's fine. That's fine. But as long as you're comfortable with understanding that you guys have inferences that you make based on observations that you make that
So
extrapolate.
Go ahead, because I'd like to see this for the ferrocell. How the ferrocell shows you how this could be how you can find your position with the stars on the Earth. Because I've never seen that demonstration before.
No. That's not the claim. We're saying that the sky.
I'll post it.
We're saying that the sky behaves in a holographic fashion depending on your position, right? So
which is
just
another
like
positive claim.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm not afraid of.
No, there's mathematics, Travis. There's mathematics. There's a whole entire model of it. I'll post it real quick.
That's fine. Thank you, Brian. My point is that when you go to a natural museum or whatever, and there's a hologram of George Washington, and I'm standing to the left and you're standing to the right, he's looking at both of us. That's what the sky fucking does. Okay? When you watch the night sky, you don't see with your naked eye the northern rotation and the southern rotation, and you don't notice the celestial equator. With your naked eye, you can't see it. It all looks as though the sky is moving in uniformity, but it's not. That's the way the sky presents itself to us. You guys just simply want to have some explanation where you have to have this explanation. Well, explain how that happens. How the fuck can I tell you how that happens? Well, I've got a story. We have to be on a ball. Okay, great. Show me your model of making an observation from the surface of a sphere where you can reproduce the northern rotation, southern rotation, and celestial equator on that model. And I'm not asking for a digital model. I'm asking you to do it on a physical model where you have a physical sphere with a physical camera, and you can reproduce, by your claim, the opposing sky rotations.
Well,
you guys can't do it.
Did that. Well, Bebop did that.
Okay, great. Can you post it? I've never seen him do that. Go ahead.
Oh, for God's sakes. Okay.
I've never seen it. How can I take your word for it?
I put a camera on a ball and face it in different directions. How hard can that be?
Okay, don't tell me. Show me. Again, you're going to put a camera on the surface of a ball. That ball's got to have a center of axis, and you're going to rotate that ball, and whatever objects you have out in the distance, they have got to diverge away from each other in two opposing rotations.
Right. Yeah, it only works in one position, too. You move it off the center and point it any little bit away from the center, and it doesn't work. It's so easy to disprove.
Not only that, right. Not only that, but my prediction is every time you move that camera on the globe or wherever you are and spin it, you're going to have a brand new celestial equator.
So the star trails don't rotate in opposing directions.
Don't tell us. Show us by a model how you can reproduce and verify your claim that the rotation of the Earth produces a northern rotation and a southern rotation. I'm still waiting, Doofus.
It's one rotation.
They can't demonstrate it because it doesn't work. We've showed them why
before
it
you
doesn't
get
work.
the
They give us
before you get the
reason.
post, just say that it isn't possible.
They just say this is why we can't demonstrate it after we show them that it doesn't work.
You have something to post,
That's
Doofus?
what they've been told their entire life. That's why they only parrot it. They don't show it.
Rotate in one direction.
Again, Brenda.
No one said that the Earth is rotating in two different directions.
The stars rotate in one direction.
Okay, so I've heard the claim that the star trails that we see are produced by the rotation of the Earth.
Sorry.
At the equator, you have a northern rotation and a southern rotation, and you have a celestial equator. We are told that that apparent observation can only be produced on a rotating globe. Do you deny that?
No, that is that is the. I do not deny that.
Then please show us.
All right, here, B-Ball did it. Thanks.
Okay. Now, just to be clear, before I watch this, you have to be prepared for a critical evaluation, because when I asked another globe head to do this, he put himself on an office chair and simply spun himself around in a circle and said that proved it, which it did. Okay,
this is a ball, though.
That's all B-Ball does is one little point.
It's a ball, though. He's not in the center of the ball. He's on the outside.
It doesn't matter. If you move it anywhere, it breaks down.
Digital? Is that a digital thing?
No, he's on a ball. Look at the damn video, man. He's on the camera's on the ball.
You can put the camera anywhere and show a center of rotation. As soon as you move it, it fails.
Right, he's on the outside of the ball, so that's not true. You can see the center of rotation is above the ball, and that it appears to rotate in one direction. And then when he turns the camera around, it appears to be rotating in the other direction, even though the ball is still pointing in the same direction.
We want to see a match. I want to see a stationary star.
Right, that's what he did in the video, man.
No, it ain't. It ain't, because all you got to do is move it a little bit. Listen, what you see, I've already seen it. I'll look at it again. But look, all you got to do, whatever way the camera moves, that's the way the shit's gonna move.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Did he construct a model of a sphere?
He physically put a camera onto a ball, which is what you asked for.
Okay. Well, I'm driving right now, so I have to watch it later.
Dude, he just shows spin. He just spins the camera, bro. He doesn't do what we asked.
Spins the entire ball.
Yeah, the entire ball, and which spins the camera. What we're asking is to rotate the camera. Okay, rotate the camera. Don't just spin it in place. Rotate it. Okay, like you say it's happening on Earth, like from the equator.
No, the way we say it's happening on Earth.
From 5 degrees latitude, we're seeing the North Pole just sit there. That's what we want to see. That's what you can't demonstrate.
That's what he shows you, Brian, in the video that you're not watching.
No, Doofus. I'm asking for a demonstration of 2 celestial rotations, not 1.
Yep, and he demonstrates that in the video that nobody's watching. If nobody's going to watch the thing, why did I even post it?
I can't watch it.
He looks up and then he looks down.
He looks up and then he looks down.
Then he looks in the other direction. Yes. The camera's on the ball. The camera's on the ball. He has it facing in one direction. You observe one kind of rotation. And then he faces the other direction. It appears to you as the opposite kind of rotation.
No, that is not what we're asking.
And the ball is rotating in the same direction in both examples. Yes, that is exactly what you asked for.
No, it's not. Did he create an equatorial celestial equator?
It's not required if you can observe the rotations appearing to be opposite rotation. Thank you for the interruption. Thank you for the interruption. Thank you for the interruption again.
You're welcome.
Let's keep it going. Let's see how many times he interrupts. All right. So if you can observe from a rotating spherical object that the celestial poles are rotating in opposite directions, what do you think happens at the celestial equator?
That is not what I requested. So again, before I even watched it, I said there's going to be a critical evaluation. The critical evaluation is right now. We are talking about making an observation on the equator where the rotation
the camera's
of the
on the
Earth,
equator.
Where the rotation of, then he should keep it still in one spot, and the spin will produce a celestial equator, a southern rotation, and a northern rotation. There's nothing about changing camera position.
Save your time, Travis. It's the same one that he fucking posted a while back. It's a joke. It's not demonstrating what we see on a globe, except you say, okay, this is a basic principle. What we want to see is a camera spinning on a globe with a stationary fucking star in the middle. It doesn't work. We've showed it 100 times.
He
You
showed
can't
you
demonstrate
Polaris,
it.
Brian.
You gave me all these reasons why you can't demonstrate it, but that's not a demonstration of it. I can't believe he even posted that. It's a
Again,
fucking
He
joke,
showed you
dude.
a stationary star like you asked for, Brian.
we're not asking about Polaris. Not asking about
Well,
that.
Brian is.
Anybody could do that. No, I'm not. Right?
No, they can't.
Okay, but Brian is.
Right. Well,
I'm
we've
not
showed
sure
it. Look,
what the problem
here's the
is.
thing. So here's the
Howard,
problem.
wait, hold on. Howard, the problem is this. The claim of the heliocentric model is that the only way to get the observation at the equator with a southern rotation and a northern rotation with a celestial equator, the only way that that's possible is if the Earth is a globe and rotates. Now, my request is for someone on your side to recreate a model that will demonstrate that, because if you cannot demonstrate it, it's not possible for the sky to do that. If you think that the Earth is a globe, that you
Okay,
otherwise
did it.
you no, he didn't.
So all B-Ball didn't do was like shoot the camera like towards the east to show what that looks like.
You can't move it in any direction, Howard. It breaks down. That's my whole point. It works if you point it in one specific place. But look, you could point a camera anywhere and get similar shit in reality. On a ball, if you mount a camera, you point it any other direction, it breaks down, bro. That's my whole entire point. He showed the simple, basic trickery that all y'all have, and then you give me explanations when I show you why it doesn't work when I point it anywhere, any other direction, and then you say, "Well, this is why."
So look, Howard, listen. Okay, so this is where the fun of imagination happens. So imagine that you and I are looking at the sky for the first time with a camera, and we never noticed that there's a northern rotation and a southern rotation and a celestial equator, but we're above the equator. We're in North America, and so the sky is going to have a tilt to it. It's not going to be directly over our head like at the equator. But we will be able to, we will be able to see the celestial equator going through the sky, a northern rotation and a southern rotation. Now, if we didn't have, a globe model, we could just simply say that's what the sky is doing. There's no need to appeal for the Earth to be rotating in order, because I don't have to be at the equator to see this. I can be anywhere on Earth and see what the sky is doing.
Okay.
I don't have to be at the equator.
Right. I mean,
the Earth doesn't. The Earth doesn't have to be. Okay, look. Again, proving a claim by demonstrating it in a model is, I think, a fundamental principle to scientific claims. If I claim something, this is where these kinds of responses are not helpful, because he did not reproduce an observation with a stationary camera rotating, producing an equatorial, a celestial equator with a northern and a southern rotation. He did not do that.
Well, you would have to have a wide angle, panoramic something to do that.
I don't
to show it all in one shot.
I don't give a shit what you would have to do. I'm saying that is a basic principle of. Hold on.
I don't care what you would have to do, Travis.
No.
2022.
No. Okay, I'm going to say it this way. I don't care how difficult it would be for you to model this. The fact that you can't shows that your claim is insufficient.
Oh, B-Ball did it though.
He did not. Okay. Again, I am withholding myself from name calling right now. But all he's doing is what Doofus is doing right now is communicating ineffectually. It's not helpful. He's ignoring the fact that I have pointed out now again that B-Ball did not model what the claim presents. That is, he did not shoot from a stationary camera position on a rotating surface in one direction. He did not do that. So he did not produce a northern rotation, southern rotation, and a celestial equator in one frame.
All right. So now that you've had 90% of the mic time for the past 5 minutes, it's my turn.
It don't work. You can't.
What celestial observations that B-Ball reproduced were the north and south celestial poles rotating in apparently the opposite direction. The way he did this was to affix a camera to a spherical object like you would expect on a globe. The camera affixed to that spherical object was rotated because the whole sphere was rotated. What it gave you was the appearance of opposites in rotation.
No, it didn't.
He did do that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. He actually did do that. No one asked him to do that. No one challenged him that that's not what would happen. No, everyone who is in this panel right now knows that that's the effect that you would get. Absolutely. So
here's what we do.
The reason why he made the video is that he was challenged to do it.
What he did. We show, when we're showing the globe, we show that y'all can show this, and we show just what he shows, and then say, but what happens when you move the camera over here and then aren't pointed dead center? Like if we were standing at 10 degrees latitude, you no longer get that same effect. That we start with what he did, dude. He got that from us because we've demonstrated that that's all that can be demonstrated. What he showed is a throwback flat Earth reject argument.
The only thing that I
dead center though.
Yeah, and it's also, I mean, if you did it to scale, the camera lens is probably a few thousand miles above the surface.
Okay, listen, it doesn't. Okay, again, that's the great scale negator. It's an unfalsifiable claim. If I can't make a model to do what your claim is, because I would have to recreate the entire universe, then all you're doing is looking at what the universe is doing and making a claim that you can't prove. Because I can make a claim about what the universe is doing that I can't prove, and we both have a zero-sum game. Your claim cancels out my claim. Unless we can prove by demonstration, which is why people usually require a model. They would like you to be able to see if you can model this, because if you can model it, then it can be demonstrated to be happening.
Oh, it's modeled. It's just that you don't understand the math behind the model.
No, but I've demonstrated this.
I understand the math completely, bro, and I know that it comes from a planar measurement, like I just described, and you move it down to a place you've never been, the center of the Earth you've never been to.
Again, hold on, real quick.
That's not required.
The way someone just entered into the discussion with an ad hoc comment when I
not an ad hoc comment, sir.
Yes, it is, because you
accused.
Okay, you accused me of not understanding the math when I made no appeal to math. So you now bear the burden to substantiate your claim that I don't understand the math when I didn't make appeal to math.
That's obvious. See, the model is not,
Again,
when we say model,
moderator here, come on.
When we say model, we do not mean something made of paper mache and tempera paints. We're talking about scientific, mathematical models. This is all proven, sir. I've showed it to you. You rejected it.
Okay, listen very carefully. I agree that you can model this in a mathematical equation. I did not make the statement that this cannot be demonstrated mathematically. So again, when you entered into the conversation and therefore attacked my intelligence because I don't understand your mathematical model, again, I'm now defending my reason for saying that this person is behaving in this way because he is trying to create an unhelpful conversation. That's a nice way of saying he's fucking trolling.
Sir, if you understood the math, you would not be a
fucking call me sir.
I'll call you sir if I want. I'm being polite. What do you want me to call? I call you something else.
Math does not prove the Earth is a globe.
Math is great evidence thereof. Celestial navigation is great evidence thereof. It is the only way it works is on a globe.
It's not the only way that works.
Well, the only way it works is on a globe.
It's not the only way it works.
The only it is, sir, because nobody else has been able to prove it. Nobody else.
The
has
only
been
way
able...
it works is on a flat Earth.
No, wrong. If that is, then go get MC Tunes $10,000. The only person I've seen.
It's the only way that it works.
It doesn't work though. So go get MC Tunes $10,000.
The only
go
way
get
that
MC,
it works is on a
go
flat
get
Earth.
MC and go win MC Tunes $10,000. The only person I've seen attempt it.
Again.
Hold on, listen. You're interrupting me now.
We had a great conversation until you came in.
You're interrupting me now.
We had a great conversation until you
someone
came in.
just made the claim.
Can I get a moderator here, please?
Someone just you're
Only
interrupting
works
me
on a
now.
flat Earth.
Here,
MC Tune wants you to make some stupid map. It only works on a flat Earth.
If it works,
you need
then
a
go
flat
win MC
baseline.
Tunes $10,000.
No, I don't.
The only
I've
person
never
I've
seen
seen
anybody demonstrate it.
It's the only way that it works.
The only person I've seen even attempt.
The only way that it works. It's the only way that it works is on a flat Earth. It's the only way that it works. It's the only way that it works.
Stop saying it.
Nope.
Do it.
Oh my God! Come on, guys.
Guys,
Listen,
why is this
demonstrate?
Guys, come on.
No. Now you no. Now Paid is demanding that we demonstrate it. But when
Correct.
hold on. When I required a physical model, right? That's what I
I'm not
appealed
requiring
to.
a physical model, sir.
Okay,
I'm requiring you to do some simple
shut
math
the fuck
and figure
up.
a simple
Shut
fix
up,
using
Paid.
flat Earth math.
Could you guys grow up?
It's not about growing up.
It is,
Coach
man.
No. It is okay. Listen, again, we had a very amicable conversation going on until Paid came in and attacked my intelligence on a model that I wasn't addressing. So he came in making 3 fallacious arguments, all in one. Okay. Now going back to Howard. Howard, I try to have the most respect for you. Okay. Because we're truckers from another mother. Okay. Yeah. But listen very carefully. What B-Ball did was not what we are requiring. So it doesn't count.
You don't get to make that demand. This is
You have to prove it so that I can understand it.
Stop giggling. No. Again, these are fucking these trolls, man. I'm talking to Howard. I don't know why fucking Paid and Brender had to talk. I was talking to Howard.
It's an open room. It's an open room.
If you want to talk to Howard, then please go in a private room.
Then you're going to wait your turn because I was trying to address Howard. Howard, do you understand my criticism of what B-Ball did?
I understand that what you're requiring would require somebody to be able to see in 180 degrees, which would require some sort of a panoramic observation, which I don't think is practical. You could just use the same model and show 3 different observations on the same model.
Well, then go ahead and do that. Show us that it can be done.
You're the one
Well, that's what
Brender, no one's talking to you, Brender.
This is what I mean by
B-Ball on his model, he showed it looking up, and then he showed it looking down.
No, he showed
representative.
No, he showed the camera's position facing north and the camera's position facing south. That is not
right.
That is not the requirement.
That's an unreasonable demand. It's an unreasonable demand, which is
a demand for you to reproduce your claim.
No,
you have a specific claim that your rotating globe will produce a celestial equator with a northern and southern rotation all in the same frame. Go ahead and show us that can be done.
Okay,
we only make that claim of cameras that have more than a 180-degree field of view, Travis. Also, you have to be positioned directly at the equator in order for that to work.
No, I don't. I can show you a northern rotation, a southern rotation with a celestial equator from Southern California.
Right. You don't see the north or the south celestial pole. I get that you see the south rotation go in the opposite direction, though. So I guess that's fair.
Okay. So whatever has to happen. Okay, look. What I hear you saying right now is that now you're moving the goalposts so that you have to have both the northern and the southern poles in the frame. I never said that.
You did. You said in one frame.
No. I didn't say the poles. No, I didn't say the poles. I said simply the demonstration that there's a northern rotation and a southern rotation with a celestial equator. I didn't require the poles to be there.
Yeah.
I mean, you said one frame.
Okay, I'm going to fucking say it again. I know that I said in a single frame. I did not make reference to the North Pole or the South Pole. I did not.
True. That is true. He never mentioned the poles. I'm sorry.
But that is the North Celestial Pole, and the South Celestial Pole is the North Pole and the South Pole.
The poles are meaningless to this conversation because the poles are not rotated.
So,
they're not
so
rotated.
wait.
Hold on.
They're not
Don't interrupt me.
meaningless.
Brenda, don't interrupt me. They're meaningless to what he's asking because he never asked you. The poles don't rotate, right? Right? They don't
The
move.
stars rotate around the poles.
Yeah.
All right, so that's what he's asking. The stars. Rotation of the stars, not the poles.
Well,
I don't know, man.
You admit that you can show two different rotations, like say from Southern California, right?
Yes.
Well, there you go. There's your globe proof.
No. Show us in a model that you will get that effect if you place a camera on the surface of a modeled globe and spin that surface. Demonstrate that is because that's what the claim is. The claim is, hold on, Kosho. The claim is the sky would not naturally show us a northern rotation, southern rotation, celestial equator. It can't do it. The only way you're going to get that, the only way you're going to get that is if the Earth is a rotating sphere. So great. Model it on a physical model and show us that.
This has been satisfied.
Can I respond?
Go ahead and respond, and then I can finally fucking say this 10 minutes later.
So the relationship is a logical one. So it's not dependent on a physical model. Logically, you cannot have on a disk two poles of rotation.
No one made a claim about a disk.
Well, that's what you mean. The Earth is flat.
Okay, the sky is the sky. The sky can have two separate rotations. Absolutely, it can. There's nothing illogical about it.
No, it can't.
Oh, you cannot.
Yes,
say
yes, it can.
No, it absolutely
yeah,
can.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Well, then show us the model, mathematical or otherwise, that demonstrates that.
See, now here we are. Now here we are, Brenda. I don't have to do that. It's simply logical. It's logical.
So Kosho's got something to add here.
Yeah, Brian asked for this a while ago, and when he asked for it, I produced it. I can produce it right now. Just tell me where you want to fucking be standing. I'll produce it in fucking 3 minutes.
Sure.
We don't want. He specifically said no digital models, Kosho.
No, he said then he just said he wants it to be produced on a model.
He
just said that.
Specifically, Travis, am I right or wrong?
Wait, you said Brian though, Kosho. Are you talking to me or are you talking about Brian?
No, Brian had asked for this a while ago, and he's asking for it again today.
Okay, but what is he asking for? What is he asking?
The same thing you just asked for.
Okay, well, mine specifically is non-digital. It cannot be a computer-generated image. It has to be a physical model.
Yeah, you don't get to make that. You don't get to make
yes,
that kind
I do.
Of no,
yes,
you don't.
I do.
No,
yes, I do.
You're the one contesting it. You have to come up with the proof against it.
One second.
No,
Travis, what kind of camera are you wanting to be used? Because modern day digital cameras have processors and stuff in them. So any picture that they take is a computer generated image.
Oh, that's just man.
No, but the computer, but the computer generated image in that instance, in my opinion, is just
you can't mimic a globe model, bro. You can't do it on a ball or on a table or on anything. You could do just one spot, and that's if you keep the camera dead in the center. As soon as you move it around and try to angle it, you can't demonstrate it.
Okay, hold on, Brian. Is that terse?
No.
Who was talking? Who was talking?
Highlander was.
Oh, Highlander. I think I've. Do we know each other? Because your voice sounds really familiar. I thought you were Terse.
No,
he hasn't been around in a while.
Okay. Well, anyway, the computer generation that I'm talking about is something that you have to create on your own in a computer program. I'm not talking about taking a picture and making an observation that way. That's not. If you want to use actual 35 millimeter film or whatever, then use that. To get away from anything, because you're going to have the same image.
So what's wrong with Kosho generating what you want on a computer and showing it to you? What's wrong with that?
Because you can make
you have to create. Yeah, you set the parameters. You make
I don't.
Dude.
I don't set the parameters. I'm using Stellarium.
Okay, well then look. You're simply now using a program that is based upon a globe model. So it's going to show you what the globe model has. Of course it is.
So is that acceptable?
Of course it is.
Is that unacceptable?
No.
Again,
it's based on a globe model projected from a flat Earth model. You can't start ever with a globe model.
No, that's false. The
We'll
globe
do it on a
model,
flat Earth.
the globe
Do it on a
model
flat Earth.
is not created from the flat Earth.
It does.
We'll pull out a flat Earth model and we'll try it.
It is first made on a flat
Yeah,
Earth.
let's see the flat Earth model.
You guys are so.
I just posted one. You want me to post another one? I just posted
so
one.
fucking annoying. Look, it's simply what we see out in front of us. Okay, the model of the Earth is 1 mile equals 1 mile. If you have elevation, then you have 0 elevation, and then you have 330 feet elevation. That's all that you are going to see in terms of physical demonstrations from the Earth, right?
The globe model is 1 mile equals 1 mile.
That's the flat Earth mile as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not exclusively indicative of either model.
Right. We're at a zero-sum game. Right. Choose something else then. Go. What's next?
The
flat Earth model's using our model? What?
The globe model is represented by a oblate spheroid.
Yeah, let's see it. Let's see your angle measurements. Okay, I just posted another model. So I got 2 models in chat. It's been a long time since y'all asked for these, but I know y'all forget, So I've reposted 2 models, 2 different types of mathematics. Okay, take your pick. If you understand either one of them, it surprised me. Okay, now show me your model. Show me how you got your measurements. Please, that's all I've been asking for is show me your measurements and show me the equation behind it, and we'll talk about it.
The measurements are taken. What measurements of the elevation of altitude of celestial objects? Is that what you mean? Body.
Just tell me.
Show me
the math, and we'll talk about. And then I'll point out your problems.
Is that video you posted got equations and stuff in it that?
Yeah, I'm looking through it. Yeah, I'm looking through it. I haven't seen anything yet.
Look, the second one does. The first one you got to go to it. To another video from that channel.
Just real quick.
All the math.
Right, just real quick. The argument is that based on physics, right? The Earth is rotating. You have objects out in the distance that you can see. So those are the physics. The rotation of the Earth around its axis produces a celestial equator with a northern and southern rotation. That is a physical requirement. The laws of physics are appealed to as proof that is the result of what you think the Earth is. If that is a physical possibility, it should be able to be demonstrated physically on a small scale as well. That's as simple as it gets, and that's as simple as the requirement is. I get it that you guys cannot demonstrate your claim. I get it.
Well, making unreasonable demands is one of the
features. It's not
features.
unreasonable.
It's unreasonable. Because
it is not, because you are claiming that the laws of physics produce the observation. So you should be able to physically reproduce that as well.
Yeah, we don't have to meet your demands because they're unreasonable, and that's one of the features of pseudoscience.
You can hand
They don't
wave,
do demonstrations.
You can hand wave
Travis, they don't do
I know,
demonstrations,
you can
bro.
hand wave dismiss it all you like and call names all you like.
It's not calling names. It's just the fact that one of the features of pseudoscience is that they make unreasonable demands.
Oh, really?
And one of the features of the globe model is no demonstration.
Wait, is that your opinion or is that documented as a critique?
No, that's in a book that MC Toon has been talking about on his channel.
Okay, go ahead and get that reference, because I doubt that anybody has actually wasted their time to describe whatever you said about pseudoscience.
People spend a lot of time on the demarcation issue. What constitutes pseudoscience from science?
Right. So first of all, you're going to have to demonstrate that my request for a physical demonstration is an unreasonable request, because it's not. No. I don't want to hear your opinion. I don't want to hear your opinion. I want you to show, not a claim that says pseudoscience makes unreasonable claim or requests. That's not what I want.
I love hearing her opinions, bro. Her opinions are pretty funny, bro. She thinks shoes a phenomenon. Shoes a hypothesis.
Yeah, shoes are phenomenal. Shoes are part of your phenomenal experience. So all you have to do is imagine it in your head.
Hey guys. Yeah, she's telling you what science is, and her idea of a hypothesis is it's a shoe.
I'm sorry, that would be a hypothesis. That would be a hypothesis from my
I've got on a.
It could be.
I've got on a pair of phenomenal boots.
Phenomenology refers to your senses, your sensory data, your sensory input, how you experience the world. That's what phenomenology is.
Except you were talking about natural science and physics, and you were asked for a natural phenomenon, and you said shoe.
Yeah. A shoe is a natural phenomenon.
I've always agreed with Brenda on this. Gio, are you saying you don't agree with Brenda's?
How do you agree? Not it's funny shit, bro.
Don't we all agree that pseudoscience has weaknesses and whatever, and that's what Brenda attributed that description?
That's not what Brenda said. No.
Okay. What am I want to understand, Gio or Copernicus. I want to, Travis. You were like, show me that it says pseudoscience makes weak claims or whatever. Don't you agree with that?
No, that's not what. Okay, Brenda said pseudoscience makes unrealistic or unreasonable requests. That's what Brenda said.
Yeah, and demanding that we model something physically is an unreasonable request when you can just imagine it in your head.
They're literally asking us for a model.
I can't believe
literally asking us for a model and can't produce one.
There you go.
How can we actually allow trolls like this to exist in this conversation when trolls make the statement that Brenda just did? If you can just imagine something, then fuck science.
No, but if you can just model it in your own brain, right? You create a visualization in your brain, and you can just turn in your visualization and understand what we're talking about.
Randy, you just insulted flat earthers for not having a model. I posted two of them. Then when you're asked for a model, you say it's in my mind.
That's what a model is. A model is a representation of physical reality. It can be in your head. It can be on paper. It can be paper mache, and it can be mathematics.
And the problem
the mathematics you didn't produce.
What is
Terry's
the challenge?
been trying to get in there. Terry's been trying to say something.
Yeah, I know. The delay's terrible from my end. I'm trying to put the point in back about the physical models. Anytime we try to do a physical model to represent reality, the scaling down is the problem, because certain materials cannot be scaled. That's a fact.
Tell me a force in real life that can't be scaled.
Wait, hold
every
on.
force in real life can be scaled.
That's fine. Hold on. Let me respond to that. That is a fair criticism, except I would like to see where the science attempted to model the claim that the rotation of a sphere produces two different rotations with a celestial equator. And when they finally said, you know what, we can't do it because we can't get the scale right. I would like to see where it has been attempted. I don't think it has.
Well, everywhere on Earth.
I've demonstrated it not working, Travis.
Don't tell me what you think.
Everywhere on Earth, the stars rise in the east and set in the west. There aren't two different rotations. It's the same rotation.
Brenda, I got to agree with Travis at this point. If we're talking about the geometry and the streaking phenomenon and all that, it shouldn't. If he needs to see like a physical recreation, that doesn't seem like too far of a. If you can't put it in his head, I guess what I'm saying. I would agree with you that a model can be in your head, but you have to be able to transfer it to someone else's head. You know,
if
that's true.
Disputes that he can make the model himself then.
Yeah, but I can't falsify it because they can't even
no,
show
that's
it.
not my claim, right? You guys have claims that you cannot demonstrate.
Yeah, you can. You can go out and take the picture.
That doesn't prove your claim.
Right, let's prove flat.
Why not?
No, you go out and take a picture and prove flat Earth.
Okay, because the reason why it doesn't prove your claim is because my claim is it's the sky that is presenting itself to us with two separate rotations and a celestial equator.
Yeah, it can't happen on a flat Earth.
They've tried. They had that outside.
We can demonstrate it.
Wait,
We can demonstrate it.
Hold on, Brian. Hold on. And a rotating globe Earth will not produce two apparent celestial rotations with a celestial equator.
And we don't know how to do it on a planet yet.
Right. Hold on. Here we go, Brender. Then obviously my claim is the sky can do that on a flat Earth. So again, we're at, fucking A. The reason why you and I are at a zero-sum game is because neither of us at this point can model our claim.
But that's not true.
Hold on. Because if I had the engineering capability to go and get a computer program and design a flat Earth model.
Travis, bro, hold on. I can model it a few different ways, bro.
Why are you
All you got to do is take pepper. All you got to do is take pepper and put two anode.
Come on, man.
Right. So,
No. I didn't. No. I'm sorry. I was making a point against what you just said, and I got interrupted.
Yeah, but
okay?
you stopped.
That's because he was
Brenda, can I jump in
breaking
here
up.
a second?
That's because he was breaking up, and I didn't want to get convoluted. Okay, I'm gonna try to be as succinct as possible. Right now, Brenda and I are at a zero-sum game. I say
false.
She says nuh-uh. She says nuh-uh. Hold on. We are both making a claim about what our belief system thinks. The reason why it's a zero-sum game is because we have nothing more than the claim. She can't demonstrate her claim. I can't demonstrate mine. Therefore, we are at a zero-sum game where both possibilities exist.
Well, so that is incorrect.
Brenda, can I jump in here a second? Right. See the two star rotations, right? The two separate star rotations don't necessarily prove the Earth is a globe, right? But what it does do is prove that it's not flat and stationary, right? It just means that whatever we're living on, right, is rotating. Yeah, because it doesn't matter what shape the Earth is, if it's rotating like that, you will get two star rotations.
What are you talking about, bro?
Not. Absolutely not.
I just told you how to do it.
So it falsifies the flat Earth.
No, it doesn't, bro. We could demonstrate it. You cannot.
Yes,
okay, I could use quantum locking. I could use pepper on water. I could use a toroid. Dude, we can show it several different ways because actual forces are scalable. Okay,
So,
real life forces are scalable. It's not our fault. Hold on, it's not our fault. Almost done. It's not our fault. Your model is not scalable.
You interrupted me, Brian. So you're almost done is bullshit. So the reason why is because it's logically not possible for a flat plane to have 2 points of rotation.
That's incorrect.
That's incorrect.
Show me a flat plane that has
I just told you.
2 separate points of rotation.
I tried to tell you. You interrupted me.
Wait. Here we go. Here we go. Ready? Go outside and look up at the sky.
That's begging the question.
That is begging the question.
No, but Brenda, you did the same thing. You did the same thing, Hunter, Brenda. But you do it.
If we did that,
Every sphere or spheroid has an axis with 2 poles.
no one is more than one.
Hold on.
Yeah, no one is
propose
questioning
this.
that. This
But
is
you're
a
still
straw
begging
man.
a question. You're begging a question a little bit, though, Brendan. If it wasn't the accepted, mainstream narrative, then you would be super begging the question. But since you got that, you have to admit you're taking that assumption with you.
It's not an
Sphere's only got a pole. It's got a pole sticking to it, like a physical pole.
It's not an
or you got an imagination.
The geometry of spheres is not an assumption.
There's an infinite amount of poles on a sphere. There's an infinite amount of points on a sphere.
No one is.
There's only 2 points. There's only 2 poles of rotation on on any sphere.
Claim otherwise. No one's making a claim otherwise. Why are you making this point?
Therefore, we see 2 points of rotation. Therefore, it cannot be flat.
That's not true.
Where's your model, Travis? Where's the model that has 2
Go
poles on the
outside.
plane?
Go outside and look up.
Where's your model, Travis?
I just posted it.
I don't
So
see
in
it.
that so in that logic of rotation,
I'll repost it. I posted 2 of them.
We'd have more than one rotation because of Australia, South America, and Africa. Every time they look up at night, they see a rotation. So how many rotations is there?
Yeah, how many's on a globe? Because if I'm standing at the equator, hold on. If I'm standing at the equator and I'm looking up and I look at somebody 50 miles away and they're looking in a whole different direction. So everybody I look at on Earth is looking in a whole different direction. How many is there on a globe, pal?
1 rotation. All those rotations can be explained by standing on a spherical surface.
You can't show me 2 people looking in the same direction at a star.
Where's your model, Brian?
Here's the difference, Paid
Two
and
of them.
Brenda.
I'll post 2 and 1 more. 3's all you're getting today.
Paid and Brenda.
There's 1 axis of
You didn't post
rotation,
them
2
here.
points, and 2 poles on any sphere or spheroid-like object.
Right, but you just can't demonstrate it. We told you 2 ways to demonstrate it. Take a anode and a cathode and give it a little bit of electromagnetism. Sprinkle a little pepper on. You'll get your counter rotations. You can take hold on. You heard me. Take an anode and a cathode. Stick it in water, salt water, whatever kind of water. Sprinkle a little pepper on. Just a little bit of electricity will give you counter rotations. Okay,
That
you
doesn't
can't demonstrate
indicate
it. We can.
the motion of the
It's
sky.
just getting all heated up.
Water?
I'm getting heated up because we're giving you demonstrations, bro, and you can't give us nothing.
Brian, the Earth is a physical object. It's not a magnetic field.
It has a magnetic field.
It's not.
It has a magnetic field.
You can
define a magnetic field
Here's
to be
the
able
thing.
to try and deny it. If you can't define it, then you can't deny it.
And here's the
Magnetic-
thing,
All right, thanks.
you guys are making the assumption that the rotation is caused by the surface of the Earth. The other side is saying that the Earth is stationary and the rotation takes place in the sky. So to say you can't have multiple rotations in the sky is not the same thing as saying, well, if a disk is moving, then you can't have 2 rotations. The rotations take place in the sky. There could be various nodal points within the magnetic field in which things circulate from.
Show me how that would
simple.
Actually,
I've been trying to get across a few times now.
This all started from us trying to get an example, and they can't give us a demonstration. They could just explain it.
All right.
In order to claim that the stars are rotating in the sky due to the motion of the Earth, you first need to prove the motion of the Earth. That's never been substantiated.
160 years ago, sir. 160 years ago.
I've been trying to get across for the past 5 minutes.
It's never
when
been
Brian talks
substantiated.
about the pepper in the water, what you observe is 2 points of rotation that anybody could point to. That's a given direction, right? Unfortunately, that doesn't work for here in reality because Australia, South America, and Africa all have to be pointing at that one thing, and they're not.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Any flat.
And I could put three. I could put three. I could put three anodes in the water.
You already made that point.
Then all of the observers would have to be pointing directly south, and that would still be a different direction on the same continent, especially Australia, given it's as wide as the United States of America.
Bro, don't get mad just because we give you examples of demonstrations. I'll put 3 anodes in the water. Give you 3
I'm not getting mad. I'm telling you it doesn't work.
And
it doesn't work at all.
No, we show you how it works. And what we ask in return is show us how your shit works. You can't give us nothing.
Yeah, no,
we do give you something.
The reason you just outlined, Brian.
A map of the magnetic declination lines on Earth, it shows a quadrupole anyways.
We're not talking about magnetic north. We're talking about geometric.
Did I say magnetic?
Look, she denies her own science, bro. She denies her own science.
Magnetic declination, you did specifically bring that up.
Geographical, not magnetic. So Napalm, if it's your claim, just a minute, Brian. So Napalm, if it's your claim that both centers of rotation that we observe are above the plane of the Earth, then everyone on Earth should be able to see both planes at any time. They don't see that, so it can't be that there are 2 planes, 2 poles of rotation above the Earth.
What are you talking about?
You said it's possible that it's the sky that's rotating, that when we see the two poles rotating.
Yeah, that's what we experience in reality. The sky rotates.
No, we don't experience
the sky moves.
it. When I
you don't
look
experience
up in
the sky moving.
When I look up in the sky, I don't see the southern pole.
Straw man.
No,
this is a straw man. I'm going to explain why.
Brenda, you're trying to say
why.
I never said that you would be able to see
right,
both
exactly.
rotations.
Go ahead and interact, Travis.
Like an idiot.
Go ahead and interact. One at a time, guys. Yo.
Come on,
here's Jeremy now. Thanks, Jeremy.
Well, come on. Let's try to get a point at a time instead of everybody just talking.
Brenda
exactly. I can't get a word in.
Brenda's making an assumption as to the height of any of these objects that we see in the sky. All we see in the sky is lights, Brenda, which means
they would have to change altitude is the problem.
I'm just going.
Is it your turn to
talk?
talk? I'm sorry.
I can't even what you said, Napalm.
I said we see lights in the sky rotating.
Yeah. So the claim is that there are 2
poles.
No. Well, then where's the other pole then on your model?
What are you
we
talking
see lights
about?
in the sky rotating. We see them moving above our head. Your claim is that the surface below, your claim is that the surface below us is rotating, which is completely unsubstantiated. It's never been established.
Let me flesh out what my objection is. If it is the case that the stars are rotating above the flat stationary plane, then there must be 2 centers of rotation above that plane. We don't see that. Therefore,
you just described it. You just
said we did, and then you said we don't.
See nobody sees both poles from anywhere on Earth.
I never claimed that you would have to, brother.
You would have to. If they're above the plane of the Earth, then everyone on Earth should be able to see both poles of rotation.
So, hey, Brenda.
Again, you
Brenda,
have to.
Let me hold on, Travis. Let me just say this right now.
Sorry.
Let's just say, hypothetically speaking, that these objects that we see in the sky are apparent, and we see them apparently above us at 100,000 feet. Do you think you would be able to see something above the North Pole and the South Pole at the same time?
She probably will say, yeah. She's not very bright. She's 2014 flat Earth argument.
Well, there's no way for the surface to get in the way, but okay.
Yeah, there's no way for the surface to get in the way, but the height over that distance, that object would not be resolvable, period.
Now I'm gonna post 2 videos of globers showing
as it goes below the horizon.
Getting in the way.
No, not as it goes below the horizon.
Right, the further you
just made a claim that the surface can't get in the way. I'm going to show globers.
Things as they get further away from you in the distance get lower as they go further away. Then they come to a vanishing point where they become
Hold on, bro. He just made a
unresolvable.
claim, dude. You got to pin him down. He just made a
So
claim,
that's
bro.
infinite distance, not finite distance.
Very simple. It's called perspective.
Don't let him make a claim. Bro, don't let him make a claim and get away with it. He just said that he just said that if there's nothing blocking it, then there's no way that it could disappear. There's nothing.
You make your claim, boy.
So I'm going to show him globers. I'm going to give him 2 videos of globers showing exactly that with no obstruction. Things disappearing. So at least
Brian got cut off.
They at least need to be up with their own argument.
Come on, guys.
No, I keep getting cut off all the time, Jeremy.
Okay, well, that doesn't mean that you can do it to other people.
So if the stars are
Not the point,
rotating
Jeremy.
above the flat, if the stars are rotating above a flat Earth, then everyone should be able to see both points of rotation.
You're wrong.
Or just watch the videos I post.
Absolutely asinine. That's absolutely asinine.
Brian, you must be posting in a different channel. I'm in the chat and I'm not seeing any posts.
I'm about to. I said just watch them. I'm about to post them. I knew you were going to make the dumbass claims before I got a chance, so I haven't posted them yet. I'm gonna as soon as you quit making these claims. Now there's 2 of you making definite claims. When y'all make claims like this, we're going to hold you down and we're going to show you your own model, your own people.
Just posted them. They're not here, Brian.
Just explain to me why it is that people can't see both points of rotation at the same time.
Can you?
No, I can't. I can't see the southern pole.
Why not? If I'm on the equator, I can see the Polaris, and then if you're on the whole other side of the equator, you can also see Polaris. So from 2 different sides of the Earth, you can see Polaris.
No. That's possible.
I said the South Pole, Brian, not the North Pole.
So it's just certain directions where you see everything at once. I got you.
Let Terry finish.
I know it's the time delay you guys are not realizing when I'm trying to go in the gap that you don't realize.
Sorry.
I'll try to get me point now. We're talking about the star rotation now. On a flat Earth, if the star rotation's at the North Pole and you're looking up, it'd be almost elliptical, the rotation, not disappearing below the horizon as you go further towards the equator. But then on the South Pole side, they wouldn't explain it on the flat Earth either.
Okay.
That'd be even more confusing.
Wait. Okay, so I'm sorry. So you're describing a situation in which you've never been?
No, it's a visual something you can do. You can even probably draw it out even or model it.
Okay, again, you're describing. Hold on, just real quick. Again, I'd like you to either say yes or no to this exclusive statement. Are you describing a situation in which you have never been?
Why would I need not be in it to imagine it?
Again, I'm surprised that you cannot simply answer this question.
Because it's a non sequitur answer, a question, whatever they call it.
It's not a non sequitur. You just made a statement, and I'm asking you a question about your statement. So there's no non sequitur.
You don't have to see something to explain something.
That wasn't my question, sir.
You did. You asked me, did I see it?
No,
Yes, you did.
No,
you did.
I did not ask that question in that way. If you want to spin it again, that's fine. But it's very clear that you are simply describing an idea.
Well, isn't that what flat Earth is? Isn't that what flat Earth is?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I've never been on the equator, but I can understand how what it would look like if I were there.
Okay, that's great. That's great. And for the longest time, I accepted the explanation of how we can make the observations of two northern, a northern and a southern rotation by being on the equator. I understood that for the longest time. Now, I'm rejecting that and asking for a simple physical demonstration. And all I hear is that that's too hard of a thing to do. That's too unrealistic of a requirement. and who are you to make such demands of us?
Yeah, I just posted Stellarium. I just posted Stellarium with 2 separate rotations, deviating from each other in your own damn model.
It's just a logical argument. It's just a logical argument because you can't have 2 points of rotation on a flat plane.
Logical arguments
that you can't model.
Yes, hold on. Logical arguments can be fallacious.
Yeah, but it's you have to show that it is fallacious.
I just showed real world modeling called Stellarium, showing stars move away from each other. Okay, so deal with it.
It's in the live stream.
They're not moving away from each other, Brian.
Well, then take a ruler and measure it. If you can't measure it, I'm sorry, we can, because it separates.
It's obvious.
That's simply due to your.
It's due to whatever. They move apart. I don't care what you attribute it to. They move apart.
They diverge, absolutely.
No, they don't actually diverge. That's just a feature.
That's not logical, Brenda. Logic dictates that they're doing what I see.
Stammer some more.
She wants to talk about logic and then deny her own eyes.
Yeah, Kosho's image shows them diverging, but they aren't actually diverging. That's just an artifact of how you're looking at them.
Well, I'm sorry, I can measure it. I can use sticks, shadows, and
so you're saying, hold on, Brian. Right, hold on. So you're saying the stars aren't actually doing what we see them doing?
They aren't doing anything. It's the Earth that's rotating.
Stars aren't doing so. Dodge the point I just made. So we see the stars diverging. You say they're not actually doing that. So you're saying the stars aren't doing what we see them doing.
Correct. It's a
okay, good.
It's a consequence of your being on the ground.
So no perspective with the sun, but the stars that are light years away, we get perspective all of a sudden. Sorry.
The stars aren't doing. So we know the stars aren't doing what we see them doing.
Yeah,
just to be clear.
That's just a non sequitur.
They travel in one direction, right?
It's not a non sequitur. You're saying the stars are doing something with these pole stars, but we know that the stars aren't actually doing what we see them doing.
So the stars aren't doing anything. The Earth is rotating, and it produces two points of rotation, 2 centers of rotation.
You cannot reproduce this.
Yeah, it's a feature of every spherical object in the universe.
Then prove it. Prove it.
No, it's a feature of every spherical object. It's
show us one time, because you can't.
It's a geometric consequence of a thing being.
No, Brenda. If we're on a sphere moving in one direction, we can't have deviation. It's a physical impossibility on a sphere.
That's
Deal with
consequence. That's just a consequence of you being on the surface of that.
It's absolutely true, Howard. It is absolutely true.
Is there a model of it?
It looks just like I would expect it to look.
How can you say? Wait. How can you say it looks exactly how? Wait. Are you just saying that the sky is the way you expect it to look? I'm trying to understand.
Imagining the rotation and spherical object, or celestial objects, and us rotating. And if I was on the equator and I could see that entire panoramic view, that it looks just like I would expect it to.
That's all fine and dandy.
That's because you're a part of the program, Howard.
It's all fine and dandy though, until the stars are locked together. They look like it looks like wallpaper. You're right, but when they get to that horizon, we can take a ruler in your own modeling, and they separate. It ain't much. It's measurable, and that's impossible if it's us moving.
The stars aren't locked together. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just telling you, they move together for the most part, but we can measure the separation when they start getting low to the horizon, when they're coming towards us and going away from us. When they start getting farther away, there's every little bit of separation, and we can measure it, and that's impossible if it's us moving.
Where are the stars? Where are the stars on your concept?
I don't know. Ask your priest. Ask Mike Collins, okay, who said he didn't remember seeing any. Don't ask me. Ask your priest. They didn't see any up there.
I'm not asking my priests because I don't have any priests. And besides, I want to know what your concept is.
My concept is I call it how I see it.
Are all the stars above the plane of the flat Earth?
Yeah.
can't. He's robotic.
Yeah, dude, I'm not going to answer a question. You say you have logic, and then you ask
Are all the stars above the plane of the
I
flat Earth?
said yes.
Everything that's above your head is above your head, Brenda, and everything that goes away goes down. There's no exceptions. Airplanes, butterflies, freaking birds, everything. There's no exceptions.
So if all the stars are above the plane of the Earth, then we should see both points of rotation.
That's your claim.
On Earth.
Show us.
No,
that's your claim.
That's a geometrical consequence. That's a logical consequence.
It's not. No, it's not. That is illogical.
You think you can see 12,000 miles, Brenda? Show me. Show me 100 miles, please. Then we'll talk about 12,000 miles.
You
can see a trillion.
I can see 2 million light years.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. You're millions of light years.
If the sun is 3,000 miles in altitude, that is at a minimum how far you can see.
Here's a consequence of that, people. They can see the Mirror Nebula, and it's like 3 light years away, and it's so far away it reflects. And they're seeing. Look, they're looking back at Earth, and instead of seeing themselves, they're seeing dinosaurs run around.
I can see the moon, which is 240,000 miles away.
If they
No, it's not.
If they will look at us, it will be the dinosaurs.
So I can see the moon, which is 200,000 miles away.
Do you think that just affirming the consequent is an actual debate?
That's not affirming the consequent.
Oh my God! The only way that we're gonna win this is by not engaging with Brenda, with Doofus, with all these trolls.
You're just salty. You're just salty because you lost. That's all.
No, hey, let me say something real fast. Let me explain something. So actually, you didn't get a measurement. You actually didn't get a measurement to the moon, Doofus. That's just a lie. Okay. So what you do is you have this duration of time of a signal, and then you presuppose the medium, and then you reify and beg the question.
You're presupposing the medium would have to be different than what it is measured to be. That's what the presupposition is.
No, you're presupposing
Tell me it's a lie again. Tell me it's a lie. That will fix it.
You're presupposing it's a vacuum, and in order to supposedly claim a distance, you have to invoke that presupposition.
So if there was a medium, listen, if there was a medium slowing that signal, that would only mean that we would guess it to be further away than it actually is.
All right, cool.
Wow. Wait, time out. So you think if there was a more dense medium, it would mean that the moon is further away? Is that your claim?
Yeah, because no. I'm talking about the light. If the light is signal is slowing down. Yeah.
The light slows down in
100 years to get back, bro. It'd be right around the corner.
That just goes to the point that you're changing the medium to get your point across. Yeah.
No, we're not assuming any medium.
Howard, if the signal slows down, that's going to make it further away, bro. Because if it takes 100 years to get here, that don't make it around the corner.
Wait a minute. Wait, Howard. So if you have a source light that's 10 feet away from you, and then you put a piece of glass, a thick piece, like say 2-inch piece of glass, in between you and the light source, does the light slow down when it hits the light source?
Yeah, the light itself doesn't slow down, but the molecular interaction causes a delay as it refracts.
Okay, so there's
you can't compare. You can't, but we know that light appears to slow down through a medium. So if there was a medium, go ahead.
What was this?
You don't understand.
Okay, so if it slows down, did I move the light source back, or did it stay the same distance?
No, but you would receive the signal at a later date.
Does that mean it's farther away now?
That would, if you were not assuming that the medium was slowing it down, you wouldn't guess the right distance, would you? It would actually be further away.
The light only slows down upon entering into the medium. Actually, it speeds back up
exactly
after that, which actually breaks the law of conservation of energy.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect.
Okay. See, so this was my point, and now we have everyone in the world but me rebutting. Left lane. If it's 2.5 seconds, but it's a more dense medium, okay, that would make it closer. You're literally the opposite of what's correct. You're saying the opposite of what's correct.
So you're saying that there's a medium slowing the light down. What is the medium?
Okay, so admit you were wrong, and then we'll move on.
Superfluid.
No. From my perspective, if we were to introduce a medium that would slow the light down, then the moon would
Superfluid.
actually
Howard,
be
we could
further
demonstrate
away.
it. Superfluid.
No, it
and
wouldn't
it's
mean it would
demonstratable.
be further away. Listen carefully, Left Lane. If it takes 2.5 seconds,
It would give a false reading.
Hey, buddy, listen. If it takes 2.5 seconds, but it's a more dense medium, that would mean that it's closer.
Yeah, but we're not assuming a medium.
Okay, so
Yes,
you
you
were
are.
wrong. You were wrong.
No, we're not
Well,
assuming a medium. It's
Show me
considering
no
the speed
medium,
of light
Howard.
through a vacuum.
Show me no medium, could you please?
I'm sure it's
Right, what we've
calculated with
measured-
C, isn't it?
All right, what we've measured to exist at great altitude is less and less air, less and less pressure, less and less matter.
And
What
how
we're
we've showed
not
speed of light.
presupposing, what we are not presupposing, is that there's a more dense medium. That's the presupposition on your part.
No, It's still a
That's how they slow light down. They've slowed it down to 3 meters a second by evacuating and super chilling shit and adding a particular kind of gas. And
still
super
a
cooling it.
presupposition
They
it's
slowed light
there.
down to a standstill almost.
Oh my God, I have to scream to talk. It's still a presupposition, okay? If you continue it on, claiming that it extends into nothingness, and it's just an ever-going, constant change, okay?
No,
You're
that's
making
it's an inference. What's it?
Okay,
It's not a
okay, it's a
presupposition. It's an inference.
No, it's a presupposition. It's actually antithetical to natural law. So the point is, you guys listen carefully. You guys claimed that you knew the distance to the moon. That's a positive claim. You claimed it was a measurement. I pointed out
Yes.
it requires the presupposition of the medium. Now that you've been debunked, you now say, "Oh, you're the one making the presupposition." No, it's your positive claim.
No, we're not debunked.
Because the measurements available say that there's less matter up there, and the density is less dense than down here. The presupposition is where you
So it stops
introduce
growing
a
in outer
medium that
space,
has
it just stays the same?
the presupposition is introduced where you suppose that there's a more dense medium up there than what has been measured down here.
Oh, no. Once again, I'm not making the presupposition. Okay, it is your positive
Yes.
claim. Listen carefully. It is your
You said there's a
positive
more dense medium up there. That is
I'm
a
going to mute you
presupposition.
if you interrupt me. I'm not going to raise my voice. I'm just going to mute you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys are making the positive claim that this can be used as a definitive measurement. Okay. Now we are contending your positive claim. Now that you've been shown to be using a presupposition, you're trying to shift the burden of proof, telling us we have to make a claim. No, we do not.
The using more dense medium as an explanation is literally a presupposition.
Let me say something
Without
real quick,
measurement.
please. Let me respond to this guy. Okay, look at some of the new science. Okay, they evacuate. They have to lower the pressure down to a damn near perfect vacuum. Okay, and introduce a ion of helium, and they have slowed light down to almost a standstill. And what do we witness in real life? Helium, where does it go? It goes up. Okay, and what's also going on up there? It's cold. Okay, so we know that light slows down. Signals slow down in that shit. It's been demonstrated. They've been competing with each other. They've got it down to 3 meters a second. And
Yeah, you're just not understanding
just
those
to you?
experiments, Brian.
I'm just giving you a scenario.
Yeah, you're just not understanding.
There's no
That's the
reason,
group.
no, Brender, there's no reason to interrupt Brian right now. Not only that, but
He was
all you're
done.
doing, no, he wasn't. He was talking. He was absolutely still talking. Okay? So not only did you interrupt, but then you made a negative claim about his understanding, which you're
Yeah.
not going to take the time to prove.
No,
okay,
I'll do that now.
No,
I'll do that
why
now
don't you?
then.
Why don't you let him finish talking?
Yeah, let me finish. So you could they've demonstrated this, okay? And they've even done it in regular fluid, liquid nitrogen, just by sticking an LED light like a blue one in liquid nitrogen, okay? And it turns red. It keeps going down in energy, down in energy, down in energy. Okay, they've showed that cold temperatures are making the light. It's taken away from the speed and the frequency. Okay, it changes colors. If you put an orange light in liquid nitrogen, it turns yellow. If you put a red one in there, it turns orange. If you put a blue in there, it turns green. So it slows down the frequency and the speed.
Yeah, that's false. That's false,
You got
Brian.
the
It's not.
colors the
It's
wrong
not
direction.
slowing down the light, Brian. It's affecting the LED, not the light.
How is 3 meters a second LED? What's a diode got to do at 3 meters a second, Brenda?
It's affecting the LED. It's not slowing down the light. And the
Do you even
other
know what a
guy-
diode is, Brenda? Brenda, do you know what a diode is?
It's a I'm not big in
You
electronics.
just said it's only LEDs, Brenda. So at least tell me what a diode is, please.
Light emitting diode is what we're talking about.
Right. What's
What
a
is a
diode?
diode?
You just
What's
said
a
it
diode?
only happens in the diode. So what's a diode?
Yeah, it's an electronic component. I don't know much about electricity.
Then quit making claims.
It's affecting the diode. It's not.
No, it's affecting the visible light, Brenda.
Don't tell me I don't understand, and you don't even know what you're quoting. Please.
Right, so
next
here,
time.
I'm just going to say this for everyone here. If you're going to jump in the conversation, it has to be substantive and relevant. If you're just going to interrupt people to hand wave dismiss what they're saying and saying you're wrong and you're stupid, you'll be muted if you interrupt people to do that. Okay, thank you.
I am curious. So you're saying that as you go up and up, that's how you make the assumption that as you go higher and higher, it's less and less. When does it stop becoming less and less? Why doesn't it just keep getting less and less further out in space?
It does, as far as we know. As far as what's been measured, the highest altitude that we take measurements from, the pressure is less than it was below that altitude.
Okay, but
So
if you have a
what-
closed dynamic system with gas constantly being introduced to the surface level within an electric gradient, that's exactly what you would have, but it would have to have some place of containment. You are presupposing what is beyond that. And in fact, whenever we presuppose that, we have to interpret redshifts as primarily velocity shifts as opposed to purely a Doppler effect. If redshift is a Doppler effect, then actually the medium would be much more dense. So the only evidence you have is to claim that people went out there into space.
Well, just also why
That's a
would
fun-
why would
that's a fun
the,
div-
the why
that's a
would the
fun set of
light the light
diversions.
from why would the light from the moon travel at the same speed as the light from a star a billion miles away?
Yeah,
Wouldn't it
light
change?
always travels at the same speed.
But I mean, I thought
Cool story.
we got this assumption from how as you go further and further away, it's less and less dense. Therefore,
Let's make sure they don't have to address what I just said for sure, because it destroys their entire religion.
I was about to. It's a fun set of
No, you're not.
diversions. Well, I can. The fun set of diversions, however, ignores the fact that in order for you to assume that there's a less dense medium up there, it's still a presupposition. The measurements
again-
available here that we have, say, with weather balloons and whatnot, is that the density of the atmosphere up there is way less than it is down here, and you require a medium that is more dense than the air down here.
No, okay, again, so no, here's the deal. So, Doofus, answer this question: is redshift a Doppler effect? Yes or no?
All right, well, not right now, okay?
Is redshift
He ain't
a
gonna
Doppler
give you an
effect?
honest answer. He won't give you an honest answer, bro.
No, it
Right,
doesn't
I'm in
matter.
the
He's
middle of
gonna
a
get expressed.
conversation with somebody else.
Oh, that's convenient. So, is redshift a Doppler effect? Yes or no?
Evidence suggests yes.
Okay, so redshift is a Doppler effect. Now, if when we look out into into quote unquote space, into the sky, and we see redshift within your paradigm, you have to claim it's not a Doppler effect. Do you have any evidence of that? Because you're making a claim antithetical to what redshift is.
As the object is in motion, the light emitting off the light, or the wavelength of the light would be affected as the object is in motion. What do you mean?
Oh, so you still didn't answer the question. So redshift is a Doppler effect. Now, if we look out into space and we see redshift and it's a Doppler effect, that would mean that there's a much more dense medium, that all of the celestial objects are more local, and you're claiming that it's not a Doppler effect.
No.
He don't understand Doppler effect, bro.
The effect of the Doppler effect does not require a medium in order to occur if we're talking
No,
about
you're
electromagnetic.
still not understanding.
I was already in the middle of talking. Thank you. Doppler effect for electromagnetic emissions do not require a medium.
That's also a straw man. That's not what I said. So if you actually look at your model, and Edwin Hubble himself will explain this to you, if the redshift is a Doppler effect, that would mean that everything in the sky is much more local, the Earth is much younger, and it's a much more dense medium. Now, you claim that it's not a dense medium, therefore, you can't claim the redshift or Doppler effects. You claim they're primarily velocity shifts.
That's what a Doppler effect is. The change in velocity causes a difference in wavelength.
Yeah,
but how are they
know,
measuring it, dude? Are
he
you
doesn't
kidding
even
me?
know what Doppler effect is.
Right, that's the whole
Brendan,
point. Is the
Brendan,
Doppler effect is a
Brendan,
change in velocity.
Okay. So you guys are saying that the redshift in the sky is Doppler effect. Is that correct?
It's in response to the velocity of the object we're looking at.
In your
it's
paradigm,
acceleration. It's acceleration with it.
The velocity don't have nothing to do with density, though.
No, you guys are not
Right.
answering
Can
the
I ask
question.
Which makes it not anything to do with a dense medium. That's thanks,
Okay,
Brian.
well then you're saying Edwin
Yeah,
Hubble's
thanks,
wrong
Brian.
because Edwin Hubble said that if the redshift is Doppler effect, then that would mean that we have a denser medium. So you're saying
Can
that
I
he's
ask a
wrong?
question?
The way that is being quoted,
Do you know
yeah,
what
that sounds
Doppler is,
wrong.
bro? Dude, look up what Doppler is.
Yeah, difference in velocity causes a difference in wavelength.
Hey,
You can't
is there
with no
any
medium.
way? Yeah, is there any way we can get a mod?
Yes,
Someone's
you
been
can.
wanting to have a question come in.
Yeah, he doesn't just do
Yes,
straw man. He does
CVR1, just
anything
one
avoids the
question.
point.
On the topic matter.
It's not a straw man to
sorry,
say
the question-
velocity
the
of
question I
redshift.
want to ask is...
Jen's gonna talk now. Jen, go ahead.
Thank you very much. The question I want to ask is, does the Doppler effect need a medium? Because I think it
No.
needs a medium.
Not
No?
for light.
No, not for electromagnetic
Yeah,
transfer.
not for light, it doesn't, no.
Well,
But that
that's
is
actually
non-sequitur,
false.
though.
The only way you have
Not a
visible
non
light
sequitur.
is through illumination, which is the byproduct of light, which requires a medium or an object.
That's
Thank you. That's
No,
right.
hold on. Let me hold on.
That's actually right. Prove it.
Yeah,
Prove
I
that I'm
saw-
false.
Not
Prove that
true.
it's false.
May I say something? That's even on your paradigm, Brenda. That's why we only see light here on Earth, because we have the atmosphere. And
No,
not
they
on the-
got individual photons.
That's not
Hey,
our
wait, they got
paradigm.
individual
Why
photons
is
changing
the
phase.
universe not?
That's
why?
straw man.
Bro, you got individual photons changing phase over light years. Is that what you're saying you got?
Am I wrong?
No, the wavelength changes with respect to velocity. That's it.
Wait, am I
Which
wrong
do you
by
just
saying that?
I'm just gonna cite Edwin Hubble, and you guys can argue against one of your own priests.
yeah, do you feel like
That's
there's
fine.
a
He's not my
secular
priest.
answer with it?
Then why are you disagreeing with them? So you guys say
Yes.
we're science deniers. Then I pull up the top physicists and astrophysicists and astronomers on your side, and you guys say they're wrong.
And you cherry
Ask,
pick
ask
what
him
they
for a
say.
citation. With
Yeah, I was
Okay,
going to
first
say,
first
Chervy,
of all,
yeah.
Doofus and Brenda,
So,
give us a citation of what you're
can I have
saying.
a can I have a confirmation?
We
and a
lose it in
clarification?
context.
Can I have a confirmation and a clarification on this? Does the
Exactly.
Doppler effect is it relying on having a medium to be noticed?
Asked and
Ask
answered.
that, Brian.
Yeah, I need the answer.
Jen.
No, light does not
He said
require a
no.
medium.
You need to cite that. You can't just make these claims. You need to
Yeah,
cite it.
I
Give us a
agree with
citation.
Tyson on
It's
this
like
one.
every physics book for high school.
It requires a shift in frequency. Show me frequency without a medium, please.
Thank
Light.
you.
Okay, light
You
does
need a
that.
medium.
So
Right.
individual
Thank
photons,
you very
right?
much.
It's light.
Yeah,
Light is
you
a
need
wave,
a medium.
Brian.
Exactly.
A wave.
Exactly.
Wavy line.
Yeah,
I
light
agree.
is a
Welcome
wave.
to
A wave
flat
is not a
Earth.
thing.
We need
A
a
wave is not
medium
a
for the
thing.
light
A wave
to
is
pass
what
through.
something does,
Without it,
man.
it won't work. You won't see
You guys
it.
are
wave.
trying,
Oh
you
my
guys are
God.
Wave
falsely
is not a
invoking.
thing. Everyone has to stop talking at the same time, please.
Yeah.
Wave is a thing. Sorry.
No, it's not.
Wave is not a
Show
thing.
me.
It's a type of movement.
Right.
Well, wave is
Isn't
a thing.
light?
A
Is it,
Show me
wave
a
is
wave
light.
of itself. Show me a
isn't
wave of
light
itself.
classed as a particle and a wave or something in some context?
It can't be a wave. A wave isn't a thing. So if you have a wave in a pool, it's the water moving.
Pretty sure that's a thing.
Wave is a type of movement within a medium.
Wave is just an energy. And wave, you don't need mediums
That's
for
correct.
light.
Oh
Look
God.
into a vacuum
Hey,
chamber.
can somebody mute? Can somebody mute this guy? Because he's just making false claims without any evidence to back up.
Who?
Well, that's all
Witsit?
they ever do.
You.
Yeah,
That's all
please,
they ever do.
please mute Witsit. He's making false
No,
claims
mute
without
you,
any
dude.
sort of evidence.
Mute you.
So if
You
you
have
have
no
a
way to
problem
verify what
with
you
being
say.
a wave, can you tell us then
Yeah,
what
so
is
is
waving?
Laszlo. Everybody's
wave
making
is
claims
not
and
an
nobody's
object.
showing evidence.
Yeah, welcome to the
Well,
shit
It's called a
show.
logical assertion.
Watch this. I'm about to drop Edwin Hubble saying exactly what I just said, and all you guys will say is that it's cherry picked, even though it's
I'm next.
literally completely in context.
I'm next. I'm
No,
gonna tell him.
no,
Hey, after he
if you
repeats
would
this, I'm
cite the
next.
whole cite the article, could you
No,
cite the
bro.
article?
If you have space time, if you have light traveling at the same damn speed for every observer, you can't have it moving away as a frequency, and then
Brian, that's
other
not helping right
other
now.
light speeding up past it, man. If it's a
It's not helping
frequency.
right now, Brian.
Witsit
Sorry.
was about to do something, Brian, please.
What's it about to post a bunch of out of context quotes again?
You haven't.
I would like
NASA
to
show.
You already have a bias against it.
Hey, I
That's
just want to point this
ridiculous.
out. I want to point this out. NASA, you will be muted if every time that I drop these, you just jump into handle dismiss them, talking over everyone. Okay, so saying it's cherry picking is a specific accusation. That means that if you read it in context, it's actually saying something contrary to what is presented. Quote. None of these are doing that. These are all in the context that they're explaining the very phenomena that is in the quote. So stop just blindly saying it's out of context. It's objectively a lie.
Okay,
talk about the
there's
context, please, and stop hand waving it away before you even read it. Let's talk about the information, not
We've
about what
already
you
seen
believe.
them.
Okay,
already seen
everything's known, and you got.
Are you going to read them with your presumptuous little voice too, Witsit, as has been your standard in the past?
No, I'm
Dude, shut up, man.
Just mute him, bro. Just mute him.
NASA shill's a sack of shit.
I gotta quit being a dick, dude. Just listen and then refute the argument.
So I'm the one.
I like the argument.
There.
So how many people called me names here in the last 5 minutes and not been muted?
All right, come on, guys.
No
There's
one
a
should be
description
calling
of
names.
Doppler
No,
effect.
I'll join the ranks, penis.
Yeah, I was see now. How come you don't mute Travis here? Travis never
Penis,
gets
penis.
God damn it.
You should mute Travis now.
Listen, nobody. Listen.
But you never mute Travis.
Settle down, please, guys. Settle down, or I will stop being people.
I don't know why you don't use the stage function. That would be a lot more convenient.
When I'm talking. Okay, so from now on, everyone needs to stop calling names.
Can't understand you. You're
Taking up, Austin. Austin, drop and rejoin real quick. I'll clear there.
All right. So light doesn't require a medium, and so there's nothing waving.
Okay, well, while we're waiting on Austin, okay, so when they put water in the telescopes, okay, so it doesn't need a medium, so when it left, it's already on its way, right? So when we slowed light down, okay, if it's the Earth that's moving instead of the light, then we would have had to change angles then, right, Brenda? If it doesn't require a medium, it's already well on its way. So we can slow it down as much as we want. It's just going to trickle right on through to our eye, and right?
I have no idea what you're saying, Brian.
I know you don't.
Well, I mean, isn't it pretty simple? Just the light that as the light that arrives to you from its source. If that light source is moving away, it red shifts. If it's coming towards you, it blue shifts. Isn't that basically Doppler effect?
Yeah, if it's photons, it's already on its way, Howard. If it's frequency,
so what the hell, man? What's the argument then? I mean, I don't even understand what the argument
changing the medium to suit your model. That's what it sounds like.
No, we're not changing the medium.
I didn't say anything about a medium.
Wait. Since you guys keep talking,
there's no medium. There's no medium in outer space. Outer space is empty.
Hey,
it's a vacuum.
Brenda.
Man, you guys were
You're not
arguing
gonna
how
get
it's not an
many more
empty vacuum the other day.
Okay,
and
so
then
here's
you're
the
saying
deal.
I'm not changing the medium. I'm just changing the speed away from me so that change. I don't have to.
Connection is really bad right now, though.
Who was talking?
So you guys can't hear me?
You were choppy.
Am I better now?
Yep.
Yes,
Okay,
way better.
Sounds good, bro.
Okay, so the heliocentric model claims that there's a vacuum, okay, and that the universe is expanding. Now, applying relativity to that claim, it is off by 95%, okay? The galaxies only have 3% of the mass that are needed, and the expansion rate needs to be 10 times faster. The mathematical discrepancy is 10 to the 120th power. So when you guys constantly claim that there's no issue with your claim of what's out there, you're wrong. There is a discrepancy with the medium within your own paradigm. That's just objective.
You've changed the subject now to, what is it, dark energy or dark
No,
matter?
that's not a change in
He did
subject.
not change it.
That's the same subject.
No, it's a different subject.
No, it's
you're
not.
just trying to change the subject again, bro. Just keep it on topic. Stop your bullshit.
No,
This is the same subject.
The topic was light velocity Doppler effect.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's all relative to what the occupation of the medium is. If you don't know that, that isn't my problem.
The occupation of the medium is firefighter.
Right now is
independent of medium.
Requires a medium to move.
So you got the medium, but now you're just moving it. So that doesn't count as changing the medium. Now you're just changing it and making it move backward. or outward.
But wait. All their claims about what the
Not
light
moving
is
the medium,
doing
though.
and what it is in has been debunked. It doesn't work. How do you not know that? It doesn't work.
Velocity change is independent of medium, so it's not debunked.
No. Edwin Hubble, I'm about to find his quote, okay? And he's going to say that you're patently wrong. And then you're just going to hand wave dismiss it because you're going to be refuted.
Okay, Blue and I posted several that say the other thing, so I'm going to go with what Blue and I posted.
That was a very quick hand wave again.
Yeah, see, Edwin Hubble doesn't know what he's talking about, of course.
Right, because it's not about density of the medium, as has been posted several times.
Well, I'm about to post that it literally is.
Hey, Witsit,
We're about to post several.
Do you have that Hubble quote handy to read?
Do I?
I ain't heard that Hubble quote in a while, man. Can you post it or read it?
Yeah, I have 3 of them. I'm trying to look through them right now. I'm in the car, so I'm looking through my pictures.
Well,
yeah. You should wait till you ain't done, bro.
Quote mining is something that creationists also have done. You can quote mine scientists to make it look like they reject evolution, but it's just
Okay, let me respond to it again. Brenda, if you keep saying it, you're going to be muted, okay? No one is quote mining, okay? Quote mining is when you take something out of context and then you claim it means something that it doesn't. No one is saying that this proves anything. No one's claiming that they're claiming that the Earth is stationary or geocentric. Okay, we're specifically presenting what they say the discrepancies are and the problems with them, and they're perfectly in context and cited. Your attempt to hand wave dismiss
what is it?
Is dishonest.
What is it? What is it? What is the quote?
You ain't never heard about the axis of evil from Hubble, bro? You probably heard it 100 times from me.
Well, Hubble never specifically.
But it has been a minute.
Yeah.
Just a second.
Yeah, you guys keep invoking this empty space. Like, I'd like to see where there's this vastness of nothingness that you guys keep alluding to.
Look,
well, what is measured is there's less pressure and less matter up above us than there is down here.
Regardless, NASA says that Earth's atmosphere extends far past the moon, and
no,
you're trying to act as if there's the absence.
It says particles that were in our atmosphere have gone as far as the moon. But also,
a very tenuous hydrogen cloud. Yes, okay. So
yeah, since posting that article, the definition of exosphere has not changed.
Isn't that classed as a cherry picked?
Now you got clouds and vacuums. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, what do you claim stars are made of? Of hydrogen, because you're looking through hydrogen. So the spectroscopy is picking it up.
Yeah, like so. It is a strange thing that you have to come to grips with. Where the density gets thinner and thinner as you go up, but then it stays the same, but then it moves away. So it's like it's changing. Like cool.
What are you
cool
talking
story.
about?
The wavelength is what is different.
Yeah. Therefore, everything comes in at the same speed. I got you. Cool.
So redshift.
Yeah, the light coming in at the same speed is irrelevant to the actual redshift that's occurring.
Therefore, you can see a trillion miles away. You can see 93. We all see 90. I mean, here's why we know, right? We can all see 93 million miles away every morning.
Of course. Yeah, of course.
All right, let me read the quote, please. This is Edwin Hubble. If the redshifts are
you going to read this? What's it really?
Dude,
I want to hear.
I'm gonna mute you, NASA. I'm gonna mute you. Come on, that's your last warning.
No, just kick him
Dude,
out.
why do you keep giving him warnings, dude?
I know.
Like,
QE banned you yesterday.
Yeah, QE is.
What's your problem?
QE is a coward too. So
let Witsit read.
We would have
Let Witsit read. Let Witsit read.
We would have so many more productive conversations without these trolls.
Yeah. So if the redshifts are a Doppler shift, the observations as they stand lead to the anomaly of a closed universe, curiously small and dense, and may it be added, suspiciously young. Edwin Hubble, Monthly Notices of the Royal Astronomical Society, page 17, 506, 1937.
Yeah, so the problem with that is that he was a proponent of the steady state theory, which is a debunked theory nowadays. Nobody believes in steady state universe model, and he was defending his model, and it turns out that he was wrong.
Do you want to offer
Show that it's wrong. Use Doppler, so it's wrong.
How is it debunked? No, Brenda has no idea
By
at
showing that the
Actually,
universe
hold
is
on, Brenda, hold on. Actually, on a universal scale, yeah, the universe is actually quite densely packed with nebulas and galaxies and galaxy clusters. So, yeah, on a universal scale, the universe is still quite young and densely packed.
Let me make a point. Let me make a point real quick. Michelson Morley proved. Hold on, Michelson Morley proved with the light, the apparatus over 2.5 miles distance, that it doesn't matter what way the light's moving, that we get a
2.5
null
miles?
result. Okay, y'all want to abolish the ether and all this shit and
Wasn't
observe the null
2.5
result,
miles.
and all of a sudden, you want to say that that the Doppler doesn't prove, you know.
How the hell did
Dude,
we
we
go
got all
to?
these Glovers. We got all these Glovers hot micing and just over talking people, dude.
it's not the Globers hot
Good.
micing.
No, it is. It is.
No,
it's
it isn't.
Doofus
Dyslow.
Manfred,
It's Dyslow.
Yeah.
It's
Well-
Brian, and it's
No,
Witsit.
no,
Yeah, we
sorry.
do, but at the same time,
This is
like,
ridiculous, man.
you know what it sucks is when
It's
she's taking a nap.
yeah,
And like if
yeah,
I'm
you
at home
can't
and she's
lay
taking a nap,
you,
and I'm sitting there
you
bored,
can't lay all that on
man,
one
I wish
side and
you would
everybody's
just
hot
like
micing.
doing something.
Yeah, I
and
agree.
she's
I
just
agree with
bugging me
Left
like,
Lane.
I
Both
got no
sides
fucking
need to stop
deal.
doing. Hey, both sides need to talk. Hey, man,
Whoever's talking, I can't understand a word he's saying.
Is he hot micing?
Okay, can you guys please stop?
Yes,
hot
obviously
micing
he's hot mic, and somebody please mute the hot mic.
I can feel all that hot
Is
either.
there any mods in here, dude?
Mods never do anything in here.
Man, this is
Okay,
crazy.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do, man. We just got to help them out. They.
Except for mute, the only thing they do is mute Glovers.
You can tag a mod too. They're not always listening.
I can't talk
All right, I gotta
loud
get out of
right
here. This
now,
is too much chaos.
Can you? Are you guys gonna keep doing it like 5-year-olds? Are you serious? Okay, I can't talk loud, and it's ridiculous that I'm not able to talk because I can't scream. You guys need to grow up. Stop interrupting everybody. Okay, everyone needs to stop interrupting on both sides. I'm not. The fact that I feel like I have to raise my voice to talk in here is unacceptable.
Okay, what do you have to say? What do you have to say, Witsit?
Okay, again, I pointed out that if the redshifts are a Doppler shift, then it would mean that it's a closed universe that is small and dense. Okay? And now you all said it has nothing to do with the density. You're stupid, blah, blah, blah. I then quoted Edwin Hubble saying that very thing.
Yeah, note that the other sources on Redshift don't say it has anything to do with the density of the medium.
So is
Yes,
Edwin Hubble wrong?
What's it? Did you hear my explanation about what he meant when he said the universe was densely packed?
That is not true, though. You're making that up.
How is it not?
What's your interpretation? Yeah.
It says that it's closed and small. So it's not about the fact that there are galaxies.
Universal scale, our universe is small and densely packed. Galaxies, nebulas, galaxy clusters. It's the scale of it. Yeah.
No, you don't understand.
There's a couple of problems with that. First of all, you're saying the universal scale, which you didn't actually say. The second thing is you're actually asserting.
I did say that.
The second thing is you're asserting what's in contention as a defense of what's in contention. That's illogical.
Real quick, if you're saying he's not speaking on a universal scale, what does he mean by a closed universe?
No, but he's not. The point is he's saying that the presupposition of how big it is wrong.
In other words, not expanding.
Roboting again. What's it?
Right. So the universe is not dense. I don't know where we got that idea. The density of the universe is 10 to the minus 30 parts per cubic centimeter.
He means relatively, like the large scale structures and their distance from each other. That's what Hubble's talking about.
And it's the less dense when you go to what point? When does it start getting less?
He says
less and less dense.
He says more dense and younger.
Young. I mean, young
More
is
dense
relative.
than
I mean,
what people thought. which was the distance between each of the large-scale objects.
But how does that relate to a medium in between objects?
Okay, so listen, dude. So this is 4 years after they discovered that the galaxies only had 3% of the mass that they needed to have. Okay? So it needs to be much more dense in space than it is for the heliocentric paradigm to exist.
It doesn't have anything to do with heliocentrism.
Yes,
We're
it
talking
does, man.
Redshift.
Yes,
doesn't
if you
have
got
anything
if
to do with it.
you have a Big Bang universe and everything is exploded out and it's not young and denser, then it's all spread out and shit, and you're gonna get nothing but blue shift because everything's gonna be moving apart. You can't have 2 points joining back together. All you'll get is blue shift.
You don't
Okay,
get blue shift when things move apart, Brian.
The thing is, our sun is still, compared to the rest of the universe, it's still quite young. It's still a baby, but yet it hits billions of years old.
You're making stuff up. I know for a fact you've never read this and you don't even understand it. I just now dropped another quote, okay? So he's very specifically talking about the assumption that there's an ever-expanding vast universe that is very low density is inconsistent with the observations. And actually, if the redshifts are just Doppler effects, if they're Doppler shifts, that would show that we're in a closed universe that's much more dense and much younger. And in fact, he goes on to explain this next quote right here. If redshifts are not primarily velocity shifts, the picture is simple and plausible. But when we assume that they are not, we assume that they are primarily velocity shifts, we have all these other problems, from uniform distribution to the curvature necessary to restore homogeneity, the excess material, and it's just a recession factor. But that whenever you remove these presuppositions that are based on heliocentrism, you don't have those problems, and it's actually more plausible and simpler, and you don't have the limitation of dimensions or a problem with internebular material, which is today's dark matter and dark energy, which is still a 95% discrepancy that your model cannot explain. They admit that the reason that they choose to still choose this model is because of the Copernican principle, which is philosophy, meaning that the Earth is not significant. So you're in a religion contrary to all observations.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for anybody to
It's 4.6 billion years old, and it's still classed as young. How old does the universe have to be for it to stop being young?
The first written word is like 8,000 years old, but you know how old the universe is, man?
No, yeah. So
I didn't say I knew.
Yeah, we got a whole world full of little gods.
Hey, just so you know, they want us to bring up anything they can to get you to take the bait to divert away because they cannot rebut what I'm saying. The heliocentric model, the heliocentric model, the heliocentric model is 95% off. There was only 3% of the mass needed in the galaxies. The expansion rate of the universe would have to be over 10 times faster. You're off by 10 to the 120th power. You don't even have a viable theoretical model yet. You can't even mathematically propose it. And this is just objective.
The heliocentric model doesn't have to do with the universe. It's just our solar system.
You once again don't know what you're talking about. So if it's heliocentric,
he's 100% correct, man.
No, he's not.
Yes.
Because
the heliocentric model
is our solar
make
system.
Make sure you guys all interrupt me and tout victory, and then you'll be right. So if the Earth is revolving the sun in a heliocentric model, you can't just stop your claims there because that carries over into your claims of the rest of the sky.
Yeah, that was very what you put together with the Hubble thing was very coherent and very difficult, I'm sure, for the globe side to argue.
Well, you know, one of the guys that you quoted.
The interesting thing is that in his quote, he's talking about redshift. However, a change in medium does not cause redshift.
Well, listen, hold on. Let me wait. Let me get this one. Okay, so the definition of the redshift, okay, or Doppler, is a change in frequency or a change in the wavelength. You can't have a wave if there's nothing to wave.
It doesn't need a medium, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
See, you're giving them more outs because they still can't address what I'm saying. So the heliocentric
never will, bro.
Already did.
The heliocentric model is off by 95%.
That's not true. That is not true.
How's it not true?
Because you're talking about the universe, the universal constant, or something to do with Michio Kaku. The heliocentric
your
model only has to
Oh my
do with
God.
the solar system.
Brian,
Your
stop.
model has no medium but dark matter. I mean, are you
Okay,
kidding me?
Okay, but Brian, you also have to stop interrupting. Okay, everyone has to stop interrupting, man. I'm not gonna raise my voice.
Dude, my bad.
Okay, and left lane, that's how you mod, by the way. It goes both ways. So the point is very simple. You guys are trying to say the heliocentric model is separate from the rest of the universe. That is incorrect. The heliocentric model requires a preponderance of other claims. Okay, you have a plethora of other claims that come with the heliocentric model. You're just trying to exclude it because you can't rebut what I'm saying.
That's false, because the heliocentric model could exist within a steady state, within a big bang, within not a big bang. There's multiple types of universes. You could have a sun and planets rotating around it.
Right.
We're talking about no. If the sun is a center, it has to be very big, but relatively small compared to the rest of the sky. It has to be expanded.
You're right, brother.
Well, that's
They
the
want
thing.
no medium. They want no medium, but dark matter that makes up 95% of their shit. They want wavelength. They want shit waving, but nothing to wave. I mean, everything y'all say is contradictory on its face.
That's just the way it works, Brian.
Well, hold on.
That's
It's
it.
not.
You could have a different. You could have the solar. You could have this and a dome. Is that what you guys are saying, Globe? You can have a dome, and then everything else outside of it exists differently.
No. The claim isn't that 95% of the universe is dark matter, Brian.
No, that's not the claim. You're right, but it's dark matter and dark energy. And the point is that you are off by an incredible magnitude. And this isn't just Michio Kaku. This is every single astrophysicist that knows anything about it. Okay, it's just objective. And so we also have the fine-tuning problem. In the current paradigm you adhere to, their explanation for the fine-tuning problem is quote unquote the multiverse, meaning that there are infinite amount of universes, and then one of them just happened to work out. So you made your claim unfalsifiable. This is the definition of religious zealotry.
Okay, but redshift still doesn't occur by change in medium.
Okay, no one said a change in medium. What I said was that if the redshifts are Doppler effects, they show that it's in a much more dense, compact, more local, closed system. And you guys don't like that because you have a religious bias that the Earth is insignificant. This is a religion. And you're not going to address my point because you cannot, because it's irrefutable.
Well, so here it is. If the universe is 5%, right, and it's off by the other 95%, and we made it 20 times as dense as what we observe, we would still have less dense medium above our heads than what we measure down here at the surface, which wouldn't make the moon any closer to us.
Okay, but that
you already
doesn't
did that.
matter.
To get to 5%, you had to invent black holes and quasars where teaspoons weigh 400 billion pounds. So
None of
you've
that
already
matters,
done that.
though. None of that matters. Falsifications and of replacement. The point I'm making is very simple. The heliocentric model has a discrepancy that cannot be mathematically worked out or even theoretically worked out, even in theory. And the geocentric model does not have this problem. What that means objectively is that the geocentric model is more viable. When you guys claim that relativity is real, you're wrong. It's off by 95%.
And as I stated, that doesn't make the moon any closer. It's 240,000 miles away.
You're just claiming that, presupposing the very medium that is in contention.
Well, let's presuppose the one that you suppose is off by 95%. Again, if we make it more dense by 20 times, the moon would still be 240,000 miles away.
No. Once again, falsification is independent of replacement. You guys invoked this as evidence, called it a measurement. I pointed out, no, it's a presupposition of medium. Furthermore, that medium presupposition is actually provably wrong and not viable. I don't have to replace it. I'm pointing out that your claim is a lie and it is a religion, because the only reason that you guys hold on to the less viable option is because of the Copernican principle, which says that the Earth is insignificant. That is religion by definition.
All right, but you're suggesting that the medium up above our heads is more dense than what we've measured it to be.
Okay, first of all, we didn't measure it to be anything. You guys claim that people went to space, okay? What we measure on the Earth is non sequitur to what is supposedly in space. And again, you don't want to talk about the main point. Heliocentrism cannot explain a plethora of things. Fine-tuning, dark matter, dark energy, the axis of evil, the expansion rate, the lack of mass in the galaxy, and on and on and on. The heliocentric model is not even viable mathematically, yet a geocentric model has none of these problems.
is.
But that, no, it's not.
What about the retrograde of planets?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's an issue. But
divert away. Okay, so all you did was Google it, and it told you that. But retrograde planets have been known for a long time, and all these physicists are telling you can easily explain it with the neo-Tychonic system. You guys also say stellar parallax. That's also incorrect.
No,
What?
not Tycho. Not Tycho, because Tycho places the sun going around the Earth and all the planets go around the sun. But if you have a geocentric model,
Neo-Tychonic.
Yeah, Tycho Brahe.
The Tychonian model makes the Earth the
first of all,
center, and the planets revolve around the sun, but the Earth is not one of the things that revolve around the sun. The other planets do, but the Earth does not revolve around the sun itself. It is motionless, at rest,
Why
with
is
the other
that?
planets revolving around the sun.
The sun is going around.
So the Earth is motionless and at rest, with the other planets revolving around the sun, while the Earth does not move.
Yeah, that's his thing. Also, the quote you're referring to
The
from
word neo.
Show.
If the Earth
show.
Hold on, man. No points are ever going to get made if you guys keep just saying that's the neo-Tychonic model, or the quote that he's saying, as we observed earlier, those of us who are here, it doesn't actually say that actually works. It actually specifically says that it doesn't. It's not as valid. Because those aren't explained.
Okay, wait up. So let me address
Hold on. That wasn't the only point.
No, there is no. No, you're strawmanning. There is no such thing
No,
as
I'm not
a neo-Tychonic.
strawmanning,
Do you not know what the word neo means?
You're not. No, listen, I don't want to call you out here, dude. But your quotes are all fucked. Specifically that one, dude. That one's actually completely missed.
Okay, good.
We looked at the pages from, and it says the exact opposite of what you just said. And that's not the point.
No, it doesn't.
What you just said about fine tuning, you said, "Oh, your geocentric model doesn't have that." I don't think you know what that means, Witsit, because that's not distinct to the heliocentric model. That's true for both. For any model, that's true for every model in existence.
Okay, so you're going to stop now, okay? So first of all, fine-tuning isn't an issue with geocentrism because geocentrism automatically has to acknowledge a fine-tuner for it to be Earth-centric. So you don't understand anything. Secondly, the other guy just said neo-Tychonic. That doesn't work, blah, blah, blah. He doesn't know what the word neo means, which means a new updated version of. So you guys are both just wrong again.
Yeah, you're right.
Here's the actual quote from the shit you keep saying.
So what's neo? What's the new version of?
Okay, that's not the point. That's not the point. The point is that using the Tychonic system as the baseline, but it being updated with the current data is just as viable. It's also viable. That's the point. So that was a rebuttal. That was a rebuttal to someone claiming that you can't explain retrograde with the geocentric model, which is just a stupid claim.
Basically, the retrograde would be explained by the planets being dragged by the sun, and basically they're doing loop-de-loops around the sun, but as they loop around the sun relative to us while they're moving, you get a little mini loop and a retrograde mini loop from that in a sort of Tychonic conception where the Earth doesn't move, but everything is moving over and around the Earth, principally around the sun while the Earth doesn't move.
Only Mercury and Venus go around the sun. Go to Stellarium, look east at 00. All you're going to see is Mercury and Venus going around the sun. It's dead obvious.
The Earth can still be a ball. It can be the center, and everything can be moving around it.
Oh, yeah, but if the ball is moving...
Right, but I'm just... Yeah.
Geocentrism gets it right about the Earth not moving and being more or less in the center in some sort of privileged position where it doesn't have to move. From there, we can get the flatness as the next step very easily. Geocentric and flat.
Correct. So, so if we're going to have an intellectually honest conversation, we understand that conflating the two together is just dishonest. Right now, like we're talking about the fact that geocentrism is more viable than heliocentrism. That's the conversation right now, right?
Listen, right? If you took geocentric and you spun the Earth towards the east, all the planets and the moon go towards the east, and all you've got left with the stars going towards the west. And it's not 1,000 miles.
Geocentric is not
Yeah,
the
it's
surface.
stationary. It has the Earth at rest. Geocentric doesn't have the Earth moving. It has the Earth at rest.
And I'm saying the Earth is moving in a geocentric fashion.
But it's not moving.
That's the whole word. You're messing up the whole word.
But if one is moving and the other one is moving 2 minutes, you can make 4 minutes. They both can be moving 1 and 3. You know, they're 4 minutes a day there. The difference between one and the other, the ratios of which one is doing what speed, as long as it's 4 minutes or 3 minutes and 50 seconds a day, that's your difference. We say that the Earth spins at 1,000 miles an hour, but it's 1,040. Do the math, which is 1,606 kilometers an hour.
This is all irrelevant, though. There's no evidence that the Earth moves. Okay, so Einstein and Hawking will tell you that there's no terrestrial experiment that can prove the motion of the Earth in space, and that we choose it based on philosophical grounds. The philosophical grounds is called the Copernican principle, meaning that the Earth is insignificant. There can't be a creator. That is a religion.
Well, you can't
No,
prove
but Einstein
anything
was
unless you have
specific
an
about the
absolute.
orbit around the sun.
Well, you can't prove.
So retrograde is very possible in a heliocentric model.
Well, you can't prove anything unless you have an
absolute
absolute standard for proof. Absolute in that you let something be established and stand without having to ask, is this thing well established? Did we prove that this was well established? Did we go back ad infinitum trying to establish everything, or did we just let something axiomatically be established for, you know, some level of proof? So the only way to prove that the Earth moves is to have some sort of absolute motionless standard in the background, like an ether or something else that the Earth moves relative to. Without that absolute standard, because of mind-killing relativity, it is not possible to prove that the Earth is moving and or space around the Earth is moving. Both are just as viable. You can't prove anything anymore. There's no absolute standard.
At least flat earthers admit that. I don't understand why the globe side won't just admit that.
Well, they try to say out of one side of their mouth that we prove that the Earth moves, but they don't even have a framework that allows proof to be done. You have to have an absolute, unquestioned, axiomatic standard for some level of proof in any arena. And there's nothing like that in relativity at all. The closest thing is light, but then they said light could change its speed with general relativity, going back on what they said with special relativity. It's just a mess. And relativity itself was coined to get rid of the ether, the substance of space, and make the Earth move through a vacuum, rather than admit that the ether drift speeds that they were getting were not consistent with heliocentrism.
Okay, am I breaking up?
If the Earth is in a container of some sort and everything's moving around, it's just a pressurized container, then it's contained within a container.
Well, even outer space would need a container, man, because otherwise it would just keep getting thinner and thinner.
You get into an infinite regression problem with what's containing what. So eventually it has to bottom out somewhere, but we have to be honest about where, if anywhere, it bottoms out. If, you know, space is an ether, a substance that flows, moves, has torque, and has subtle effects on matter, well, then it could be moving while the Earth is motionless and at rest, a la Bob Nodell. Thanks, Bob Nodell, for proving that the ether moves 15 degrees per hour or whatever, while the motionless Earth below doesn't move at all. Thanks.
Yeah, but we deemed it not scattergun so much. So at first, do everyone in here agree that with the Michelson-Morley, there were two options: either the Earth was at rest and there was an ether, or the Earth is moving and there is no ether?
Moving through
Any
space.
rebuttals?
We're going to have to go rhetorical. They're not going to answer the questions in an honest way that lead to a conclusion. So,
just keep scattering, Lemon. Just keep scattering.
Power through to your conclusion, because they'll just bomb the logic and take it nowhere rather than be honest about the implications.
Jesus
What's
Christ.
your final thing?
Trying to answer his fucking question, dude. God damn it. Yes, no, yeah, moving through space. Not simply emotionless. It had no. It was insensitive to rotation. The first.
Okay, but here's the deal. When Einstein said the Earth could be at rest, okay, that means at rest. That also means not rotating. The Earth couldn't be going around the sun are rotating but not going around the sun. When he says the Earth could be at rest, that's what he means.
Listen, man, do yourself a favor and do some research in the quotes that you put in those memes, because that test specifically is insensitive to rotation.
The works.
I've said this to you before. If I were you, just look it up and find out for yourself.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said, though. So you're strawmanning me. I'm not talking. I didn't say Michelson-Morley was for rotation. What I just said was that Einstein and Eddington and you name it, everyone said that it could be at rest. If the Earth is at rest, then it's not rotating, is it, Kosha?
And what I said to you was, do some research in your quotes, because
do some research rather than answer the question.
That specific quote, Lemon.
That's why I say just power through to your point with it, or they'll just run the logic and
Kosho
finish.
Quote.
Just make your point.
Dude, stop talking then. The love of God. That specific quote, if you read it, and what he's actually saying in context, he's specifically talking about the Michelson-Morley test. When he makes that statement, he's not talking about, hey, in general, this. He's talking specifically about that test.
Okay, again, that's actually not true. There are two quotes. One of them is the optical experiment quote. That is specifically talking about Michelson-Morley. The other one is terrestrial experiment, and that's not just Michelson-Morley. That's any terrestrial experiment. He uses Michelson-Morley and specifically says as one of the many examples. Nextly, you won't answer this question. You just have a script you keep repeating. When he said that the Earth is at rest, could that mean rotating?
I just explained it to you, man. He's talking specifically about that test. And in talking about that test, he's not referencing what you're saying about the rotation.
He can't answer. If he said the Earth is at rest, could that mean rotating?
Could it be at rest and rotating? I'm curious. Is that true?
Yeah, could it be at rest
Obviously,
and
no.
rotating? No, he has to answer though. Kosho, could it be at rest?
I just answered your question. I'm not going to fucking talk to you. You're going to fucking dictate how I talk, dude.
So
we
we
try to
can
run this rest of this room, dude, but I fucking answered your question. I'm sorry that
It's
you're
not
not
about you.
Answer,
It's about Einstein. Did he mean it was at rest and rotating? It's not about you.
Kosho,
I'm curious about what.
Kosho, could it be at rest and rotating?
Dude, do some research, man, before you end up looking like a fool.
He won't answer it honestly if it leads to lies.
Other people have looked into the quotes that you've posted, and they're trying to tell you that that's not what you're talking about, dude. He's clearly not talking about rotation.
Okay, so are you saying when he said the Earth could be at rest, he's saying that it'd still be rotating?
The Earth can be treated at rest.
Yeah, we all understand the orbit part. We all understand the rest means it could be not orbiting anything. It could be just, but could it also be? Could spinning be involved?
Because he's talking about that don't involve rotation sensitivity.
The best way to solve this, right, is for Whitsitt to read out the rest of what Einstein said that's around the quote he's quoting.
Yeah, well, I've sourced it like 5 times in here, buddy. So maybe you should catch up before jumping in. Okay, so again,
you're the one that's coming here with a quote, yeah, and people are saying you're taking it out of context. Let me finish. Let me finish.
No,
right? You're the one coming here with a quote, and people are telling you you're taking it out of context. So maybe you should read the rest of what he said so that everyone knows the context and what he was meaning.
Well, you're calling him out. Just put it in the context for everybody. Then just tell us the context.
I've already
people have already.
Exactly.
Read it.
We've already sourced it like 5 times, and you don't know what you're talking about. So there are 2 quotes. One of them is, I have come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment. The context of that quote is talking about Michelson-Morley in the speech he gave. There's another quote that I dropped. It's to the question whether or not the motion of the Earth in space can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments. We have already remarked that all attempts of this nature led to a negative result. Before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled to this negative result. In the context of that is his writings about special and general theory of relativity, and he's talking about any terrestrial experiment, and he specifically makes a point to say that Michelson-Morley is just one of the many examples, but any terrestrial experiment has all failed to show this. So now you've got the context. Now you still can't answer the point. So whenever they said that the Earth could be at rest, do you think he meant that it would be rotating?
So Blue actually found the paper that you cited on the Hubble quotes, but he can't seem to find what you posted as his quotes in that paper.
Okay, well, he should keep looking.
Have you got any info on that?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm in a car. I know for a fact that all these quotes are valid. And I know for a fact that Blue is the same guy who said that this Einstein quote didn't exist. He literally said it didn't exist, and then he was proven wrong. So, okay, it looks like he's not very good at looking up quotes then. Not my problem.
Well, people can be wrong. People can be wrong.
Yeah, but whenever you claim that this quote doesn't exist, and then it clearly does, and it takes less than 5 seconds to Google it, and a flat earther had to do it, and then you just skate past it and don't concede you were wrong, then you say, oh, well, he didn't mean that. Then we have to take a picture and show he did mean that. And then you just keep on saying it. When you come in the next time and say that quote doesn't exist, I'm not going to take you serious. You have a bias.
That's
You
reasonable.
posted the page that you cited, though, and it's not there.
Are you sure?
Yeah, your quote says page 506. He posted page 506.
What about page 17?
No, he was talking specifically about the page 506 quote that you cited.
Well, that says 17.
It is 97,7 up in the other corner, but it is page 506.
I'll have to find it later. I'm driving. I'm literally on a phone. I've looked these up. I didn't make them. Do you think I made them up?
I've read that before. I mean, I can't read it back to you, but what you were quoting, I've read before.
It
And you guys still can't answer the question. You guys still can't answer the question. Whenever he said it was at rest, could he have meant that it was rotating?
Because he was specifically talking about orbit in that quote. Because
Okay, but if he said the
can't
Earth,
measure. I was almost done. Because when he said terrestrial observations can't detect motion, what he was speaking of was orbit, not
okay, but when
rotation.
he says, listen carefully for the 300th time, when he says the Earth could be at rest, that would mean it's not rotating also, correct? Because if it's rotating, then it's not at rest, is it?
Or is that incorrect?
If you want
And
to
he meant
interpret
that
it
it
that
was
way,
just
that's
sitting
fine.
there and no, I want to know what you think. I really want to know if anybody thinks the opposite.
Right, because in that specific instance, Einstein's talking about motion of the Earth around the sun. We're not going to be able to measure that from here on Earth with any amount of precision, not with like an optical or inertial experiment, because we're in free fall around the sun.
So you can't answer the question. Whenever they say that the Earth could be at rest,
No, that was an answer.
if the Earth is at rest, can the Earth be at rest and rotating? Yes or no?
It could be, depending on how you interpret the word "at rest," because,
How
as
did you
was
interpret
mentioned
it?
in the quote, this is about orbit around the sun. This is not about rotation. If you want to
Okay,
say
so
that
you believe he meant
if you
no
want to say
orbit
that
but
the preferred
rotation.
frame
Yes.
of reference is, if you want to say the preferred frame of reference is an Earth-centered, Earth-rotating frame of reference, you can do that. That is allowed. You can consider it to be at rest in that specific way if you want to.
Do you?
No,
But do
if
you?
it's
Did
spinning,
you?
first of all, if it's spinning, it's not at rest, okay? And if it's not revolving the sun, then a spinning Earth wouldn't explain the observation. So Einstein is explaining the only two viable options is that the Earth spins and revolves around the sun, or the Earth is at rest, okay? So stop making stuff up.
Yeah. So then retrograde doesn't prove anything then.
No, of course not.
All right.
They just Google things. And then Left Lane says memes. These aren't just memes. I went and found these quotes and then put them on a meme.
Okay, where's some study material for you, man?
Are you going to answer my questions? You guys still can answer my question? So that was, I just now dropped Eddington from the infamous Eddington experiment with the eclipse, saying, and this is, we do agree that they're trying to prove the orbit, okay? But the point is that you have two options. Either the Earth is at rest, or the Earth is spinning and revolving. Those are the two options. And they're all saying either the Earth is at rest or we have to invoke relativity. It's very simple, and you guys can't even be honest about your position because you run around talking about pendulums and all this bullshit. That's not my problem.
I'm curious what your line of reasoning is for then using that to discount Eddington 1919.
No, this is Eddington saying there was just one alternative. The Earth's true velocity through space might happen to have been nil.
What does that have to do with rotation?
No, I didn't say it was
that's
rotation. Oh my God, all you guys can keep saying is astronomy. I'm not saying that they're talking about rotation. Listen carefully. There are two options. They're discussing the two options. Either the Earth spins and revolves around the sun, or the Earth is at rest.
Yeah, is everybody in here trying to get to the truth, or just trying to get to their model?
No, they're just trying to find a way to dismiss the implications of the quote by strawmanning what it actually says, and that's why they can't answer. Objectively, I've read them.
Eddington specifically says velocity through, as in the motion of the Earth through space. That's orbit around the sun. That's not its rotation.
Now listen carefully. Instead of just repeating the same thing over and over, you're correct. They're talking about trying to detect the motion of the Earth through space in orbit. So I just said that 3 times in a row. So when you jump back in and respond with he's talking about orbit, you're not arguing against me because I've already said that 3 times. Now I'm going to repeat it. Either the two options that they're discussing are as follows. The Earth spins and revolves around the sun, or the Earth is at rest. If the Earth is at rest, meaning it's not orbiting the sun, that means it's also not rotating, because it couldn't be rotating without being in orbit, or it wouldn't explain the observations.
Oh, observations like Michelson, Pearson, Gale.
No, like space, bro. You can't explain the motion of the stuff in the sky if the Earth is not both rotating and revolving.
But Michelson, Pearson, Gale confirmed that it was rotating.
Okay, so now you're not going to answer again because you've been exposed. So the point is, they are objectively talking about the fact that Michelson-Morley made them face a decision. That is either that the Earth is at rest, or relativity is true and the ether doesn't exist. So you can't separate them with revolution and rotation. So you can keep on, parroting that the Earth rotates, and you proved it. If
they come together as a package, if they come together as a package, we measured rotation, we're done.
Didn't even have a point in there. I don't know what you're saying.
Right. If we have measured rotation, then and Witsit says rotation and revolution come together as a package, well, we measured the rotation. We're good.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's what Witsit said.
It is Witsit's logic, and it's flawed logic. As one of those motions, strictly acceleration and a rotating frame can be measured. And Einstein, who's a much smarter person than I am, would have known this. And in every one of those quotes that you have of Einstein's, all of them, when you reference them and you go and see what they're talking about, in every single last one of them, he's talking about Michelson-Morley, whether you say so or not. He speaks specifically about that test in all of those quotes. And that's all these people are talking. Are saying,
So how does this? How does Gale separate what's rotating?
The Michelson, Pearson, Gale, Michelson, Gale, Pearson. Yeah, it's an interferometer.
Okay, so by reflecting something, they can tell you.
Yes, because when we have an interferometer set up and attached to something, if we adjust its position in 3D space by rotating it, the interferometer picks it up. So we can experimentally verify the interferometer is designed to measure rotation.
Whereas the original Michelson-Gale wasn't sensitive to rotation.
You're just like, what do they call that? Affirming the consequence. It's not really proving anything to me anyway. Maybe to somebody else listening.
Well, I mean, what else is the device measuring? Clearly, we can verify that it can measure rotation.
No, you just did it again. It doesn't really do anything for me.
Okay, but what else is it measuring? Clearly, we can verify that it can measure rotation.
We can? Interesting. So the interferometer that just reflects light in one way, breaks up a light beam.
It has 2 independent paths of travel, and they recombine.
Right. That's we use that in every day to prove rotation of things.
Aircraft do.
I mean, that's what. So if I take 2 mirrors and I shoot a light and then make it kind of, that proves a rotation of something.
Yeah, because if we affix that object, the interferometer, it's a highly precision piece of equipment, not just a flashlight and 3 mirrors, you can affix that to something and rotate it to verify that it does indeed measure the object rotating.
Thus, even now, 3.5 centuries after Galileo, it is still remarkably difficult to say categorically whether the Earth moves. Physicist Julian Barber. Are they not talking about the Earth moving, though? Oh, he's saying you can't tell if the Earth moves, but it could be still moving and just not orbiting. That's what he's actually saying.
A movement is a word that encompasses a lot of different things, because we know velocity, rotation, and acceleration are all different words that all encompassed under movement.
Okay, and he very clearly says, thus, even now, 3.5 centuries after Galileo, it is still remarkably difficult to say categorically whether the Earth moves.
Right, I just explained why the word move is not sufficient.
Oh, so he could be saying that the Earth doesn't move, but not meaning that the Earth doesn't move.
Anyway,
you're getting,
so
yeah,
the
that's all you got.
interferometer, which we verified, does measure rotation. What else do you suppose that it can measure?
Okay, so now you're trying to shift over to asking me to replace your bullshit. The point that I'm making is you guys claim that it's been proven that the Earth moves. I'm showing that objectively, all of the physicists and astrophysicists from your own paradigm say that you're wrong.
No, because Einstein affirmed rotation.
How so?
Well, because he was talking about Michelson-Pearson-Gale later. Michelson-Pearson-Gale, you might want to look that one up.
Maybe you want to cite where Einstein said rotation was proven, please.
Well, like the one that you had earlier, you didn't bring it up today regarding any optical experiment. That specific quote does mention that though the Earth is revolving around the sun, but
yeah,
we'll get to
that's
that.
right. That's okay. So no one's claiming Einstein thought the Earth was stationary. That's a straw man. What we're saying is all of these physicists understand that you can't prove it. Relativity is literally a claim that it can't be proven. That's what relativity is.
Eddington, 1919.
Dude, I just dropped it saying that was that the Earth. This is your guys' kryptonite.
Missed most of that.
Robot, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Nope.
All they're telling you that the Earth could have rest.
Bad internet with it.
Yeah.
It's not getting any better.
Damn with it. We had communication to the freaking Mars, bro, and can barely have a decent internet.
I know, right? Like, apparently you can talk to people on Mars, but if I go in my basement, I lose service. Well, it's fun.
Yeah.
Right, because then the ground's in the way.
A little bit of
ideally,
ground.
if you're talking to somebody on Mars, you're sending a signal without the ground being in the way.
On which side of Mars?
That would be ideal to know, wouldn't it?
You'd have to always stay on the top of Mars, I guess.
There's no top of Mars.
You'd have to be on the top facing the towers.
Oh Jesus Christ, dude!
They only have communication when both sides are on direct connection, right? That way you're saying.
There's a 180-degree field of view on either planet, so you actually have a pretty good chance.
Gotcha. And how are you?
Why don't you just go to Google and just type in, "Has the heliocentric models improved?" Why not just do that? And then you'll realize that nobody can prove these motions.
Okay, because the word "prove" is used by pseudoscientists. Thank you.
How do you communicate on the dark side of the moon? I mean, I've heard the communications.
Dark side of the moon is a constantly moving part of the moon.
Not facing
You mean
the
the
towers
far
of
side
Earth.
of the moon?
Yeah. Yeah, not facing the Earth's towers that would pick up the reception. They somehow are able to pull it off, but my basement stops me.
He said the word proven.
It's incorrect,
used by
because during the
Pluto's
Apollo missions, whenever the orbiter was on the other side of the moon, far side of the moon, they did have no radio communications.
No, I've heard the communications.
Not to the orbiter.
So what is it about dirt that makes these Bluetooth? You know, I'm right now I'm on a Bluetooth. What is it about dirt that makes the Bluetooth stop working, but it can go through everything else? Like I'm standing inside of a building, and it's working. It gets outside of the building.
Right. If you're talking about cell service, that's not Bluetooth. Cell service is
I'm on the cell phone.
typically in rural areas and widespread networks in the 600 to 800 megahertz range. That's totally different than Bluetooth.
So what's so magical about this dirt that stops my cell phone from working? Because I'm on my Bluetooth, and then I'm on my cell phone right now.
Hey, am I breaking up?
Not at this very moment.
So the dirt.
Oh, now he's breaking.
No, you're still broken up, man. Yeah. So what's different about the dirt than the building?
There's just a whole bunch of matter in your way, because dirt, there's more of it than the side of your building.
Yeah, but there's 500 or 600 or 1,000 buildings between me and the tower. How's it getting through all that?
Hold on. But you're talking about your Bluetooth being connected to your phone, right? If you
Right, so skip the Bluetooth then, yeah, and go right to the cell phone, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, cell phone, that's why you lose signal so often when you're like, I'm a truck driver. There's so many places.
Yeah.
I mean, just these signals that are going through the air.
If you're on the outskirts of a city and one of the towers happens to be on a building on the far side of that city and you don't have another tower close to you on the other end, you can drive through an area and lose service and get it back again because of the density of the city. So, I mean, there's nothing special about it. It's just whether or not the carrier that you're using has enough towers.
Is it going through the building, or is it going up, around, and over the building to get to my phone?
No,
Depends, because some of the steel structures can reflect off those signals. They don't do it very well, but they can.
So what would stop it from, on the moon? What would stop it from just going around the curve?
Wait.
No, what I said was the buildings can reflect.
Right.
And reflection doesn't occur around a curved surface.
Right, exactly. So then how does that reflected angle of incidence get back around to you? What's it reflect off again?
Well, because I've mentioned several times now, the orbiter does reach radio silence when it's on the far side of the moon. You don't hear from them.
That's not answering my question. That's not. If you have a cell tower on the other side of a congested cityscape, and you're saying that the cell tower signals bounce off those buildings, that means that they are bouncing away from me, right?
No.
No.
If you have a building in your way and a building to the left of it, and the signal hits the left side building, it could come toward you.
Yeah, but in real life, right now,
reflection is not that difficult a concept. Thanks for the sound effects.
Yeah, right now I'm standing next to a quad, a lawnmower, 4 chairs, a table, behind a shed that has 4 windows made of glass, next to a wooden fence covered in ivy with a tree. How's it? It's doing this and then hitting me, but not around the perfectly smooth surface of the moon. It can't. Right?
Right, because you have other things around you that could reflect that signal, as you mentioned.
I mean,
on the moon, they don't have that.
I'll just say that when
so cell phone service works better than if I get more shit. If I have bad service, then what you're saying is I should just surround myself with a bunch of pillows and I'll get better service.
Pillows wouldn't be a good choice. I mean, I would pick something to reflect.
You think that would work in real life? In my basement that I don't get the service in if I start putting mirrors around me?
If you had a big solid piece of metal, you lift it up in elevation above surface topography, you might get better service. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, the Earth is always curving, right?
Yeah, that's why cell towers are essentially very tall mostly line of sight, because they're at a low enough frequency where you could experience a bit more bouncing, a bit more diffraction as well, because they're not up at line of sight range, up on the gigahertz range.
Interesting. And so you think it's just these reflective surfaces it's bouncing off of?
Like I said, it doesn't do it very well.
Do you know there's people out there that think that cell phone use satellites as a medium of?
Yeah, I
know. You do know that your mobile phone, most of the time, is receiving a signal from multiple cell towers and not just one.
Yeah.
Generally, it's locked onto 3, right? Or
Yeah,
places
so you guys
like
are saying it's not.
Locked on wouldn't really be the correct term.
Hold on.
So when I go into the bathroom, though, I just want to get this kind of clarified. When I go into the bathroom, I shut all the windows and doors. Shouldn't my phone turn off?
No.
No, because glass is RF transparent.
It depends.
No. I mean, there's no glass.
Listen.
I mean, I shut it all. I blind it. I board it.
Bro,
okay,
it depends on the material that is between the signal and your phone. There's materials which they will allow the frequency to go through more efficiently, and there's other materials that don't allow that. It all depends on what materials are between your phone and the signal that is coming to your phone. That's how it is.
Well, yeah. So it does. So it goes through. It goes through things then. Not
it can. But yes, it can also reflect. The deal is here, but in rural areas especially, the range that you're getting your cell phone service signal across on is 600 to 800 megahertz. Well, 600 to 850. That range is very good for penetrating, say, plaster. It's very good at penetrating insulation. So that's the difference typically in buildings versus earth, because if you have a whole lot of ground in your way, obviously that's completely different.
Right. What is it about dirt then that makes it different?
It's more
than,
dense.
Is it?
Yeah. Tends to be wet too, which makes a big difference.
Interesting. So you should get better phone service in the desert?
Maybe, if the dunes weren't so high.
Oh, interesting.
The other day, I was in Tennessee, and I park in a spot, right? And my cell phone, if I would extend my hand to the right side, like extend my hand, my phone will lose signal. Then if I put it back like close to me, it will gain signal again. It was, and I seen a lot of spots like that.
Yeah, it happens to me even with my radio on my car. Like sometimes I'll stop and it'll be a little fuzzy. I'll inch up a couple inches and it'll clear up.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially in an underpass.
I always joke with my brother when this happens. I say, "Well, the satellite is not strong enough to reach this spot right here."
Yeah,
so
except for most
an
of the
underpass
time.
is a special case.
Yeah, right. Special case. Yeah, except for the fact that when I'm in the open air, it happens. No overpass.
Yeah, no overpass, no nothing.
Yep. Who knows?
What about then? What about then, huh?
For terrestrial FM antennas. Yep, in the 100 megahertz range.
That's because the Earth is rotating, obviously, and it's changing your position, and you don't even realize it.
Now, because the 100 megahertz range is very special. The reason why they use it for terrestrial FM is because it has such a long reach, because it can bounce off of stuff very well.
Doofus. So you're saying that we only have communication with Mars whenever both the Earth and Mars are like facing each other, right? Where the antennas are like shooting the signal, they have to be on the exact same like face to face, or there's gotta be some margin, right? Some degrees of
There's a huge margin. Both planets would have a 180-degree wide view of each of the other planets. So say the Earth rotates once in 24 hours, and say, I'll just use this for an example because I don't know this off the top of my head. Say Mars rotates once every 26 hours or something. I'm going to have to look it up because I know that number's wrong. But when you rotate the both of those and you simulate whether or not each other is in view with a 180-degree field of view, you'll find out that almost all of the time they'll have the ability to communicate with each other.
I disagree with that.
So simulate it out then.
It's interesting. I wonder if like
hold on. How about like because if you're not in direct angle with it, even a mountain, like that's what we're talking about, can get in the way of that signal.
Okay. Typically, transmission antennas are not built right next to a mountain.
But how about on Mars? There are no mountains over there?
Typically not big, not huge ones.
Holy shit! So now you know everything.
Like if you ever seen like Greenland, if you ever seen like Greenland, it's just like these like rolling hills. They're not real mountains in Greenland. It's kind of like what Mars is like.
Experts on Mars, huh?
Yeah. Like I could probably grab this picture at some point of Greenland, and you could see they're really similar. Not big mountains.
Maybe that's where they took the picture.
No, that would be too big of a lie.
Specifically about rotation. Okay. Specifically about rotation, so you're a little bullshit. Do the heavens revolve or does the earth rotate? The question is meaningless. Physicist Martin Gardner literally specifically talks about rotation. Uh-oh.
Well, where are you looking at?
28 after the hour.
28.
Both of those quotes talk about rotation.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay. And to address Kosho in the chat, hopefully I'm not breaking up. You guys keep saying that I'm cherry picking and quote mine. I am not. You guys keep pretending I'm saying that these people said the earth is stationary. I am not. What I stated is that it isn't been proven. You guys claim it's been proven. It hasn't been proven.
Who claimed it was proven?
All you guys claim that we know the Earth's geocentric and it can't be geocentric. That's wrong.
I hear people, at least on my side of the fence, say repeatedly, at least 3 or 4, 5, 6 times a day, is we don't claim anything's been proven.
Okay, yeah. Okay, cool, convenient Henry dismissal of the point. So geocentric is also viable. And then if we turn into the next point, which is heliocentrism has resulted in a 95% discrepancy, and geocentrism doesn't have that, it's more viable.
That observation is true no matter what model of the universe you have. So
but
the observation
has a 95%.
The observation is of what dark matter and how much of energy that makes up if we count for all that, and then the observation of dark energy and all the energy that makes up, and that's a lot of energy. Doing this much.
The observation of dark matter.
We didn't observe dark matter or dark energy. It's just required for the Earth to be in a heliocentric model with an ever expanding.
They've mapped it, though.
You guys just lie.
Observation of dark.
Yeah, but they've mapped it though.
No,
it's very similar to the conversation we were having earlier about where you can naturally see Earth curve, and I say you can't. But then the absence of seeing is your proof. So it doesn't work.
It's not the
dark
same.
matter or. It seems very.
These two regards, dark matter and dark energy, neither of them are explanations for anything, and they're both just observations. That's literally what they both are.
But no, it's actually a mathematical discrepancy.
Seeing nothing is an observation?
No, because dark matter is mappable.
It's not mapped out.
I mean, hey, maybe it is, man. You just have to show me where I can see some dark matter. It's an unnaturally observed phenomenon you stated.
Let's Google dark matter map.
Is it naturally observed? Let me see
I mean,
if
it's
it's
been
naturally
there for a
observed.
while now.
Dark matter.
And neither of those are explanations.
Okay, again, it's just objective. So when they looked, it was discovered in 33. They found that the galaxies had 3% of the mass needed for
The EM field?
their presuppositions to be true.
This EM field is, what is this? Oh, this is dark matter.
Well, it's just all dark matter and dark energy. So the actual universe has to be expanding 10 times faster than they think it is. And so they can't explain it. Relativity does not work. It's just objective. You guys just lie.
Is the EM field moving?
This is dark matter. It's not about EM.
Oh. I want to see a video. Let's see if I can find a video of it.
Well, what methods did they use to map it, though? I want to see that.
Natural ones.
Yeah, so this is just objective. The heliocentric model is off by 95%. Your claims are wrong. You can't even theoretically or mathematically propose them yet. It's just a fact, bro. It's just a fact, and you guys can't be honest enough to admit it, and you guys just act like it doesn't matter. The reason it matters is because geocentrism is more adaptable and doesn't have this presupposition in it. And if you don't confine to the Copernican principle, then you don't have this problem. What that objectively means is that geocentrism is more viable.
Okay, so do me a favor and explain to us the observations of dark matter and dark energy and how your model explains both those.
What observations are you talking about, Kosho?
It's dark matter map.
Yeah, the Earth just has a central position, a unique special position based on all the distribution of the sky, which is exactly what geocentrism is.
It doesn't explain what dark matter is.
We don't have to explain what dark matter is.
You do if you're going to criticize our model for not being able to explain it.
Because we don't have the discrepancy, dude. What don't you understand about that?
Observation is made regardless of the model.
Yeah, because that's right. We don't have the presupposition of your medium. So it's very easy to explain. It's a different medium. And now we have no problem. All we have to do is just map it out. That's all we have to do. You have to explain how it's something that... No, dude, the fact you guys are trying to be arrogant right now is so funny. Your side can't explain it. So my side, geocentrism, it doesn't have the confinement of specific definitive claims. Your side does. And so whenever we apply relativity to your claims in the sky, you're off by 95%. So you can't switch it around though. Okay? So you don't have the opportunity to just say, oh, well, maybe it's something else, because relativity confines you. Okay? So your model is provably wrong. And you can look at any physicist in the world and they'll tell you that relativity has either got to go or has to be updated and changed. That's just a fact.
Right.
Okay, that's why they have the dark matter map.
The dark matter.
It's not an observation.
Okay,
it's not moving.
Define dark matter. Define dark matter.
Don't have to.
Oh, so you just mapped out a mathematical discrepancy. You have no idea what it is. There's not even a viable theoretical explanation yet.
The thing is, if it's just a mathematical discrepancy, then there should be no reason it should have a varying density across different parts of the universe. So it's not just a mathematical discrepancy.
But there's not supposed to be any of that variance of densities in your model. How do you not understand that?
Yeah, no, it's supposed to be there.
No, it's not supposed to be there.
So are you trying to
matter.
Sustain your model, or are you trying to get to the truth? I mean,
I'll just drop all the quotes that say it's not supposed to be there.
Why do you say it's not supposed to be there if it's obviously there? Saying that it's not supposed to be there is not synonymous with we don't know what it is, which is actually was actually the reality.
It wasn't predicted. Relativity didn't predict it. That's why it's a discrepancy. It was discovered in 1933, dude. The galaxy, based on the relativistic prediction, It only had 3% of the mass needed.
Right. So we discovered this thing that we didn't know what it was before. We still don't know what it is. We are finding, like you said, they're mapping out. We're finding more things out about it, but we don't have the full answers on it.
No.
It doesn't mean that
It's not
we're
about
wrong
we
about something.
discovered. No. Yes, the relativistic prediction was wrong.
That's how this discovery was
mapped
made.
out to varying densities.
Oh, that's how this discovery was made. Exactly. So you don't have an explanation. Relativity has to be updated.
No, the relativity could be completely correct, and this could be a new type of matter. They don't know what the answer is. So to claim that relativity is wrong is just an assumption.
Relativity does not work with quantum physics, dude. Okay, in quantum, we discovered zero-point energy. We now know that relativity is incorrect or incomplete. That's objective.
We've known that. Both those models are incomplete.
Okay, so whenever relativity predicts something and it's off, right? So in summary, you have the dark matter problem, the dark energy problem, the axis of evil problem, the fine-tuning problem, and the list goes on and on and on. Right? The extension of the supposed universe is not nearly fast enough. The edges of the galaxy rotational speeds are way too fast. You only have 3% of the mass that you need in the galaxies. You don't even have a viable framework. It's just objective. You can't explain it. And to say, oh, we can't explain it, we just don't know how to explain it, is stupid. You can't define it. You don't know what it is. You don't know why it's there. It wasn't predicted by relativity. Relativity doesn't account for it. It's just objective.
That's fine. Nothing that you can come up with has accounted for it, and that's fine too. But to claim that your model is
something I can come up with can explain it.
To claim that your model is superior because our model, which explains a lot more than whatever it is you're going to hold claim to, doesn't explain this one thing that you also don't explain. That doesn't make sense. No, I'm saying
it's easily explained. It's easily explained. It's just a different medium. You claim that it's a vacuum, and that's why you have such a problem. But no, it's just a different medium than you're claiming.
That's not really an explanation.
Well, here's the difference, though. You have to claim it's a vacuum, and when because you're like, oh, well, the Earth is one of those little dots out there in the sky, and so since the sky never really changes, then we have to say that they're super far away. And in order for them to be this incredible distance away, that means it has to be a vacuum. That's the only way we could see it, where there's basically nothing between us and them. So you have all these confinements of presupposition. So you have to claim it's a vacuum. When you apply what we observe to your observation or to your presupposition of a vacuum, it's drastically wrong. Now, I don't have to make those stupid presuppositions. So if everything is much more local and is a different medium, this isn't a problem. It's nothing more than mapping out the density change, which is perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's one of the solutions for dark matter. It's not that there's a different medium. It's that this is a exotic substance that doesn't interact with the electromagnetic the forces. So you're not gonna see light come off it, but it's still affected by space-time and gravity, which is why it seems like there's this extra mass there that you can't see. Which is one of the plausible explanations for it, even though that's not proven in any way, but. What I've stated is not ad hoc.
How is it possible that you can even...
You've stated the same thing I've stated, but yours was ad hoc.
You just said it was plausible.
Yes.
It was plausible. Dude, I'm about to cite all the people saying we can't explain it, and the Copernican principle is in jeopardy. It doesn't matter what you say.
The thing I just said was plausible was the same thing you just said. You just said
no, it wasn't.
Yes, it is. You said that there's actually stuff out there we just can't see it. It's not the lights can travel through it, and so there's some other medium out there, and I'm saying this is exotic matter. This is exotic matter that's out there, possibly.
That's just a made-up term, dude.
No, it's not a made-up term.
Exotic.
70% of the universe is comprised of very exotic matter.
Exotic. Okay, it's
70% of the entire universe, bro, and you're going to call it exotic? That's funny.
They have no idea what it is. It's just objective. They can't admit the truth. They can't admit it.
It's a minority too, so you got to treat it special. An exotic minority.
Yeah. So go ahead and repeat again what your explanation for it was. and say how it is in any way superior than what's being
yeah, so falsification is independent of replacement. What I'm saying is, if you don't have the confinement of the heliocentric paradigm where you claim it's a vacuum, then you can explain it. But you have a confinement due to your presupposition that creates this discrepancy. So I don't have to have a full replacement to point out that yours is not viable.
No, that's fine. I'm not getting on you for saying that it's not viable, because that's not what you said. What you said was that your model is superior because it doesn't have these problems when it has the exact same problem, and you're just not accepting that. But if it's a problem, it's a problem because it's not a claim that's being made by us. It's an observation that we don't have an explanation for yet. And both of them, in just plain reality. So, and it doesn't, like I said, it doesn't immediately throw out relativity. When, like, as I said, one of the explanations could possibly be that it's some type of matter that doesn't interact with electromagnetic radiation.
Yeah, cool story, bro. So just to give you an example, you guys need the expansion rate to be over 10 times faster. Well, if we don't claim that the universe is infinite and ever expanding, then we don't have that problem, do we, Kosho?
I don't know why you're stating that's a problem. Like, who told you that was a problem? That the universe needs to be expanding 10 times faster than it is?
Michio Kaku.
Yeah, when did he say this, and why did he say this? Because
he's discussing dark energy.
Okay.
And he said that the expansion rate is not fast enough. It has to be going much faster.
Not fast enough for what?
For your current heliocentric paradigm to be true, dude.
Yeah, based on what? I don't understand what you're saying. It's not going fast enough based on what?
So you don't even understand these things. So
I don't understand I don't understand the claim that you're making or where it's coming from. And
I just told you where it came from.
Oh yeah, you said Michio Kaku said it. He said it one time. Okay, why does it need to be moving that fast?
Because then now we can see the stars. We can see everything. Right? We wouldn't be able to see it.
We can't see most of them. There's stuff that we'll never be able to see.
No, whatever it is that we see, the reason we see it is because the vacuum carries the light this distance. Doesn't matter. Then the expansion changes everything. Yeah, you know the reason why.
Yeah,
things like Kosho, things like
there's a galaxy
we're not able to see though.
There's a galaxy that they claim that they've seen recently. That's
seen it.
It's 13 billion years since the light left it, and it's supposedly moving twice as fast as the speed of light at this point in time.
Yeah, 13 billion years according to the expansion, according to the vacuum, according to these things. So yeah, they're necessary. You know why they're necessary, which it was telling you why.
Yeah, so I'm wondering why it's supposed to be moving 10 times faster.
So what things we will never be able to see? What are you talking about? Kosho.
You're really quiet, man.
The Silent Zero's been kind of silent all day.
Am I quiet?
Yeah.
I guess that's good. But
I turned you up though, man.
You said that there's things that we will never will be able to see. What things are you talking about?
Well, it's based on the redshift and the measurements they make from that. So that there's obviously a light. If the universe began 13 billion years ago, then if something's moving, say what?
That's just on.
Okay, I can't hear you.
But keep going.
But yeah, if the further,
how did they get that number?
If space, from measuring they measure the redshift and also the what do you call that, the standard candles, and they bounce those off each other.
Yeah.
Right.
Clown people thinking they can know everything.
No, there's investigators who are actually just basically coming up with ways to do the things that I guess you guys claim is impossible, but they obviously keep finding ways to do it. So, and it's not it's not just based on guessing.
They find ways they find ways to do it by changing now adding the black matter to make it to change the speed of this and just change the speed of that.
What?
So yeah,
it doesn't mean anything what you just said.
Yeah, so you just keep changing the speeds of
no,
how far
that's not how they
fast,
describe this stuff.
how fast it's expanding away from you, and then
they use parallax, and they use things like standard candles, which are markers where they happen to know the magnitude that these things are going to that they emit light at, and so since they know the magnitude, they can just compare that to the magnitude they're receiving.
So then, if I were to ask the very simple question of why don't we see if we're seeing the Mars getting lit up by the sun, why don't we see the backside of Mars all the time from the stars lighting it up behind it?
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it makes sense to me. Yeah.
Okay.
How come all of outer space? How come all of outer space isn't lit up at all times? Just one big bright sky.
Why would it be?
No medium
because
there.
there's light. Because there's light coming off of everything. These are stars emitting their own light, right?
Okay. What if space is infinite?
Right. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Right. It has to be expanding, or otherwise the whole sky would light up.
No, it could just not be infinite. That could be one solution.
Right. No, not at this model. No.
No, but that actually is the most common solution to that problem. You're talking about Olber's paradox.
Mm-hmm.
That's typically the solution. Is that the universe is not
right. But you have to special plead. You don't understand that you're special pleading because you realize what he's saying is a physical reality. That if you have 1,000 points of light in the distance, they're going to experience Rayleigh criteria. They're going to blend together into one, or they're going to diffuse so much that it's going to wash out the entire sky. So in order, you're like, hey, yeah, that's a problem. So what if it's an infinite universe? What if it's that you create shit that you can't prove or justify? That's
actually, and this is what's called solving problems in deduction.
No,
when you find out that this is impossible because this is not what we observe, then we conclude that the universe cannot be infinite.
That's why you guys are. That's why you guys are
so many
pseudoscientists.
jumped in all at once. This is a great conversation.
Yeah, that's why you guys are pseudoscientists, because you don't realize that your major claim is faulty, and all of your minor claims that you use to prove the major claim are just ideas. So you can make up any idea because you can't falsify it. So guess what? You can't prove your idea. So guess what? Now science doesn't prove anything. That's your model,
dude. Great. Thanks for cutting me off just to say nothing, dude. However, the Olber's paradox, whenever you realize, wait a minute, it seems like if there was, stars, if there were stars everywhere, they should be lighting up the sky at all times. Then if it's not lighting up the sky at all times, the solution to that problem is what the most common solution to that problem is. Well, there's not stars out there infinitely. It's not
or they're very close, and the reason that we can see them is because they're very close. And they're not reflecting light, right? Planets aren't reflecting light. The lights are just in the sky. I mean, there's. I don't know how your solution was the easier one. I mean, it might be the smarter one, but it's not the easier one.
Well, your solution wasn't any different than mine, dude. All I said was the universe wasn't infinite, and you said that you didn't negate that. So I don't know.
But then it changes the size, right? Why are all the stars the same size? I would say because they're all the same size. What's your answer?
They're not.
Why do you say they're all the same size?
They all look the same size in the sky. The simple solution is it's because they're all the same size.
How often do you look up at the sky, dude?
Well, he doesn't do it with a telescope, is the deal.
Right. So all the stars are the same size.
Right. You're assuming that with less information. You want to know less about
I know
the
that some shine a little bit brighter, but they're all just about the same size. So then my simple conclusion is they're all just about the same size.
He's talking about the dots.
Except when you use a telescope.
Hold on. He's talking about the dots are the same size. They look the same size. Ones are more shiny than others. Now, you guys explained that by saying, well, ones are more far than the others. But it can also be explained by saying, ones are more shiny than others, and they're on the same distance.
Yeah.
Except when you use a telescope.
Except when I use a telescope, what? You think you have more information? No, you're seeing at the same thing, the same light. Ones are more dim than others. It's really
Yeah,
simple.
you literally get more information with a telescope. Yes.
I know exactly what he said, though. You're right. Silent Zero is right. Yeah. All you see is that some are shining brighter. That's it.
Okay, but yeah, you do literally get more information with a telescope.
I'm asking you what information that is.
You're being argumentative.
Some of those dots that you say are dots are not just dots. When you zoom in close enough, they're actually galaxies.
Right.
Yeah. Shown up.
Right. Right. So then they're right here. I mean, I mean, that's the simple answer. Like he was saying, the simple answer, they're right here. You can see them. What's
Yep, and you can see that they differ.
He jumped to galaxies now.
Not jumped to, observed.
Clown.
Right. If you say all of the dots are the same, they must be the same size, and we're come to a conclusion that that must be some rational conclusion. The problem is,
that's the most
when you
rational
get to a
conclusion, yeah.
telescope, you find out that they aren't. That when you get more information from the thing that you're choosing not to look at with enough information, there's more to learn about it instead of not looking at it with a telescope.
Awesome, great. So now we know. So right. So that's
Hold on,
that
bro.
was
Hold on. No, hold on. At least get my argument right. I never say
real.
they are. I say they look. Because that's all we can do. Look at them. Right? That's all
Until we use a telescope.
Right.
And you're still looking at them only.
That's fine. No,
Yeah,
listen, that's
we
all fine.
find out
That's
they're
the
definitely
logical
not
thing
the
to
same
do.
size or the same composition.
No, you're right. That's the logical thing to do, and that's what I'm saying. So now, okay, great. So now some are shining brighter than others. Now that we got a tool, great. So now, how are we making any other leaps, and why is it necessary to make any other leaps?
Well, because if some of those dots that appear to be the same size to our naked eye contain dozens or hundreds or thousands of stars in a galaxy, that really leads to some interesting questions, doesn't it?
You just made a huge bunch of jumps now in between. I mean, we're all seeing these dots in the sky. They appear to be about the same. Then we get a telescope. We see some are shining brighter than others. That's it, right? We're done, right? That's the obvious answer. That's the obvious answer. What's the problem? They're all at the same exact distance, and some are shining brighter than others. That's it. That's how they appear. That's what happens when you zoom in with a telescope. There's no problem. Unless you have some kind of a
They don't
model.
appear that way through a telescope, because if you observe one of those small dots that actually turns out to be a galaxy, then you have to
Galaxy
draw
is
conclusions
a
about those
word you're
other
making
things
up.
that you
Yeah.
said were the same size and are just a single star. If there's
Right.
thousands of stars that we can observe that occupy about the same space as one star somewhere else, then clearly they differ, or they must be different size or different distance or something.
No, you just said they're just tight little stars, just shining brighter. Yeah, they're all the same distance, right?
No, that's not what I said.
You can see them. You can see them, so they must be the same distance.
No, that's not a reasonable conclusion to draw.
Very reasonable. It's extremely reasonable.
I wouldn't assume it
Try
to be
this
the
one more
same
time.
distance.
So if we look at one dot in the sky and we see it's just one bright dot,
When you do
and then we
this
look
with
at another
anything
dot
else
in the
other
sky,
than
and it's
stars,
thousands of points of light, then it's not reasonable to conclude that they are at the same distance or at the same size or have any of the same characteristics as far as distance and size.
First of all, show that, please. I want to see the video of the telescope going from one dot, zooming in. Hold on. I'm in the middle of something, bro. Show something from the telescope going from one dot, then zooming in and seeing 1,000 or 1,000,000 dots from that dot. I want to see that.
Like, so the bottom line is you could have it either way. You could easily just assume that they're just shining different brightness, all the same distance. What would be the reason to move them farther away?
What about when you look at the nebula and things like that, where you can actually see dimensional space?
You mean the big crack in the sky?
No, nebula.
Yeah, nebula is like a cloud of like
the Milky Way.
Like a cloud of like.
Yeah.
Like the big crack in the sky called the Milky Way.
No, the Milky Way. That's not nebula. That's we're looking at the actual galaxies like side.
So galaxy just has a weight to it that implies what it is, right? You're already like applying the definition when we look at a galaxy. From the right, they're just little lights in the sky. Right?
What?
Well, I posted for Silent Zero the thing he was looking for. Hopefully.
Where do you post it?
All right, so one of these really tiny galaxies.
I predict it's not going to be what Silent Zero asked.
Where's the video? Yeah, I know. Well,
If anything,
Oh, you wanted a YouTube video of it because YouTube is the only valid source?
Doofus. Please repeat.
Right, you only want a
asked from
YouTube
you.
source. Is that
Doofus,
correct?
Actually, what
repeat what I asked from you.
Right, you want some dot in the sky that when you zoom in on it contains a bunch of stars. There we are.
I say a video where the telescope is recording one dot in the sky, then zooms in, and it turns into a million dots.
Right, because YouTube is your only valid source. Is that correct? Is that correct? Is YouTube your only valid source? Yes or no?
Don't argue, bro. Don't argue. Just show
Is
it.
YouTube your only valid source? Yes or
Somehow
no?
you believe this shit, so show it. How do you come to believe this? Show
Right
me
here, I
what
posted for you what I have at my disposal right now. The information that I have available is that there's these tiny dots in the sky that when you zoom in on them with a telescope, they become these arrays of dots. Now, what you want is a video of that occurring.
Yes.
I gave you photographic evidence of the thing that I described. However, you want it to be only from YouTube.
I want it from anywhere. I'm being very specific of what I want.
You want some unrealistic expectation that some guy has a telescope that has variable zoom. Keep in mind, telescopes do not have variable zoom. So what you're asking for cannot exist. Thank you.
And yet you believe it, right?
Right. What you're asking for is a telescope to zoom in on something. Telescopes don't do that.
That's what you. Holy shit! Am I?
Okay, how about this? So,
what the fuck?
Hold on.
You're not the only one.
Okay, Silent, calm down. Okay, you're acting like a freak. Anyway, so listen.
He did say that when we zoom in on something, we see it, and he said, "Okay, he's telling me it's zooming in." So I mean, he wasn't
it's
being
a fixed
unfair.
zoom. Yeah, it's a fixed zoom. You zoom in to the zoom level of the telescope. You don't zoom in slowly as you pan in from a dot to a thousand dots.
That's
the telescope
said,
only has one zoom level.
Yeah, but you didn't. Yeah, but that just shows that you didn't listen to what he asked for, because you would have originally said you can't do that with a telescope.
Yeah, your whole point was we can zoom in on these things. We can see one dot, we can zoom in and see as many dots. That's what it was your point. Yeah.
The whole model is one big apology.
What I was actually making. Let me be very clear about the point that I was actually
making. That is what you said.
Let me go ahead and be clear about the point that I was actually making. What I said was, when we see with our naked eye a dot in the sky, and the telescope has that level of zoom you zoom in with, that telescope can differentiate more dots within that dot in the sky our eye can only see one dot of.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying. But yeah, no, I mean, don't get mad at him for asking what you proposed was the case. Yeah.
Right, but that's what I stated from the outset. If he had a problem with the way that I stated it from the outset, that would have been the time to ask for clarification.
Yeah, that's what.
Then I post something. Now is no longer the time to ask for something else.
Yeah, then Silent was acting like a freak. Yeah. No, I'm not fucking around. Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, dude, it's like, there's so many excuses, man.
Are you serious?
It's not an excuse because I followed what I said.
No, you
whole model's one big apology.
No. Thanks, Brian.
I'm sorry. We can't do that. We can't show that. I'm sorry.
Where's the flat Earth model, Brian?
Wait. So what?
It's not an apology to have described how telescopes work, Brian.
Well, I think it was Kosho who was the one talking. He brought this up with this. We need to now adjust the distance for, distance, and then it has to expand so it makes up for it, and et cetera, et cetera.
What? When did I say any of this? What are you talking about?
Yeah. Well, I think this was the basis of it.
Dude. Yeah. Why do you keep doing that?
Well, I mean, this is the basis of it.
No.
Oh, it's not? Okay. The expanding
You've done that
universe.
several times today.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the topic. I mean, how are we getting off of it? The expanding universe, and why is it necessary? Is it not necessary?
What we observe.
We observe expanding universe. Okay.
Yeah. It's not what is necessary.
No, what we observe is stars, galaxies moving away from us. Now you can say that's an expanding universe, or you could just say galaxies are moving away from us. There's definitely two options there. It's not what we see.
Those are the same thing. Everything's moving away from us is expansion.
It's not the same thing. Definitely not.
Yeah,
the
everything
same
moving
thing.
away from us is expansion. That is the same thing.
No, the expansion of the universe is there's space being created in between those galaxies. If they were just moving away, they're just moving away.
Yeah, but they're also moving away relative to each other too, though, because I think the farther you look, the increase in speed is whatever. So that's also them moving away from each other too, though.
Hey, can we get an agreement? Can I just get an agreement?
If
Can I just
expansion
get
and
an
moving away are
agreement?
different.
Hold on.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Can I just get an agreement?
Nobody
Can I
said
just
anything
get an
that time.
agreement?
Is somebody doing
Whatever.
something? I don't know.
Whatever.
No, say it.
Why do you keep talking? Let Jeremy talk.
Yeah.
My bad.
Jeremy, go
Can we
ahead.
just get an agreement? Go ahead,
The
Jeremy.
Yes, there's definitely a difference. As Doofus said, it's the same thing. It's not the same thing because there's definitely a difference between the galaxies actually moving away from us at the rate they're claiming, or there's space being expanded and the galaxies aren't actually moving, and there's new space being created in between the galaxies. Those are two vastly different things.
No, it appear the same to us.
Yeah.
But they're
They
different
appear the
things. I'd
same, yeah,
agree.
It doesn't matter.
at
It would
it-
appear to us that they are moving away at high speed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't
It
mean
would
the
appear
universe
exactly
is
the same.
expanding. Okay, that
Actually, it
doesn't mean the
does.
universe is expanding. What's up,
Actually, it
babe?
does. Actually,
I
it does.
agree with what he's saying. I don't think you have to clarify. I can move away from you, or the space can expand. It's definitely different.
Well,
it can't be what we
it's
see
not
though.
even
Their
close.
model,
Not even
our eyes
close
are
to the same
retarded.
thing.
So anything but what we observe, right?
Not
Well, I
even
observed the
close
Earth
to
getting
the
in the way
same
of
thing.
things.
And the
Not
further
even
away
close.
things are, the faster
The
they move.
galaxy, the galaxy expanding the universe expanding and galaxies actually moving away from each other is definitely two vastly different things. Like I
Yeah, but
said, we see this thing, we see the galaxies moving away from us. And you can either say the universe is expanding, or you can say the galaxies are actually moving away from us.
Yeah. So look, if I
let's take both of those positions. The galaxies are moving away from us, and the space between us and the galaxy is expanding. In both examples, the galaxy is moving away from us. The light would still be redshifted.
If I
one
have
of
a
them, the
balloon,
galaxies would be getting bigger.
if I
or
have a
smaller.
balloon and I write a dot on the balloon and I start blowing up the balloon, is it moving away or is the balloon expanding?
Yes.
Both.
Yeah.
He said yes. Yes.
All right.
both.
So you can't even agree on something so simple.
Hold on. The
model.
dots on the balloon
We
are getting
can agree
further
because
apart.
the answer is yes.
Right.
The dots on the balloon are getting further apart.
Y'all always
balloon is
reify shit.
expanding.
Then. What is space, bro? How are you
All three
expanding
is shit.
nothing? How are you expanding nothing?
Hold up, dude.
Good question. If you have the answer to that,
There's
please
more
let me know.
nothing in between the something.
Just let Peyton Nasty finish what he's
Y'all
saying.
reify
Please
space, you reify mass, you reify fucking
You don't know
time.
what the word reify
Can
means.
you rant about that when he's done?
It's a
dealing
big
with this
apology,
issue?
bro. I'm
You don't know what word
sorry.
reify
Brian, that's
means.
not Brian. That's never fair when you do that, dude. Just let him finish, and then that way everybody gets a turn, man.
Yep.
Peyton Nasty, you're supposed to finish, man.
I'm just saying that it would appear the same. The space is expanding, the galaxy is moving further away. We'd see them both the same way. I don't see what the problem here is.
But they are different things, is that right?
Well, so what? But we would observe them to be the same.
The meaning
would be
Kosho
different.
did put up that video for Silent Zero.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have my cake and eat it too.
Who's doing that?
Everything is moving
hold
away
on,
from
hold
us.
on. I already stopped because he was singing, man. But
I know that. I understand. Yes, you do. You do that quite well. You do that quite well. You do that quite well.
The meaning would
every
be
time.
different.
Every time you talk, that's what you do, Travis. I agree.
All right.
Kosher.
May I address something from Kosho? He posted a little video, right? Just want to dispute that. That video, Kosho, you want to know how I know that shit is not real? Okay, it's supposed to be a video. The lights should be fucking flink, or vibrate. What do you mean? What? Do you think when you zoom at the stars, you think the stars are static without the light moving? Arma?
Have you zoomed in on anything ever?
I zoomed to yes. That's what I'm saying. That shit
He's
ain't
zooming in
fucking
on.
real.
He's talking
He's saying they're zooming in on a picture.
That's a
Yeah, they're
picture
zooming in
where
on.
you are. My God, you guys are actually brain dead, man. You guys
No,
are
dude.
Right, it's
actually
not like
saying that
Star Trek where the star trails
critical
are
thinking
there.
at all. No
Wait,
critical
is that a
thinking at
digital
all, man.
zoom? Is that digital zoom or is that like actual zoom? I mean, I'm not really
Whatever
sure.
the
Like,
zoom is, Arma, that
if
shit,
it's digital,
that shit is
It's
not
composite
live.
zoom.
That shit is not live.
composite. Okay, yeah. No, it's not. Well, hold on, Silent. You need context to this. I mean, if it was like a live zoom, like someone's actually doing it in real time, then with their camera, then maybe, all right.
Well,
But I mean,
isn't that what's supposed to be that right there?
Yeah,
What is being shown?
that's my favorite of all right there. I love that one. That's crazy.
Objectively, I'd have to agree with Silent. Yeah.
Yeah, the motion. Get straight, man. Now listen, I let you interrupt me the first time. I'm not gonna let you scream over me this time, okay, dude? The data, the movement that you see there is from 26 years of data from ESO. Okay, the zoom, maybe a zoom of a high resolution image, but I don't see why that's an issue. How's
so
that
it's
an
a
issue?
digital zoom then, right? It's a digital. It's not like a.
I mean, it looks like one. I'm not 100% sure, but that makes sense because I don't know how you would be able to do that otherwise.
Well, how else you would expect?
It's
I mean,
a
all the
multi-layered
data,
composite zoom.
all the data coming back from satellites these days is in digital format. So why would the digital zoom surprise you?
What are you saying as opposed
Cameras.
to
The cameras are, yeah, but the cameras are all with. I mean, nobody takes film anymore. It's all coming back in digital format. It's like your cell phone. It's a digital camera.
Well, no. When I say digital zoom, yeah, I mean like you're like doing it like you're just increasing the image's size, in a like program whatever. But I wanted to address that though because I know Silent, that would bother Silent whether it's digitally zoomed or whatever.
When I say real thing, okay?
But I mean, it's still images. It's just there's
Don't do this.
No, you can see the freaking light shining all the time. That's what I'm asking for.
You really.
You'd have to do that with a
The
camera,
light is
right?
moving. You see, real things
but they're
moving
real
like it does in real life.
But
the light moving.
Unfortunately, anybody who's ever operated a telescope can disagree with you, and that's fine.
Clown. Shut up.
Right. It seems that you've never owned a telescope or actually borrowed one with somebody who knows how to use one. Stars don't look like that.
Does this surprise you that a flat earther doesn't know what they're talking about?
Oh damn, that was good.
snap.
Oh shit.
No, but yeah.
You guys have, I don't know, man. You guys
just before the grades that I'm just saying the source I got this from, I can send it to you. It's ESO. They have all their specs for their cameras and the dates they were taking and all this stuff and the information on them. So like I said, this is a collection of 26 years worth of data. So
Kosho, do you agree or disagree that shit is not live? It's just
it's not live.
Not live. It's not a
Why
real
does it have to be
video.
live though?
What the
Well,
fuck?
that's what he asked. That's what he asked for. That's all.
I just posted you of what a real live zoom in of a star looks like.
Okay.
This is what it looks like when an asshole has a camera.
Are you telling me? Hold on. Are you telling me when you have a telescope, does the stars stop shining?
They don't look like what you've posted.
No.
Let's see.
What?
Did you imagine stars as big, yellow, peaceful? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, okay, how about this then? How about this not hypothetical, but how about this situation where we have just two, telescopes, one that doesn't have a good zoom and one that has a really good zoom. Through one, obviously, you'll have like the one dot, of a star, and then through another, you'll have the multiple little, dots. I mean, that should be, that should suffice. I would say. If not, then Silent is just moving, the goalpost to whatever,
I got a large.
He wants it in video form. He wants to see a variable zoom telescope.
Yeah.
No, dude, I have a large gigabyte size picture from these guys of a galaxy. I can't post it here.
Wait. Okay, I get it. Telescopes don't zoom in, right? Then why you use the word zoom in when you were talking about one dot, and you say, well, have you ever seen the telescope zoom in and it's a lot of dots?
Right. When I said earlier, when you see a dot in the sky and then you zoom in with a telescope, what I did not imply, although you may have heard that somehow, is that the telescope has variable zoom. Telescopes don't have variable zoom.
No, you put a Barlow lens. It's a 2-power zoom. They call it a 2-power zoom lens.
And when you put the word.
Oh yeah, the eyepiece and
yeah.
What do you think of those stars on camera then? What are your thoughts on that?
Unfocused.
Say it again.
Out of focus. That's it.
Yeah, you get that same effect when looking at like street lights. I used to do that as a kid. I would like squint at street lights. As I was in the car or whatever. And they would have that exact same look. I mean, it's not like, I don't know. It's just out of focus.
Sometimes you ever see somebody who squints their eyes to see further and to see better.
Okay, maybe not squint. I think I was actually blurring my vision. Maybe not squint. Yeah, I would like blur my vision. And then I would get that same effect. But the point is, yeah, that's out of focus though. That's all it is. But what were you saying though? Squint, and then see further or some shit.
Yeah, when you squint and you block out like all the other lights around you, focus on one point, you can actually see a little better. Yeah, that's focusing, obviously. So it's not out of focus. Not
I don't know, maybe, but yeah.
It's not really focus. If you're squinting, you're reducing the aperture size, which reduces depth of field, which will also reduce blur. However,
I agree.
the thing that Arma was talking about was if your eye happens to be wet enough to where all that water gets into where you're squinting, then you get that same effect.
Well, yeah, there's that too. But I think I would also sometimes just blur my vision. Like you guys can do that, where you can kind of like blur your vision. You guys do that? Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm a freak. Okay.
I'm trying to imagine you staring as a kid at this light post. I'm trying to see what you were doing, squinting at it. Maybe you're waiting until your eyes dried out.
I did something. Yeah, I did something. But the point is, I would just do that, like, ooh, pretty little sparkle. Exactly what you have in that. Well, Doofus has in that little GIF where it's like the flickering shit. It would do that exact look. I'm like, what the hell is going on? But it was pretty, I was a kid. I was like, ooh. So it's a focus thing.
Yeah, the three in the middle, you'll from top to bottom, you'll also notice that there's some ringing going on there, and that's a very clear indication of being out of focus. If anybody who's used a Betanoff mask before knows what this is.
Those are crazy.
With this same camera, though, you can zoom in terrestrially and see further. Clear, just clear.
Yeah, the autofocus tends to work better terrestrially.
All right.
You can manually focus when you've done this to your camera to see stars like this. You can manually focus to fix the problem, but you never see somebody actually try.
Let's see this.
This isn't the highest resolution for this picture. It's like the second highest. I can post this one, but the highest one, like I said, is almost a gigabyte.
Yeah, this one's taking a while. I gotta poop. I gotta poop.
Yeah, poop one. Yeah, me too, man. It's probably it's too much work to fucking load it. I'll post the source. How about that?
Yeah.
If it's above, I think if it's above 10,000 pixels in either dimension, it won't work on some Discord clients.
Damn.
Oh, okay. Hold on, let me find it again.
I don't know how many pixels this thing is, but I mean, I've had experience where if it's over 10,000 pixels in either dimension, it just doesn't work.
Now, is this like what Silent Zero is showing? Is this repeatable? Like anybody with the camera see it this way, or is it just that one camera that one time?
You can do it with the camera if you manually focus out of focus, or if you let the autofocus not figure out what's going on. That happens.
Every time, or just the one time?
Pretty much every time. Depends on the contrast. If you're full of city lights, it might actually autofocus better. If your sky's too bright. But that said, you can manually focus to make it do that.
It's freaking sweet.
What size did you say, by the way? Was too big?
If it's 10,000 in either dimension, it probably won't work.
Okay, yeah, it's 14,000.
Oh my god,
that's not gonna work.
14,000. Yeah, but it's not even the biggest one, dude. I'm about to download the biggest one. I just want to see what it looks like. I'll post the website.
Yeah, post it.
All right, take a moment to think about how many pixels you're asking it to, how much memory you're asking the Discord client to allocate for each picture.
Yeah, let me see, 14,000 times 14,000. You got like 196 million thing. I'm not sure if that would be bytes or something.
Right, that's not about bytes either, because then you got to multiply by, well, depending on the device, because devices typically want their textures presented in the same format that the frame buffer is in, which is 32 bits, not 24. So that's 4 bytes per pixel.
Oh my god.
So 4 times that is how many bytes?
Holy shit. 784 million. That's a lot.
Yeah.
So that's nearly a gig of RAM you're asking it to allocate, which it will not do.
Yeah, jeez. Oh, wow, look at that VST image of the giant globular cluster. Yeah, that's pretty neat.
See, I mean, honestly, dude, sometimes I get pissed off by certain people, but the truth is, all this stuff, it requires like true interest, which a lot of people in here even have, but interest enough to actually, take a look at what the evidence, or what we claim is the evidence, and like why people claim to know these distances and stuff like that. There's a lot that you really don't. You really do feel justified in having confidence in. I mean, it's not just like guesses or anything like that.
Yeah, but the problem becomes the fact that you guys depend upon minor premises to prove your major premise. So simply because you have a coherent argument for your minor premise, that doesn't prove that your major premise is true, which is why I always try to get you guys back to the major premise.
All right. Anyway, Kosho, I've posted this very short video.
Just whistle right past it. Just skate right past it like you always do. That's fine.
Okay, this very short video. It's very small. Kind of cool.
That's what she said.
I'm watching.
You sound interested in it, at least.
Oh, I think I know what he's getting into. Yeah, he's talking about I'll watch right now.
Smudges.
What, package loss and all that?
No, he's talking about smudges in the sky.
Oh. Turn my mute off. Hold on.
Hell, I'll go watch it too anyway.
Oh, wow. That's funny.
Oh, it's about galaxies.
Galaxies.
We'll figure it out, right? To be honest with you, I hate arguing with that dude about those quotes because there's not going to be any ground given. So, but I recommend everybody look into all of them because none of them hold up.
Yeah, it's a good video.
Hey man, also, I don't know, maybe it's not the right time or whatever. Never mind. I'll just say this much. Whenever Jeremy brought up cosmological redshift a few weeks ago, I went real deep and I looked at a whole bunch of stuff and it's not important.
So, Kosho, what's the tool needed to observe that Omega Centauri?
That galaxy cluster?
That image that that image of the cluster. What's the tool that's needed to see that?
Well, I could tell you the one that was used.
Why would you tell me anything different?
Well, because it's a different question. But however, yeah. So
No, it's not. Same question. What tool was used to see this? My question.
Right.
A telescope.
Okay, yeah, one that you can have, Howard?
Huh?
Huh?
What? What?
What?
Okay, come on.
What focal length and what aperture for the telescope? What was the focal length and the aperture?
Well,
I'm just asking what tool. I know. Look, Howard, I'm not stupid. I know it was a telescope. Okay.
Huh? Okay.
What kind of telescope? If that's not,
it says it's got
obvious.
16. It's got 16K by 16K resolution.
That's not enough.
What was the focal length and the aperture of the telescope?
Yeah.
Not sure, but if you look up the VST, the Omega Cam,
Yeah, I'm not going to do that right now. I'm not doing that right now because I'm driving. So I'm just asking you. So you don't know. So my point is that I don't think that most of these tools are readily available to the Joe public, right? Or are they? Don't tell me I'd be surprised. Tell me what you need to see Omega Centauri. Can Joe public go down to wherever and buy a powerful enough telescope to see this?
Well, if you have 10 or 15 bucks, I know in California, you're in California, but really in any place, there's observatories that some of them are free, and they have all the equipment that you don't have to buy. They'll let you use their equipment, sometimes for 10, 15 bucks.
Yeah, but
However,
Kosha, those are rigged though. Okay, those are gonna feed us false images according to the flat earthers.
well, when you look directly through a telescope, it's kind of hard to.
I know. I'm just
I'm
giving you, that's their
Can those
argument.
observatories, do they have tools that can zoom in?
It's not a zoom. There's not a zoom. Yeah, you're looking through a telescope. So
The problem is it's not a direct line of sight image. It's a collaboration of thousands, if not hundreds, of images to create the one rendering that you're talking about.
No, not the one he's recently posted.
Oh, it's a direct line of sight observable image that you can observe live in live.
It was It was a single capture on a 16K by 16K resolution sensor.
Oh, wow.
It is not stitched together. It's just one capture.
Doofus, I'm still wondering why you said when I said, either the galaxy is expanding either the universe is expanding or the galaxies are moving farther away from us. I'm wondering why you said that's the same thing.
Because to us, that's how we would observe it. We would see the thing moving away from us.
The same observation, yes, but definitely not those two things are totally different things.
Well, as somebody else was trying to get in during the conversation, the amount that the redshift is observed is also correlated to how far away that thing is, which means things that are farther away from us are moving away from us faster than things that are closer to us, which requires some level of expansion.
I don't know why you dodged the thing I just said. So those are two definitely different things.
That's not a dodge;
right?
it's a direct answer.
Things happen. I said those are definitely two different things happening. If the things are moving away from us, or if the universe is expanding.
Okay,
two totally different things, right? Yes or no? If you're not going to answer yes or no,
not really, because they're definitely not two totally different things. We observe that distant objects are getting away from us. That's one. Two, we observe that things that are closer to us than that thing are moving away from us at a slower rate. That's expansion.
Yeah,
Both of those are simultaneously true. I don't care that you don't like the fact that they are both simultaneously true.
Yeah.
How about this? Definitely two. They're definitely two totally. Hold on, man. They're definitely two totally different things. They're definitely two totally different things because the universe might not be expanding and stuff is just moving away from us faster. Or the stuff's not moving and the universe is just expanding with empty space being created in the middle of the galaxies.
But Jeremy. Right?
I don't know why I can't get this. I don't know why I can't get this fucking guy to agree to that.
Because
this is stupid. This is why I don't argue with you guys anymore. Go fuck yourself. You too, Arma.
No, but listen, Jeremy, right? What is the universe, though? The universe is the collection of galaxies, right? So if the galaxies are expanding, if they're moving away from each other, right, and they are, pretty much part of if they are, the universe, right, then yes, the universe is expanding because the universe is made up of those galaxies, and those galaxies are moving away from each other. Therefore, the universe is expanding.
But what is it expanding into? You're putting out a somewhat contradictory statement because you're acting like the universe is expanding, but expanding into what? Expanding into the universe? Expanding into something else? I mean, that's a contradictory statement that becomes meaningless unless you say what other than the universe is expanding into.
I don't think it needs to really expand to anything.
Hold on, all right. Two things moving away from each other does not mean that the thing is actually expanding, right? If I'm moving away from my friend and we're on the sidewalk, the fucking sidewalk's not expanding. We're just moving away from each other. Two totally different things.
But it's everything.
The fact you can't agree to this is fucking stupid.
I get that, but everything is moving away from each other, right? So if everything is moving away from each other and everything is the universe, right, then therefore the universe is expanding. I mean, that's how it works. Everything is.
No.
The only
Clearly,
reason
you're not up on this. Then.
The only reason why they say the universe is expanding is because, Jeremy, they want to get away from the implication of us being at a preferred central position that has theological and philosophical implications that they don't want to accept, namely that, this God loves us and put us in a special position.
Okay, so there's two scenarios. One is that we're in this God's favorite place, like Levin says, and the galaxies are expanding away from us, moving at faster and faster rates the further away from us they are for some reason, meaning we're at the center, which is kind of a bizarre claim. And what Doofus is saying is the same. You'd have the same observation if it were instead true that the entire universe, the space in between everything, was expanding. You get the same observation between those two things. It's just one doesn't require all the special stuff.
Yes, the same observations. However, what's actually happening would be two totally different things. Because obviously, if the things are just moving, if me and my friend are on the sidewalk and we're getting farther away from each other.
Yeah, but Jeremy, you and your friend aren't the universe.
My wife came home and now she's mocking me. I gotta go, guys.
I got you, man. Yeah. That's fair, man. He doesn't like to get animated when he's at home.
Just a real quick note. I have posted the thing that Travis is asking for. What kind of equipment would you need to observe that? It's posted there.
I appreciate that too, because I was looking for it, but I stopped looking for it.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, let me check that out. But yeah, Jeremy's analogy doesn't really work though, because him and his friend aren't the entire universe though, so that's kind of a flawed analogy.
That's not provoking.
Hey, just
okay.
Just for quick laughs, I just posted a link that's only 1:30. You guys should just watch it, just for a quick laugh. You'll appreciate it. Everybody will.
Where is it? Oh, okay, there.
Well, what about that telescope question? Because I posted the thing that you were asking for.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay. I must have missed it. I stepped away for a minute. What are you saying?
You were asking what kind of equipment would be necessary to observe that particular cluster, and I've posted that for you.
Oh, okay. Well, how am I supposed to know that if I'm driving?
Because I posted it the moment that you posted the thing that you posted.
Okay. Well, I didn't see it.
Doofus, I think Napalm in voice chat was demanding the focal length and aperture of that exact instrument, implying that once you gave it to him, something further would happen. I predict nothing.
Napalm was making a very specific demand.
Yeah, about the focal length.
He did ask for the focal length.
Yeah, but now that you've provided it, I predict nothing more will happen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hold on, guys, real quick.
I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle of
you guys hear me?
Spreading mulch. So yeah.
Yep.
I'll take a look.
If you guys are driving, don't be
At some
posting
point.
shit, man. Focus on the road, please.
All right, I'm focusing on the road.
Seriously, guys, let's be safe out there. Come on.
But who's driving? Oh, Travis, yeah. But I think he's a professional driver, so.
Nice bit, Travis.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey.
Oh no, we're just talking
nice
about
bid, the guy that makes the jokes.
Oh, did you spend? Oh, no, I think you said nice bed. I was like, did you spend the night with Travis listening?
Hey, yeah, did you like that, Zero?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Makes sense. Yeah.
I'm watching right now. I'll be honest, I'm not a big Pete Holmes fan, but I'm going to give it a shot because I'm a comedy fan.
It's not about being a fan or not. It's about what he's saying.
Well, yeah, I know, but it's like some people don't like Amy Schumer.
He's using comedy to describe reality.
It was only half funny. It was half funny.
Make me laugh.
Because the other half was, I don't know.
Listen to me, Arma.
Because
Knock
I
it
know
off.
people
Don't ever.
like that.
Wait, what?
But
It made me laugh because I know you guys. You guys are pretty much the description of what he's joking about.
Okay, wait,
Jeremy can't talk for very long. Yeah. Just trying to.
Don't ever diss my analogies. Okay, I have the best analogies at everyone here. First of all, second of all, hold on, man. There's 2 points, there's multiple points. Point number 2. Either me and my friend are actually moving away from each other, or we're not moving, and the sidewalk is there's more sidewalk in between us, and the space is getting bigger in between us, which is causing us to move farther apart. Those are the 2 options.
What is the difference between the way they look like to you? Though?
One is moving, the other is not.
No. In both situations, they're moving.
Have a third guy. You could have a third guy going faster away from me than the other guy, and you can have a fourth guy that's even farther away from him, going even faster, actually moving.
I know, but what's the difference between those observations? Is what I'm saying to you. Like, let's say either of them are true. What is going to be the difference between the way they look like to you?
You're not going to be able to tell the difference because all you can do is look at it, and you don't know what's. I would say space being created in the middle of us is kind of crazy, especially for your paradigm. Empty space. Is it empty space, or is there stuff in that space that's being created?
Space is being created, but that one takes less assumptions.
Empty space, or is there something in the space? There's an empty.
Right, Kosho, it wouldn't be that the space is being created. It's just that there's more of the space between something.
That's space being created, bud.
Not really. I mean, it's just that the distance between objects becomes larger. That doesn't mean the space itself is an object being created.
So you had a volume of space.
How does anyone in here?
So you had a volume of space in between something. The people didn't move, and now there's a bigger volume of space. And you're telling me there was no space created?
Space is not an object.
Well, it has to be getting created in between the galaxies if what you guys are saying is true, and they're not actually moving away from each other in order to keep Einstein's paradigm and a lot of other paradigms going.
You're right. Space is not an object. It's just a measure between objects, but it's not actually a thing. It's the absence of a thing. But somehow you guys have reified the essence into being some sort of a manipulatable thing, which has no properties. So it's kind of interesting.
It has no properties.
Yeah.
It definitely has properties.
Yeah, like I told you this, and you guys are all fucking laughed at it for hours. Like, the volume is a perfectly understandable property.
Now, I'll quote Tesla. He says,
permissibility, permeability is also a property.
For the simple reason that it can have no properties, end quote, Tesla. If you think you're smarter than Tesla,
well, I mean,
you're smarter than Tesla, then you're fucking insane.
No, why are you guys talking over him? What's going on?
That's all they've ever done the whole day, Jeremy. It's been ridiculous in here, dude.
No, come on, guys.
As I said, space is just the measured volume between masses and magnitudes whose measure is time, but space is the incorrectly reified essence of atomist/relativity, which Tesla said was doomed to oblivion, is a false belief of cosmic mechanics and its model.
Awesome. Could you read the first 3 words he said again? Like the first 3 or 4 or 5 words?
I'll quote Tesla.
No. Just the first couple words. Up until the word that started with a V.
Space itself is not anything rather than the absence of a thing.
Part after that. It's a specific. It's an amount. It's a measure of a volume. Something like that. You said.
Space is the incorrectly reified essence of atomistic relativity.
No, right before that.
Space itself is the measured volume between masses
There
and
we go.
magnitudes.
That's
There we go. He got to it eventually. Hey, Jeremy, why can't sorry, maybe I missed
Yeah, that
something.
wasn't his fault. That was because Kosho couldn't remember what the fuck he said. He's like, oh no, say the first 5 words. Oh no, keep going. Oh no, wait,
Started
keep
with a
going.
V.
Hey,
But it
Kosho
agreed
tried
with
to,
us.
Yeah, he tried to help him. Jeremy, what was the wait? Maybe I missed it. Why can't why can't the universe and everything in it be why can't the universe be expanding and things also be moving relative to each other? Why can't
Don't
both?
do it,
That can
Jeremy.
happen. That can happen. Then you got 3 options, 3 totally different things happening. Absolutely.
Is there an issue with that?
3 different scenarios. Well, my question would be: is the space that's being created in between these galaxies is it nothing, or is there something in that space?
No, I'm just talking about earlier.
Don't
You
answer
asked,
my question, right? I just asked just now. I know. Obfuscate away from it.
yeah. The expansion happening and also the objects inside the universe moving relative to each other. Well, I don't
Should
see
I
any
ask
issue
it
there.
again, or should I ask it again, or don't
Yeah,
even
sure.
bother
Go
wasting
ahead.
my
Go
time?
ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if it's even worth
Sure.
it.
For your purposes, yeah, space is being created. Sure. So, but now back to
Still
my
not
point,
what I
though.
asked.
Now back to
Still
my
not what I
point.
asked.
All right,
That's
ask
still
it
not what I
again.
asked.
Ask it again.
Is this? I know. I
Yes.
don't know if it's like a.
Oh wait, sorry.
Yes,
Ask
what?
it again. No, ask it again.
I didn't even ask it, and you said yes. You
I'm waiting.
just yes
I'm
and me to
waiting for you
death.
to
I know
ask.
what you do.
I'm waiting
I know
for you
your
to
game,
ask it, man.
Chronic. I know your game.
Okay.
Is the space that's being created in between the galaxies? Does that space have something in it, or is it nothing?
Yes.
It's not. It wasn't a yes or no question.
Does it have something in it? Does it have something in it?
I said,
that was the first part of your question.
I said, is it empty space? Or, what's up,
Oh,
Mickey?
come on. No,
Nobody's in
you
here.
did not.
I said, is the space empty, or does it have something in it?
All right. Now you're just being literally dishonest.
Bro,
5 seconds later.
Do you have
Dude,
a
I've said
mental
that
issue,
the whole
Chronic?
time.
What the fuck?
You said, is there something in it?
What the fuck is wrong with Chronic? What the fuck? You're getting trolled right now, Jeremy.
Fine.
Chronic,
He answered it.
that's what he
answered
said,
it.
man.
Yes, there's something in it.
All right.
He answered it.
Okay.
Yes, there's something in it. Okay, you
I
answered
answered
it. Yes,
it.
there's something
Now
in
we
it.
can move forward.
So now
right?
we have not. Well, this has a whole nother.
Wait, am I
problem
ever
to
going to
it.
get to ask my question, Jeremy?
Well, you
Or is
wanted
it all
to know
you?
what was,
1,000 shotgunning questions. Do I get to ask one? Yes or no?
yes, but you wanted to know what the problem. You wanted
My
to know
turn
what the
to ask
problem
one.
with the space
My
being
turn
created
to
was.
ask one. My turn to ask one.
All right, I know
All
my
right.
questions are tough. You don't want to hear it. I know.
Why cannot the universe be expanding and the objects in it be moving relative to each other at the same time? Why is that an impossibility to you?
I already said that could happen.
All right, so there's literally no issue then.
Okay, my turn to ask a question. My turn. Well, the problem with it that you didn't want to go on with was what we were right in the middle of, but for some reason you made us stop and go on to your questions.
Well, tell me what the issue is then.
That's going to lead us right back to the thing I was talking about.
All right, what's the issue?
So the space that's being created has something in it?
Yes.
Okay, so now you have something coming from nothing.
False.
Well, where's the stuff come from?
Space has properties, no? If you and I don't agree to it.
The space that's being created in between the galaxies, that space has something in it, and that's coming from nowhere.
It has properties.
What's the physical essence
You have
of
something
space? I'd
coming
like to
from
hear
nothing.
this.
Well,
give me the physical properties of space. I don't want to hear your Cartesianal
So
fucking
you're interrupting
directions of
two
up
people,
down.
man.
You know, let's hear what space is. Go ahead, define it.
The problem is you've got something coming from nothing. You don't see the problem with that?
That's not the case. That's not what we're talking about, Jeremy.
He made a claim, Jeremy. He claimed that space has properties. He claims space has physical properties. Make him elaborate on that, Jeremy.
I don't. Why? If you want to
The
go down
special
that road,
V word that we've been talking about with Kosha?
Volume is a unit of measure. Volume is not a fucking thing in itself.
All right.
Volume is the absence of a thing.
Repeat the Tesla quote that Kosha owned you on 5 minutes ago.
Okay.
Repeat it. Repeat it. It has the special V word in there.
Space is the measured volume.
Okay, then.
Like I just told you, that's a unit of measure. It's a quantification of distance. That's not a thing in itself, of itself, by itself. It's the lack thereof.
I'm saying you can characterize
You made a
and
positive
explain.
claim.
You can explain what this new space that Jeremy is claiming is being created out of nothing actually is. It has volume. It has a measured
No,
volume.
that's not my claim. That's your
not a
claim.
thing.
No, that's not my claim. That's your claim.
Yeah, you're claiming nothing. You're claiming something comes from nothing. Obviously, that's not at all what we're talking about.
No, that's what he's fighting you on.
That's what he's disputing of you.
Okay, maybe we're not.
Is my mic fucked up?
Jeremy, maybe let me clarify. Maybe we're not on the same page. If you're asking me, what is how can the universe be expanding into what? Into what is the universe expanding into if it's getting larger in volume?
I'm not even worried about that.
I
wasn't even talking about that.
Whoever has that answer will be.
I wasn't even talking
their
about
feet
that.
will be kissed and they'll be given Nobel prizes. Who knows that answer?
Yeah.
Dude, I wasn't even talking about that.
It doesn't
That
expand.
never even came up. That what is space expanding into thing never came up. I don't know why you brought it up.
Jeremy, think here's where you're okay. Now I might be straw manning, but you can.
You don't even understand what's going on.
And you're
Don't tell me don't tell me what my problem is. You don't even understand what's going on. You just brought up something totally.
Yeah, you made
he
made a positive claim. He made a positive claim, Jeremy, and hold him on it. He claimed physical properties of space. You need to hold him on that.
These guys no more.
I know, real quick, Jeremy, let me help you out, dude. Just real quick, just so this will get lost.
Go ahead, man.
But he's asking specifically.
Dude,
I'm gonna get you, Jared. Don't worry, man. He's asking about the space that's being created. There's a seeming contradiction. If there's space that's being created out of nothing, which he's claiming we're saying, then what is it? Is it being created with? Does it come with anything? Is there anything in that space that's being created out of what he? So he's sort of seeing this contradiction and trying to hone in on it and see if there is space being created out of nothing and that comes with actually anything. There's anything that comes with that.
What the fuck? Do you even know the English language?
I think I got kind of some of that, Kosho, but
was that English?
It was English, man. Chill out, man. Chill out a little
Listen, man. You guys claim that the galaxies are not moving away from, or not actually moving away from us. That space is being created in between them.
Who claimed that? No, who claimed the first part of your thing? They're not actually moving. Whoever did Kosho claim that? Was that another Kosho blunder?
No, that was
no.
Chronic.
Kosho told me that the space being created has nothing in it.
No, Jeremy, you're the first part of your sentence you just said before the comma. I do not agree with. Personally, maybe other people disagree with me, but
well, you said yes originally. You said
no,
yes.
I didn't.
Something. You said space has physical properties, and then now you're refusing to give them to us.
No, Dieslow, I'm referring to Jeremy's prior statement before the one about whatever space gets created from.
Yeah, you guys claim that you guys claim that. Hold on a second, man. Let me clear it up. You guys claim that the reason why the galaxies are moving so fast as to not break Einstein's relativity is that space is being created in between the galaxies.
If we want to rewind, but Jeremy, I understand what you just said.
Okay.
We rewind,
so we have space being created in between the galaxies. Now, does that space have something in it, or is that space empty?
Sorry. Is that fine? Okay.
Is there? Can you hear me? Hello.
He said yes.
I heard you, man.
He said yes originally. Let's see if he's going to hold it to his original position.
I was AFK for 10 seconds. You're gonna have to
whatever.
Repeat,
he said yes originally.
So you're
we get trolled every single fucking day.
Dude, it was clear that he was talking to somebody else.
Was it not clear I was talking to someone else? No.
Guys, relax. Listen. So you guys claim that space is being created in between the galaxies, right? We gotta run this whole thing back now.
Well, the claim is that the universe as a whole is expanding. What it's expanding into, who knows?
We're not talking about that. All right, we're not
talking about the outer extremities.
I already know what it's expanding into.
Give him the raisin bread. Give him the raisin bread analogy. Jeremy. That way he's not stuck on the outer extremities of the expansion of
He
space
keeps
into the
taking
void
it there
of
because my
nothingness.
questions.
Yeah.
He keeps taking it there because I got the tough questions. I know. Kosho last.
You're
a couple
asking
weeks
if
ago
you're
told
gonna
me that
ask
there
if
was
there's
nothing in this space.
if there's a little bubble of nothingness in between galaxies that's being created from nothing that breaks all reality and we're all in a simulation. Sure, you can
Dude,
go
you
there.
keep pointing to that. We're talking about.
What the fuck? We are getting
All right.
trolled.
So here's the raisin bread analogy. Essentially, the raisins are accounting for the planets, and as that bread expands and rises, those two raisins spread apart from one another, thus creating more space.
I mean,
are you following?
Yeah, you said planets though, so it broke it down for me. But I understand. I have a very good understanding of the raisin bread analogy.
So then why do you keep jumping to the expansion of space into the vastness of nothingness? Like, we're not talking about the outer
It is the same thing.
We're talking about two objects. We're talking about two objects.
It's all the same
having
thing,
a distance, an increasing distance apart from one another due to the expansion of your universe.
It is all the same thing, though.
Regardless,
do you not see that?
Regardless,
Listen.
I summed it up to the physical properties of space, which you've yet to address. So unless you can address those physical properties, you keep alluding to volume being a thing of itself rather than a unit of measure. So I would like to see the physical properties of this thing you call volume.
Mass is both a property and a unit of measure.
Yeah, well, what rabbit hole are we going to dive down? Is Jeremy done having the conversation?
Space is not a thing, dude. Space, it's the absence of a thing, and you keep trying to reify it to be the essence of a thing.
That's fine. Repeat the Tesla quote. Repeat the Tesla quote, man.
Einstein thought space was a thing.
Tesla says, I hold that space cannot be curved for the simple reason that it can have no properties. There's no physical essence to space.
It's just an appeal to an authority.
Let me just clarify one. Let me clarify one more thing. That Jeremy, please stop stating that we claim that the galaxies aren't actually moving in any with any velocities relative to each other. Whoever claims that, I will call that person a silly little.
That's a straw man, dude.
Bean boy.
Straw manning. Stay on top.
Jeremy actually said that. It's not a straw man.
Yeah, Brender, you need to look up an appeal to authority.
I never said
verbatim. That is what Jeremy said.
I said that was an absolute possibility. Nonetheless, you have to have space being created in between the galaxies. You're not focusing on the point I'm trying to bring. You keep dodging and obfuscating away from it. This is why I don't fuck with you guys anymore.
I'm clarifying and addressing direct statements that you made that I disagree with.
I try to get you there, but I know I did a bad job.
We're talking about two objects, i.e. planets, in reference to one another. We're not talking about the expansion of space.
You're so far from the point.
Why is he saying planets?
I don't know, but it's not what Jeremy's saying.
I'm going to hold you to it. You made a positive statement saying that space has physical properties, and you've yet to identify them.
You've said one of them again and again, so. But Jeremy's point doesn't have anything to do with it.
We're not talking about Jeremy's point anymore. We're talking about
every single
time.
Time you repeat your Tesla quotes, you're contradicting yourself. That's all I have to say.
How so? Explain it. Go
Just
for it.
repeat Tesla again, dude.
How so?
If you repeat it, you may be enlightened.
Show me the contradiction, dude.
No, that's such a pussy move. That's such a pussy.
Yeah. No, we're gonna hold you down to.
Let's snip this in the butt, dude.
Where is he?
Let's snip this in the butt. What are the properties of a basketball? It's got weight. It's got size. It's got surface area. These are all properties of a basketball. Okay. These are all properties of a basketball. That's fine, Dice Slow. You're not going to learn anything though, Dice Slow. So why don't you let the other people listen what properties are? So properties could be this surface area, or it could be this volume. That's of a basketball. If you're saying what's the properties of space, it's got plenty of properties you probably wouldn't agree with. One of them that you could easily see is an obvious one is the volume. I don't know why that's hard to understand.
Well, it could have curvature too.
Well, inevitably, but Kosho, listen. That was a great analogy, great explanation. You brought it down to an elementary level, but yet still, there will be an inevitable agree to disagree on both sides. They will never agree with what you just said.
Here's the problem. Space doesn't have volume until you're referencing the consubstantial relationship between two objects having a distance apart from one another. But when you're measuring space itself and equating space to a volume without any objects, there is no measurable volume to be had.
Well,
so what are
that's
you
not
really
true.
saying right
It's a
now?
sad statement.
What do
Sad
you mean?
statement.
Your whole heliocentric model agrees with it. Your heliocentric model states that space is expanding into the vastness of nothingness, this void. So where's your metric volume? Where's your cubic metric volume there?
There's no nothingness that space is expanding into.
It's just
Oh, really?
unfortunate. It's just unfortunate. In
So
general.
space is expanding into more space. Is that what you're claiming now?
No, that's what
No,
you're.
it isn't expanding into anything at all.
It's just expanding.
Space is so the universe is not as expanding. That's what you're
It
saying.
is
now.
It's expanding. The space is
So what's it
contained within the
expanding into?
universe.
It's not expanding into anything.
Oh boy, what are you claiming the universe to be?
The universe is not a
Our
What's the universe then?
Our universe, right, is a bubble of space-time within a larger multiverse.
Oh.
Oh, no, you believe in the multiverse, Brenda?
No.
Of course I believe in a multiverse.
Holy shit.
Oh wow.
Why
You watch
wouldn't
too
I?
much movies, bro.
So all these
It's not a-
multiverses are expanding into one another?
No, they're not.
Okay. So there's just more space being created then.
There's no space.
Oh, now there's no space. Got it.
Not
Let's write that
between-
down.
There's not no space between them, I don't think.
Uh-huh.
So
So
I
you
believe
believe
in
there's a multiple use out there, right?
I believe that there's a multiverse because that is what the best people that I read say that there is one.
So now we're appealing. So now we're going to appeal to. Now we're going to appeal to religious beliefs rather than facts of science.
No, I'm
Okay,
appealing
got it.
to science. I'm appealing to scientists.
That's not science. Your beliefs isn't science.
Brenda?
That's a religion. A belief. Yeah, science has nothing to do with
That's an
belief.
appeal to authority. That's an appeal to authority.
Yeah, I'm saying yes. I'm saying
So,
that.
so you're
these-
religious. Got it.
Would you stop? Would you stop interrupting? We'll get through it quicker.
Let's hear about your
You
beliefs
don't
and your
do that.
feelings. Go ahead.
Well, my belief is that from the people that I've read, they say that our best theories about physics today indicate that there should be something called a multiverse.
Oh, you watch
How,
that on
how
the
Cool
do they
religion,
in-
bro.
How do they indicate that, Brenda?
It's a consequence of the current theories that we have about the universe, right?
Brenda, and we're the crazy
Like
ones
how
who believe in
how
the
do
creator,
they
right?
say there's a multiple?
Cool religion, Brenda.
It's not religion; it's science.
That's pure.
Yeah,
That's
but
pure
how?
religious
Like, what
zealotry
is the
at its
science?
finest.
What is
the theory saying
scientific about
exactly?
that
You know,
statement
when you
about the
guys talk,
multiverse?
when you guys talk all at once and get excited, you know, it makes it go slower. I mean, I'm
Pure,
willing to
pure
answer
religious zealotry.
Guys,
Pure religious zealotry at its best.
just relax, and ask questions, and I'll answer
We're
them.
talking about
It'll go
facts, and you're giving us
quicker.
your feelings. We
No,
don't want
I'm
to hear
not.
about your feelings and your
I'm not
beliefs
giving you
and
my
your opinions.
feelings. I'm giving you my beliefs. I'm giving
We're
you what I
debating
believe.
facts.
There
This
you
isn't a
go, the
religious.
beliefs,
We're
the
not.
beliefs.
We're not
There
doing
you go.
religion right now.
You guys, can I ask you a
Religion
question? Though?
isn't, you know, belief isn't religion.
Are you Are you sure about that? Are you sure
Yeah.
about that?
Not all beliefs are religion.
Did you know that a religion is a set of beliefs? You didn't know that?
Yes.
We're going back to first grade.
Would you stop interrupting me, you rude motherfucker?
Look up the definition. Look up the definition of religion.
Come on, man.
Go ahead, Nate. Oh, Nate wanted to say something.
Yeah. All right.
Brenda's
Yeah.
muted for now. Go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, Brenda. So you saying these people you read, according to them, that there's a multiverse. So what exactly are they saying? Like, what evidence is there for this multiverse? Or what have they done or seen to believe in?
I muted her because she's about to explode, but I guess we'll give her another chance. Go ahead, Brenda.
Yeah, you always mute ballers. You never mute.
Yeah, she's
Come
just
on.
gonna keep doing
Come
this.
Just answer the question if you're gonna answer.
I mean, it's
so
true, but
Well,
maybe
what
she's
the
going
question is, the people that I read tell me that according to our best theories, the multiverse we strongly believe That's what they say. They say we strongly believe that there's a multiverse out there.
But Nate is asking for more details on according to their theories what that means. But I mean, Brenda doesn't need to be a subject matter expert, but that's the more detail Nate
Yeah.
you're asking.
I would kind of like to hear it from Brenda. You know,
Well, I'm not an expert. I'm not an
yeah,
expert.
but Brenda, do you just believe them because they say it is, or do you understand what it is they're saying when they present the evidence? Like what about it tells you it could be true?
When experts tell me something, then I think it's very likely that they are correct.
Amen. Amen.
Amen.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, that's a belief. And not all beliefs are religion. Some beliefs are not religion. So if I believe that 2 + 2 = 4, mathematics is not a religion.
It's called logic. It's called the logical inference, bud.
You know 2 + 2 is 4. You don't have a belief.
Yeah, there's no faith required. There's no faith. It's a logical inference, Brenda.
If we look up the definition of belief,
Doofus, hold on.
Yeah, which one? Which one? Number 5?
Knowledge
the one that I posted.
Knowledge is a type of belief.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah, you have to have knowledge. You have to have a concept to consider, right? Yes. So belief is a prerequisite to knowledge, but there's a distinction between the two. Hold on, you earlier made an important choice of words. You said that it was a consequence, a theory of consequence. Can you talk a little bit more about that? What does that mean? It's a theory of consequence. Tell us about that.
I don't think I said it was a theory of consequence. I said, according to the people that I read, they tell me that according to their theories, their best theories about the universe, that they're most likely, or they're highly confident. They're very confident that there must be a multiverse.
If you don't believe what I believe, then how dare you?
So here's what you didn't. I'm not going to say it verbatim because I don't remember, but you did use the word consequence. So I'm going to replace the word theory with concept or idea. So if you have a concept or an idea and they drag that theory or idea out, they might have a consequence, right? So it's just an idea leading to another idea, which leads to another idea that you can't ever falsify or prove.
No, that's so I don't accept your replacing.
How you falsify the multiverse, Brenda?
Why are you over talking me? And why aren't you being muted?
Because he didn't say motherfucker.
Yeah, so Gio, why wasn't he muted when he overtalked me like that?
You just got an answer.
Not insulting you?
Gio, why wasn't he muted?
You're gonna get yourself muted, Brenda. You better settle down.
Because he didn't insult you. Remember, this is an open forum. Remember how you interrupted me earlier and I called you out and you said, oh, it's an open forum.
Why didn't you put Mom, why didn't you put Timmy in timeout too?
You know, the easiest thing to do, the insulting thing that's mute or whatever, but if it's easiest if all of us as men and women, adults, we just try to not just do that because nobody likes it when we get interrupted. So just try not to purposely interrupt other people. So
no, I don't mind as long as you don't bitch about it when I do it to you. But so anyway, so anyone else have a problem with a theory being called an idea or a concept?
Yes.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. The difference is one has a logical implication, right? You have to have logic as the premise, i.e. a theory, and a belief. You don't. Like, I can believe unicorns and leprechauns exist without having any logic to back it up, just on the very fact that I have a God-given right to believe in what I choose to believe in. But in order to have knowledge or a theory, an applicable one, you have to have some sort of a logical bearing to make an assertion.
Well, yeah, but I don't think that's
way to put it, Dyslow.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you in terms of true mechanical science with cause and effect. I might not know the cause of a certain effect, and so then I can hypothesize what that might be. But you can also have a theory about what causes the retrograde motion of Mars. You can also theorize about that. And if that begins as a simple idea, then you can just build upon that idea and actually solve your own ideas problems, because you're going to run into problems with mechanical physics, because you can't be up in the sky testing your hypothesis. So it's always going to be conceptual.
Well, you can make observations that would confirm or deny your hypothesis.
But it has to be baited and based and rooted in fact and logic. Like you can't start making bold claims such as space has a physical property, and then base your foundation off these like descriptional, loosely vague interpreted subjective ways to try and create a new paradigm.
Yeah, well, just real quick, Brendan, just real quick. You actually don't realize that you proved more than you wanted to, because now you have nothing to argue against my theory of the Aether band whatsoever.
What predictions does your theory make?
I thought it was just observations and making theories about what you see. So now I have to start making predictions. Oh, I see. So you know what? I just think that that's too complicated. You're requiring me of something that's just a little bit too difficult.
Copernicus, you have to understand you're dealing with an relativistic atomist who fundamentally is a materialist, and at the base net of everything is particle interactions. And so to an atomist, everything is particles, just like to a hammer, everything's a nail. So they don't understand when you speak in terms of field dynamics, right? Like, unless there's something to be quantified, i.e. a predictability, some form of unit of quantifiable measurement, then it doesn't exist in their minds. And this is why they're left within this dark quantum realm of mysticism.
Fields are physical things, dude.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're telling me the magnetic field is physically no different than the magnet itself, huh?
No, I didn't say that at all.
So what's the physical property of the magnetic field?
Oh, that's just hilarious. What do you mean? What are the properties of the magnetic field?
Explain the properties of the magnetic field.
They're described by Maxwell's equations.
Actually, they're not.
Yeah,
no.
They are. Maxwell's equations describe the electromagnetic field.
Maybe in partial, but a lot of that was taken from Oliver Heaviside if you were actually up on games. But why don't they use the Maxwellian field equations within quantum understanding? Why is that not applicable?
Because quantum mechanics describes the interactions that give rise to the, to all of this.
Yeah, they only deal with the quantity, not the quality thereof. That's the problem.
Quantum mechanics describe, so the carrier of the field for electromagnetism is the photon.
Really?
Yes.
And these
what causes
a virtual photon? Is that what you wanted to say?
Virtual photons are the carriers for the electromagnetic field. They're force carrier.
That's actual idea, and
it
only helps within mathematics.
You roboted. I didn't hear what you said.
I said virtual photons is a horrible way to try and perceive reality, and it only works within mathematical equations. I'll quote Richard Feynman. He says, a virtual particle is an abstraction which facilitates in calculations and understanding. The term is very vague and loosely defined. They never appear as inputs or outputs of experiments. Their existence is questionable at best. However, they're very useful in rendering concepts and making equations balance out.
Well, virtual photons.
That's what you're going to.
Virtual photons are why a magnet will attract a piece of iron to it.
That's actually incorrect.
No, that's not. That's how magnetism works.
Completely incorrect, dude.
Magnetism works because, the different materials exchange virtual photons, and the virtual photons carry momentum, right? And then that results in either attraction or repulsion, or electrical properties, right?
That belongs along the side of unicorns and leprechauns, dude. You're making no logical connection to anything rational.
Dude, this is just the standard model of quantum mechanics.
Yeah, I understand. It's horrible. It's disgusting. It's putrid. There's nothing to support this belief system.
It's based on observations and observational
No,
data.
it's not.
Yeah,
That's not at all. Even Richard Feynman just told you within that quote. The only thing supporting it is mathematical formulas, dude. That's it. There's no observation. There's no input or output of any experiment ever performed to showcase what you're talking about.
No,
You
you're
just said
wrong.
it yourself. Go ahead, Brenda.
Right, so we want to get back to whether or not space-time is a thing. Space-time is, according to Einstein, is a thing. He thought of it as a thing. Leonard Susskind also thought of it, said you can think of space-time as a thing.
Yeah, Leonard Susskind. I mean, you're
Well, I don't
talking
know.
about crazy people here, bro.
And neither of those guys went to space, so they're just speculating about a theory they were told. They've never verified it as a tangible reality whatsoever. So why are they meaningful?
Nobody said it was tangible.
I'm gonna quote your priest that you just invoked, Leonard Susskind. He says nothing is more fantastical and a travesty of how nature works than its quantum theory. Oh, sorry, that was Walter Russell. Right here, where common sense and intuition failed, we had to create a new form of intuition based upon abstract, meaning unreal, mathematics. When common sense fails, we must create uncommon sense. And that's what you're going to base your beliefs on, uncommon sense. That's
abstract does not mean unreal. And
oh, really?
To reply,
yes, really. Give me a citation, please.
The definition of abstract.
It just means conceptual.
Citation,
what is
please.
not real about the math of quantum? It's integrals, partial derivatives. What is magic about that math? Nothing is magic about the math of quantum physics. It is calculus.
I don't know that Daiso said magic. Maybe he did, but I think he was saying conceptual.
Okay, unreal then. Sorry, what is unreal about
conceptual?
Okay, what is it?
I have a dozen.
Math doesn't exist in the universe. Math is only an abstract.
Oh, you're one of
way.
those.
It's
you're
a
one of
unit
those.
measure.
Okay, I got it.
Die slow.
Show me math in the universe, bud.
Okay, I have a dozen eggs in my refrigerator. Does the fact that I used an abstraction make it unreal that I have a dozen eggs in my refrigerator?
Well, if you don't have
We're not
them,
talking
then
about
you
the
don't
eggs.
have
The eggs isn't the point of contention. It's your unit of
I have a
measure that you're
dozen.
invoking having these physical essence
I
within
have a
reality
dozen
rather than being a conceptual one.
Oh my God, you're getting trolled. Stop trolling, Brenda.
I understand. I understand how many eggs you've got.
Yeah, everybody understands. And a dozen is an abstraction.
No, hold on.
Show me the number 12 in the universe.
It's not real.
You just count.
Show me the number 12.
Eggs. You just count the eggs. There's 12 of them.
Yeah. Again, counting is a unit of measure. We're talking about the number 12 in existence on its own.
No, it's I have 12 eggs in my refrigerator.
Right. You have an abstract way of calculating a unit of measure. I got it. We can agree upon that. That's fine. But it doesn't exist on its own in nature.
Of course. What do you mean?
Okay, hold on, Howard. I've got Howard. Let me deal with Howard real quick.
A chicken doesn't know what 12 eggs are. What the fuck?
What?
If you eat 4 eggs for breakfast, and then you tell me that you ate 4 eggs for breakfast, which one is real and which one is abstract?
You robot
yeah, I didn't get all that.
I got it. He came across pretty good for me. He said if you said you ate 4 eggs for breakfast, then you ate 4 eggs for breakfast. Which one is the real comment?
What?
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, literally.
Exactly, because they're both abstract. There's no way to verify that.
No, it's because it's just gibberish. It just didn't make any sense.
Not at all. It made sense.
Well, that's what you say, but it doesn't. So,
this is your lack of understanding. That's not my fault.
No, it's because it was contradictory. It was incoherent. So if I ate 4 eggs for breakfast, do I know how many eggs I have left in my refrigerator? Do I?
No, that's for you, Copernicus.
I think their
Right?
claim would be no, you can't.
Yeah,
No.
you're getting dragged
I
away
have-
from the quote that
I
you
have-
gave. You're getting.
I know I have 8 eggs left in my refrigerator because I ate 4 of the dozen. So I know that I have 8.
Well, there's a difference between using
that's
math.
not-
You're using a mathematical construct linked to something that is tangible. That's different than just using the mathematical concept without linking it to the tangible.
Well, the mathematical constructs of physics link to the real world.
Well, that's what you'd have to prove. Like, for example, if I said if you said you had 6 eggs, that's cool. But if you said you have 6 unicorns in your basement, that's another story. Because now you'd have to connect that to reality. Otherwise, it's even more.
Basically, what I'm getting at is math has never explained anything. It's only a way to describe reality, but it'll never explain. And science ultimately, I'm almost done. Ultimately, science should always be getting to an explanation because that's what real science is. It's not just counting particle interactions rather than explaining this particle interaction.
So
And that's where they've fallen off. They left off with the hows and the whys. Go ahead.
So what science does is describe, and when we describe the qualities of empty space, we come up with the concept of the abstraction of space-time as taught or as explained by Albert Einstein in his theory of general relativity. Space-time, simply his mathematical formulas, his theory corresponds to the real world.
No, it's not an explanation. It's only a unit of quantification.
I didn't
and
say
remember,
it was an explanation. I said it was
you
a
were done.
description.
Hold on. You said a bunch of things that I didn't agree with. You said it was qualitative rather than quantitative, which is completely
False.
contradictory.
I did not say that. That's
You
false.
said qualitative. Yeah, it's all being recorded.
It's false.
You said qualitatively.
It describes the properties of space-time.
And what are the properties of space, please? I'd like to hear the physical properties of space.
It has curvature.
Really? You can see bending space, huh?
No, it has curvature.
circles.
Where's space curving? I'd like to see that.
Oh, when light passes close to the sun, it gets bent.
Well, we're talking about light.
Yeah, it follows.
Yeah, we all know light bends depending on its interaction between inconsistent mediums. But we're talking about space. Stay on topic.
We're talking about the sun bends space-time, and the light from stars behind the sun gets bent in precisely the way that the theory predicts.
Time is a convention, but ultimately has no physical properties, just as space does. Time is just an expression of magnitude, and space has no physical properties. And you've yet to give the physical properties. What you're doing, I'm not finished. What you're doing is trying to straw man and talk about light and the sun when we're talking about your bendy curved space-time that you can't verify because it's illogical.
I just did. The Eddington experiment is verification of general relativity, among many other examples. Einstein rings verify.
You're just misappropriating the magnetic field and trying to equivocate space-time bending.
Light is not affected by magnetism.
Sure it is.
No, that's false.
Yeah, sure it is.
Well, you claim that, but you can't show any.
What is light? Light is electromagnetic radiation, EMR. And so how could you say that light isn't affected by the very thing that comprises light?
Because magnetism is orthogonal to the electrical component of electromagnetism.
Not at all.
Yeah, it is. Electromagnetic wave has two components, the electrical part and the magnetic part, and they're orthogonal to each other.
Well, you say electricity is just the flow of electrons. So where do you get off now trying to combine the two?
It's charge. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, what's charge? What's charge?
Charge is a fundamental property of electrons.
What is charge?
I just told you it's a fundamental property.
That's not telling me what something is by invoking that it's consistent with something else.
The way that some things work in the universe, we have fundamental particles that have properties. So some things they just are. So charge. Yeah, no, that's the way it works. You have elementary particles, and that can't be divided any further, right? So they're fundamental. They
That's not an explanation.
It's a description.
You're just saying fundamental property. I don't want descriptions. I already told you explanations supersede descriptions, and the crux of science is getting to an explanation, and all you're doing is quantifiably describing things vaguely and loosely. I asked you what charge was, and you're just off onto the weeds, dude.
Yeah, charge is a fundamental property of electrons.
What kind of
property? What kind of property?
A fundamental one.
Yeah, okay. Get this fucking troll out of here, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, this shouldn't be going on.
It's not wrong. It's just a property. The property allows it to interact with the electromagnetic with the field, magnetic field.
What's property in physics, Kosha?
I've answered the question for Brenda's sake. So
yeah. So what's you stepped up white knighting. So go ahead and explain what property is within physics, please. Excuse me?
You want to know what a property is?
I want to know how a property is defined within physics.
Go get fucking Monopoly and you read the rules.
Yeah, now you're going to troll?
Right? No, dude, you're asking what a property is.
White knight and troll.
I'm not going to engage with you, dude.
Really?
What's wrong with the question? What's wrong?
Is there anybody else in here who's confused on what a property is?
No.
Explain it.
No.
Well, he's asking what your perspective.
Explain it.
My perspective is the same perspective as everybody else, unless someone who doesn't know what it means. A property of something is
I don't know what it means.
Property. Yeah, I'm sure you don't. But a property of something is basically just the attribute of it. So you could say, like, in the case of like I said, basketball earlier. You say, what are the properties of this basketball? They're going to be identifying. They're going to be these qualities of this object.
Physical, tangible property.
They could have different values for any given object.
Property have mass?
So you'd say, what's the mass of this object? And there's different things that have different masses.
So you're talking about the mass of space and time, right? Got it. So what's the mass of your space time to invoke a property?
I answer your questions, and you fucking cut me off. There's no point.
So because you're invoking tangibility. You're invoking property. Property has a physical essence in physics, does it not?
No, it just is.
Oh, really?
What do you
mean? How do you quantify something without physical property?
We just told you what a physical property is. Like charge is a fundamental property of electrons.
That's not an explanation.
No, it's a description. You're right. It's not an explanation.
I didn't want your description. I can give you vague descriptions all day on things.
Well, science only gives you
telling me what something is.
Science only gives you descriptions.
That's a problem. That's what math does. Math.
You have to go to religion. You have to go to religion to get why questions answered.
That's the purpose of math, though. Math already describes. We don't need more descriptions. We need explanation. And we already agreed that ultimately science should be addressing the explanations. So you can't explain anything. You just want to invoke physical properties. And physical properties require physical essence. And to invoke physical essence upon the bendy space-time is a fucking problem.
No, it isn't. You're just being argumentative here.
No, that all is revolvent within fields, not physical things. Fields.
A charge. So a charge is a property such that when say an electron has a certain charge, it will experience a force either repelling or attracting, in the presence of an electromagnetic field.
I'm satisfied with that, and I hate Brenda. Well,
wow. I thought electricity was a thing in itself, i.e. electrons, and now you're going to invoke magnetism. Magnetism and electricity are separate. However, you can never separate the magnetic component from the electric field because electricity is not a thing in itself.
We just literally contradicted yourself.
No, not at all.
No, Grimm picked it up. too. You
How
just
so?
totally You said that. Holy crap! You just talk and you don't
How
even pay
so?
attention to what you're saying.
Explain yourself. You're just making
Brenda,
false
this is
assertions.
probably the only
Is
guy on Discord that can make you and I get along.
I mean, he did, right, right, Jim?
He did.
Yeah.
Go ahead, explain it. Right now, you're just high-fiving each other without an explanation.
Well,
It's
it's all
cute.
by itself, although it can't be by itself.
I just told you that electricity is not a thing in itself, like you're
It's separate
asserting,
from
i.e.
that,
the
although it can't be
electron.
separate from
I
that.
told
I mean,
you,
you
yeah,
literally
you
did it in
can't
the same
separate
breath.
electricity from the magnetic field.
We just said that though, and then you said
Oh shit.
first you said it was separate, and then you immediately in the same breath said you cannot, although you cannot separate it from the
So magnetism and electricity are inseparable. Therefore, therefore, electricity is not a thing in itself. It's comprised of two fucking things.
Yeah, that's the separate
least.
thing. The second thing you said. But what's the first thing you said?
The first
I
thing
mean, I'm
I
not here
said
to
was,
get you in a gotcha moment, but I'm just saying
well,
don't
that's why
deny
I'm
it.
trying
You
to
might have
understand.
misspoke.
I'm trying to
You might have
understand your point
misspoke,
of
but you
view.
definitely spoke.
If I misspoke, that's why I'm trying to understand where I misspoke.
Brenda, you want to tell him what you said again so that he can tell you no, it's separate, and then we can start all over, or are we good?
So, electromagnetism has an electrical component and a magnetic component that are orthogonal to each other.
Okay. We're talking about charge, though.
So that.
Oh, my electric
Holy
company doesn't
shit.
charge me for any magnetism. I don't know. Should I be paying for
I
magnetism
asked
too?
you what charge was. I asked you what charge was, Brenda, and you're talking about electrons. You're talking about magnetism. You're talking about electricity. Tell us about charge.
So if an electron has a charge,
Oh, somebody's
roboting that. So die slow. If an electron has a charge, that means that in the presence of an electromagnetic field, it will experience either a repelling or an attracting force.
You can thank Mr. Colum for that. Colum.
I think it's column, sort of like Gollum, maybe.
Yeah, and it's orthogonal.
Sorry, I had a phone call.
Oh, I've heard
Why do you work so hard trying to reject just ordinary physics? I mean, you need to have ordinary physics for things to work on a flat Earth just as much as on a round Earth.
But do you though?
I mean, presumably electronics works the same whether the Earth is flat or round. My radio works
Right. Yeah, and so does and so does linear
Don't
perspective.
encourage them,
Exactly.
Brenda.
Right. So my radio transmits an electromagnetic
and so does
wave.
linear perspective. Yeah, linear perspective works the same on both as well.
Yep. Yes, it does.
Well, now you're contradicting yourself from what you said the other day. So thanks a lot.
I'm not aware of the contradiction. What did I say?
You said that on a flat Earth, you're going to see equidistance everywhere, and if you elevate yourself, you won't see any farther.
Yeah.
That's not how linear perspective works. That's not how linear perspective works.
Well, you're correct. Simply elevating yourself isn't going to change how much further you can see on a flat Earth, right?
No, that's not what I said. So stop putting words into my mouth and just simply acknowledge the fact that you have contradicted yourself between what you said the other day and what you just agreed to now.
On a spherical Earth, raising your elevation will necessarily allow you to see further because they'll allow you.
Same on a flat Earth.
No, that's false. That's false.
It's absolutely not false. You don't understand linear perspective.
It doesn't have anything to do with perspective. The reason you can see further.
Yeah, it does.
No, the reason you can see further is because the Earth is no longer obstructing or coming between you and the distant object.
Okay, great. So listen very carefully. It's not the Earth that's obstructing your ability to see into the distance extensively over distance. Now, if there's a mountain in the way, that's different. But your horizon is going to be higher because of the elevation of the mountain. But if you're looking out over water, for instance, it's not the physical curvature or it's not the ground that gets in your way. It's the limitation of both your eye and the conditions of the medium. But if you elevate yourself, then you're going to see farther. It's the same thing.
Well, that's obviously false because I can show you pictures where I can see I can clearly see in sharp detail the sails of a boat, but the hull of the boat is obstructed by the curvature of the Earth.
Great. Produce any of these images that you think are sharp, detailed. Go ahead and produce any image right now that has sharp detail. And before you do, please define what you mean by sharp detail.
Meaning I can see the stays and the rigging of the sail.
Okay, so you can. Okay, that's great. So go ahead and produce that, right?
I can't.
Still,
I can't. I'm not allowed to post images in the text.
I'm not sure why. Have you porn bombed here or what? Like why are you?
I've never porn bombed.
So why are you limited in your ability to post images?
Because the administration is heavily biased.
Whatever. Again, all you would have to do in that instance is elevate yourself, and because you're changing your relationship to the medium through which you are looking, you will see farther.
Yeah, that's not how anything works. That's not the physics. That's not. That's not the physics of the real world. That's something you made up. That's something you made up.
Go ahead and hand wave dismiss it all you like. It's an absolute fact.
It's not. No, it's not. You can't show any experimental evidence to prove that.
Absolutely.
Perspective has nothing to do with obstruction by the curvature of the Earth.
I didn't say it did.
Yes, you do.
Straw man attack.
You're saying that the reason you can see further is because of perspective.
Okay. Again, I did not invoke the curvature of the Earth, right?
I know I know that you invoked perspective.
Okay. So in the same way that my limitation to what I can see in the distance is dependent upon the medium, from the same vantage point on another day, I will see more or less of that same object, even though I have not changed my perspective. Okay, so if I see less of the object than I did the day before, all I would have to do would be to elevate myself or get closer to the object. But either way, in both instances, I'm changing my relationship with the medium through which I'm looking.
No, what changed is the weather from day to day.
Atmospheric gradient.
So you failed to isolate your independent variable.
Okay, no, I'm saying that if the conditions have changed from day to day, which I conceded, right? So I already affirmed the point that you just brought up, that it's the conditions of the day. Now, if I see an object in one observation, and from the same vantage point on another day, I see less of the object, it is the condition of the medium. Now, listen very carefully. I can then change the way that object looks by elevating myself or getting closer. And at that point, I am changing my relationship with the medium through which I'm looking. There's no need to invoke curvature of the Earth.
So this by Steel City, which is in the text chat now, is a good example of obstruction due to curvature. There's no such thing as an ether band. That's just something you made up. And this is not
a water swell. That's a swell in the water.
This is not due to.
We know the ocean has waves, bro.
This is not a wave. The waves are the
Yeah,
little,
that's a wave. It's called an ocean swell.
the waves are the little choppy things in there. The
No.
choppiness. The waves. The
No.
water is choppy.
No. That's a swell. You need to go out on the boat, man. Get out in the world.
All right, so I'm rolling over this really shitty highway in Arizona. The thing about the one-hit wonder that you're posting for us, can you guys hear me okay? I don't want to waste my breath.
Well, there's dozens of photographs.
Yeah, we can hear you.
And you
No. Okay, yeah. No. Here's my point.
What the fuck?
This is my point.
Now you're
You would
actually
have-
roboting.
That is some epic roboting.
And there's an excellent second picture by Steel City showing the sails and the mast and the rigging obstructed.
Yeah, we know that the ocean has waves, bro. Get over yourself.
The waves, you can see the waves. The water is choppy.
Yeah, we're not talking about
And
the
I could say
choppiness
the
of the
exact
water.
same
We're
thing
talking
with the
about the
fucking RC
swell.
boat.
That's a water swell.
Yeah, can you prove that it's a water swell?
Can you prove that it isn't?
It's right
yes,
there.
You can.
It's
Yes,
called
you can
rate.
prove.
Do you know what the
can-
Rayleigh? You know what the Rayleigh criterion is, right?
It has nothing to do with obstruction.
Yes, it does. So, you have two.
No, it doesn't.
Just listen to me. It has two light sources that are 5 feet apart. If you walk a football field distance away from it, they would appear to get closer and closer and closer together and appear as one. That's the same thing with the wave blocking the bottom of the hull.
No, that's not the same at all because I can differentiate the sails, the mast, the stays. I can even see the rigging.
That's tough.
So it isn't the Rayleigh criteria because the hull is considerably larger than the masts
Okay.
and the ropes holding the
Hang on, let me explain.
Can I do it real quick because I'm in a sketchy area? Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
So just real quick, Brenda, my point is this, that very often in those situations where you have a shipping lane where all of those boats have to go through because of the channel, simply because you're showing us a one-hit wonder, you would have to show us another day where the ship is, or a ship is in the same channel, and yet you're seeing more or less of it, right? So you can't just hang your hat on one photograph. This is all optical.
Well, there's dozens and dozens of such photographs easily.
No, you misunderstand me. Listen to me again. It's from the same place, the same vantage point. Whoever took that picture should be taking that picture from that same place every single time there's a boat out there, because every single time he's going to get a different result. Go ahead, Don.
He might, of course.
Well, let me explain something to you real quick. Okay, so let's use an analogy here. So we have a water bottle, right? And due to angular size change with perspective, you take that water bottle and something that is slightly smaller, like half of the water bottle, and you move the water bottle pretty far away, right? And then you put the one that's slightly smaller than the water bottle just a little bit closer to you. Won't it block that water bottle that's further away?
Yeah, if there's something between you and a distant object, then it becomes obstructed. In this case, it's the curvature of the Earth that is obstructing the hull, but I can still see the sails.
Right, because, again, that one that is closer to you, that's smaller than the water bottle that's further, it'll block it, right? It'll block most of the bottom of it. That's the same thing with the wave.
No, that is false, because if I am above the waves, there is no wave that will ever obstruct my view of distant object.
Incorrect.
That's false. That's incorrect. No, it's physically impossible. If I am above the waves, it's physically impossible for a distant wave to obstruct a large object like that.
Listen, I will agree with you only based on the fact that if our vision didn't appear to ramp up.
That's called perspective, and that's not the same as obstruction. Perspective is not obstruction.
It's part of it.
No.
When you have waves back to back to back to back before the bottom of the hall, it's going to appear to block it.
False.
That's just going to happen.
False. Because I'm above the waves, they will never obstruct the distant object. And there are many other such. There are many other such photographs.
Hey, you're roboting.
He pulled over. He's probably in a
Why
bad
are
spot.
you interrupting? Just to
You're
be
in
clear,
a bad location.
I've
You're in a
never
bad
made the
location.
appeal to the waves blocking any hull. I've never made that claim,
Yeah,
so I don't agree
Don
with
did.
Don right now.
I was responding to Don.
You can actually do this on a small scale. Just find a pond, make some ripples, put a little toy boat
I
out
already
there. And
posted that video, man.
it will do the
There's an
exact
RV boat going over the curb.
Only if you are below the height of the ripples on the pond, but if you are above them, no amount of ripples are going to obstruct the toy boat.
Brenda, real quick, does the horizon appear to ramp up?
Yeah, that's
Do I have
called.
to repost it?
It doesn't actually do that, Don.
I'm not saying it. I said appear. Hear me again. Quote.
Yeah.
Appear.
Yeah.
Okay.
It appears.
Okay. So won't those waves appear to ramp up as well?
No.
Oh, okay.
Dude, I've already
Anything
posted the
that's
RV
above
boat
the
going over the
observer will
horizon
appear
on
to
the
ramp
lake.
downward. Anything that's above the observer will appear to ramp downward as long as it goes away parallel to where the observer is looking and or the surface. So that's the law of perspective, saying that anything that goes away parallel appears to ramp downward if it's above you.
That's not the law of perspective.
Yes, it is.
No, it
Anything
isn't.
below you that
No,
does that appears to ramp upward.
You don't know what the law of perspective is. It's just
And
a
you're not going to
formula.
state it either. You're just going to say what it isn't without stating what
No,
it
I'm gonna
is.
say
So
what
I'm going
it
to
is.
disregard what you say.
I'm going
What
to
is
say
it
what
then?
it is. It's there's a mathematical formula which shows, given a certain distance, how much the apparent size of an object reduces. That's all perspective is.
Right. And the part of the object that is above the level of the eyes will appear to ramp downward, and the part of the object that's below the level of the eyes will appear to ramp upward.
Yeah, that's all false. That's not how perspective works. That you've got that from some YouTuber and not from actual physics.
An object will get smaller and smaller as it gets away from you, Brenda. That is correct. But it will not get proportionately smaller if you're too close to the surface. You need to have equal room on all sides of the vanishing point of the object for it to vanish proportionately on all sides. Otherwise, it will tend to set bottom first if you're too close to the ground and the object towers above you. That's why you have a horizon in the foreground.
This is entirely false. All it matters is, all perspective is the change in angular size of an object as it recedes from you. That's all it is. It's nothing
But
else.
you're implying that it's universal on all sides. That's incorrect.
Yes,
Brenda.
it
If
is
you're too close to
universal
the
on all
ground, if you're too close to the ground, Brenda, it's not universal on all sides. It will tend to set bottom first.
Yeah, that's why I say what you're saying is false, because you're just wrong.
Well,
No, that sounds
objects that are
logical to me.
shorter, Brenda, will disappear closer to the observer than objects that are taller that need a further vanishing point than shorter objects in the foreground. Basically, Brenda, the horizon is a short vanishing point for short objects at the height of the eyes in the foreground, and anything in the background is way taller than the level of the eyes. That's basically what it is. It appears to set bottom first because you're too close to the ground. That's all. It's just going in the distance looking for its true vanishing point. Further objects need a further vanishing point than the low height of the eyes can accommodate. Therefore, they appear to set bottom first over a flat plane.
You're welcome, Brenda. We accept your apology.
For what?
Brenda is a true
completely wrong.
believer. She is going to go down with this ship, even if it's sinking, this globe heliocentric ship.
Well,
she would probably rather die than admit that flat earthers are right. It is what it is.
So you lying and getting your facts from YouTube doesn't make anything you say true. Right?
That doesn't make what they say false either. Just because some academic institution hasn't sanctioned it with a peer-reviewed paper doesn't mean that it's true or false, Brenda.
Actually, what makes it true or false are the facts of the matter. And the facts are that perspective is simply a reduction in angular size according to how far away it is. That's all it is.
But you appeal
Okay,
you
great.
appeal
Get
to
us a
beliefs,
citation.
not facts.
No. Yeah, get us a citation for that exclusive definition, Brenda.
We'll be waiting. We'll keep the lights on for
Well,
you.
Brenda, let's reason together about the implications of this angular size reduction. If an object reduces in angular size, Brenda, and it has a height, then a zone of visual space, which has a height, will do something similar, Brenda, by logical extension. A 6-foot object, like a 6-foot pole, has a vanishing point. Therefore, by logical extension, a 6-foot zone of air or vision would have a vanishing point as well. And therefore, one would assume that the 6-foot zone of visual space that you're looking through will reach a vanishing point, aka a horizon, if you extend that vanishing point infinitely to the left and the right and forward and back from the observer. So from these principles, Brenda, we can easily derive why a horizon appears to appear in the foreground for a 6-foot observer, and something taller in the background will just have to set going toward its true vanishing point behind the horizon in the foreground. All the principles are there.
So telephone poles and trees simply get smaller as they approach the horizon. They are never, ever obstructed due to their distance from you.
So the accurate way to read what's happening, Brenda, is not that it's obstructed. It's that the 6-foot zone that the object subtends at the 6-foot zone of the eyes has reached a vanishing point, while the top part of the object has not. It is at a wide enough angle where the eye can still see the 2D top of the object, while the bottom of the object appears to be obstructed bottom first because the eye can't process the image symmetrically. That's all.
So this is just false. The objects, a tree or a telephone pole, simply reduces in angular size the further it gets away from you, and that's
He's not talking about that. He's not talking about that.
This magical thing that he has, where because
not talking about what you're addressing right now.
Again, you know, flat earthers get to talk over people.
Well, you're straw manning his point.
Well, let's let Brenda finish. Thank you, Brenda, for talking.
Yes, you are.
Let's just let her finish. What was that, Brenda?
So the part of the object that is above your eye level gets small at just at the same rate as the rest of it. If the entire object reduces at a predictable rate, depending how far away it is from you.
I would agree.
Great. Guess what? Yeah, great. Guess what he wasn't talking about? He wasn't talking about what you just described. So nice straw man.
Well, let's try to communicate with each other. What did you think I was talking about? If we could have a meeting of the minds about what I was talking about. What did you take away from what I was talking about, Travis? What did you take away from what I was talking about?
You were asking Travis something then, right?
Yes.
Are you at? Yeah. You're asking. You're talking about the angular resolution of the base of the object in the distance. Your eye is not able to process the information because of the acute angle at that position.
Yes, I was talking about that. And that's what I was focusing on, Brenda, that there's a more acute angle toward the surface, toward the level of the eyes that is making that part of the object up here unresolvable and set bottom first, while the top part is at a wider angle and still resolvable.
Yeah, that's just not how anything works. It's the angular size of the object.
Okay, again, you are emphasizing the wrong syllable, Brenda. What the fuck is your malfunction? Are you trolling or are you stupid? Which is it?
I'm just giving you the standard physics. So it's
you're incorrect.
Let's try to reason about this, okay?
You're incorrect.
It's the size of the telephone pole or the tree from top to bottom, and not the part that's close to the earth or the part that's above my eye level. It's the whole thing. And it
but Brenda, But Brenda, what you're talking about kind of implies that you're talking about the midpoint of the object and everything 50-50 at the midpoint of the object vanishing equally, 50-50. That only holds, Brenda, if you levitate up into the air to the the halfway point of the object, where you have even coverage of the object up, down, left and right as much as possible. If you're close to the ground, Brenda, you have most of the object towering above the level of the eye, so you don't have symmetry. There's 6 feet of the object that's, from the level of the eyes down to the surface. And most of the object is from the level of the eyes up is towering way above that zone. So Brenda, if you want symmetry, what you would have to do, Brenda, to get what you're talking about is get a mirror image of the top half of that object that's towering way above the level of the eyes, extending down and through the ground. You would need 50-50 above and below the level of the eyes. That condition isn't there, Brenda. Most of it is towering above the level of the eyes. If you're talking about a 100-foot building, a 10,000-foot mountain, a 32-mile in diameter sun that's 3,000 miles up or whatever, the conditions that you're talking about don't hold because there's no symmetry relative to the level of the eyes. It's just not there.
Yeah, I don't know how else to put this. None of that. That's just some kind of manufactured gibberish that you got from a YouTuber. It has nothing to do with the actual physics.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, and that's
What
just
an
a hand
insult,
wave
dude.
dismissal.
You should go on mute
just a
right
hand
now,
wave
Brenda.
dismissal.
Brenda, the way that the eye would process it is you're 6 feet off the ground. The eye is basically demanding 6 feet of symmetry, up, down, left, and right from the level of the eyes. But you have a 100-foot object. So the eye has a dilemma. How do you represent this symmetrically? You'll reach a 6-foot vanishing point in the foreground, aka the horizon, and any part of that object that is taller will set in the background looking for a further vanishing point that is further than what the eye can accommodate symmetrically at its height. That is why we're seeing objects disappear bottom first over a flat plane. In the foreground, there's visual information that is being processed that is superseding what is happening in the background.
Yeah, this is just utter nonsense. It is not physics.
Okay.
It is not.
What the fuck, man?
It cannot be replicated. You cannot demonstrate
Absolutely.
it experimentally.
Yes,
That is just
absolutely
trolling.
can. Absolutely can.
Yeah, absolutely can.
Well, then do so.
He does every time.
No, blurry photographs from somebody who doesn't know how to work a camera doesn't constitute evidence.
Wow. Really? Really? Is that where you're going to go to? Is that all you have, Brenda? Is that all you have?
Title? You know what, Travis? Go get a diploma or a certify on camera and then do your things, and maybe that way, right?
So, Brenda, all you've provided in response was ad homs. Do you have anything of value, or is it just ad homs?
I've given you the science. It's just simply false. What Lemon is saying as what perspective is. It's simply not what perspective is.
Well, Brenda, what you say about perspective is true, but the application of this truth lets us derive why a horizon would form in the foreground if you're too close to the ground, because the eye is demanding symmetry, that the taller objects in the background cannot be symmetrically dealt with the eye or the optic. When most of the object is towering way above the level of the optic, you're going to have a horizon in the foreground, and the rest of the object is just going to have to set in the background.
And also, please note, with
Someone's roboting.
So Brenda, we can reason together and derive most if not all the principles we need.
You're describing
robot.
Breaking, bro. You're running.
Yeah, I know. Sucks.
The main principles we're going to need, Miss Brenda, is that.
Hey Travis, you're roboting.
But Brenda, the main principles we need for why the horizon forms is one vanishing point can supersede and cover over another vanishing point, just like a coin in front of a car can appear to cover over the larger object in the distance. The vanishing point in the foreground, the horizon, can appear to obstruct huge amounts of visual information
level
in the background.
we agree with, but you have a.
He seems to be having trouble.
Hey Travis, you might want to rejoin.
So
Reconnect.
Lemon, a vanishing point is not a physical thing. It can't obstruct your vision. It can't block light.
Damn.
But Brenda, the vanishing point has physical objects in it. So that principle is going to fall apart the moment we realize that the vanishing point has physical objects of a physical size that obstruct things, like the coin in front of the car within it. That principle can't hold
Yes,
any longer.
if there's something in the distance that is in front of the object that you're in question, then yes, it will block it. But if there's nothing in there, then there's nothing in there. Right?
So the objects at the vanishing point, be it horizon, objects of a certain height, can appear to obstruct huge amounts of visual information beyond, be it a mountain,
that's false.
something that appeared to tower above this vanishing point before, but that has ramped down or up into that vanishing point from the foreground to the background.
This is all pseudoscience that you made up based on what's his name's YouTube channel. I forget, what is it? Flat Earth Data? Maybe that was him. I forget.
But Brenda, you can see the principle with a bunch of columns from a building that are lined up in series. The columns in the background will appear to go behind the columns in the foreground. And if you have an object going parallel to those columns, even if it is 2 inches to the left of those columns, the object that is, for all intents and purposes, to the left of those columns, or when you rotate the scene 90 degrees to the right to make a horizon 2 inches above the horizon, will appear to go, for all intents and purposes, below the object in the foreground, below the columns that are sideways up in this instance, or when you rotate it 90 degrees to mimic the horizon, will appear to go below the horizon in the foreground. The same principle is there. Left, right, up, or down. It's still there.
No object that is above your eye level will ever go below your eye level due to perspective. That will never, ever happen. It mathematically, physically cannot happen.
It will appear to be obstructed, bottom first or whatever, by whatever is happening in the foreground. That is all.
What would it be obstructed by?
A zone of light. A zone of light that is processed preferentially in the front, with the stuff in the background being processed secondarily, if at all.
A zone of light cannot obstruct light. That's just nonsense.
That's what we see with a coin in front of a car. The light coming off of the
coin is a physical object, Lemon. A coin is a physical object, not a zone of light.
And the horizon has physical objects within it. It is a representation of the surface that is ramping up. It is a representation of the sky, the air that is ramping downward. There are physical objects within this zone, so it's more or less the same thing.
We're assuming there's nothing between me and the object in question to block it.
Yes, but the stuff in the foreground will be preferentially processed versus the stuff in the background, and this will be processed by the eye as obstruction, even if there's no obstruction there.
That's just false. Unless something is between you and the object, it will not be obstructed. I mean, you're just making shit up.
Brenda, we're just applying the principle consistently. We can have 2 zones of light, 2 candles that appear to be separated at first. But if you get far enough away, these 2 candles will appear to merge, become one object, and even past that, appear to disappear. So we already see separation becoming unified due to perspective with the 2 candles that merge into one, or the object above the horizon merging with the horizon and potentially appearing to go below what's in the foreground. It's all there.
This is all false. 2 candles will not appear to merge because of perspective. They appear to merge because of the Rayleigh criteria. It's different. It's a completely different phenomenon.
I think it's all related, Brenda. Everything is here.
You will never see one of the candles disappear while the other one is in clear view and sharp detail.
No one said that.
But that's what happens when you see an object go over the horizon. You see the sails of the boat in sharp detail while the hull is obstructed by the curvature of the earth.
So Lemon, again, you've done a great job explaining the nature of our ability to see. Nothing that you can say from here on out is going to penetrate Brenda's bias. Absolutely nothing. The only way, hold on. The only way that this is going to be resolved is if one of us finds a paper that explains this, or we can demonstrate it physically. But Brenda, I asked you a while ago to go get your narrow definition of what constitutes perspective. Can you go do that, please?
Theta equals 2 arctan.
No. Get a definition.
Theta, that's it.
Get
That's
a
the definition.
definition.
That's the definition I'm going with. Theta.
That is not.
Theta equals
not a
definition.
That's a formula. We don't want a formula.
Yeah,
we want a verbal.
that's all you need.
That's
all
but if you know what
need.
the variables mean in the formula, you could state it as a definition, as a sentence.
Well, Brenda, theta equals 2 arctangent is part of the puzzle. But basically, that's an idealized situation, Brenda, where you have a circle of light all around you with no obstruction, and your visual scene can expand out from you being at the center, your eyes being at the center of that circle, expanding outward like a pie slice infinitely in all directions. Those conditions do not apply, Brenda, if you're close to the ground and your eyes visual scene from your eyes at the level that they are above the ground, trying to expand out infinitely in all directions, but the ground is in the way 6 feet below your feet. Basically, Brenda, you have a condition now that's different than this idealized tangent formula, where now the bottom half of your visual scene from the level of the eyes down is compressing very quickly into the surface. And the top part from the level of the eyes up at the very least is expanding exponentially with nothing in the way. So the top half is expanding and the bottom part is compressing. This appears to be a condition, Brenda, that appears to imply that a horizon will tend to form in the foreground.
So your claim is that the top half of objects expand while the bottom half compresses, and this is simply not seen in the physical world. You have to demonstrate that this actually exists, and you can't, because it's just bullshit that you made up after watching somebody's video on YouTube.
But Brenda, as the visual scene from the eye outward expands and takes in more information, expands in that bigger and bigger objects are able to be seen in this same angle. Close to you, like 2 degrees of vision represent like a foot. But a mile or 2 away, that same 2 degrees could represent a mile. The visual scene is expanding and taking in objects of greater and greater height, and objects of the same height that were in that zone close to you versus far to you appear to be smaller. They appear to compress in size, while the surrounding appears to expand and take in bigger and bigger objects.
The entire object gets smaller as it gets farther away.
And so
this is not news. This is not news.
But the 6-foot zone that your eye is subtending from the level of the eyes down to the ground is compressing just like any 6-foot object. And any part of the object that is in that 6-foot zone will appear to be compressed and unresolvable in the foreground, while the rest of the object that is 100 feet for the 100-foot building minus 6 foot, or 6 foot up and down 12 feet, will just have to be processed in the background later. That's the only way that the eye can maintain symmetry, Brenda.
That's not how anything works. So this is just bullshit that you've made up that you can't prove experimentally. So you go ahead and figure out an experiment where you can isolate your independent variable and prove that this phenomenon actually occurs, but you can't.
Okay, we have a theory that covers it with what Life is Short and other people are showing, with objects that appear to be compressing into the surface more and more as you get closer and closer to the surface without anything being in the way.
They get fuzzy because of the Rayleigh criteria, because it gets harder to distinguish, say, the bottom part of an object from the ground that is next to it. But the entire object reduces in size uniformly according to the formula 2 arctan, with the diameter of the object over 2 big D, which is the distance.
Only if you have even coverage on the object, where half of it at the very least is above the level of the eyes and half of it's below the level of the eyes. If those conditions don't apply, Brenda, then this arctangent formula at best is a general description, but it is not prescriptive.
It doesn't matter where it is in your visual field. If you look straight up, an object receding from you will follow that formula. As
long as it's going parallel to where you're looking, yes, and half of it is above and below where you're looking, yes, but when you're looking out over the ground, that's not going to happen. You would need to extend the other half of the object down through the ground, Brenda. If you're dealing with a 100-foot object, you're 6 feet off the ground, so 100 minus 6, 94 feet would have to be above the level of the eyes, and another 94 feet would have to be below the level of the eyes, poking through the ground. If those conditions aren't there, then this math is just an idealized abstraction that doesn't mimic real life.
So what reward do you get for just bald-faced lying like this?
Logic, evidence, reason.
You
I
have
see
not used
anti-truth
any logic.
sophists and philosophers, try to, use their will to try to make things true that aren't consistent, that aren't true, and that are just nothing but a blind will to power. I get to watch the heliocentric edifice crumble, and I get to see truth reign a little bit.
It's never going to happen because everything you've said is pure fantasy made up by watching a YouTube video. You can't prove it with an experiment. You can't show this.
Brenda, we already see the coin in front of the car with the stuff in the foreground being processed before the stuff in the background.
Yeah, the coin is a physical object, like the curvature of the earth is a physical object. But
and the vanishing point has physical objects of a certain height within it, so the same principles apply.
A vanishing point is not a physical object.
It's a zone of air with a length and a breadth and a depth, just like any other object. The same principles apply.
No, they don't. You're trying to tell me that a vanishing point can obstruct an object from the bottom up. And that's
if an object extends that zone of vision, if a 6-foot object is in that 6-foot zone of vision, yeah.
The zone of vision has nothing to do with it. It's 2 arctan, right? And the diameter of the object over 2 times the distance to the object. That's it. That's all you need to know to understand perspective.
The tangent translates to a height divided by a distance. These are physical dimensions that also describe physical objects. When you talk about the tangent of something, you're ultimately talking about the height of the object divided by the distance of the object.
Yeah. And a vanishing point is not an object. It doesn't exist. It's just an optical effect of your vision. It doesn't exist in the real world. It can't obstruct light.
Well, when you take the height of an object divided by the distance of the object, you get a ratio called the tangent. When you multiply that times 2, there's 2, times the tangent. Or if you're trying to go in the reverse with the calculator and make that ratio give you an angle that has that ratio, you go with the arctangent. So you're just doubling the angle that gives you that sort of ratio. That's it. Instead of 30 degrees to times 30, 60 degrees.
You can just keep repeating your made up physics, but if that's all it is, I have the advantage that what I'm saying is well-established physics, and you have a YouTube video.
We're trying to apply it to real life, Brenda, because we're talking about abstractions that have little to no application to reality. If we're talking ultimately about a height divided by a distance, these are physical dimensions or things that can easily translate to physical dimensions on some level, including with the air that you're looking through, the object that you're looking at, the same principles apply.
So until you produce an experiment and show that this phenomenon exists where the top half of an object gets bigger or stays the same size while the bottom half gets smaller, then you're just blowing hot air.
In a way, Brenda, it is vanishing uniformly, but it's vanishing uniformly with these conditions. When you're 6 feet off of the ground and you're looking at a 100-foot object, your eye, for all intents and purposes, is really treating it like 94 feet of the object is above the vanishing point at the level of the eye, and this other half of the object is symmetrically pointing down through the ground up to 94 feet. That's the way the eye would like to deal with that object. And so that 94 by 94 object, or whatever 94 times 2 is, 188 or whatever it is going to go to the vanishing point for a 188-foot object in the distance. It's way further than a 6-foot vanishing point for the 6-foot zone of vision that you're looking through. A vanishing point for a 6-foot object forms in the foreground, Brenda. And that object that's 94 up, 94 down will go in the distance looking for a further vanishing point than what the eye can accommodate in the foreground. That's all that's happening.
No, that's, again, you're just spinning tales that have no basis in reality until you do an experiment. Nothing you say has any meaning until you do an experiment.
I don't need an experiment for logic and reasoning that's consistent. I don't need an experiment for that. But if you need an experiment for that, okay, to see this principle, life is short appears to be pointing to this with his observations, optics experiments, whatever the heck you want to call them. P-brain appears to be pointing toward this. Even Raichi 5 zeros appears to point to this when she gets closer to the ground and shows the ground appearing to obstruct something in the distance with nothing really in the way, curvature-wise.
That's just due to the Rayleigh criterion, things getting blurry because it gets hard to distinguish the bottom of that object resting on the ground from the ground itself. That's all that is diffusion due to the Rayleigh criteria. It has nothing to do with obstruction.
Okay, then we can think of the horizon as a big foreground blur that's nice and linear and descript. How about that?
So what you need to do is to do an actual experiment, and it can't be on YouTube. It has to be documented and then peer reviewed.
I think we got enough answers here. We don't need to wait for peer review to give us the truth. We already have more than sufficient stuff right here.
You don't have anything. You don't have an experiment. All you have is a narrative.
And hell, Brenda, we see it with a rainbow. A rainbow is a hula hoop bow that's suspended above the ground. But if you get closer to the ground, it takes on the aspect of an arch that's cut off by the ground. Are you going to say that the curvature of the earth is what? Rising up and obstructing the rainbow or something like that? Or the hump of earth curve is enough to obstruct a rainbow that's suspended above the ground? I doubt that.
A rainbow is not a physical object.
It's physical enough to be seen by the eye and appear to be cut off bottom first and take on the aspect of an arch as opposed to its true aspect, which appears to be a hula hoop bow suspended laterally above the ground.
Rainbows have nothing to do with perspective or with the curvature of the earth.
Let's apply the principle, Brenda. Let's apply the principle and take from this principle the stuff that we need to find the truth. The rainbow is actually a suspended bow above the ground. It looks like an arch cut off bottom first simply by getting closer to the ground. That appears to imply that being close to the ground with a narrow viewing angle is sufficient to cut off an object that is above the surface.
Yeah, that's just a narrative that you invented. That isn't how things actually work.
So, Brenda, we have more than enough to derive enough implications, enough logic, enough consistency, and enough of an explanation to explain the flat earth right here. Now, if you need to clinch it and cement it with a peer-reviewed academic study, fine. But we have more than enough right here.
Okay, I'd like to see it. Could you show me your map?
I go with the A.E. Gleason. There are differences in the flat earth community about which map or conception they prefer to go with or whatever, but I would go with the A.E. Gleason conception.
Yeah, that can easily be falsified.
The North Pole is in the center with the continents radiating out. Whether the continents are misplaced or replaced here or there, it's good enough as a starting point.
No, it can be falsified easily.
Okay, well, let me know how it's falsified, because as far as I can tell, it's more than good enough. And the globe's already falsified because the continents are not in the proper proportion, and nobody takes a globe with them when they travel to figure out, what the hell's going on. They take
What is the distance from Sydney to Perth?
Sydney to Perth? If we take the land distances, that's about the only thing we know.
That's not what your map is going to show.
And to use the Gleason map properly, you have to go to the center and back out from the center outward.
And that will still give you a wrong answer for the size.
You have to use the map properly.
How far is it from the North Pole?
From the North Pole to Sydney, Perth?
I'm not pretending to know.
There's a video on how to use the Gleason map properly, and the dude who used the Gleason map said that it was accurate if you use it properly with the scale. I'd go with that. But it looks like you have to go to the center and back out. You can't just stay out at a longitude per se. But I'd have to look at the.
Why does the Gleason's map say that it is a projection from the globe?
Because the globe is a preferred conception because of the way that we've been indoctrinated in schools. But nobody takes the globe and says this is as is the globe that you see in your classroom accurate. The
Ridiculous.
continents are not in proper size. They're distorted.
The Gleason map literally says that it is a projection from
Yeah,
a
it's literally ridiculous and childish if you believe the first caveman made a globe and drew maps on it. It's a childish argument.
Here's the thing. Here's what my hypothesis is: that higher in altitude they go, more distorted it will appear due to the bending of light. So it would appear as a sphere higher in altitude you go due to light.
Why?
Yeah, there's something I created called the circumference of light. I've been really making a lot of information on it.
Think about it. Yes, think about it. Think about it for a while.
Well, the reason why we see curvature, gentlemen, could be because the Earth is a ball. I'm going to say no, since I'm a flat earther. I would go with the flat Earth. The curvature of the lens, the curvature of refraction, the edge of the dome in black darkness, while the curved edge is visible beneath the dome. These are the possibilities that we can cover.
The
curvature. It's Don talking about the circumference, right? And it's funny because you put it into words, Don. What I always saw, I thought everybody saw that. That's where light ends. Like it goes out from one point, and obviously it's going further. Like in the center, it's going further, and on the edges, it's got to so it dims at the edges. You put it into the words of the circumference of light, which is great.
There's no such thing. There's no such thing as the circumference of light. That's just nonsense that's made up.
Have you ever seen a flat plate like in a cartoon, like where it has a cone shape? That's how it works, man.
That's from a lampshade.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Brenda, it does appear to have a circumference.
The sun doesn't have a lampshade on it.
It doesn't matter.
But it would if it was a firmament dome up there, Brenda, with focusing properties. We can show a hemispheric glass dome right now, Brenda. Shine a light through it, and you're going to get a spotlight effect of local light under the hemispheric dome.
Have a lampshade.
Bro, light a match in a dark room. It's a circle. Fuck off.
Yes,
what are you talking about?
The sun does not have a lampshade, so your lampshade model doesn't work.
Listen,
Brenda,
hang on, guys. Listen, I done even if the sun was a sphere, Brenda, it will still cast a circle of light over a surface. Do you understand this?
That's false.
Oh my God! Are you kidding me?
Let's reason about this properly. You have a point source of light, Brenda. It emanates equally in all directions. Isn't that the same thing as describing a sphere, Brenda?
That is indisputable. That is, if you dispute that, Brenda, then you're actually just trolling.
That's why your circle of light is nonsense, because the sun emits light in all directions.
Duh! That's what a circle is.
So does light reach forever, Brenda, or does it reach a terminus where it doesn't reach any further? The moment you do that, you're going to get a sphere, Brenda. You're going to get a sphere of light that goes out equally in all directions up to a point.
Light travels in all directions until it is stopped by an obstruction.
So you're saying that light just keeps going forever with no obstruction?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why
that ignores real life, but okay.
That is why we can see objects that are billions of light years away, because the light doesn't stop unless there's something obstructing it.
Right. So what about everything else?
Why would we have point sources of light at all if light reaches everywhere with no termination? It would be Olber's paradox all over again, where we would expect to see the night sky awash in light with no limit to how far these point sources of light go. That is contradictory. Obviously, there is a limited zone that this light can go to give us point sources of light in the first place. Otherwise, you're making a contradictory premise right there.
So you're just wrong. Light travels in all directions and travels continuously until something stops it.
Cool, bro. Cool story.
So, Brenda, what's stopping the starlight that looks like a little pinprick and making the surroundings look black and unlit around the star? Are you saying that space is a substance that is able to absorb and stop light, Brenda? Because I thought that you were a card-carrying heliocentrist who assumed that space was a vacuum with nothing in it. Do you see a contradiction here, Brenda? Because I'm thinking this is a little contradictory.
Brenda's a multiverse.
Square law, guys.
I don't see the contradiction.
And there's
What's stopping the starlight then? Why is the starlight surrounded by darkness if light can go everywhere and fill up everything with no obstruction?
Because you can't see the light that isn't hitting your eye. That's why the spaces between stars is black.
So there's light there, but you just can't process it with your eye.
You can't see the light that isn't hitting your eye. You can only see the light that is hitting your eye.
But there's nothing there to stop it, right? You said it goes on infinitely.
Yes.
It never stops.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
But it
Hey,
does
Brenda,
spread out.
just real
But
quick.
there's a
Brenda,
lampshade on the star. I get it. I get it.
Brenda,
There's a
just real
lampshade on the
quick.
star.
I'll use a hostile witness real quick from the ISS. Do you see that image in the main chat? Do you see the dissipation?
Yes.
Do you see?
Yes.
Do you see the Do you see the crowning in the left of the sun and the dissipation of this light gradually dissipating on the right?
Well,
There's your circle of light.
Which one are you talking about? You're talking about the one with the satellite?
Yep, the one on the ISS. See on the right how it starts to fade off. Uh-oh.
Yeah, what about it?
Welcome to the circumference of light.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's what a small local sun or a flat plane would appear like. It will gradually fade away.
No, this is exactly what you would expect from a globe Earth. You can
No,
see
it'd be
the
uniform.
curvature.
It would be all uniform. It will be all uniform.
No, you can see the curvature.
Oh,
one
That's
thing.
a camera lens. That's a fish. Oh my.
No, it's not.
I'll post more. They're gonna. I'll have incoming. Hang on. I'll post a lot more.
The ISS is straight. It's not curved.
Why are you so do candles make a circle of light?
No, candles don't make a circle of light.
Okay. If I were to light a match in a dark room, would there be a circle of light around it?
Can I see the candle?
What? So now it's a match. When I light that match.
I can see the candle from anywhere in the room, can't I?
Yeah, as I put it closer to the wall, right? What kind of shape? What kind of edge does it have?
It won't have an edge. It will fade off as a gradient.
Right. And how will that gradient appear? As a square gradient? I mean, what kind of gradient are we talking? Triangle shadows?
Circle.
All right.
It would be a gradual falling, gradually fall off.
In every direction.
Pyramid?
360 degrees.
From a center point?
I.e. a circle.
Yeah, a circle, a radius, circle, right? What's the problem, man? Why are you even disagreeing with, like, what you can do right now in your room or whatever? What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's simply not what we observe.
I can, look, listen, this is a lighter. I can do it right now. You want to see it on video? I'll put it up to anything. You'll see it. What are you talking about?
Brenda.
I'm talking about how the claim is that there is a circle of light, which is
everywhere.
Brenda, would you say that the curvature is water underneath? Because when I look at this image of a spotlight, it's curved. Doesn't that look spherical?
Looks CGI to me.
Oh, it's a boat's light, blue lights. I'll post it.
Yeah, it's a ragged edge where the light falls off slowly into blackness.
It's really simple. If you light up any light and there's like fog or like mist, like a mist, you will see even the moon. You can see it in the sky sometimes. The moon has it's a circle shape.
Do you see the corpuscular rays in the image that you posted, Don? Right, the one with the shadows made by clouds. Those are called corpuscular rays. If you're on the ground, they would look like they diverge, but they're actually parallel.
Sure, that's great. That's the same example I do with the train tracks. It's just it's a small local area.
Yeah,
the Earth. Listen. The Earth is huge. With a flat plane with a small local sun, the rays at 90, slightly, say about 65 to 45 degrees, will appear relatively straight because it's huge. It's not a train track.
So your claim is that on a small on an Earth with a small local sun, that the shadows cast by clouds would be parallel. Is that what
They
you're
would
claiming?
appear. They would appear straight. Yes.
Yeah, that's just utter nonsense.
It's huge. It's not a small. You guys, Globers think of flat Earth and they picture a small Earth.
I like this so much I want to hear it again. A small local sun would cast parallel rays on your
Yes,
model.
At noon, right?
Holy shit, that is just weapons grade. That's just weapons grade.
I guess, but I would like to just find out if there's any. If you don't understand, do you understand there's a difference between like physics and astrophysics, and why do you have to? You can make that circle with the candle, with the lighter, and with the match, right? And then there's a different set of stuff in astrophysics, right? So on Earth, while on Earth, these things happen. Then you agree, right? Circle.
Well, there's no difference. There's no such difference between astrophysics and physics. Astrophysics is just physics in outside of the Earth.
Are you sure there's no such? Then why the clear distinction if there's no such thing, no difference?
Oh, because people want departments and things like that. It's just physics. It's all just physics.
Just real quick.
It's just physics applied to astronomical bodies. That's all that astrophysics means.
And is that in any way, shape, or form verifiable? The astrophysics part of it?
Yeah, of course. It's just regular physics, man.
Like of like space water and space gravity and space light.
No, there's no such thing as space gravity. It's just gravity. Gravity is a naturally observed phenomenon.
Well, before we
how does one verify? How does one verify this thing called astrophysics other than just observing the sky?
Oh, you can make observations. They do experiments too.
Well, just before we go off real quick, I just want Brenda to check out this video. You know how you guys claim higher in altitude you go, more spherical it appears, then you can see curve. Could you watch that 19-second video for me and tell me what you see?
I'll watch that. I'll also watch it.
So other than observe, right? How else can you do experiments on so-called astrophysics?
But just hang on real quick.
Just a minute, Don. What am I supposed to? What is the claim about this video?
Okay, what does it appear? Does it match the globe predictions of higher in altitude you go, more spherical it appear? It looks flatter at the surface, correct?
It would seem to, yeah. It was done in Blender then, right?
Yes, that was done in Blender. Does that look like a sphere? Does it kind of match certain observations? Rocket footage, balloon footage?
It seems to be curved, yeah.
You know, what if I told you that's just a circle of light in Blender? Has nothing to do with a map, surface, nothing.
Okay.
That's just light.
Okay, so what?
Well, so what if it's possible to be created on something that is flat three-dimensionally? What makes you think that on the real world it doesn't work exactly the same? If you could get it to replicate it on a software program, that's the what part of it.
So you understand that a circle seen edge on is a straight line, isn't it?
It's slightly. It depends on where you. I have noticed too. Okay, so
yeah, a circle. That's all that you're doing there is you're lowering the camera to the ground, right? And you're seeing that circle of light edge on, which is straight. That's
have you ever
what
seen
a circle looks like when it's seen edge on. When you see a circle edge on, it's straight.
It's
okay,
not
now look at
straight.
Mr.
It's
Now
only
look at
straight
Mr.
if the field of view is so small that it seems straight.
Yes. Now look at Mr. Sensible's mage mission above supposed globe Earth. It matches the same aspects and attributes.
How about like in school, right? When you're like watching like a video and they're like, oh, and then Mr. Lightbulb comes along and then the image of the light bulb has like these lights going off in different directions, right? Creating like a circle. That you're not buying that one either? Like a light bulb? They fake?
Are you talking to Brenda?
Yeah, Brenda. Like he doesn't believe in light bulbs.
Brenda doesn't acknowledge anything that isn't like some sort of official mainstream media talking point. She would not acknowledge anything other than that. So don't even waste your time.
I don't
understand.
What was his question again?
Like a light bulb. Don't you believe in light bulbs? Yeah, how it goes all.
If I put a light bulb in an empty room, it will light up the entire room. There won't be a circle of light.
And then when I dim the light, right? I have dimmers in my house. I mean, and I dim the light, and it doesn't light up the entire room now, right?
Yes, it will. You can see that. You'll be able to see it from everywhere in the room.
Interesting. Where is it brightest at? Towards the light bulb, right? I'm not going to ask because I don't know where you'll go.
It would be brightest, closest to the
Right.
light. I've
Right,
said
and
before
at an
that
equal distance, and like you can make a radius around it, right? At an equal distance, you would have the same brightness in those at equal distance from the radius, right? Like a circle, right? Do you believe in light bulbs?
Sure.
Okay, and now candle. Like, would a candle do the same thing and make a radius, right? Equal distant from the radius of the.
So take a light bulb.
Candles might not be the exact same because a candle, the fire's going up a little bit, so it'll probably be
So take a light
oval,
bulb.
more ellipse than a light bulb.
Take a light bulb and put it on a table, and tell me.
Right.
It will light up the entire surface of that table.
You want me to show you? I could show you for like.
Well, wait a minute.
You take a light bulb alone with no lamp and put it on table.
No,
it's not gonna light up
no, without a shade.
I studied
It has
this.
to be a
Without a
naked,
shade.
a naked light bulb.
Well, hang on.
I'll
light
be
bulb
right
won't light up
back.
anything.
Help you? Will this help you?
The density gradient is not the same. See, now when you guys place the sun in a less dense media, right, you have Rayleigh scattering the incident of light, and then it scatters through the molecules in the air. So you would get Snell's law, refraction and diffraction. So you will get that circumference of light. It won't be the same. It won't. You can hardly mock it up.
Diffraction isn't the same as refraction.
That's why I said both.
Okay. So I don't know why this is important to you about this circle of light thing.
It's because you're basically denying a halo. If you look up the dictionary definition of a halo, that's what you're denying.
Isn't the whole thing that on a flat surface it would appear to curve, which is why he's bringing it up? Because while you guys think that it's actual curvature, he's trying to distinguish that it is a flat surface, that it only appears to look round, and you're not even acknowledging it at all.
I don't understand how.
Of course you don't. Of course you don't. We get it. You don't understand anything that the mainstream doesn't personally give to you. We get it.
The mainstream makes light bulbs. General Electric is owned by the Rothschild, so it supports you, Brenda.
So I don't understand how this relates to curvature. Maybe Don could tell me.
That is curvature, light.
No,
there's the curve.
Light isn't curvature, Don.
Yes, definitely light does.
Hold on, Don. Do you understand that he is not saying that light is physical curvature, right? You get that? What he's saying is, hold on, Brenda, hold on. What he's saying is, and what I'm saying is that on a flat surface with the light and the whole haloing thing, it would appear, right? And how is it that you take measurements? By optical, right? By seeing, by appearing. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Well, let me hit you with a.
I don't know how a diffuse illumination in a general circular manner produced by a light would be confused with physical curvature.
Let me explain something to you. Let me explain something.
That's okay, but you do agree that it would diffuse and okay.
Let me just walk you through this real quick. Brenda, answer these questions straight, right? It's 14 psi at mean sea level, correct?
That's what I understand the air pressure at sea level.
Right.
To be.
So what's the PSI at kind sea level?
Right. It's roughly around there. So it's about 3 to 4 psi at what? 50,000 feet, 40,000 feet, roughly.
I guess. I don't know.
Right. Refraction is where light bends towards the denser media, correct?
Yeah.
So higher in altitude you go, the light would appear to bend down towards the denser media over a flat plane, giving you an illusion of a sphere over a flat Earth.
Huh? No, we're talking about the light from an object, right?
You see how she plays stupid? You see how she plays stupid every time?
Let him finish his response, media.
Jesus Christ. I mean, just chill.
Don't play those games.
Right? So
Go ahead,
we're
Mike.
talking about, like, say, an object above the Earth, right? Yeah, there's refraction. So what?
And it will give you an illusion. See, light bends towards the denser media. It does bend down. And it'll give you illusion in a 360 view around you of a sphere.
It does. You're not making. It's still not making any sense.
It
It
causes light that would typically you wouldn't be able to see because it would be going over your head. Causes it to bend towards your eye, and that's why you can see further along the horizon. Because light
Brenda, that picture,
down.
that picture I just put up for you, is that acceptable?
Yeah, Brenda agrees with that now.
Yeah, and
I don't know why
as
you were denying it earlier, but
no, I wasn't. I was saying that the light goes off. It gradually tapers off.
yeah, but it does it in a
it
circle.
does.
Well, hang on. Let me tell you something.
Like the gradient of intensity
There's
is
no
in a circle around the light source.
There's no sharp circle there.
Of course, it's not sharp, but it's a gradient
That's
of
what
intensity that works
I understood.
360 degrees.
You can clearly see the intensity in the middle. And the diffraction on the edges. You can clearly see the distinction.
If the sun was that close, we'd all be dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so
Brenda,
the misunderstanding was
what's
that,
that website?
that Brenda thought we meant like a sharp circle when that wasn't.
Well,
the
like in
What's that
Don's,
website
like
called?
in Don's,
Time and day.
Let me explain something. Let me explain something. Hang on. The reason why you get a hard cutoff is because it's the ability of the camera to perceive the rest of the light. It's either a fisheye lens, bubble lens, or you're only over a small area at a time on the Earth at a high altitude. Even the ISS is not that high up compared to the size of the Earth. So it's only seeing a small section. So there's more light beyond that hard cutoff point. You understand?
Yeah, but that's not what you showed me in that video from that you made from Blender. That is a hard cutoff, and that is not what I see from the light bulb next to the
Because there's
tile.
Yes, because you're not a small little ant in a little tiny area above that light bulb. Do you understand? You're outside looking in. You're outside
Dusk and
looking
dawn.
at it.
Yeah. The edge of that where it gets disperses, dusk, dawn, twilight, etc. Noon. Not always.
I have images from rocket footage and ISS. It does gradually fade away. The light does.
Yeah, I thought we all knew this. Like on the other side of the argument.
So
it can't officially be acknowledged because the moment that it is acknowledged, they would acknowledge that they have absolutely no points. They have no curvature.
Of course, they're going to acknowledge this. That's what I mean. The Earth could just spin and do this same thing. And
I
the light will just
don't see.
disperse.
I don't see how this light bulb next to concrete shows that the Earth is curved.
You're looking at it from a God's perspective in an analogy way. You're looking outside of the system at it, not in it. Do you understand?
Yeah, but this isn't how we experience day and night on the Earth.
Of course, because we don't experience life outside of the system.
Well, so like on that concrete wall, right? Imagine that on that concrete wall, right? Imagine the nighttime, right, is the south, right? And instead of the wall being the ball moving, right, you're walking underneath of the light bulb, towards, so, or you can imagine that as that wall is a spinning wall, whatever. But imagine you're walking towards it, and then then it's noon, and you're right under the light bulb. It's noon.
Yeah.
Then you're walking away from it, and it's getting darker at the edges, right?
Yeah, but this isn't how day and night work on the globe Earth, because on the globe Earth, the North Pole is illuminated, as well as objects that would, if this was the case, that would be in darkness.
By the way, did you make a correlation with saying that this is you're representing the day and night, or did she just pull that out of nowhere?
Well, what else would it be? What else would it be other than the sun is up during the day and it's not during the night?
Brenda, but what it is we're trying to give you an explanation and a demonstration. How is it that people for thousands of years have been confusing what our eyes are interpreting in the light and the refraction with the planes, why they interpret it to be curvature, right? We're trying to explain. Hold on, we're trying to explain it to you. How is it that is this misconception that the Earth is a sphere rather than it being flat, and we're just interpreting it to be spherical? And you're trying to make these things with day and night. You're purposely like putting these red herrings just to not address the point. But we know what you're doing, right? We just want the audience to catch on what you're doing. We know exactly what you're doing and what game you're playing.
Well, I would say to Brenda's defense, like if on Earth it did just go suddenly day and then boom night, then I would probably start to think it's a globe too, like in the way he thinks of it. But it doesn't. It goes gradually.
That's not how we think day and night work on the globe. It doesn't suddenly go day and night. That's not how it works.
That isn't that you see she just focused on the things that you said just to get another red herring to not even address the points that Dawn's been making.
I don't understand the points. In part,
we know you don't.
So it does just go day and night. Here's a video of a guy on a boat. I'm gonna post it if you want to watch that. It's darkness. There's the circle. There's the crowning in the center of the sun to the left, and you can see the circle of light right there, just perfectly fine. And it
Does
goes.
anybody have? Yeah. Sorry. If anybody could post at some point like what's it called, timeanddate.com, like where they where they could show Brenda how the light tapers off. I'll look it up.
I agree that light tapers off. I just don't think that it shows that the Earth is flat. And this circ of light over Earth, that's just showing that it's not reaching the other end because of the obstruction of the Earth.
All it's really showing is how light works naturally on Earth. I mean, that's what it's showing.
Because the sun is below the horizon. That's why you're getting that line that you see.
Oh, hey, wait a minute. Hang on, Brenda. Let me ask you a question.
That's the shadow of the Earth projected into the sky.
I already looked at that, and I try to think that's the case, but it's not the case. But Brenda, real quick, are you eye level with the sun?
Not now, no.
You're at the same altitude as the sun, so of course, won't objects that are above you appear to ramp down further away they get?
Of course.
Okay, there you go. Welcome to Flat Earth.
There what goes?
Welcome to Flat Earth.
How so?
Well, you say the sun goes further below appears to go below the horizon. One, there's more refraction at sunset and sunrise, so you're not actually seeing the physical sun. It's an apparent sun for one. Two, objects would appear to ramp down and then ramp up.
Well,
you can't see forever, Brenda.
Perspective will never have any object go below the horizon.
And you know why you Globers think you can see forever? Because the concept of seeing trillions and trillions and trillions of light years away. That's the only reason why I think you can see forever.
The very
then it hits but they don't claim that it comes right. Then it hits. They claim the atmosphere and then becomes regular light, right?
The very fact that the sun goes below the horizon refutes the flat Earth.
Incorrect. Is that the actual sun or the apparent sun?
It's the sun.
So there's more refraction at sunset and sunrise.
In the video that you posted, circ, apparently the person is illiterate, whoever that was. Circ of light over Earth shows the sun has already set. You just got the glow, and then you get the shadow of the Earth is projected into the sky behind him as he pans around.
Right. Hey, Brenda, do you know what circ means? If they're an idiot, do you know the description of that word?
The Cirque du Soleil, so I assume it means circus.
Circle. It just means circle.
I just would assume it would be the French word for circus.
Who's illiterate now?
Right. So all you're showing is proof of globe. You have the sun below the circle of the curvature of the Earth, as well as the shadow of the Earth. projected into the sky behind the cameraman.
We have two opinions here. We have two opinions. He's either talking about the globe, which is your opinion, or our opinion, which is that it's flat and it's perceived to be curved. How does one? Hold on, Brenda. How does one distinguish one between the other?
Well, mine is fact, not opinion.
Come on, man. That's weak.
It is a fact. It is a fact that the sun is below the horizon, something that cannot happen on a flat Earth.
It's beyond the horizon. Okay.
Okay, so we have gases.
Below the horizon.
Brenda, listen. If we didn't have gases, then your claim would be substantial. But we have gases. Again, there's more refraction at sunset and sunrise, correct? You're looking through more of a gradient of gases. Like if you're looking off, like say roughly between 45 and 22 degrees, you're looking through more gases, correct? So you're not actually seeing the physical sun.
So that would never result in the sun going below the horizon.
Doesn't light bend down towards the denser media?
Yeah, that would only make the sun appear higher, not lower.
Wait a minute. Are we eye level with the sun? That was my question. You said no earlier. If we were eye level with the sun, yeah, I could get with you on that, but it's above us. That's why I want to do this. That's why I got a test in mind. I want to take.
In this video, Circle of Light over Earth, the sun is below the observer.
Okay, so we're aware that objects that are higher than us appear to drop down due to angular size in our perspective, correct?
Yes, but they will never go below the horizon.
All right, we're talking about
due to perspective, they will never go below the horizon. And the sun is below the horizon, and it is obstructed by the curvature of the Earth and projecting a shadow into the atmosphere behind them.
According to you, the sun is 93 million miles away in outer space. That's not going below anything.
Brenda,
we're talking bright though. It's really, really bright.
Yeah, Brenda, we're talking about light versus solids. You understand that, right?
No, we're talking about the sun.
Yes, that's a light, not a solid. It's not an airplane. It's a light.
It's pretty damn solid. It's very dense.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. Light, the way we perceive light versus solids.
The sun emits light, but it's a ball of hot gas, and it is extremely dense. The closer you get to the center.
What's happening here, Don, is you're starting to tear Brenda away with reasonable doubt, and now Brenda's going back to cling on to.
Is that what you think?
And repeat what they know. Yeah, absolutely.
Is that what you think?
That's exactly what she does. That's exactly what she does.
Now what they know, what they have faith in. Thank you.
Brenda, would you agree with Brenda, would you agree with me that light behaves differently in the atmo versus solid objects?
Light doesn't behave anyway in solid objects.
Does it behave differently? Does it have different attributes than solids?
Yes, of course light has different attributes than solids. Light travels differently through glass than it does through air, obviously.
It just travels slower, yeah.
So are you getting your conception that you think you should see the sun due to solid objects versus actual test with light?
I don't know what you're talking about. This is just incredibly confused. The sun, the sun is a ball of plasma, right?
Oh my gosh.
The reassertion, that's what I'm saying. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, this is circular reasoning, bro.
It's emitting.
You guys are
light.
entertaining this person who keeps running back into the weeds.
I'm just telling
hold up.
Yeah.
Instead of making this person prove that the sun is some plasma ball, no. They're just gonna assert it's some plasma ball and then go on to talk about how it's some plasma ball.
We can do
Here's the thing is every time we look for some sort of answer to one of these assumptions, we just get another assumption underneath instead of starting from square one. No assumptions.
I can tell
So
you.
y'all are like bombarding Brenda. Y'all need to let her speak.
Bro. We saw it through a spectroscopy.
No, you need to let me speak, left lane.
Spectroscopic analysis of the sun shows that it's
and
composed
that tells us
mostly of
that
hydrogen.
that shit is a mass of something, and
It's a mass of hydrogen. It's a mass of mostly hydrogen.
Mostly hydrogen. So that's not a solid, correct?
It is inside of inside, closer to the core, it becomes increasingly dense.
We don't see the core, do we, with our naked eye? So we see the emission of rays.
But the corona, its atmosphere is pretty damn hot. You couldn't get close to it.
So are you mistaking your perceived observations of things, you know, not supposed to dip below the horizon? It should stay, you know, parallel to your eyes or whatever, with solid objects versus light? Because light behaves differently.
The sun emits light.
Sure, but are you mistaking solid, what you see with solid objects versus light?
Don't know what you mean by that. The sun, for all intents and purposes, the sun is a solid because its density, as you get closer to the core, is extremely high.
Okay, what I'm saying is light behaves differently in gases versus a solid. Do you understand where I'm getting at? How hard is it to get?
No, I don't.
Has there ever been any test done with light and gases and how it will appear further away versus a solid?
How light behaves in gases. Well, the way light behaves in gases is that it will absorb different spectra, and you'll be able to know what that gas is by examining the spectroscope of what the gas
I'm not talking
is.
about gases. I'm not talking about the gases. I'm talking about the light itself, what you observe. Observation.
Well, in a gas, I suppose a gas would slow it down a little bit.
And it'll start to dissipate, right? Gradually fade away.
Sure, if the gas is dense enough, yeah.
Again, at sunset and sunrise, there's more gases, correct? At 22 to 45 degrees.
In the atmosphere, yeah, that's why it gets red.
Uh-oh. There you go.
What?
Welcome to Flat Earth, Brenda.
That doesn't prove anything. That doesn't show that it goes below the horizon. It goes below the horizon physically.
Is that the physical sun or the apparent sun? Is it the rays?
There's just the physical sun.
So it's not apparent anymore.
The physical sun goes below the horizon.
Are you sure it's not the apparent sun?
What do you think? These are two different things?
Yes.
They're not.
Physical sun and apparent sun are two different. Physical horizon, apparent horizon, two different things.
No,
you're not aware of that.
They're connected. The apparent sun is where it is, right? Because it takes time for the light to reach you. Plus, the light can get bent due to refraction close to the atmosphere during sunset.
Mm-hmm. You can have a star that's 22 degrees
But that's still the physical sun going below the horizon.
You can have a star 22 degrees above you in the so-called celestial sphere, and it will be 45 adjacent to the right. It's not the actual location; it's an apparent location. Correct. It's the same thing with the sun.
You have to take refraction into account, but once you do take refraction into account, you know where it is.
I have a test that I want to do, and I want you to hear it out. I want to actually strap 8 lasers in a circle on a drone with 2 drones, one drone observing it while that drone's stationary, and see if light does indeed bend down and give you an illusion of a sphere. What do you think of that test?
I think you're going to have a hard time finding the atmospheric conditions that would be where refraction would be strong enough that you could see that.
It's worth a try.
Right. So you would need to have really strong refraction for that to happen. But you seem to think that that's what's happening. But the refraction isn't that strong.
Well, let me ask you real quick, Don. Don, so what do you imagine would be your viewing distance for that to happen? Or how would you test that?
Well, it depends on the altitude I can climb with the drone. Hopefully roughly around at least 100 miles, maybe, if that.
Wow.
It depends. Square kilometers.
Yeah, but what kind of size laser is that going to be? I mean, a laser that goes 100 miles?
I want to use a green laser, red laser, and blue lasers and put them all on it. All 3 type of lasers.
Huh. I don't know. I don't know. I have a hard time thinking that the light's going to get to you.
Well, what I want to do is get 2 drones. The drone will have all the lasers. If more drones, more lasers on the drone, more the merrier. But another drone above that drone and going around and circling around in certain angles and looking at it head on from the outside.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I don't know. I don't know about that. Okay.
If I can emit at least a circle that's almost as big as a football field, at least, I want to see what that does over Earth.
When you say 100 miles, what if you're using 2 drones and they're parallel to each other, perpendicular to each other, like straight above?
Yep.
So how are you going to do 100 miles? I don't understand what you mean.
I don't know. I don't know how it's gonna. What's gonna at higher altitudes? I don't know how far these lasers will go. You understand? I'm just throwing 100 miles out there. That's that's not even conservative at all whatsoever. It's probably, to be honest, it'd probably be even just 3 miles, 2 miles.
So do you imagine it's gonna be like the image that you posted of a light bulb that only extends so far and you've got a circle of vision? Is that what you're thinking it's gonna do?
That's my hypothesis. That's what I
Okay.
see. That's what it will appear like an round object.
I gotcha. I understand what you're saying conceptually, yeah. So, Brenda, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, I'm listening.
So, is it your opinion that let's say you have a building, and there's a protester at the base of the building with a placard, and you are standing in front of that person, you can see him clear as day, and you walk away from them into the distance. Is it your opinion that you'll always be able to see that image as far as you go?
With my eyes, no.
Okay.
It will eventually get too blurry for my eye to see it, unless I use binoculars. Do I get to use binoculars?
No. We're talking about the limitations of our eyes. So, that is what Lemon was describing before. So, the resolution of your eye's ability is going to obscure and distort that object so that you can't see the object, right?
So that is not what Lemon was saying. Lemon was saying there are 2 placards, one on top of the other, and he's saying that if I go far enough away, I won't be able to see the bottom one, but I will be able to see and read the other one. And that's
okay. Well,
nonsense.
Okay, well, that's another matter. That's not what I'm talking about.
That's what I understand his claim is.
Okay, well, I thought that he was trying to give you another way of thinking about it, because it didn't seem like you thought that you would lose the visibility of that object because the light is not getting to your eye with enough information to give you a clear, like, for instance, if you were 2 miles away from that building and you couldn't see a protester, but as you walked toward that building, more and more of that protester would become clearer and visible to you so that your eye could start to make out and interpret that.
Yeah, I understand, but I'll never see half of him clearly and the other half blurry. That would never happen.
Well, that depends on the angular size of that object in relationship to the building. So the building now, right? So now if you're 2 miles away and you're looking at the protester with the placard and you can't differentiate that person with the placard from the bottom of the building, but then as you look higher above where that person actually is, you start to be able to make out the building clearly, right?
Right. So it will never happen that I can make out the building clearly and yet not see the protester. That would never happen.
No. The higher you look on the building, the clearer that point of view is going to be. If you move, like if you're looking at the middle of the building and you can see it, you can see the windows and whatnot, and then you can start counting the floors, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. As soon as you get to maybe around level 2, floor 2 at 2 miles, you won't be able to see where floor 2 and floor 3.
How far away am I?
I'm just making it up in terms I've just said 2 miles.
Oh, well then, yeah, I would be able to see the entire building and it would all be the same resolution.
But you can't see the protester.
I can't see the protester?
At 2 miles, you think you would be able to?
I don't know, but whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the same concept. The same reason why you wouldn't be able to see the protester is how you would have an unclear image of the bottom of that building to maybe the 3rd or 4th level.
And so I'll see a smudge. The smudge is the protester. It will never be the case that the protester will be obstructed. Distance.
Irresolvable.
Distance does not obstruct light.
Irresolvable.
No, but that's not what we see. We see objects obstructed by the curvature of the earth. They are not obstructed by distance.
Well, no one says that they are. No one says that.
That's the flat earth argument.
It's not. No, because I'm a flat earther and I don't make that argument. No, I don't.
So what causes obstruction?
Refraction.
Refraction doesn't obstruct things. It bends.
Yes, it does.
Okay,
Yes, it
wait
does.
a minute. Wait a minute, Brenda. Is an inferior mirage the result of the effect of refraction?
Yes.
Okay. And at the vanishing point, or at the vanishing line or the fold line, where the erect physical image blends into the mirage, at that vanishing point, is there obstruction there?
So I see the top of the fold and the bottom of the fold where the let's say the boat, I can see it right side up, and then below it I see it upside down. Is that what you mean?
That transition, right?
Right. So the bottom, the inferior mirage at the bottom, the upside down boat would obstruct the water. Yes, it would.
Okay, so refraction does obstruct. Okay.
Yeah, but it's the boat that I can see. It's not the boat.
That's because it's higher. That's because it's higher than that angle at which you're viewing the vanishing line.
The boat is not being obstructed.
I don't understand.
The boat is being flipped vertically, so it's
Okay,
not being obstructed.
Okay, so
Yeah, so the boat
Brenda,
is
you've
not
never heard of. You never heard
Brenda. Hold on, Brenda.
Brenda, you've never heard of sinking?
Sinking and stooping and towering, all those phenomena. Yes, I've heard of those.
And you know that can obstruct things.
I don't think that's obstruction. That's sinking.
Yeah, and you don't think that sinking or stooping or whatever can obstruct shit?
It's literally just sort of squishing it down. So no, it's not obstruction.
No, that's not what it is.
Yeah, why?
Sinking.
Oh, yes, you're right. Squishing. Yeah, that's right. Squashing is one of the phenomena. And it's different than sinking. Sinking is already behind the curve, right? So
no,
that's what sinking is.
No, refraction displaces a distant object lower than you should be able to see it.
Yeah, because it's behind
lower
the curve.
Or higher?
No, listen very carefully and just take your time, please. Just real quick, Jeremy. Again, Brenda, sinking is a refraction effect. It displaces an object lower. That's got nothing to do with Earth curve.
Yeah, refractions either causing objects to be higher or lower than their actual position. So we already know it can height shine. I mean, what kind of? This is just silly. I'm mad annoying. I don't know why you do this to us, Brenda.
So sinking the object is already over the curvature partly, right? And
No.
I'm looking at the Andrew Young model right now.
Yeah, read us the part where he says where the target is already over the curvature of the Earth.
So you're telling us, hold on. You're telling us refraction can make us see things that we normally wouldn't be able to see, but it can't make it hide things that we should see. That's really what you're claiming right now. Like this is dumb.
So, Brenda, I just posted an image that I took on the Bonneville Salt Flats. Now, you're going to have to pretend that that truck is a boat. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you see that image?
Yeah, I see the upright part of a car.
Truck.
And
That's a truck.
A truck, and it's flipped vertically, so it's also upside down.
Right.
There you go.
Why can't you see the ground below the truck?
Because it's reflecting the sky. It's part of the mirage.
No. In between the erect and miraged image, the truck is on the ground. Why can you not see the ground?
Because the mirage extends beyond the truck, right? On left and right.
So the mirage is obstructing the ground.
Yes, but it's not obstructing the truck.
It is.
The whole truck. I can see the truck.
No, you can't see the whole truck. No, you can't.
Yeah, but but
I want you to tell me, yes, Travis, I cannot see the whole truck.
It's really hard. It's really blurry, so it's really hard to tell. I
Called
can't
refraction.
I can't see the wheels unless there's some light parts. Are those the wheels?
Okay. Can you see the runner that's underneath the door?
No.
Right. The reason why you cannot is because of refraction.
Yeah, but none of this is obstruction.
Yes, it is.
This is not what we see in cases of obstruction.
You're appealing to a different case. I'm appealing right now to this case. So again, let's now look to the left or to the right of this truck, and you cannot see the road at all.
It's all light blue. It's all light blue. Yes.
Right. That is called obstruction.
Yes, but it's not. This is not what we see in cases where you can see the sails of a sailboat.
Now you're appealing to
above the horizon.
Okay, if you want to change the goalposts, then you can bring up your own demonstration.
So
however,
hold on.
I'm not calling. What I'm saying is that obstruction due to curvature is different than any kind of image distortion due to refraction or miraging.
So, just so we can move on, we know that refraction can hide things and make us not be able to see them, right? Because I could have swore you were just arguing that refraction couldn't hide things or obstruct them or make us not able to see them a minute ago.
Yeah, it doesn't result in the obstruction of an object, that is beyond the horizon.
But it does make it so you can't see the object.
Because it's really super blurry.
Fraction is not blur.
Yeah. So in a case of obstruction due to the curvature of the Earth, I could probably see all of the details on that truck, and I can't. Right? I can see the rigging on a sailboat. I can see the antennas coming from a freighter. I can see all of that stuff, and it's nice and sharp, and there's a sharp line where the horizon is. There's no refraction or very little refraction. Right? That's obstruction due to curvature.
So just so we can move on, we know that refraction can give you the ability to not see things, right? It can obstruct them, make them so you visually can't see them, right?
Well, yeah, the mirage here, you can see it looks like the entire road is wet. It's not wet, it's just reflecting the sky, right? So yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. This is a red herring.
No, we're talking about the ability for refraction to make it so you can't
No,
see shit.
But this is all a red herring because
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Refraction has nothing to do with obstruction due to the curvature.
It does. That's what sinking is. Sinking is obstruction due to refraction. Yes, it
That
is.
is false. It is not obstruction due to the curvature of the Earth.
It is. It's called displacement so that you do not see the entirety of the object because it has been refracted and blocked by the distortion of light. Okay. So the image that I showed is not a red herring because I'm addressing a particular image of inferior mirage. So I posted another image off the Channel Islands of a freighter going through the channel. Can you see that one at 3:15?
Can I read an
Yeah, it looks like
dictionary?
It's floating. It looks like it's floating.
Okay, so in the same way that the truck was on the ground directly in front of us in an inferior mirage, this boat, this ship, is 13 miles away now. So we've now increased the distance 13 times. And so you have an inferior mirage, but the same physics are reality, and that is the entire ship is there in the inferior mirage.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
Let
me read it.
It's not. You're just making stuff up.
No, I'm trying to.
Real quick. Real quick. I just want to let me read something from Oxford real quick. Sinking. A refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographic horizon apparently sinks beneath it. Boom. I don't know why you're saying crazy shit.
Yeah, I understand. According to Andrew Young, sinking is the disappearance below the horizon of distant objects normally visible, the reverse of looming.
Due to refraction.
Yeah, so what?
It's not the curvature of the Earth.
No,
it's not
but
the curvature of the Earth.
I'm talking about obstruction due to the curvature of the Earth. It has nothing to do with refraction. Refraction is a red herring.
Okay, we are trying to help you broaden your understanding by letting you know that those targets that you are seeing are in a sinking phenomenon.
You would have to show that, right? You would have to show that because there doesn't, in those clear pictures, there doesn't appear to be any refraction going on.
And how are you able? Yeah, right. How are you able to determine how much or how little of refraction is happening?
Because of the crisp, clear horizon and the crisp.
Those images that you showed earlier were not crisp and clear.
No, they're a hell of a lot better than this. I can't even tell that this is a ship.
That doesn't take away from the fact that I'm presenting something to you that is a demonstration. So now what I'm going to show a panel with the truck and the ship in the same panel. And I'm trying to get you to understand that what you understand about the truck in an inferior mirage standing on a physical surface that you can't see, the ship is in an inferior mirage on a physical surface that you can't see. Okay? A mirage will only produce an image over a surface, and if that surface has elevation within the mirage, it will break the band. And you can see that line across the base of the bottom of the mirage there. That's the road. That at that point, the elevation of the road is high enough to penetrate the mirage. Mirages have an initial and terminal point which extends over distance, whether terrestrial or aquatic. So we understand that the road that extends into the distance and then disappears behind the mirage hasn't disappeared behind curvature. That road still extends into the distance because we know that trucks don't float in midair. So the same thing is true of the ship below. It's just now 13 times farther away with a more acute angle in the mirage, so that the ocean is continuing to extend into the distance behind the mirage, but you just can't see it.
So the rest of the ship, I don't know how tall that ship is.
It doesn't matter how tall it is.
It does matter because it looks like the hull of that ship should be below the water.
But we understand the nature of an inferior mirage requires that the target is within the mirage itself. The truck demonstrates that. There's nothing missing of the truck. So hold on real quick. Now, this truck in that image is 1 mile away from me. Okay, let's say I had my friend Adam park his truck right there, and then I drove a mile farther behind me. That image of the truck would get smaller and more condensed so that you couldn't even see. You would probably see it almost as a circle. Okay, but the entirety of that truck is in the mirage, even though the proportions are not symmetrical because refraction distorts.
Yeah,
so you have to understand the same thing is happening with this ship.
Yeah, but obstruction due to curvature is just not the same as refraction, and no amount of refraction will ever show you half of an object obstructed while the rest of it is in clear view with details.
Yes,
and everything
it's called
else.
sinking. It's called sinking.
That will never happen. Sinking will not give you obstruction due to curvature.
Yes,
it will not.
No, it doesn't give you obstruction due to curvature. It gives you obstruction due to refraction. I actually did a proof of concept. I took a Fresnel lens in a warehouse. I got a cardboard box and I put a color printed image of a freighter on that box. And then I moved it away from my camera, and you could see the entire ship in my camera. And then I put a couple of colored pencils along the distance there so you could see the markers for that. So I got my camera all orchestrated so that you had a straight line of sight to the ship. And then I brought the Fresnel lens up so that it raised up the floor and blocked half the ship. Now, that's what happens with a physical lens. But we also understand that the air functions as a lens as well. So that's why I have adjusted the concept of sinking to what I call proximate looming, because what's actually happening is the refraction is raising up the water in front of the object in the distance. And I have videos of this on my channel where I demonstrate this from targets that I've captured.
Yeah, so the air does not act as a Fresnel lens.
Okay, great. So wait, it doesn't act as a Fresnel lens or what?
Or any kind of like solid lens.
Okay, so then I'm wondering why someone like Doofus would point me to a gradient lens to demonstrate what a gradient lens does when I talk about what refraction does.
Oh, well, refraction is how lenses work.
Right, and the air operates the same way.
The air, there's refraction caused by air, atmospheric conditions, but the air is not a lens. It's just not
yes,
a
it
lens.
is. It absolutely is.
It definitely is.
It simply isn't. It simply
okay.
Yes,
isn't.
it is.
Again, Brenda, I can show you images that I've taken from the same observation point, and the distant landscape is higher at some points, lower at some points, larger at some points, and receded at some points.
That's called refraction. That's refraction, but that's not a lens. That's just refraction.
Okay. Oh, no. Maybe you misunderstand me. It presents the target closer to me so that it looks larger, and sometimes it drops it into the background so that it actually looks smaller. So there's magnification and minimization. It absolutely acts as a lens. You just don't understand and know it. I've demonstrated this on my channel.
I don't accept that. And
that's fine.
The fact that the atmosphere
I can demonstrate
has refraction doesn't mean that the atmosphere is a lens. It is not a lens.
Okay, listen. There are scientific papers that describe the atmosphere as a lens. Absolutely, it does. Absolutely. Did you go somewhere? Did I drop off?
No, I'm just tired. It's 5 o'clock and my eye hurts.
Did you see the last image that I posted?
Is that admitting defeat without admitting defeat, or?
Do you see the last image that I posted, Brenda?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Okay. Does that?
Hey, don't call it defeat. That's really mean. But
Does
Brenda
that
seems to learn things.
Does that house look different in each image?
Sure. Yeah,
It is.
there's a inferior mirage on the one on the left.
These guys never concede to anything, even when they know they're wrong. It's good to call out defeat when you see it, because these guys will never call it out for themselves. These guys will never say, "Oh, you know what? You're right." So it's not about being.
All I said was that there's an inferior mirage.
No, I asked you if there was a difference in the house. Can you see a difference in the house at all?
I don't know. It's really blurry.
The other image isn't.
Yeah, it's just really blurry. I don't know what you're trying.
The other image, the image on the right, isn't blurry.
Yeah, no.
Okay, so stop bitching about refraction.
Well, there's a lot of refraction on the one on the left.
Does it distort the size of the house?
Yeah, it seems to be stretching it up, I think.
And you
there's clearly an inferior mirage in the one on the left.
Yeah, I'm not asking about the inferior mirage. So you wouldn't attribute that to atmospheric lensing?
Well, that's refraction. Yeah. So
you wouldn't. So you would attribute it to atmospheric refraction?
No, that's just refraction. That's not lensing.
Okay, you might want to look up the term atmospheric lensing and get back to us. Okay, take your time.
Yeah, so I don't know what you mean by lensing. They look to be about the same size from left to as width goes. Is that
go
what
ahead?
You mean?
Go ahead and
this
go
looks
ahead
like
and
towering. This looks like towering.
No, if you look at Andrew Thomas Young, towering for him looks like the swizzle of a soft serve ice cream. It twists up into a point.
Well, I can see the trees are also stretched up. There's a lot of refraction going on, and I think this is towering.
Go ahead and look up atmospheric lensing.
It doesn't
and
look
get
like
back
lensing.
to us.
The width seems to be the same, while the height seems to be stretched up along with the trees along the shoreline.
Go ahead and look up atmospheric lensing.
There's also a lot of inferior mirage. I can see the trees on the left. There's some kind of building that's reflected in the water. So is the tree, and then the other tree, and stuff like that. And then the trees on the right-hand side are like look like taffy.
All right, how about this? Do you see that next panel? Do you see the next panel?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. The left image of the panel and the middle image of the panel, just take those into consideration. How would you differentiate, like how would you describe the difference between the landscape on the left and the landscape in the middle? Do you think that they both look the same?
Well,
in other words, how about this? Can you see the distinction between trees in the left image?
The center image, I can see what appears to be a line, and then in the other one, everything is stretched like taffy again.
Okay, listen very closely again to my question. The tree line on the left image, right? If you look just below the tree line, can you see the distinction between different trees in between? Like you see, one tree and there's another tree.
What about them though? They're just
okay.
They're just bumps.
Okay, can you clearly see the differentiation between trees in the left image?
They're both blurry. What are you talking about? They don't look like.
I'm not sure why.
I don't see single trees. I don't see single trees.
Okay, how about this? Okay, in the left image, do you see that black square?
I see two black squares.
Oh my God. The one that I put in that surrounds that white object in the distance. Do you see that black square?
I see a red triangle and then
fuck me.
Square. What? I see a red on the
I didn't ask you about the red triangle.
Yeah, and then there's a black square on the left and on the right of the red triangle.
Okay. So I apologize. I had my image zoomed in, so I forgot that there was a second square. I apologize. The black square to the right of the triangle. Okay, you see that one?
Yeah.
Okay. And then
okay,
hold on.
It looks different than the one in the center.
Okay, hold on. And then to the right of that black square, there's a white object that looks like an inferior mirage. Do you see that white object too that doesn't have the square around it?
Yeah, there's a lot. The whole shoreline looks like it's been.
Oh my God! Stop obfuscating! Stop obfuscating! I'm not talking about the shoreline. Okay, I'm trying to get your eyes to focus. There's two white images. One of them has a black square around it, and the one to the right of it doesn't have a black square. But what I want you to look at between those two white squares, can you see what appears to be a tree? I can.
Something like
I'll be honest.
Something like
I'll be honest.
Okay. Something like
I can see, yeah, I can see what appears to be a tree. Now, if you look to the middle image, can you see anything that like looks like a tree in there? Can you like point out like, oh, this looks like a tree?
No, it's all blurry.
Okay. Does it look to you like the image on the left is larger than the image on the right or in the middle? The landscape in the distance?
The image on the left appears to be shot from a different height and a different focus.
I didn't ask you that. Okay, I did not ask you that question. I asked you if the image on the left looked larger than the middle image.
Yeah, it looks larger.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, and
now, hold on. Now, those images are the same focal length, same observer height, and same distance away from the target.
They're obviously not.
Okay, so here we are now, back at the same point that we were 3 years ago when Sean G accused me of lying. Okay?
Yeah.
So you're accusing me of lying right now.
Well, the buoy on the center panel is below the tree line, and the buoy on the left panel is even with the tree line.
Right.
So they're obviously not at the
incorrect.
Same height.
Incorrect. You are looking at atmospheric refraction and lensing.
And in addition, the shoreline is different from them.
Of course it is.
I think, yeah.
So again, this is an example of atmospheric lensing and refraction.
Bullshit. You've taken it from a different angle and a different focus or different zoom.
Okay, Brenda. Now, why would I present something to you in order to try and demonstrate what I believe the air is doing if I am intentionally misleading and deceiving you? Why would I do that? How would that help my case to present my argument? How in the world would I do that? Like, look, do you think that I'm actually that stupid that I would think, hey, I wonder if I changed my focal length and raised my observer height, if they would actually figure it out? I show in my videos.
Were these taken the same day?
No. You see that? You see that date? May 6, May 14. You see that?
Do you have the EXIF information for both photographs?
Yeah, you're going to apologize on air when you see that they have the same focal length, and I show you where I set up in my videos.
Well, one is obviously taken from a different height.
Okay, Brenda, I'm going to say this again. I set up at the exact same place on the Chesapeake Bay, at the shoreline of the Chesapeake Bay. I do that for a precise reason, so that I have consistency in my observer position. There would be no reason for me to compare two images from two different positions and present them as if they were the same. There would be absolutely no reason to do that.
Well, there's an awful lot of refraction going on, and the shoreline on the left-hand side looks like
now you're obfuscating. Of course, there's a lot of
pulled.
Of course, there's a lot of refraction.
It looks like taffy's been pulled.
So what?
Yeah, so
that's the taffy effect of the ether band.
On the assumption that you did in fact take it at the same place, same focal length, same observer height, then I think what accounts for the difference is the refraction going on. You've got an inferior miraging going on all over the place, right?
No, not in the middle image. You don't.
Right. On the left-hand side, you do. That's the one that appears larger. The left-hand one has got inferior mirage going all over the place.
Yeah,
the
but
shoreline looks like taffy.
Okay, no, the shoreline only looks like taffy in the inferior mirage. So what's interesting is we haven't even talked about the image on the right. But the image on the right has a bit of both images together where they kind of meet in the middle, because there's an inferior mirage in that image as well, but the placement of everything is still not lined up. Okay, so in the image in the middle, you have what I consider to be looming. The distance is stretched into the back so that you can actually see across the entire Chesapeake Bay. That's 9 miles away. The image on the left and the image on the right, your ability to see that same distance over the water is limited by the mirage.
So how do you account for the light on the buoy being above the tree line?
How do I account for the light of the buoy being refraction? Refraction.
No. It's because you're at a different observer height.
Okay, Brenda. Okay, I really don't know why you are going to die on this hill when I spend time on my channel. I have numerous videos where I show my setup and I say, this is where I set up. I show you. I set up there every single time. It would make no sense for me to set up in two different locations and then try to compare those two observations in any sense. It would make no sense to make two different observations and then compare them because they're not from the same position. Makes no sense.
Well, It's possible that there are slight differences enough to account for the difference in the position of the buoy in the foreground.
What? Say that again. I didn't hear you, everything.
It's possible that there are slight differences whenever you set up that account for the difference in the buoys, the green buoy in the foreground.
Yeah, this is channel markers. But look, if you look at all three of them, in each of them, the buoy marker light at the top is in a different position.
Yeah, it makes
that's refraction. That's refraction.
No, it makes a lot of people think that you're taking it from a different observer height.
Okay, but see, that's not my problem when I show clearly on my channel where I set up and I declare to you that it's taken from the same place. Okay?
Same height?
Yes, I have the same fucking tripod, man.
Yeah, but is it set up exactly the same? Did you measure its height above the ground?
Yeah, it's 60 inches. I've done this. I show this all the time. Do I have to do it every single time I shoot up? No, I'm not doing that. I'm not wasting my time to please you. I'm telling you, and you should take my word for it, that I'm being honest.
Yeah, but I don't understand. I don't understand why the shoreline, the distant shoreline, is at three different points. And the same with the tree line.
I can respect the fact that you don't understand. I get that. I'm telling you the simple answer is that each of those images is an effect of refraction. Every single target, the water, the channel marker, and the distant shoreline and the tree line are all displaced and distorted in different ways because they are all in different positions and distances. It's not difficult to understand.
Imagine if Brenda actually questioned her own paradigm as much as she's questioning you right now.
Right.
It's crazy, bro. Like, this is an unwarranted amount of like distrust for you, yet they would fully trust their own paradigm. It's really crazy just to witness this right now. Like,
well, it's being recorded, so it's all for.
All right, I don't care. I'm just highly skeptical about these images.
Right, but appreciate the fact that each of these images even presents the surface of the water in a different position, so that the image on the left has a higher position of the water than the image on the right. And what I mean by that is, if you took an angle from the corner of the channel marker to the water, the image on the left would have a more obtuse angle than the image on the right. And then the image in the middle has a massive fucking obtuse angle all the way to the shoreline. You can see all the way across the water. And it makes it look as though I'm higher up because you can see farther. But that's not what happened. I'm not higher up. The water has been presented to you in that way through refraction. Very simple. I mean, I've done this for 4 years. The fact that you guys kick and scream about this is just evidence that you don't get out and make these observations on your own. Because if you did, you would see this kind of shit. This is why I say you can't just show me one image and go, look, this is the curvature of the earth. Because if you went back to that same position and took another picture, you would get a different image of a boat in that same position or distance away from you. Because the refraction is going to change.
Yeah, well, let's say that everything you say is correct, that you took pains to make sure that everything was the same each time you took photographs, and that the differences can be accounted for by refraction. Okay? So then what? So
then we understand that the atmosphere is acting like a lens, okay, for one. We do have demonstration here that looming is happening in the middle image because it's presenting a farther distance, and it's actually apparently raising that distance up, right? Looming up. So if you look at the image on the right, the landscape is dropped lower. But the image in the middle, the landscape is much, much higher. That's looming. But I'm not looking over a curve.
Copernicus. Yeah.
Hold on, just real quick.
All of these
Hold on,
things could be good.
hold on, just real quick. Let me finish. I'll be very, very brief. I'm just going to try to get my mindset back. Fuck, I lost it now. I lost it.
You hit the nail on the head. It's just that this puts into question any observation of curvature. Right?
No, I don't see how. I don't see how it does. I don't see how it does.
Okay, here, hold on. Here it is. Here it is. This is the point I was going to try to make. Okay. So if you're looking in the very right image, even though I didn't put oh no, I'll do the left image because it has the triangle. So in the left image, you see the top part of the triangle that is above the water, right? So what, 2/3 of the triangle has water in it, and the last third toward the apex has the mirage in it, correct?
That's something like what I see, yeah, but I don't know how you decided to draw that triangle.
I used it from the corner of the
buoy.
of the channel marker, right?
They
Okay.
are called buoys, aren't they?
These are channel markers because the boats have to go around these markers to stay safe. So it's not just a buoy per se. Okay, but my point is that I made the base of the triangle at that corner of the channel marker. And then in the middle image, you've got 100% of the triangle has water within it, all the way to the shoreline. So the question becomes, in the image on the left, that third of the triangle that has the mirage in it is actually extending over physical aquatic distance, but you don't know how much distance that is. It could be because the shoreline is 9 miles away. That could be 7 miles of distance within that compressed angle.
There's a lot about these I don't know, but still, this is refraction and refraction effects taking place. So I don't know what the significance is, because the claim of globe Earth is that there is obstruction due to curvature.
Right, but when we're looking at ships over distance, like I showed you on the Channel Islands, that ship was in an inferior mirage. But we understand that the nature of the inferior mirage requires that the entire target is within the mirage, and that the mirage itself extends over the x-axis, the observer's horizontal perspective. So the mirage hides or obscures physical distance behind it. That's not curvature.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about those images where you can clearly see that the bottom half of a boat or other structure has been obstructed due to curvature.
That's fine. Okay, so now you are now changing the topic from an inferior mirage to a refraction phenomenon that has no mirage. It's called sinking.
No, but that's not what happened. Like, say, for instance, in the videos of the windmills that are seen in the distance, where you can't see, where the blades themselves go below the horizon.
That is a result of proximate looming.
No, it's not. It's a result.
Absolutely, it is.
The rest of the tower, the base and the tower itself, that's all gone.
Okay, again, the phenomenon of refraction called sinking describes it as a displaced target lower than it should be. That's what's happening. The only thing is that I'm suggesting that we have to actually consider that refraction is ramping up the foreground. And as I said before, I demonstrated how that's possible using a Fresnel lens, so that the atmosphere is acting in the same way.
Yeah, there's no Fresnel lens in the hanging around in the atmosphere.
Okay, again, if you don't want to call it a Fresnel lens, that's fine. But you need to go and look up again atmospheric lensing. It is a scientific term for what the atmosphere does to targets.
Yeah, so nobody has a personal lens following them around doing this stuff. This just doesn't happen.
I'm not sure why you're now you are the one that is introducing misdirection and obfuscation right now.
Because different observers can still see it.
Two different observers. But see, I didn't challenge that. I didn't say anything otherwise.
Right. So I just feel like this entire diversion is just that. It's a diversion.
No, you're the one diverting.
No, this is not the phenomenon that we are talking about. We're talking about obstruction due to curvature.
Okay, so again, if you're going to appeal to obstruction through curvature and say we're going to look at those windmills, what you would have to do, and what I've said this from the beginning, because those aren't your images, and more than likely they aren't anybody's images who's in this discussion. They are just people who go out and see them and then take a picture and put them up online, and then they get hijacked and said, oh look, this is Earth curve. So there's two things that need to happen. Well, actually three. There's three things that need to happen. First of all, you need to know the observer's position and the distance to those targets. And then you need to know the prediction that your model would say the horizon is at. And then you would have to go out in a boat and confirm that that horizon matches your prediction. Because you guys are all about predictions, right? So you can make that prediction. I know you guys can make that prediction. The problem is you guys have never verified your prediction.
Yeah, we can't. All we have to do is say use the curve calculator.
No, that's your prediction. No, that's your prediction.
Yeah, it matches observation.
No. You are just holding up a mathematical equation next to an image and you put an equal sign. Listen very carefully.
Yeah, that's how prediction works.
No, that is not verifying that the distance you predict is actual.
That's literally what it means to verify a theory. You just match up the data with what the observation.
Okay, again, I'm going to say it again very slowly. If you take a picture and then you have an equation, there's no way to verify that that picture matches your equation except for you to go out in a boat, get to the position where the apparent horizon is, and verify that you've traveled the distance that your math predicts.
Well, no, we would have to know the distance to how far. I mean, I agree with that. You'd have to know it would have to be a known distance to the object that's being obstructed, right? Or its known height or size or something.
I'm not talking about the target. I'm talking about the position of the horizon.
Well, the target is the one being obstructed.
I'm not talking about the target. I'm talking about the apparent position of the horizon. You're making a prediction that that horizon is 4.7 miles away or whatever it might be, but there's no confirmation. There's no verification of that prediction.
Well, we can know that based on the observer height, and then we can also adjust for.
All you're doing is repeating. All you're doing is repeating how you are making your prediction.
No, those are just values in the equation. You just plug them in, and it spits out the results. And if the results match reality, then you have a confirmed prediction.
Okay, you have not confirmed that it matches reality. You have just simply crunched numbers for values that you have, but you haven't checked your work.
Oh shit!
I'm just super tired.
It's very simple.
I have not had supper. It's 5 o'clock, and I am tired, and my eye hurts.
That's fine, but just understand that you have been presented with a critical evaluation of your position, and I've said it as clearly as possible.
I don't think it's that I don't think it's as strong as you think, because I just think it's just a red herring.
No, a red herring is a non sequitur, and it's a question that misdirects
What's the hand trick?
discussion.
Yeah, and refraction isn't obstruction due to curvature. It's
Okay,
just a different phenomenon. And so flat earthers focus a shit ton of their energy on refraction, and it has nothing to do with the Earth obstructing objects. It has
That's
nothing
fine.
to do with it.
That's fine. Again, you have not checked the work that your math presents.
I gotta go. It's 6 o'clock. I haven't had supper, so I'm going.
So go.
Come back and beat on somebody.
Go ahead and leave.
She ran away.
My eye hurts. Who's punched Brenda in the eye? Who's in here putting?
Grim, do you understand my argument against against Brenda in the last few minutes?
I'm sorry, I haven't had my supper and my eye hurts. I'm gonna.
You're gonna tap out?
I wasn't listening at all. I only just came out to smoke a cigarette and heard Brenda complaining about her eye hurting and being tired.
Any other baller out there wanna dance? You know, the one thing that doesn't appear in any of Andrew Thomas Young's work are predictions, right? There's no predictions. So all of these requirements that I make predictions about the observations I make is absolutely, moot. Because the model that you guys have of refraction with looming, and you guys should all be able to predict how the target is going to look. Absolutely. Even with inferior mirages. If you know what conditions create an inferior mirage, where's your prediction? You guys aren't required to make any predictions. You just think that knowing the barometric pressure and the air temperature and the water temperature, these are the conditions right for an inferior mirage. Okay, great. How is the inferior mirage going to distort and present the target in the distance? None of that exists in your science at all. There's no predictions.
It wouldn't matter if there was a prediction there.
Well, it would be interesting. No, but it would be more interesting to see how they're trying to apply their science. You know what I mean?
Well, have you never seen Ruhif's 3-page refraction formula? It's like 3 pages long.
Yeah, that stuff gives me a headache.
I mean, he doesn't even know what some of the letters in the formula stand for, but that's not important.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Weren't you the one that asked him? Somebody asked him and he didn't know.
Yeah, what's your refraction formula? Let's fucking see it. And he didn't even know he didn't even know anything about it. He's like, I don't know anything about it. It's 3 pages long. I'm like, yo, no shit.
I mean, I've said this before, but I'll say it again. I've asked at least 3 of these troll honchos, Rumpus, Barney, and Ruhif, to make predictions about what I should see, and none of them have followed through on it.
I thought Rumpus or Zanuck or someone did that before.
No, they've not ever showed any interest.
Ago. I remember a year or 2 ago, somebody did something like that. They used ray tracing or something. I think it was Rumpus. Rumpus does say no one knows more about refraction than him in this whole arena. And live on Brandon's when I got him to debunk the main surveyor. Plumb lines aren't parallel bullshit. That was fun.
If somebody would say that he was the most, the person who talks the most about refraction, I could agree. that assertion that he knows the most.
Yeah, but you would think that if it was such a mathematical simplicity to make a prediction, you would think these guys would step right up and take one of my targets and make a prediction if it's that simple, and yet none of them have. To me, that's just crazy, especially in this discussion. It would be such an easy win, an absolute win.
Well, it wouldn't be a win even if they were lucky and correct with their positions and all of that.
Well, come on.
The prediction don't do nothing for me.
Right, that's
Just
what I'm
'cause you
saying.
can predict that don't do nothing. That
That
might do something for you, but
could be cyclical for all I know. I mean,
well, that could just be what the atmospheric effect has, and it's not actually the Earth curve, and that doesn't mean anything.
exactly.
You're just predicting the atmospheric effect, and not
okay, right. But I'm banking. Okay, but I'm actually banking on the fact that it's not going to work. So in a sense, I'm looking to falsify the math that way. I don't actually expect that they would be able to predict where my target would be and what it would look like. So that would just, in my opinion, would then show that their maths aren't as accurate as they think.
Well, like I said, when you're measuring that optical corridor, right, to take your measurements to see what they can predict, how do you know? Are you supposed to be measuring in a horizontal path to the object? That was for you, Travis. Hello? Check.
His eye hurts and he's.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, I
You
hear
guys
you,
hear
bro.
anything?
Can you hear me?
His eye hurt, you said?
Yeah. I'm kidding. I don't know where that was what Brenda said right before she left. So I was just trying to sublimate. It was funny in my eyes.
I'm just curious where you would have to measure, like the optical corridor. Would you have to measure a horizontal path, or would you have to measure the path like, okay, we went a mile and it bent this much. Now we need to start measuring here from a straight path from here to the target. Like how is this optical? How would you even measure the optical corridor? Or does it need to be a horizontal line, or do you need to have your ship move with the light? Like, oh, okay, it's went 100 feet and it should have dropped a half a millimeter, so we're going to start measuring the shit from this spot now or something. And how do you even know that those are the conditions that make the light bend like that? You might want to rethink that and just make a straight line to an object, and then you can see how the light bent.
Well, I mean, even with what you're describing, I think it's so complicated because the presentation of the channel marker, as we saw in the 3-panel that I showed, the channel marker is in 3 different elevations. So it's being displaced.
The swells and it's bobbing up and down in the swells.
No, not on those. Well, I mean, I suppose you could on really rough days. I guess I can't really say.
You're in the bay, right?
Yeah. That's a fair question, Grim. And usually it's a really, really, really windy day that is going to produce those big swells. But
choppy
it's going to be really choppy. I would say that if we looked at those images, I would expect that if it was really choppy, that those channel marker would actually have an angle to it rather than a vertical.
Well,
you know what I mean? It's not. Go ahead.
How much is it misplaced by? Because you're getting tides in there. It's a bay.
Right.
Are they big tides or just little tides?
Well, I mean, I'm right at the top of the Chesapeake Bay where the Susquehanna River feeds into it. So there's usually about, I don't know how to say this. How could I say this? Sometimes there's as much of, like, say, a 2 to 3 foot high tide, right? Where
so that's going to lift it up or lower it in your image, right? So you'd be getting them all over the place.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
Not to mention refraction. Also, you could be getting them all over the place from that too. So you get a little bit of refraction, a little bit of tides. I've always said ultimately the work you do will show us nothing. Sorry.
You just don't understand, Jeremy.
Yeah. There's a lot of variables though to try to eliminate for the other guys,
right?
To show them stuff.
I mean,
It's hard.
you just don't know where anything is out in the distance, where its actual position is. Are you even ever seeing it in its actual position? Because they've always told me there's always refraction happening, which means you would never see something in its actual position.
Exactly.
So if I watch something go up and down throughout the course of a day or a month, and I just watch a time lapse of it, not once did I see it in its actual position. I must have, right? No.
You don't know though. I don't think you ever really. You can't.
That's what I mean. Like, what? We're never gonna...
You'd have to walk a marker out and then have the guy stand there and then take your average, and it's still just a guesstimation. You need Jesus to come back and walk on the water out there.
You're gonna need a license to L from the Beastie Board, the Samurai Sword,
and then that's it. And then and it's easy. You get from there.
And some holy water.
And then that's it right there.
What I'm saying, for all this trouble, you guys hear me? Check.
Man.
For all this trouble, you might as well just make a straight line to an object and see if it's higher or lower. That would end this whole debate, and it would put the refraction debate to bed too, probably.
Oh, fuck that. That's too easy. I'm not doing that. I want to try and make a fucking Earth-size fucking model of the globe. I got work to do.
Like a straight line is the only thing that's ever going to end this.
But they don't exist, bro.
Even if we do make a straight line, people would just debate whether if the line was straight or not.
Well, where's my microscope? I can find the crookedness in that line.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I think we should change this debate to pedantic Earth debates. Like, I have my new server is just called Citation Please.
Like, hi, my name is Jeremy. Hi, my name's Jeremy. Somebody's like, I'm gonna need a citation for that.
Yeah. Documents, please. Show me your papers.
I mean, the thing about where I shoot is I've never been, at least on the Chesapeake Bay, I've never had one of those targets cut in half without an inferior mirage. So I can show you tons of sailboats where all you can see is the sail, but right at the very base of the sail is an inferior mirage, and then you can't see the hull. So there was a combination of sinking with the inferior mirage. It's just not a clinical science. I don't think that you can isolate one effect from another every single time.
Yeah, but just because you're observing it, that's why the wave function collapses in it. Sorry. My wife started tickling me at the same time, bro. Cut that. Let's see.
And I have an observation of a catamaran where all I could see was the mast, and then within a couple of hours I could see the deck.
Better hurry up. Oh shit, it's already 4 o'clock. Oh. Oh, I can relax. I thought I had to go to this fucking party an hour ago. Like, yeah, we're late. Tomorrow. Then I'm gonna steal one of these strawberries. One thing I don't have is a pineapple tree. Watermelon, honeydew, strawberries, and cat turds. What? I'm gonna keep that rodent out of my garden. Cat trap. Little buddy. Hey. Oh shit. Don't bite me. Don't bite me. Go catch a mouse. Get up. Wake up. You don't sleep all day long, you rodent. You stay up all night. You guys know that about your cats, right? You catch them sleeping during the day, wake their asses up. Because they'll keep you up all night if you don't. Grace.
Are we having a minute of silence or something? Just creepy, all these heads, no one speaking. What the hell did Bandsaw do? Alright, at least give me a fucking mic check, someone. Jesus.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Fuck.
You hear your wife.
Yeah, what's going on, Jeremy? Have I just hit the aftermath silence, have I?
Yeah, we were busy for a while today. Yeah. Busy.
Fair enough, mate. That happens. Did you decimate them again or what?
I did. I don't know what these other guys were doing all day. I had a fucking astrophysicist. No, what's this fucking guy do? I think he's an astrophysicist. Had him fucking dodging and duck, dip, dive, dodge on some dodgeball shit earlier.
I love that reference. That's so cool.
5 Ds of being a Glober. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, dodge.
That's it.
trying to talk about where there's space being created in between the galaxies, right? And my man kept like bobbing and weaving around that shit. He's like, we don't care what space is expanding into. I'm like, bro, I never even mentioned that shit. He brought that up twice. He tried to get away with it, but that twice, that one tactic.
It's all nonsense. You can catch him out
This
pretty
is like a
easily.
highly, yeah, but this guy is not like just some normal glober. Like he's an astrophysicist.
Yeah, well, that's pseudoscience at the best of it, isn't it?
I mean, I would think so, but it depends on how if you just don't want to pay attention to the word pseudoscience or think that there's multiple scientific methods and that you don't need to do an actual hands-on experiment with something, then you could get away with saying it's science.
I can at least check out to these supermarkets are getting pretty high tech. This one's filming me and taking my photo. I'll be back. I'm gonna have to start wearing face paint to the fucking supermarket, Jeremy. Yeah, as much as I'm not a huge fan of the word pseudo, you know, they do use it within their narrative, pseudo forces, etc. And, you know, at the end of the day, astrophysics, given that they can't do the cause and effect relationship, like establish that, that's why you can catch them out, because they can't be definitive. Double speak everywhere. Double down with the double speak after they dip, dive, and duck and weave. Double down. When I left last night, Crochet was busy trying to say an observation's an experiment. It's pretty interesting. Observation, presupposition, followed by some measurements, prove something. That's, you know, goes along the line of, you know, if the Earth is a sphere, we should see boats disappearing over the horizon. Oh, look, we see boats disappearing over the horizon. Therefore, sphere. That's obviously not cause and effect relationship establishment or even inquiry, really.
Good morning, everybody.
It seems as though no one's here, mate. It's very quiet.
Oh, you're here, and I'm here. How you going?
Yeah, I'm well, thanks. How about yourself?
Sensational, bro. I had a big victory for the little man this week.
That's always good. Share it.
Yeah, bro. I got my super out without being 60-something.
Oh, that is a victory, mate. Well done.
Got it all
That's been
out.
something you've been trying to do for a while, isn't it?
Yes, lump sum paid, account done, no tax.
Oh, happy days, as Bandy would put it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Pretty happy, bro.
Is that something you're now going to do up a PDF and let everyone else know, or what?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, I didn't actually get it out the way I was trying to get it out. I ended up getting it out by twisting their own words.
Whatever works, I suppose. Nice.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was like doing my own way that I was trying to do, and I was just up to the stage where I had to write to the ombudsman and then send a cease and desist letter or whatever, like basically sue them.
Yep.
And then before I did that, I was just looking through all the terms and like all the release terms, and they had their release term which was called permanent incapacity. And I was reading the condition for permanent incapacity, and it said a medical condition or medical, physical or mental, that has left you unable to work in a job that you've had experience in or training or education.
Yep.
So I'm thinking, well, I'm a care worker. I've been a disability care worker for 7 years, and I had a full-time job, and the government said that I wasn't allowed to work anymore because I was unvaccinated. So I thought, well, I guess that's a medical condition that I'm unvaccinated. So I just submitted that as a medical condition, and then they approved it, and I got 20 grand.
Nice.
Yeah. So, I mean, I was really looking forward to obviously getting it the way I wanted to get it, but it's worked out pretty well because now I've got thousands of friends who, are unvaccinated and they work in the health sector, whatever you want to call it. So, I guess they can all get it out the exact same way.
Yeah, it sucks that they have to access it, obviously, because it fucks up things for the future, if it's even fucking going to be there in the future, admittedly.
Oh, dude, man, Super's the biggest freaking fraud of all time. I mean, if you want to save for your future, put it in your bank account and save it. Why the hell does someone else have
I
to
agree.
do it for you?
I agree, mate, yeah.
Absolutely ridiculous. I mean,
it's a Ponzi scheme.
I used to have 70 grand in there in 2017. There was a house for sale up on the hill I wanted to buy, and I couldn't afford it. If I had had that super, I would have bought it, and it was for sale for $240,000, and it just sold for $770,000.
Nice.
I mean,
for them, anyway, not you.
And super is saving for my retirement. I could have just put it into that and just sold it and got to have 500 grand.
Oh, mate, the rates would have just gone up to the point where you wouldn't have been able to afford them by the time you retired anyway. You would have had to sell out and downsize and shit. That's the cycle they put people through, man.
Yeah, so your rates have gone up too?
Oh, everyone's rates go up, man, yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone's rates. I particularly feel sorry for all the people who have paid their house off over 50 years, you know, doing the right thing, or 30 years or whatever, and they finally got to a point where they're sitting back pretty, and now the rates have gone up to a point, and now food's gone up to a point where they've got to fucking move out because the rates are now more than their mortgage fucking payments ever were. You know, it's bullshit.
Yeah. Are they that? Can they get that high though? Like, I mean, I think mine are $2,000.
Oh no, they can go a lot higher. Yeah, it depends where you are.
What
Definitely.
are we talking? What are we talking? What can I get to?
Well, where I am, it's 12 a year, and I know people that pay more.
Say
like
12,000.
substantially more. Yeah,
12,000 a year.
12,000. There's people that pay more. I've got a
Where the
client
fuck
who
are you,
has
bro?
a property.
You Turak?
Well, I'm not gonna point out where I am, but I've got a client who has 2 properties close to where I am, but she's got beautiful water views and lake access and stuff. And she's got a property in Sydney which is worth 3 times the amount, and she pays more here for her fucking rates than she does in Sydney. It's fucking just councils, man. They're just their own.
Victoria?
I'm in South Australia.
South. Okay. Wow. I never heard anything like it. I thought the rates here were expensive.
Well, maybe you've had a lucky run of it with your council, man.
What happens if you don't pay them?
Well, they can take your property.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about? Yep. Oh, yeah. Okay. Interesting.
And although, you know, that's a lot of money, and if you've got no mortgage and everything else, you know, that's very affordable for the year. But when you think of elderly people who have been in the mortgage for 30 or more years, maybe they remortgage to help their kids get a property or something, so they've had to, you know, restart a portion of it. And like their mortgage payments, when they started were fucking just fuck all. I mean, they might have gone through a period where the interest rates were high, but then they come down to a sensible rate, and they've had reasonable fucking run of it. To think that some people are in a position where the rates are pushing them out of their property, that it's almost just criminal. You just should never get to that point.
Yeah, that makes almost zero sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you don't.
You're breaking up, pal.
We're going to own nothing and be happy. I'm quite interested in this. Making your own birth certificate thing, so then a corporation can only do business with a corporation. So you make yourself a real human being again by making birth certificate. And that's it on you. I'm hoping.
Has that worked for anyone? Kosho, did you get Witsit sorted out last night, mate?
No, he's determined to keep his opinion.
And with regard to the references, you know how we had the page numbers and shit like that? Did that get sorted out?
No, I mean we should. There was more of them. There's other ones that were out of context, and it doesn't matter. We showed it to him, and he just I said it doesn't budge.
Wow. Fair enough. I beg to differ. I think that takes a bit of credibility away personally, but if he doesn't want to accept that, that's his prerogative. So how many of them were in quotes, not quotes? Shit.
I haven't gone through all of them, so I can't be sure. He pulled up a couple of them, so we had to look them up, and there's a whole thing.
I went to bed just as he come in, and I sort of thought it was going to be the go-to argument, but obviously not.
Well, no, I mean,
he just doubled down.
I didn't just want to call him out, but I did on one or two of the quotes, but I didn't want to just make it a whole thing or just call him out. I mean, the truth is, same thing I told him, same thing I told everybody is if I were anybody, I would just, before I became convinced of whatever these quotes say, I'd probably look into it more.
Due diligence, eh?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, though, you can't really, I mean, it's up to other people. It's not really up to me. So.
A quote is just one of many different references you can make to the overall point, though. It's not like the overall point is ignored. The equivalence of the two models, even maybe more preference over one over the other, depending on which quote you read. But we can see too far is the problem. And if we can actually see too far, and that's the truth, then none of it really matters, because it's obviously not what they're telling us about the ball, right? So.
Not unless they've got a model that says we can see that far for a reason based on the model. That's the stupid part. We don't see too far.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's true. We see just as far as we should. But if we can measure, like, I guess that's what it comes down to. If we can measure no curvature for far enough, which is what you've been talking about forever, then none of the model stuff matters, because it can't be a bigger ball. Would you actually? That's a question I have for Kosho. Would you agree that this is something Whitsitt says as well, which is, and I agree that a lot of flat earthers talk about the fact that if the measurements aren't what they're telling us, like the idea of it could just be a bigger ball, then it doesn't work, because everything else is thrown off. Like, you can't just say, oh, it could be a bigger ball. Well, like a lot of new ball earthers tend to say, oh, well, what about a bigger ball, right? That doesn't work, in your opinion, do you think, Kosho? Does a bigger ball work with the math? I mean, or could the math just be reconfigured for that too? I mean, the whole distance to the moon and all these things, Does it have to be exactly? I think that's what Whitsitt and others are actually claiming, that it needs to be the exact measurements that were given. Otherwise, it doesn't work.
Yeah, it's not that the answers need each other or else the whole thing fails. The answers have already corroborated each other, so I don't see it likely. If the Earth ended up being bigger, I mean, to me that would be just as unlikely as the Earth being flat, because the size that it is, corroborates with all the other data. So
your answer is yes, it needs to be exactly the size.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not that it needs to be exactly correct.
Would it work?
The reason why I hold it so much confidence in it is because all the other information. So
I know you have confidence and you have beliefs.
It'd be bizarre to me if any of that was wrong.
It could be that that your confidence or beliefs are valid, but if they weren't, let's say, just imagine if it's a bigger ball, would that throw it off, everything else off, in as far as like, other things that you believe in, or would you just indicate that it's all been basically based on one measurement reinforcing the other?
So I'm saying, I don't think it's one measurement reinforcing the other. It's those measurements are that the confidence in them is because of the correctness of the other ones,
Right.
So,
confidence is different than fact, but
yeah, sure.
I'm just saying, like, okay, like take the idea of perspective, like the way that it was shown when Mick West went on Nathan Oakley, and he was using the orthographic view and keeping the full height of a building in the distance, but then using the perspective for the hidden value. And it showed that using that full height in an orthographic view made it work out more believable as far as like what you actually see on an average. And he changed that on his website after he was called out on it. And they also seemed to like kind of figure out that the reverse engineering, that they call it the perspective hijacking, right? Now, if let's just say that's the case, that they did actually figure out that the way it was done was they figured out the perspective and the average of what you might actually have disappear from the bottom up due to perspective, and then say, okay, we're going to call that Earth curvature, and we're going to say that it may vary because of these refraction effects, but on an average, we'll take the average and we'll say this is pretty much where it is. But we can never actually see the curve, the actual curve, or where the leading edge of a sphere is. We'll just say that it's there somewhere. At some point you've probably seen it, but it's just an average of the horizons we observe. So if that's the case, then it's just actually perspective reverse engineered, and those numbers were given for a very specific reason after observing how perspective works with our eyesight. Then the same thing you could say, like, for the way that we see the moon and how far that might seem, and what seems plausible as far as the sun or the moon or any of these distances as far as the size of the circumference. Could they just then, if it's a bigger ball, rework all those numbers and say, okay, well, if it's a bigger ball, then we'll make the moon this far away and we'll make the sun this far away, blah, blah, blah. And it could do it that way, right? Would that be possible? What I'm trying to ask.
Yeah, I don't think so.
It has to be exactly what they give us, huh?
Well, no,
that's my original question.
It's the fact that it fits together. It could be that it's the way you claimed it to be, but I think it'd be very unlikely.
Yeah, but if one measurement's longer, could all the other measurements be changed to fit together as well? Is what I'm asking.
No, I don't think so.
So it has to be exactly what they give us.
Well, no, yeah, like I said, but
or what you think they found out.
No, like take the radius for example. It's like you can't just make the radius bigger and expect things to work out, because the radius corroborates with other answers too. So it's like there's other ways of getting the radius which have already corroborated.
That's my point. That's my point. So the only way that it could possibly be inaccurate is if it was reverse engineered to make sure all those numbers reinforce each other.
Yeah, that'd be pretty clever.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. I mean, if it's flat, that has to be the case. Would you agree?
I wouldn't be able to tell you what was going on with the world if it was flat.
I mean, wouldn't you guess?
Square one.
I'm not asking for you to tell me. I'm asking for you to speculate.
I don't have an answer ready.
Can you speculate? Like if it's actually a flat, if it's a stationary plane, then you might speculate with your best, intellectual honesty that, yeah, this is a reverse engineered deal, because it can't really just be like they guessed these things about it, and we're wrong to that extent, right? It has to either be that they were intentionally wrong or that they're right. Would you agree or not? Or speculation? Just asking for speculation.
Yeah, I mean, probably
that would seem to be the case, right?
Guess would be as good as mine at that point.
Waffling, huh? Come on, give me your real opinion. If you had to bet, if you're in the casino and the bet is okay, if the Earth is flat, would you bet that they were wrong or that they just made a mistake?
I mean, isn't that the same thing?
Oh wait, I'm sorry. It is the same thing. Would you bet that they're wrong or that they reverse engineered it?
I would have to guess somebody was lying.
Yeah, there we go. That's all I wanted to hear. Thank you. And a little bit of intellectual honesty there, or not intellectual honesty, maybe less gatekeeper seeming a little bit.
So,
Not that I think you're a gatekeeper necessarily, but
so if something false is actually true, what would happen? Got it.
what was that? What's that?
So if something that's not real was real, what would happen? Is that what you're asking him?
No, if it turns out that there's undeniable proof that we are on a stationary plane, other than the undeniable proof of your everyday experience that you would actually agree with, then you might guess, or would you not, that it was reverse engineered, not just like inaccurate or mistakes made.
I don't know. I'm looking for. I've been 7 months now. I've been asking for evidence for the flat Earth.
Oh, okay. So you're not going to answer the question.
So if you got some, if you have some, then please
That's
give
perfect.
me some.
The fact that you're waffling around, or that you're
Not waffling.
totally,
I'm saying.
no, the
do you
fact
have,
that you're
do you have
diverging
this
rather
evidence?
than answering the question says it all. You don't have to say anything else. The
Do you have
question
this
answers my question. The fact that you're asking a question to that question answers my question.
Do you have such evidence?
Yeah,
Or
that's
is it
just
a purely
typical
theoretical
paid
question?
Nashville.
Do you have this evidence? I'm not playing hypothetical games. You're saying if there's evidence. I'm saying, fine. Is there evidence? Let's not play hypothetical. And crickets. Good.
Oh, you answered
you've
my.
been-
You answered what I wanted. There's no crickets. I mean, I don't need any more from you.
No, I want evidence. You said if there's evidence. So what is this evidence?
No,
that
you
you're-
don't, Paid. No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
You've
Come
been
on,
given
Travis.
evidence.
Give me evidence.
No,
No, none.
you've
None.
been
The only
you've
evidence
been-
in the last 7 months has been it looks flat and water. That's it.
Oh, then you're not paying attention. So
Well, what's
that's
the
not my
other
fault.
evidence? It looks flat and water. That's the only evidence I've been given.
I guess what I was trying to get to a little bit with that at Kosho, or not the other guy, but Kosho or anybody that's going to give an actual answer is, and then not that I even care what their answer is necessarily, but the point is that I think a lot of the denial, if you will, if there is denial at all, would be based on not only the shock that the lie was so big, but then if you admit that or say it out loud, it's like you're implicating all of these figures that have put themselves on pedestals, and then you're like the one accusing, and the fear to accuse those that stand on the shoulders of fabricated giants, is part of the whole the psychological effect this thing is having on people that don't want to see what we're talking about. Do you agree, Travis?
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and you have no evidence at all. Because I've been again.
I was actually asking Travis a question. I asked Travis.
So ask Travis in the echo chamber.
I apologize. I wasn't paying attention.
Happy to repeat it. I was just saying, I think it's part of the psychological effect that's going on with the, quote unquote ballers that, just say what it feels like they're supposed to say sometimes, even if it doesn't sound believable to themselves. That they're like, part of the fear of it isn't just the shock of the how big the lie is, but if they say it out loud, then it's like they're implicating those people that stand on the shoulders of fabricated giants, and that's a whole nother psychological block that goes on. Like you may consider what we're talking about, but if you actually agree out loud agree to it, then it's like you're the one that's placing the blame on these people that you fear, more so than just what they represent.
Yeah, I think that's a difficult thing to be able to pin down. I mean, you can say that's a possibility, but as to whether or not a person is actually doing that, I don't think we can psychoanalyze.
No, I wasn't trying.
clinically.
I wasn't trying to
But
pinpoint
I hear what
anybody.
you're saying. It makes sense.
I was saying,
it's almost
I was saying it's a possibility. That's all I was saying.
Yeah.
For certain people, maybe nobody. I don't know.
Sure. Yeah. What is that? Where you defend your captor?
Yeah, or even if you were to try to escape your captor, if somebody spoke up about them and you agreed with them, you wouldn't want to say it out loud because that's an ingrained kind of like, you don't do that because of the respect that you once had, or, the fear that you had, or whatever it was.
Right.
Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, the Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, I guess that's basically it.
The people that defend the globe are basically the biggest Stockholm syndrome event of our times. It's massive. Yeah. They have no proof for a globe, but they'll defend it with every last dying breath they have for whatever demonic force is forcing them to do so.
Nice, Gio. You've been on a roll, Gio. I was listening to the whole thing last night, man. That was some good shit. I'm going to go back and clip some of those quotes from you. I just I don't know what you're talking about with this mathematical, lack of mathematical proof. We have the only one perspective. We do not have the perspective from the sun. We only have the earth and the sky. It was awesome. Good on you. Very well put over the last couple of days, for sure. In general, though, always.
Yeah, I appreciate
it. It's been a brutal battle. It's been a bloody couple of days for the ball, Gio, would you say? Man. No wonder Brenda's eye hurts.
Yeah, last night was interesting. Yeah, that got fired up. That was fun there for a bit. Like, for some reason, it just went into that mode. But yeah, I appreciate the kind words.
Oh yeah, it's been a very interesting discussion. I've been down in La Jolla. I'm in La Jolla, California right now. This place just reeks money, man. It is just fucking, people are oozing money in this place. You wouldn't believe it. The most quaint, picturesque town you'd ever imagine. All around here, actually. You've been down in the Southern California, haven't you, Gio?
Yeah.
Been to La Jolla? Or Carlsbad or Ocean Beach or anything?
Probably been through there, but haven't spent a lot of time.
Is that down near Laguna Beach, past there?
Yeah, further south, about an hour and a half south of that. Yeah. I'm up near Laguna in Irvine. That's where I'm living right now.
Oh man, Laguna is incredible.
Yeah, beautiful. Everywhere around here is. I'm like, where are these people? How do these people? I mean, the economy just doesn't seem like it's affecting these people whatsoever.
Right.
It's crazy.
So we were talking about the Stockholm syndrome there for a minute. So is there a way in which, if somebody deceives you and you believe it, is there then a psychological need to defend it and convince others of it?
I would imagine, yeah. I mean, I don't know if
that's part of the kind of part of the trap, basically, is being lied to, then believing the lie, either buying into it or whatever, and then defending it in a way that like a combination.
Well, think about it. Most people can't even admit that it's a thing to think about. Like your average person, like a lot of our family members or friends, they not only will they not discuss it with us, they won't even acknowledge that it's a thing, that there's some serious questions even being posed. Like they'll just completely ignore it out of this immediate panic. Cognitive dissonance just kicks in so hard. They can't even imagine that it's possible that you would even be serious. That's where most people stop worrying about it right there, because they know it's like they automatically calculate in their mind where it leads, which is that you're completely, at odds with, the majority of people's mindset to begin with, and your whole paradigm is now changed. You have to reconsider everything on a different level. Pun intended, you would have to just almost rethink. Like I said this before, you have to rethink almost all the significant decisions that led you up to the point you are in life, because you might have made a different decision if you had known this before, and that's why people don't change, because if they think they could have changed earlier, then it's too late. And so they have to just continue on with their mindset to feel okay about where they are. and you know what? You can't blame them. I'm not trying to say it's a bad thing. I'm not calling it out like everyone should be like us. I'm just saying that's the psychological protective thing going on here for sure. It seems, I mean, regardless if the ball's right or not, just the idea of that flat Earth is psychologically impactful in that very immediate way. I found. I think, I was just like amazed and interested, of course, because of other conspiracy theories and things that, I want to know what's going on rather than just believe something else, and a lot of people aren't like that. Like the lack of curiosity amazed me. The lack of wanting to know.
But what is the real fear underlying it? Because I know what you mean. A lot of people do have various levels of like triggering or fear or concern when they're even brought. Because it wouldn't be about just like the Earth itself. I mean, if the Earth is just an extended plane, then it's just a different shape than a globe. So what is it that they're really afraid of, as it were, or concerned with? Is it that the feeling that there's something evil that lied to them, or is it that they got duped, or both? Like, because yeah, I mean, the thought, like, for some people, the thought, okay, the Earth isn't a globe, is like, whoa, there's some big evil out there that's completely lying to us and doing all this. Like, is it that, or is it like the fact that they may believe something that's false?
So that's both, obviously, a little bit of both, at least, and even just the idea that, of course, the whole, mindset that goes with the heliocentric model that flat earthers have been calling out, like the insignificance of our existence, and the random chance and the Goldilocks zone and all those things just being like this, unbelievable coincidence that is going on, like the sun and the moon, all these things that just happen to like be like the most beautiful coincidence ever, is now maybe purposeful or intended, designed, whatever. That's a part of it too, right?
If I was to grant you the flat Earth, the questions that immediately jump into my mind are, how do the distances I personally have traveled and know, how was I so wrong? Where did I screw up in those calculations? And what I keep coming back to is I haven't, and the calculations I've done and the measurements I've taken of the surface of the Earth hold valid. And
so what measurements have you taken of the Earth that verify a globe?
Yeah. I've used celestial navigation to circumnavigate the Earth.
So you went around in a circle.
Right. I've used celestial navigation and all of the parts that are involved in that to circumnavigate the Earth.
Okay, what does that mean exactly? You've gone around the entire Earth at the equator, or what does that mean? What does that mean?
No, I didn't do it.
Yeah, it's quite a claim to say you circumnavigated the Earth. So are you fudging a little bit, or exaggerating, or what?
No, I've made this claim for many times. I've even talked with you about this. I went to high school on a sailboat, was homeschooled, circumnavigated the planet, turned in my correspondence courses. Whenever we'd pull into the next port, I would go drop off a packet. This is how I did high school.
You know what? You know what I would suggest, don't take this the wrong way. I would suggest that, because what you're saying doesn't obviously prove the globe, because it's like if you had evidence of that sort, right? Yeah, like then you'd be famous and or whatever. Like everyone would know those measurements, and we'd be like, okay, it's a globe because he did this. But you know what? If you put on the map, if you just outlined your if you outlined your path, and hold on, let me finish. If you outlined your path, that's not even my point I wanted to get to. Let me finish my whole thing. If you outlined your path with the distances between each place you went, then and showed it to us, then we'd have to compare it to whatever flat Earth map you might be thinking is wrong, and then see if we could actually maybe rework a flat Earth map to fit those distances, and maybe that's what it is. Maybe you can help with the actual map of the Earth.
Cool. Rather than using my data, because it's 20 years old and I'm not very good, why don't we use the extremely accurate and extremely high-tech data that's coming off the sailing ships that are currently getting ready to do the Golden Globe race?
Sure, you use those measurements. I'm just saying, instead of just coming in here and claiming I've done this and these are the, I know the measurements are right. What are you supposed to do with that? I have to see where you went, see the distances between each place, and look at this new event that you're talking about. See those distances, check them out, and see if there's a possibility that the ships went faster than they said, or whatever it is that needs to be worked out. But that the claim doesn't really do much for us. Is all I'm saying.
Would you like to? So the Golden Globe hasn't actually run, at least not for the last 40 plus years. The Vendée Globe was run a year and a half ago. I'm very familiar on those numbers. Would you like to go over those?
No, I don't think anyone would, because they're all third-party, unverifiable. How did we get from you claiming that you've circumnavigated what you think is a globe, and you verified distances and you verified things of a globe? How do we get from that to you all of a sudden kind of shilling for these boat races?
What I was talking about was the measured distances that I've used between land masses, using the same techniques and stylings that are used every day by sailors and will be exclusively used on the Golden Globe race that starts on September 3rd. The process works. I know it works because I've done it myself.
Okay, well, having a process that correlates with certain sections and areas of Earth doesn't mean that you've measured the Earth in any way, shape, or form. Because that's what you started saying. That's what your original. Because you were saying that that if you were to say, okay, yes, the Earth is you said, give us a flat Earth or something. Which I assume what you meant by that is, okay, yep, the Earth is flat. You then were saying that you would then have to figure out how these distances were. How to reconcile that. So that means that you measured a globe. So you'd have to claim how you did. You claim you did that.
So I took my data and I conglomerated and collaborated that with all other nautical charts that are used every day by millions of seagoing people around the world. And all the charts don't tile a plane. In fact, when you lay them side by side, they form an oblate spheroid.
Okay, so using other people's charts in their maps and models and calculations, and you're using a small section of that somehow. You're just appealing to those charts, and you're not actually testing or measuring anything.
Except I did, because like we keep talking about, I've actually gone from landmass to landmass. I've sailed from Europe to the North America. I've sailed from North America to South America. I know how far these distances are.
And how did you measure the distance when you took those trips?
Distance over on a sailboat is measured primarily 3 different ways. The first and easiest in modern ships is GPS. I understand that there's issues in GPS there, so we'll just stick a pin in that one. The second way to do it is time over distance. We can measure how fast the water is moving past the boat. We know how we have a watch, so you know how fast time is moving, and you can therefore work out your speed that way. Or you can use dead reckoning, where you actually recognize landmarks and you know how far apart the landmarks are. So when you get with the dead tree, you've gone 10 miles. When you're, off that spit of land, it's 25 miles out. They're also satellite tracked boats, but again, I assume you probably have.
I don't get why you would think that you were incorrect in your travels.
I don't, and that's exactly my point. I don't think my measured and perceived travel distances were incorrect, but I sit in these rooms and I'm told every single day. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
I was in the middle of a sentence and you started, so I didn't stop soon enough. Please try again.
Yeah, thanks. So you started out by saying, I'll grant you the flat Earth. What just doesn't make sense to you is how you were incorrect in your measurements. And I'm saying, why do you think you were incorrect?
You've told me I am. You told me with a flat Earth, my measurements do not work. So if we start with the premise the Earth is flat.
No, that's not what I say.
I don't think anyone said those things.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not what I say.
I might have extrapolated, and I do apologize if that. My measurements do not work on flat Earth. They are completely. First of all, I have a map. So right there, I'm no longer allowed in the club. But second of all, I can tell you how far away all the land masses are from each other.
Yeah, I don't imagine, again, if you put a flat earther on a boat and you on a boat, that you guys would end up in different ports if you went to the same place by just doing sextant readings.
I do. I don't. I've yet to meet a flat earther who understands how sextants work, and I've asked all of them.
That's fine. I'm telling you. Great, good. I'm not a mariner. Okay, I told you this earlier. If someone would,
No, you're
if someone-
confirming you don't know how sextants work, and you're saying, but other people do, and I'm saying I've yet to meet them. So produce these other people.
Okay, I didn't say other people do. Here's what I said. If you put a flat earther on a boat and you on a boat and you only used sextants, my prediction is you'd both get to the same port. No problem.
There's no flat earther who knows how to use a sextant. That's a problem.
Oh, so you've talked to every maritime flat earther out there?
Every flat earther I talk to, I ask that question. I have never got a response.
That's not what I said.
I'm sorry. The middle of my sentence keeps interrupting you, Travis. I do apologize for that.
I love it when you guys. I love it when you guys say that. Awesome. Yeah. Go ahead, passive aggressive.
Are you done?
No, go ahead, passive aggressive.
Celestial navigation works regardless.
Cool. Show me how.
They just map out the constellations relative to the area of land that they're on. You don't need to know whether it's a sphere or flat.
You know what? I'll make it easy. Explain to me the relationship, the linear relationship, 60 nautical miles per degree.
Bro,
that's it. Just explain that one thing to me.
Okay? It all hinges on stellar almanacs, like the values that they have in them. And those are just the positions of the celestial objects, the magnitudes of the stars, and the culmination dates of the constellations, and all of that can be mapped out.
Oh, that's cute. No, that's not even close to what it is.
Literally what the stellar
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Kool-Aid.
Hold on. I'm going to explain what it really
Kool-Aid,
is.
Did the
You're wrong.
beginning of Wait, I'm sorry, Kool-Aid. Did the beginning of your sentence interrupt the middle of his? I'm sorry. Because that's what you just did.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to explain to you what a celestial almanac is. A celestial almanac is a prediction of when the celestial sphere will be aligned above the celestial horizon, creating a ground point or a geographical position at any, and that is what is listed in the almanac. That's it.
Okay, so the celestial sphere contains what?
The celestial sphere contains the stars.
Yeah, the celestial objects, right? The magnitudes of the stars. No. The constellations.
The stars.
All the things that I said that you said wasn't that. So it is the future positions of those things, of the celestial sphere, relative to the ground that you're on, and that's something that can be mapped out by post-diction, by observation, by at any given location, day after day, year after year, decade after decade, century after century.
The only way you can get the linear relationship between 60 nautical miles and 1 degree is on a sphere looking at a sphere. There is no other shape that works.
You can.
That's incorrect.
They had eclipses before they knew it was a sphere because at any given location, they mapped out when it happened. They found the cycle. You could do the same with any given location.
Except the location. This is the point that I was making earlier. The locations of, let's say, the starting race for the Golden Globe have never happened before. They have never been recorded. It is a prediction. Would you be willing to make that prediction?
The starting race for the Golden Globe?
No, you didn't think so. The start of the Golden Globe race. It's the big sailboat race, starts in 31 days.
Cool. What's your point?
would you be willing to make the prediction of what the observation through the sextant at the start of that race is going to be?
If you had the charts from like all of history at that location where the race is starting, then yes.
Yeah,
And
it's
along
starting
the path
in
that it's
Los
going,
Angeles.
then yes.
It's starting in Los Angeles, September 3rd. Race starts at 6 o'clock local time. What else would you like to know?
Yeah, I'm sure you would be. You have to actually have the path as well, but I'm sure you'd be able to,
Nope. I
map that out.
don't care about the
because
path.
they have the star
just
charts,
the first measurement.
which correspond to the land.
Are you willing to make the prediction for what the first measurement will be?
What do you mean the first measurement?
So that race will be navigated solely on celestial navigation. Modern navigational equipment is not allowed, with the one exception of an EPIRBS beacon, which will only be activated if the boat begins to sink.
Okay.
Will you make a prediction what the observation at the starting line will look like?
I won't, because I'd have to actually do a lot of work to figure out exactly what time's happening, what the celestial objects in the sky are going to be, and stuff like that. It's too much work for
So
me to
you
care.
don't know how to use a sextant, and you're unwilling to make the
I
prediction
do
on the
know how to use a
observation.
sextant, and I just explained to you how it could be used regardless of the Earth that you're standing on. It's just the actual location relative to the celestial sphere. That's been mapped out
It has to be
time and time again
It has to,
since time immemorial.
percentage. It has to be two spheres to keep a linear relationship. If it's a sphere over a flat plane, you would have an exponential relationship between distance and elevation angle. That is not what we observe.
That's
We
not
observe a
true,
linear
man.
relationship.
No, that's not true. We have a gradient, so it's not even
We
possible
don't
that
have
it
a
would
gradient.
be, as you state.
We have a
We do
linear
have a
relationship.
gradient.
We don't have a gradient. No.
No, we have a gradient in the atmosphere above a flat plane.
What does that have to do with the linear relationship of 60 nautical miles per 1 degree of declination change?
Geo, post him the GIF. He clearly hasn't seen
Does
the
it
GIF
have
before.
anything to do with it? Or is it just another red herring?
Yeah. No, exactly. Exactly. The gradient compensates for the fact that the stars drop in that relationship. As you walk back, they drop based on that gradient that we look through, our personal atmospheric dome. Just because you claim it's due to curvature, the maths all still fucking works. It's just not curvature being the cause. Prove that, and
Very
you're all good
simple
to go, mate.
concept. The celestial sphere at a given location, like at a given time, corresponds to a given location. All the time. In any location, at any given time, there's going to be a specific, the celestial sphere, the stars in the night sky are going to be in specific positions. And that happens again and again, until infinity, man. Any location, at any given time, it'll have a specific set of stars. And if you map that out, then you'll be able to tell where you are if you have two of those variables. If you have the night sky and a specific time, you'll know where you are on Earth. And that's the basis of it. That's also the basis of the Saros cycle with eclipses. It's just mapped out from all these data points of the past.
Excellent.
I want to go. I would like to stick on the gradient bending light in such a perfect manner that it produces this linear relationship when we always talk about how everything looks different day to day, minute to minute, but yet it's somehow bending light in a perfect manner to produce this linear relationship every time.
I didn't hear anyone say bending light. Seems like you added that.
Refraction would come into play with either model, regardless.
Well, how would the gradient produce the observation, this linear observation over a flat surface?
If the lights are above the gradient, there can be refraction, right? Regardless of the model.
Yeah, but it would have to be, if it was producing in a consistent manner, 1 degree per 60 nautical miles, over however many nautical miles you want to go, you get that same result consistently.
Yeah,
That I'm
because
confused
they're
how that would be
they're
done.
really high up in the sky. You're not using a sextant 5 degrees above the horizon to shoot an object.
True.
You're
Is that what
shooting
the
them.
point was, George?
You're shooting them high up in the sky, and this whole
Yes. Yeah.
conversation is quite funny, right? Like the stars have been mapped out for a very long time. We know that ancient people mapped out the stars. So to equate a specified distance to the relationship between the observation in the sky and the amount of degrees of change as you move has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's simply an observation.
Well, geometrically, that can be argued.
Well,
that
what
linear
happens
rate.
happened, right? What happens
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah. We have to figure out why.
So back in the day, when would you agree, ancient Egyptian times or times like that, where we know that these people have mapped out the stars, did they have the heliocentric model?
Oh, I don't
Did they
know.
have a universe model? Yeah, we don't
I
know.
don't
I
know.
mean, for all intents and purposes, it's said that those people were archaic and believed that the Earth was flat. Yet they were able to map out all these stars, right? And if you can
Yeah.
map out the ground based on the observations you have in the sky, don't need to mess with the shape of the Earth. It's not like they had to figure out a globe calculation in order to be able to navigate. But what
Yeah,
they did do is start from a flat baseline.
Yeah, I generally
With the
don't even.
assumption that they're basically using a vector.
I mean, I see what they did, and maybe in History Channel and stuff like that. But I just barely know a little bit about how it's done today, and the procedure and all that. But that linear relationship is a hitch in the program because geometrically you can draw it on a piece of paper, and it doesn't work that way. You have to
But we're
curve the
telling you,
surface in which you're moving along to get that relationship.
yeah, but again, we're simply suggesting that you consider the possibility that it's the sky that is presenting this relationship to you, simply because we can't answer the why doesn't mean that's not what is happening. So, for instance, what you're saying is very similar to my claim about what inferior mirages are. So, inferior mirages present themselves in a linear fashion that way, to where it looks like the mirage is directly beneath the target. That's the way it looks. However, that's not what it is. It's actually along the x-axis, so that the image of the mirage is covering miles and miles of distance, but looks like it's directly underneath the target. Now, I don't know how that happens, but I can demonstrate that that is what is happening.
Yes, and it changes day to day, right?
Yeah, because you can have an intense, severe inferior mirage, or you can have a very moderate, minimal inferior mirage. But you're still going to go ahead.
Sorry, would you agree that we can get useful information from the looking up and mapping that the information the star field presents us? Can we locate our position on Earth using the stars alone?
Yeah, of course.
And can we draw maps with that?
Yeah, you can project what you think is happening, sure.
And would those maps be accurate and show us, if my map says I'm here, I look around, that's where I am. If I want to move somewhere else, or say I wanted left lane to take a look, and he takes a look wherever he is in the world right now, and it matches for him too, could we say that map's pretty accurate?
Yeah, you're describing what's going to be called a zero-sum game, because both of those things are going to be true on either model.
Could we put them on paper?
Are these all just going to be? Are these all just going to be rhetorical questions?
Basically, Because my point is, I have a map and a working model. What you're saying is my map and my working model don't work.
No,
And
that's not what I'm saying. No,
I
I did
apologize.
not say
They
that.
do.
No,
Okay,
I did not say they.
then my map and my map and model work for celestial navigation.
Are
Well,
there
do
any
you? Oh wait, hold on,
assumptions
hold on,
within your
hold on,
model?
hold on. Okay?
Who cares?
This is where my
Does it work?
question is, at what point do you bring your model in to your mapping?
The entire thing. The map is the model. Does it work?
Okay, so you're equating using a sextant with a map.
Does celestial navigation in its current form using the globe model work?
When you take sextant readings, okay, hold on. When you take sextant readings,
Is there
when you
a
take,
working
okay, let me
flat
ask
Earth
my
model
question.
that I
Can you not hear
compare?
me right now?
Wait. Yeah, wait a minute. Go ahead, Travis.
When you use a sextant reading, are you imposing a globe model?
Yes.
Okay.
As soon as you sit down to the math, you are.
I disagree.
Well, no, it's just the
Excellent.
assumption again that 1 degree
Now
per
we're
69 is happening because of curve. So you can
right.
you can do whatever you
Cool.
want, but you've still decided that it is because of curve and not because of what we see through. So, but it would
We
work both
agree.
ways. You have to acknowledge that.
We agree that the globe map and model work. What you are saying is, but we have another one. Will you please present me that other one that also works?
No, I never said there was another map. What I'm saying is the method works
Okay.
on both. Just because you've done
No,
it
it doesn't.
and superimposed it onto a ball, and I haven't done it and
That's it.
superimposed it onto a flat Earth, that doesn't mean it's curved or not.
The claim is that it does work on a flat Earth. That was your claim. Will you please provide evidence for that? Will you
It
please
would,
present the working
based on your
flat Earth map?
misassumption that you need to move 69 miles to get the degree drop based on curve. That's an assumption
Excellent.
you can't verify and can't validate. You can't confirm
Except
speeds. You can't confirm
we
anything. Distances, nothing.
do we agree that celestial navigation works?
Yes.
Then we agree that my map and model work. Please present me a working alternative. You say it exists. I would like to see it.
I didn't say it exists. Do you want me to say what I said again? I said it would
It
work.
doesn't exist.
No,
That's
you seem to have claimed that you've done one for the ball. You can go out and do one and try and superimpose it onto a flat and show that it doesn't. Go for it. That would be a good thing for you to do. Oh,
It doesn't
okay.
work.
And did you have an assumption again based on why things drop for 69 miles of movement?
Nope. I just went with the observation. I went with the observations. The observations don't match reality.
Okay, so let me suggest this. Yeah, let me suggest this. The next time you try to do celestial navigation from a flat Earth map, just flip the sphere and treat the sky as if it is creating the effect of 60 nautical miles per 1 degree. And there you got to solve your problem.
The problem is it's two spheres, Travis. You have to be on a sphere looking at a sphere.
Okay, that's your
One of
that's
them can't
again.
be flat.
No, that's your claim.
The relationship becomes exponential. Stand on a beach ball and look up at your ceiling. As you move away, it's going to become exponentially faster. You're not going to get the linear relationship of 60 nautical miles per 1 degree. In fact, 60 nautical miles per degree has been consistent so far. That's where nautical miles came from.
So you're telling me that you, in celestial navigation, you treat the sky as a sphere and the Earth as a sphere together?
Correct. It's a celestial sphere and a terrestrial sphere.
Yeah, that's first I've heard that.
Yeah, the celestial sphere is at infinite distance, so it doesn't really matter, but
Exactly.
it's a sphere.
It's assumed to be. All these assumptions, mate. I love it.
But it works.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
of
see,
course.
I've not heard it.
You don't have
I've not
anything
heard
that works.
anybody.
That end of conversation. You have nothing that works. I have something that works.
No, yeah, based on a presumption. Now, can you
Cool.
verify that or not?
Make whatever presumption you want and present something that works.
No, you've done it, not me.
Right.
I don't know why
And
you're just open to it. Just say, yes, based on my assumption that I moved 69 miles and the Earth is curved, my model works. And just be open to the fact that if it's not curved, your model still works, your method still works, but it works for a very different reason than you thought. Just be open to it.
Then okay, what you're asking me to be open to is a linear relationship becoming an exponential one.
No,
my
you
girlfriend
said
would
yourself
disagree
you
with that.
treat the stars like they're flat because it's infinite, but you assume that they're a sphere.
No.
But they're
No.
infinite, so it doesn't really matter.
No.
He's
No, you
also
got that
assuming
backwards.
that it works
Hold
throughout
on,
the
hold
whole
on,
entire
hold on.
globe model.
Hold
Have
on.
you
Hold on.
navigated
You
the whole
got that
entire
back.
globe?
Yes, I've circumnavigated the globe. Now, you've actually got it backwards.
Around Antarctica?
I don't treat them as if they're flat. I treat them as if they're a sphere because they are infinite distance. Infinite distance from a sphere is infinite. It's a sphere.
Sure, mate.
An
Literally
infinite
just
sphere. That's a new one. Infinite spheres. So if it's
the
infinite, how does it
that's
have
where
a
the
shape?
celestial sphere or celestial navigation is placed.
An infinite sphere. A sphere
Yeah.
that is so big that it never ends, so it never has a spherical shape. So when you circumnavigated the world, where did you do that?
We did most of it in the northern hemisphere because we stopped at lots of ports and did lots of historic traveling.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, you realize
Well, then
you
couldn't
realize
okay.
that the northern hemisphere, even if that's if the map is in contention, and I in no way 100% support the Gleason's map or an azimuthal equidistant map, but you realize that the northern hemisphere, where you're checking out these distances, there's zero difference between the globe model and the azimuthal equidistant in the northern hemisphere, right?
I do. I've also sailed through Cape of Good Hope and Cape Horn, which has vast differences between the Gleason map and the globe model.
Were you celestially navigating?
As a tertiary backup.
So you didn't use it unless you needed to, right?
We kept the log up to date, more or less. We didn't use it like multiple times a day, but the log was kept up to date every 24 hours.
So when you went through
So did you
Cape of Good Hope,
sail around South America?
right? Where was your next port after getting around South America or Africa?
So we didn't actually go around South America. We went through the Suez Canal.
Well, that
and
contradicts
kind of cut it
what you said previously.
Oh, okay.
Didn't you previously say that you did?
No. We went around
Cape of Good
the
Hope and Cape of Good Hope.
Sounds like you circumnavigated
Navigated the globe.
Right. Okay. Cool. You guys can say whatever you want.
sure it was fun.
I apologize you didn't do it.
You don't need
Wait,
to
where's the
apologize for
Suez
that.
Canal?
The privilege, mate. Enjoy it.
Where's the Suez Canal? Too late. Where's the Suez Canal?
You're breaking up,
That-
Travis.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that me dropping or is that him?
Is that hear me?
Travis.
Okay.
All right, so cool. I'm gonna get out of here. You guys have fun. When you get something that works, let me know. And I appreciate you guys saying that our map and model works.
No worries. Thanks for agreeing that you make assumptions.
Oh, whoa,
It's all
whoa.
based around
yeah.
that.
Yeah, he makes assumptions and then takes some canals in the northern hemisphere. So he didn't really have a path that would lead him to get any good long distances across large oceans in the southern hemisphere for him to really even be able to claim that there's some disparity.
No, he's just butthurt because he spent a lot of time using a sextant. His daddy told him it meant something, and to find out now that all of that maths I did, all those fucking calculations I did, fucking hell, were for nothing. Bullshit, that can't be true. So he's just lashing out.
Well, the calculations are fine. It's just the assumptions made in it, right? Like, the calculations work. It's just the claim that the surface is curved in order for them to work is where he's, for some reason, getting butthurt. Like,
yeah, but he's not even open to that thought. That's what I mean. He's butthurt. He's sticking to the fact that the surface is curved.
Like, it's not that big of a deal. The Earth is flat. Like, not that big of a deal, bro. It's okay. You can still use your sextant and navigate.
Exactly. I don't understand the problem either.
Oh, you can make the section work on a flat Earth? Have you won MC Tunes $10,000 yet?
Do you guys just like trade shifts? Did he just go on lunch and you just get back?
Have you?
They do.
Have you got one MC Tunes $10,000 yet?
And it's the same rhetoric. They're always shilling for their globe YouTubers. It's the same stuff.
Yep.
Well, I mean, he put out a challenge. He put out a challenge months ago now, and nobody has been able to do it. But you guys continuously say that, it
Just
only
ignore
works.
the troll and
It only works on a flat Earth, and yet there's $10,000 out there that says you don't know it.
Do you think McToon, in any way, shape, or form, is somehow putting up a challenge that would prove or disprove the globe?
He put a similar challenge out there, opened all Globers for $100, and was solved within 4 minutes of hitting the. But the flat Earth challenge is still out there after 9 months. Is it now? I forget. It's a while.
Ooh,
Nobody
I can put out
can
a
do
flat Earth challenge that can be solved in 4 minutes, and I can put a globe Earth challenge that could never be fucking.
You guys continually say falsely, apparently, that the Celestial Nav works on a flat Earth, and there's a challenge out there to put your money where your mouth is, and nobody's done it in 9 months.
That's really simple to say, but in order for me to actually confirm empirically some of the alleged measurements, it would require me to be on a boat for a very long time.
These are not any alleged measurements. These are just, angles to the stars, simple star fix.
Yeah, I've already broken this down. I do it every time you guys come in here and do this. Do you need me to do it again?
Oh, what is it? Nuh-uh? Or you got something more than nuh-uh? I mean, these are just three simple star fixes. What's so difficult about it?
Are you McToon's roommate?
These are three simple star fixes.
Do you guys share the same household?
Have you ever even touched a sextant?
It's too late, mate.
Do you have separate toothbrushes?
Have you ever even touched a sextant?
Sounds sexy.
So I wonder, do you share the same bath towel, or do you
do you even know anything about?
Why don't you break away from the ad hoc, Napalm?
No,
I'm just doing it because
he can do it.
Cade
Because
is the worst of the worst of the shilly trolls.
He can do it. He can see the thing is he can attack. He can attack me on this server.
Nobody pays attention to McToon.
He can attack me on this. He can attack me on this server and not suffer any consequences. And I'm just being, just sitting here taking it.
Hey, you're doing troll attacks. It's the same.
I'm not doing troll attacks. I'm asking a very simple question.
Troll attacks.
A very simple question is why haven't you won MC Tunes $10,000?
If had not one Glober claim I think there's 3 Bitcoins up for grabs that not one Glober has grabbed.
Yeah, that's because the guy who.
Why don't you save license Bitcoin?
That's because the judge for that is also hasn't been in the meantime. MC Tune has put these out and given you the blockchain.
Really? There's not one Glober that's claimed like 3 Bitcoin. What's 3 Bitcoin? That's like
because
the Earth is flat until claims it.
Like, damn. What is going on with
MC Tune? Is like, come on, Bandy. You know. Bandy, you're better than this. I know.
Yeah, well, don't be shilling. Stop
the
shilling to someone
are clearly paid too well.
Dishonest
He's not
Way
gonna,
to kill a
he's gonna
conversation,
use
man.
giving you the
Way to
block
go.
button.
No, hold on. That's a lot. The fellow himself, his character, I pointed out exactly what his character was yesterday. All right, so don't be shilling for that dishonest bloody character.
He's not dishonest.
Yeah, he is. He is.
He put out it's a simple star
No,
fix. 3 simple
no,
sightings to stars. If the Earth was flat, you should be able to solve it
no,
using flat Earth map.
no,
Nobody has
no,
done so.
no.
Yeah, you can if you have the correct map. he's using geographic positions that are already positioned on a globe, and then asking somebody to calculate it for a flat Earth. So I've already told you the only way to do what he's asking to do is to independently go around the entire Earth, map all of the land, and then map it with the GPs with the stars, create your circle of equal altitudes. Then you can do what he's asking. So he's literally asking something that would cost hundreds of millions of dollars and an enormous amount of time to carry out. And he's doing it with this kind of pious, like, oh, like, I have this wonderful globe model. He hasn't verified anything on the Earth. He's Googled things and gotten information.
Mm-hmm. He actually he modified that first so that you can use the almanac since it's a historical position.
You don't need any of that. You don't need it. What you would need to do what he's asking, I'll repeat it again because I've said it every single time you come in here shilling for it.
And
you would need to have the correct mapping of the Earth. You can't go off a globe map and then try to ask somebody to map it on a flat Earth. That's like asking somebody, take this reverse engineered thing and then prove how it's reverse engineered without the information you needed to know how to reverse engineer it in the first place.
Not reverse engineered, sorry. It's just 3-star fixes.
Yeah, 3-star fixes based upon geographical land.
No, the 3-star fixes.
The geographical land that maps to the Earth. So you need the correct GP, circle of equal altitude mapping system in order to do what he's asking. And yes, that will be coplanar with it will be planar.
This is just a 3-star fix. That's all it is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I need to say it again or.
Well, no, you can say it again all you want, and you'd be incorrect one more time because this is just a 3-star fix. You can use the almanac.
Okay, what is a 3-star fix? I know what it is, but go ahead and tell us what you think.
Oh, if you know what it is, why not to tell you?
Because I'm going to point out
the audience.
Yeah, why you need the map to do this. If you're fixing positions from the Earth, you're fixing it from a position. Let's say St. Louis or Chicago or some city. So you're saying, here I am on this thing. I'm on this just plot of land. But that plot of land is already built upon the WGS 84 coordinate system in terms of the coordinates and the latitude and longitude that he's using. And that's already been reverse engineered to map to the sky the way that it has. So you can't use the globe coordinate system to go run around trying to claim flat Earth things. You need the real one. You need the correct actual mapping, which I said needs to be done independently, and then you can use. And then the mathematics will be planar, which is what they are.
What? Are you serious?
Yep.
So you're saying that all the surveying that's been done by the British and the Americans since about 1700s is fake?
I did not say anything like that whatsoever. You just made a straw man. You just made a straw man. You're just using tactics now because
that was a shill attack.
That was a shill attack.
No, that wasn't a shill attack.
I just poignantly stated exactly what's needed, and I broke down the MC Toon thing in a simplistic manner, and then you just made up something about surveying and fakeness that I didn't say at all.
Well, that you did. You said that you can't use any of. So basically, you're saying that all of the surveying that we've done for 300 years now is no good.
I didn't say that either.
Yes, you did. You said we need
any other straw mans that you want to just.
Hold on a second. Didn't you just say that we can't use the global? What'd you say? What was the word you used? You basically said we can't use any of the global fixes that we know about. Did I misunderstand you?
Sounds like it.
Then say it again. Why? One more time.
I've already said it 3 or 4 times. You can go back and listen to the. Yeah,
say it one more time. If you can't, what you said is you need to go through. You
Take
just
a break.
didn't he
Stop
just say
getting
that?
people to dance for you. Take a break.
And
Put
so
yourself
shut up,
on
please.
mute
Geo,
and
please
then
make me a mod.
and then no,
Make me a mod,
no,
just
no,
real quick,
no,
just for
no, no,
10
no.
seconds.
And
I thought I just
you
heard him
can
say
you
that
can you can
you
replay
can't
it.
use. I
Just
thought that
replay it.
I just thought I heard him say that you have to go through and survey the whole Earth yourself. Did I not hear that correctly?
Dude, what I said in another simplistic way of saying it, if you take Chicago, Illinois, all of these cities, MC Toon is going off the positions of those cities based upon what he's given off of Google, the WGS 84. We can get into GPS and whatever. The bottom line is that is what he is using. He's then using those positions to say, hey, fix these stars and do it on a flat Earth map. What I'm telling you is that the coordinates of those cities, the layout of the continents, the layout of the land, has already been reverse engineered. So yes, the coordinate system is already been purported through Google and through these different government sources to be a sphere. So if you start doing fixes, you're going to get sphere results, which is why he thinks he's confident in it and he thinks he has something. He's then trying to say, use those coordinate systems and fit it on a flat Earth. Well, it's already been reverse engineered and been altered to the coordinate system to be on the WGS 84. So what I said is that in order to get the correct layout, you have to map the Earth independently of any government sources, because you have to actually do it scientifically and independently. And then you have to build the GP and the circle of equal altitudes, because those will give you the map of the Earth. When you take a GP of a star, it's going to have a circle of equal altitude. There's a distance from the radius, et cetera, et cetera. So now you're going to get all those GPs and you're going to be able to plot the real position of St. Louis or Chicago or these different cities with the circles of equal altitude. At that point, you can then do what he's asking you to do. And yes, it will be planar math to do it, but you need that first. You can't do it based upon the false globe model.
So
he's asking, what he's doing is he's asking a non-applicable test, a non-applicable challenge. It's a loop, and it would cost an enormous amount of money, time, and energy to do it correctly. So it's just a dead end road, which is what he's doing.
So then I ask you, if this is all the way it is all the surveying we've done for the last 300 years wrong? And you went non-linear on me saying that that's not a good summation of what you just said.
Yeah, I did not say that.
You just, wait a minute, you just did, saying you have to go, in order to do this fix, you need to go survey the whole Earth to find out the real position of Chicago. Did I miss that, or did you not say that? I thought I heard you say that almost directly, the word for word.
I said the words that I said, but you're now making up an additional story about surveying and all of the surveying.
You just said you had to go survey
I did
the
not
whole
say
Earth.
that. I did say that, but you're bringing up another non sequitur point, which is about the current surveying. That's a whole nother topic. That's a whole nother thing.
So hold on a second. If you have to go resurvey the whole Earth to make it work, that would imply that the current surveying is incorrect. Is that not correct?
I would not, that there's more, it's a non sequitur point. It's a whole nother point. There's more complexity to that. Parts of it are correct. Parts of it have been altered and adjusted to fit the globe model. It's not complete. So yeah, there's many more components to that.
So you have to throw out all the surveying that's ever been done ever.
No,
it all has to be thrown out and start over from scratch.
That's what I said, and he said no.
Yeah.
So we're going to start from scratch.
No, but I said that, and Geo said no. He said,
well, you could do it two ways. You could start from scratch and do it, or you could go verify everything that's been done. But that's pretty much just starting from scratch as well, to verify it all.
So yeah, it's all wrong.
That's what I said, but he said no.
I didn't say it's all wrong, because there's a lot of different surveying done in different areas. There's surveying done in like downtown city areas. It's quite accurate.
It's all suspect.
If you're talking, here's the difference. There's surveying in downtown London. That's a particular type of surveying in terms of the distance between the houses. That's going to be pretty darn accurate. But if you're talking about, in upper Russia, in the middle of nowhere, that's a different story. So on the middle of the oceans and so on. So just to say all surveying is not very complete.
So Chicago, St. Louis, and Philadelphia are incorrect.
Well, now there's two different things. There's the surveying of the actual downtown, like the streets and that part of it, and then there's the position of that city on the larger continent, and then the continent on the larger Earth system. So there's multiple
So,
scales there.
so any surveying on a large scale is incorrect.
I guess you guys are just set on doing straw man. I'll just kept saying. I'm
I
saying.
disagree.
I'm saying the words I'm saying. I'm not saying the ones you're saying.
Not listening.
I
And,
say
and you're,
if it's
you're
if it's
implying
over.
too that all the surveyors are dishonest and doing the wrong thing. You're just throwing a broad blanket over everything, and it's not right what you're doing.
I don't know.
At
It sounds like a decent conclusion based on. It's
all.
like
No.
Geo says words and then he doesn't accept the conclusion from said words. Like, if you excuse me, Geo, I'm not trying to strawman you. I'm trying to understand your argument.
Yeah, you brought up surveying, but that's not necessarily what we were talking about, was it? We were talking about fixes to stars.
Yeah, I know, but
that's not surveying. Those are different things. So you brought up a non sequitur and a bunch of
No,
straw
sir.
man, and
I
you've
asked
looped
you-
into other things that were not
I a-
linked to the original thing I said.
I asked you why it worked, and you started talking about resurveying the whole Earth.
I never even said that. I said map out the Earth with the proper GPs and circle of equal altitudes. I never used the word surveying.
I know it's a map. You said map out, which is.
I said map out with the GPs and circle of equal altitudes. Correct. Those are the words I said. You've brought in this whole other thing for whatever reason.
So okay, so let's map out. So our current mapping out is incorrect.
The globe is incorrect. Yes, that map is absolutely false.
The distances from Chicago to St. Louis to Philadelphia are incorrect.
Sorry, I had to step away for a minute. Did you say someone? Steel City said something?
Yeah, Gio, you can feel free to use this quip that I came up with. Don't pay attention to what I'm not saying.
I have to think about that. You would tell someone that's doing straw mans, you're saying?
Yeah. Because that's not what I'm saying, but they're hearing what they want. So stop hearing what you want. Stop listening to what I'm not saying.
I'm trying to get it explained to me, and you used the word map out, which is surveying. Excuse me if those two.
Not on the ocean. Not on the ocean. You're not surveying on the ocean.
I mean, if you want to know the relationship between the ground and the sky, which is what MC Toon's thing is based upon, that's what we were talking about. And that involves the GPs and the circle of equal altitudes, because the circle of equal altitudes give the distance of the radius of the GP on the actual Earth. And since we can't go up in the sky and get the radius of the sky and match it to the Earth, all we can do is get the sightings of the stars, and we know the GPs, and then you can build the radiuses of all the circles. Once you have that, then you'll have the correct actual physical mapping of the Earth and how that links to the GPs.
Have you ever done celestial navigation? It's a simple yes or no question. I'll accept that.
The answer would be no.
bloody freezing here today.
What did you do, Bandy?
I came in a little hot, didn't I?
Oh, I got out. I'm charging my phone. I come back in, it's dead.
You said it's cold there. You came in cold.
I came in cold. It's bloody freezing, Gio. It's like 10 degrees. What the hell? Bring on.
First thing I thought was that Bandy came in lit.
Lit.
Oh man. I get sick of bloody hearing about that challenge all the time. Ooh, you haven't done the challenge yet. You haven't done the challenge yet.
Yeah, I think Kool-Aid needs to have a nice solid joint. I can get with the program.
Like seriously.
Yeah, I mean, basically, it's almost like what he's asking to do. It's like play Mario Brothers and find Sonic the Hedgehog in the game or something. It's like I don't even know if that's a good analogy, but it's like using a system that they're getting off Google that they've been given and then asking for someone to do something that isn't what that system is.
Exactly.
Collect all the rings in Mario Brothers. Doesn't Sonic have rings and Mario Brothers has coins? Find all the rings. Find all the rings in Super Mario Brothers and bring them back.
Why haven't you done that challenge?
Yeah, it's more like a $10 million challenge that somebody has to pay to do the work to actually map it all out. And then they don't win anything.
Oh no, he's willing to cover $10,000 of your expenses. But that's it.
Yeah, that's why I told him for me to empirically verify that stuff, it's going to take a boat. It's going to take a lot of time. It's going to take a lot of money. But the funny part is they come in with the same script to employ every single day. Like, Mr. I live on a sailboat. This race is taking place. It only happens on a globe, right? I don't know what his name is. I'm not always looking.
Kool-Aid.
Right. Yeah. So every day when he comes in, so this race is starting in 35 days. How does this happen on a globe? Can you predict where this is going to start based on flat Earth math, blah, blah, blah? Like it's all the navigational charts were plotted a long time ago. People have been navigating by the stars for a very long time. Well, before anybody had any type of mental conception of a heliocentric expanding universe, infinite distance to stars model. It worked. And it still works today. Not a big surprise.
And it's always, I can do it, but you can't do it. I can do it, but you can't do it. I'll show you mine, you show me yours.
Well, what was the part that he said that he wants us to predict where the stars are going to be because they've never been in that position before?
Yeah, that's a ridiculous claim to say that the stars have never been in that position. He's
right. So that could happen tomorrow then. Why on that particular day? Tomorrow, the stars are going to be in a position that they've never been in before. Can you predict where they are?
Right.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah, that's what he said. So then it wouldn't be verifiable with an almanac then, right? Because the stars have never been there before. Allegedly.
Right, which means right. So then every day after that, the stars are in a brand new position that they've never been in before.
Have to be. So from tomorrow onwards, everyone's going to be lost? What's going on?
All fucked up and upside down. Think you're heading to Australia, you've bumped into the North Pole. Yep.
Well, I want to highlight the point that he said that he circumnavigated the Earth, and then he failed to tell us that he actually cut across the continents.
Yeah.
Oh,
in the Northern Hemisphere.
But did he go through the Suez Canal or something, did he?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's exactly what he did.
Oh, fair enough.
My God, it's like really. I mean, you're the
shortcut.
people we have to deal with.
Got a shortcut. Oh. Well, we have a bit of a conundrum on our hands, peoples. In our quest, in our search for aliens, we have come across a conundrum in regards to physics. Oh yes, right. Yeah, this is very. We have to sit down and work this out because the laws of physics and the universe, the way we see them, right, are they actually true, right? And do aliens use the same laws of physics as what we do? Okay. Because they probably most likely don't. So we have to all overcome this problem as quickly as we can, so we can decipher the alien physics.
So before we move away from Mr. Suez Canal, his original statement, he said that he went through the Cape of Good Hope and Cape Horn, and then when pressed upon it, he said he utilized the Suez Canal.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
all talk, and then he bailed.
Yeah. Anyways, let's go back to alien physics.
Well, what alien physics? We don't have them yet. No problem. We have
If
to
there
work
are
them
aliens, they damn well have better physics than what we've got, that's for sure.
But yes, we do. We have to work quickly to decipher them. So chop chop.
We don't have the alien physics, but the aliens definitely have physics. So would this mean that a more advanced human race has dispelled human physics?
It's kind of looking that way, isn't it? Eh? It's kind of looking that way.
You know what the aliens utilize within their physics? The ether.
Wouldn't be pseudo.
Ether.
Ether they do, or ether they don't. I
Ether
don't
they
know.
don't.
I bet you they establish cause and effect relationships.
Yes. we are most likely detecting aliens. We just cannot decipher their physics, the article further reads. So we've already detected them, we've already communicated with them, we just can't decipher their physics.
Where is this at, Bandy? Where are you reading this from?
I read it on Space News Today.
Yeah, they're really programming for the fake alien invasion. They're just getting it locked and loaded. Oh, these things with physics that are unknown and all this stuff. Yeah, they're once they
Have they disclosed Roswell yet? Is that just all out in the open? Public knowledge? Crashed spacecraft that they've re-engineered? Is that all public knowledge now? Has anyone done a FOIA on that? It's been over 50 years, hasn't it?
I don't know. I must say, what was disappointing was the protest at Area 51 last year. Was it last year or the year before when they did that protest? Everyone was gonna ram the fences and break in. That kind of fizzled out.
Yeah, people didn't want life sentences, mate.
No,
They were
yeah.
threatened hardcore a week before, I think.
I kind of get that picture. It was funny, like they had well, the footage that I saw. I know there was maybe a few hundred people at the gates, you know, just doing what they were doing fairly peacefully. Like everything seemed like in good spirits and all that sort of stuff. But in Vegas itself, they had thousands and thousands of people partying on that night. It was funny.
It is funny.
It's pretty crazy to think that perhaps their plans may be some kind of fake alien invasion, and that all this globe stuff and all of the light years and the expanse of outer space and the cosmic background radio, all this stuff is all, the ever expanding space and all this is all built to create this mindset that, oh, there could be, intruders from anywhere.
Oh, yeah. Well, they've actually been writing articles in regards how America and Russia are teaming up to scan the skies for aliens and whatnot in the last couple of months. How they're teaming up, major conglomerate, putting their forces
At war
together.
and teaming up.
Exactly, I know, like the irony of it all, like, our arch enemy, oh my. But they're actually, behind the scenes, don't worry, we're enemies, but for the greater good of mankind, we're going to, put our forces together and we're going to protect the world.
Yeah. For the even greater deception, we're going to pretend to join forces.
Yeah. Yeah, they've actually written a couple of articles in regards to Russia and, Russia and America teaming up together. And they'll ramp it up even more.
Maybe they'll even throw in a little alien pandemic.
Ooh.
The aliens brought a new strain, and we'd have a new
Here we
jab
go.
and the whole deal. Yeah.
We've got some new juice for you guys. Some new alien juice.
Ooh, they might bring the real enchilada. We couldn't do it properly, but they did it with alien physics.
Exactly,
Line up.
alien physics.
Turns out aliens like enchiladas too.
Wow. Apparently also too, for us to find alien life on Mars, right, we have to dig a minimum of 6.6 feet underground. So if we dig 6.6 feet underground, we're going to find alien life on Mars. Very
That would,
precise, that.
yeah, that's 233s, right?
Yeah.
6.66, I'm sure. They just dropped one off, didn't they?
Yeah. Not 6.7, roughly about 10, a little bit over 5, exactly 6.6 feet underground, and we're going to hit alien life.
You got to give it to them. They're pretty good, aren't they? Tilt of the Earth, all this shit, I love it. That's how you know it's reverse engineered. They've left their calling card everywhere.
I love how you say reverse engineered as though it was something bad. I mean, you see something, you observe it, and you explain it. That's called bad. I got it.
No, the reverse engineering is taking the optical effect and then calling it curvature. That's the reverse engineered part that we refer to.
No, you just referred to the tilt of the Earth being reverse engineered.
No. I said the calling card of reverse engineering was the numbers, and the tilt of the Earth just happens to be what's left from 90? 66 degrees. 66.6, actually, I think.
Nice. Nice. I mean, yeah, numerology again. Got it. Sorry, missed that one.
Well,
That's
why
just a
don't
calling
they,
card.
why don't they use 66.6? Why do they use 23.4?
Well, Jim Carrey made that movie, The Number 23, and if you watch that, there's a bit to it. Not much of a fucking storyline for those that were keen on the movie, but all the other hidden messages in it. Yeah. Not that I hold much to numbers, but it's just, the square and compass, I think that's very telling as well. There's a few things that are telling. The checkerboard, the chessboard or whatever they have on a lot of their symbolism. I think that's very symbolic of a plane. I mean, Bill Gates, with his patents, 60600. Like, that's just, you couldn't land a patent number like that just randomly. He's asked for it or they've given it to him. With luciferase. Uh-huh. Tattoo of the Beast patent happens to be labeled 606060.
He pops in and then pops out. Boom, boom, boom. And says what he says and then jumps out again.
Yeah, he's getting more training or a new brief.
I was going to say earlier, if he's a paid NASA shill, wouldn't he already know the Earth isn't a globe because he's a paid shill for NASA? So why is he always asking us to do his research for him?
Pretty sure the paid useful idiots for NASA don't do any of their own investigation. They just do what they're told.
His latest line has been, I've been asking for 7 months now for proof of flat Earth. 7 months. Right, since the start of the year, 7, and not one bit. And I go, well, I said, my request was first, NASA, so you got to give me mine first before I give you yours. I got it years ago.
He was being general, Bendy. It was actually 6 months, 6 weeks, and 6 days.
Oh,
Oh no, that's past 7 months. My bad. Shit.
Is my mic on?
It
No.
is.
Okay. I never remember if I turn it
How are
off
you,
or not.
Brenda?
How's your eye, Brenda? Is your eye better? Was that
Oh, she's not in here.
Oh.
I thought that was you. Sorry, I thought you were Brenda for a minute. My bad.
You actually did.
Wow. Wow. I don't even know how to
She
respond
just
to
gone
that.
through really quiet. You know, she's really quiet at the start. I apologize.
There you go.
Okay then.
I am a long way away. It could have been the connection. Poor connection, I think.
Yeah. Hey, look, he sound. Yeah,
Well,
Brenda
let's
sounded perfect for me. Absolutely perfect for me.
let's talk about my claim for mirages, because it does appear to me that the presentation of the mirage, which is directly below the physical image, it does appear as though it is below it. But in fact, if you were to look at it orthographically, it would stretch out in front of the target like a shadow, right? So if you were to look at a tree directly in proportion to its shadow from a distance, it would look like that shadow was directly under the tree. Okay, so a mirage happens to have perfect proportions to its phenomenon, and yet it's actually stretching out towards you like a shadow, and yet at the same time looks compressed and proportional. You know what I mean? It's not like you're stretching something out like silly putty and it looks wacky and crazy, right?
So you're saying that the mirage also is pretty much exactly like a shadow. So if it was a shadow, those proportions would be identical, like that depth to the mirage.
Yeah,
how it's been stretched out. Yeah.
And that would definitely be an interesting thing to try to science. I mean, like how you could figure out how the refraction actually makes it presents it in that way. You know?
Could you? How could you work that out? Like with a
I don't
shadow,
know.
with a shadow, you can obviously go bang. You know, there it is. You can put a
Oh well,
stick
no.
at the end.
Yeah. But this is what I've been saying ever since I started putting out content. And I have videos where I have a sailboat, the Southern Cross, actually, the sailboat on the Chesapeake Bay, sailing away from me, and it's completely visible. There's no miraging, and then it goes into the phenomenon.
Yeah.
So it hits the phenomenon right there, stop, mark it, and then keep sailing, and the boat will appear above the water, and then its mirage will develop below. It'll start out very acute, and then it'll grow and grow and grow, and at the same time, the hull will shrink and shrink and shrink, and everything will be fucking proportional while it's moving away from you, and it will look like it's straight up and down, but it's actually going over the horizontal x-axis into the distance. So it's like putting your kid in a little ATV or whatever and say, okay, Johnny, go drive to the shadow. And then he's in the sunlight, and then he hits the shadow, and then he travels across the ground, farther and farther into the shadow. But he's you know what I mean? He's still traveling linear away from you. Right? So yeah, I mean I've got those demonstrations. And yeah. And it's just, to me, it blows my mind. It's pretty amazing.
Okay, so I know you don't see it quite the same. But those images, Travis, of what I'll call the Flying Dutchman, where the ships are floating in air almost, okay, and that tanker ship, that very distinct tanker ship that seems to be, way up in the sky, the one that I'm referring to.
Yeah.
Now, because it looks so high in the sky there, to me, that mirage, you call it refraction, is going to be projected far more forward. Okay. So in that case, is the sun lower in the sky to get that effect? So if the sun was at, say, 12 noon, would you get that that effect so dramatic, as opposed to if the sun was, say, at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon sky?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can say is that I do think the position of the sun does matter. I have footage where I'm on one side of the Chesapeake shooting toward my friends on the other who were shooting towards me, and it was morning, so the sun was coming up behind me. I had an inferior mirage. They did not.
Yeah.
But we were looking over the same corridor, and the conditions were all the same. So it's not just a matter of having the right conditions, because we were both in the same area looking over the same corridor with the same conditions, and we had completely different observations. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's what came to my mind.
Yes and no.
Yes and no.
Yeah, probably more no, but that's all right.
Oh, really? I'm sorry.
You're right, buddy.
So here's an image of the Southern Cross going into the ether band. It's loading right now. So, but to answer your question, Bandy, the images that you're talking about are not mirages because there's no inverted image. So right there, it's not a mirage.
Well, not that you can see.
What?
Well, not that you can see.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll grant you that it could be very, very acute. Very, very,
Yeah.
very acute.
Yeah.
But
that effect, what I'm saying, okay, so you know the effect that I'm talking about now, okay?
Yeah.
So that effect with the ship being so high in the sky, so distinctly high, okay? And let's not split hairs whether it's a whatever it is. Now, to get that effect with it so high in the sky, is the sun lower in the sky compared to being higher in the sky? Like, is the sun in that photo, is the sun directly overhead, or is it low in the afternoon? Because I'm going to put to you, just thinking about it now, I would suggest that possibly the sun is lower in the sky rather than higher in the sky. With that
right. Well,
particular
that would
image.
be yeah. So if I were in a place where that phenomenon seems to happen a lot, which I think it happens in the UK, because the couple of the ones that I've seen are particularly off the coast of Ireland or whatever.
Yeah.
I would set up shop, and if, let's say, there was a moored ship out there that's not going to move, then I would film it all throughout the day and see if anything happens.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
But look at the Southern Cross image that I have right there. Okay. So you've got that channel marker to the left, that green channel marker. that's not 100% physical. So that channel marker is not that long touching the water at that point. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The hull of the Southern Cross, you can see the stern, right? The back is the stern, right? Okay. And right in the middle of that white part where the stern is, you can see two little black smudges. That's where the Southern Cross's name is.
Okay.
Okay, so right there at that point, draw a line. That's where the hull is touching the water.
Right there.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like that image is directly below the boat. But it's not. It stretches all the way out to where that mirage ends and the water begins. And that could be a mile.
So you're saying that the depth of that mirage could be a mile deep?
Yeah, or more. Well, the whole
Really?
thing is, yeah, the whole thing is more. So if you look to the right of the boat, and you can go out to the landscape, right?
Yeah.
The landscape directly in front of you, above the. So if you imagine where the hull is hitting the water, you're going to have to go up even higher into the distance to imagine where the shoreline is of that shore that's like 5 miles away.
Yeah.
Okay, so the shoreline is up higher and farther, and that whole mirage right there of the tree line extends 5 miles because that tree line, that shoreline, is in the mirage as well. It's just farther into the distance. Because I mean, I can post the most recent image. I put up the Southern Cross footage again, and you watch it disappear, and all you can see at the very end is just the mast. You can just see the mast going into the mast in the distance. So you can't even see the boat anymore.
Yeah.
And you watch it the entire time just go away from you. But if I were to show a globe flake, a picture of just the mast, they would say, yeah, that hull's down below the curve.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around that mirage is a mile long.
Yeah, I made an orthographic attempt. Let me try to find it and see if
because just a second ago we were talking like the mirages were in proportion, like they would be like a shadow on land. Now, I've never seen a shadow, say, that's been cast off a truck or anything like that that is a mile long, no matter how low the sun is in the sky.
Sure.
So,
Yeah.
So now you're saying, well, now it's not in proportion. It's actually disproportional. It's a mile long. I'm just wrapping my head around that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd see a mile personally. It seems too clear to be a mile
Well, I
long.
think it has to be. Yeah, I think it has to be at the right angle. So, like, if you look at that Southern Cross picture, if let's see how I can say this. Okay, so you see the dark mirrored reflection of the tree line to the right of the sailboat. See how it looks? See how it looks like the water stops and then you can see the trees right there?
Yep.
Well, right there above the water is the mirage of the trees.
Yeah.
So once that boat goes far enough into the distance, you will see underneath that boat the trees.
Yeah.
So at that point, there's an aspect of the proportions that are going to match. Because now I am going to have to backtrack and say that it's not always going to be proportional.
Yeah.
Or if I elevated myself. So if I elevated my view, I could possibly affect the mirage so that I would actually create the space underneath the boat that shows the mirrored image of the trees in the distance. Maybe I'll jump on a. Did you see that next thing I posted where I tried an orthographic explanation of
Stuff is frozen here. Oh, come on. That last one you posted?
Yeah.
Oh, the disclosing line. Okay. Okay. So you've got this, so it looks like the mirage is going underneath the water.
Oh well, that's just a insufficiency on my part of the. No, you have to think about that being on above the water. That's about as best. That's about as best as I could do to try to depict what I was trying to communicate. Because if I did it at the level of the water, then the image would be flattened out almost like just a line. You wouldn't be able to see how I was trying to demonstrate that the image stretches out away from like a shadow.
Okay. Yep. Yeah.
And then you also have the fact that the water is ramping up to the disclosing line. As he looks out, you see how the water ramps up to his eye level.
Yeah.
But if that mirage were gone, then the his eye level would just go straight to the base of the platform, straight to the water out in front of him. So there's more than one event happening at once.
So this miraging. Okay, here's a thought, Travis.